on the set waves, and it looks like there's multiple sets coming through. Today, mixing up things just a bit. We will see the clash of the legends. But if you didn't join us yesterday, well, here's a look at some of the highlights. Day number 1 of the Reef Hawaiian Pro here at Haleiwa's Ali'i Beach Park. Take a look.
Down here, day number 10 of the Reef Hawaiian Pro. Had 9 days of small, near flat conditions, uncharacteristic for the North Shore. But today we've got some really fun surf in the 2 to 3 foot range. Perfect west, northwest direction for Haleiwa.
And the first wave of the Reef Hawaiian Pro, we've got Tyler Newton up in yellow. Yeah, look at Merle here on a nice little ride. He does a nice little snap there, comes around this section. Big bird there. Great surfing there from Jess, surfer in blue.
Oh man, it's been the strangest Triple Crown I've ever seen. You know, northeast swell just passing right by here. We're just excited to get it kicked off, even though it's, you know, knee high, not typical Triple Crown.
Maxime Housineau now up and riding over to the bathhouse.
Going to the air and doing a nice air reverse there, real clean. That's going to be a pretty big score, Ross. Big old blowtail. Surfing wide, bam, spinning around here. Nice little wave, he's generating speed. Nice big hook off the top there, driving around this section. Another big turn there. Beautiful turn there from Keiko. Yuri Sodre winning that right over fiercely and doing a big old tail grab reverse. As we see the mountain blue there, Hendrickson doing a nice little tail spin. Right now, it's the young Frenchman, Vincent. I saw him out at Lani Cove the other day, guys. He's a really good surfer, young rusty team rider there. As we see Jack Freestone in a really incredible aerial on that wave.
You know, actually, who I saw ripping was Roy Power. He had a really good ripping. I like this wave we got.
Seems like when the sets come in, they still hold up like classic Haleiwa. There's a nice ride on them, and some of the boys have just been flaring them up, loving that pocket juice, and yeah, it's been fun.
Did a nice big alley-oop there for Casey Brown. Bang, it finishes off. Young wrapping a little cutty around. He's going to look at this closeout. He's got that one down pat. Oh, damn. Nice snap there from Sebastian Seats. Sea bass blowing it out the back. Can he ride out of it? Yes.
what we learned about 8 hours of surfing compressed in 4 minutes at Hawaii is beautiful as ever. And if you take a look at the lineup, the power brokers, the guys like Poncho Sullivan, Miles Padaka, Love Hodel, Sonny Garcia, we're hoping for big, scary surf here at Haleiwa. And it's turned out to be an air show of sorts because the waves are minimal. We did see some surfers actually get some solid turns in and scored on turns, but you needed to do a little fins free surfing yesterday?
Yeah, it was a combination of both. We saw Kokoba Kalsko in that highlight reel. It's a couple big turns. He made his heat. Nate Yeomans, at the end of the day, he combined some big aerials and some big maneuvers for one of the top scorers. But then you had all those kids that really show how far and fast they're pushing their surfing nowadays.
You might have heard a horn in the background, and that horn would be trying to clear the water with the help of the Hawaiian Water Patrol and the local lifeguards saying, okay, time to get in, guys. The Vans Triple Crown of Surfing presented by Rockstar Energy. This, day number 2 of the Reef Hawaiian Pro, a 6-star ASB event, 6-star money, but prime points. So important for a lot of these young surfers. Also, this might be a great Triple Crown if you take a look at the surf we have on offer here. We're going to see a whole different surfing up at Sunset Beach, which is promising 2 solid swells. If you want to take a look at Surfline's forecast, surfline.com, Sunday looks solid, and then maybe following Wednesday it looks even bigger. So we'll have that sunset and then back to pipe where it'll be barrel riding at its finest, hopefully, if the sand clears off the reef. It could be really 3 totally different breaks as we've seen in the past where some are just kind of modest surf.
Yeah, they're saying in surfing you got to be good from 2 to 20 feet, and I believe we're going to see all that in the Triple Crown. We already saw the 2-foot conditions here yesterday. See maybe a possible little increase in the swell today with some better waves in the lineup, and then sunset, like you said, that high pressure is breaking down, and we have some good storms on the charts.
For you surfers out there that are watching, thinking you might be surfing today, today's schedule looks like this. I'm not sure if Marty's going to jump on camera, but we've got to complete the round of 96. We're going to go through the heats 9 through 16, 20 minutes in duration. Clash of the Legends will be a 23-minute heat. That's 1 of 2 heats. The Clash of the Legends will finish off tomorrow after semifinal number 2. And then the round of 64 heats, 1 through 13, I'm told, 23-minute heats. It's going to be a marathon day. And especially for those surfers that are in the final 3 heats of the round of 64, when they come to surf the final day, they will be asked to surf a lot of heats.
And that's always a good thing. If you're making that final, you don't mind surfing all those heats.
So joining us in the booth right now, Heath Nutty Walker. Nutty, how's life on the campaign?
Yeah, I've got to be stoked to be honest, Dave and Shay. We've still got some really good surf today, and as I mentioned yesterday, it's been one of the longest waiting periods, and it's been quite stressful, to be honest, and something I could rather do without. But to wake up this morning and I thought the swell might have actually peaked last night, and to see some really contestable conditions, I think we're going to have a great day of surfing. Yeah. It's going to be great.
Watching that highlight package anywhere else in the world, that was a great day of surfing.
Yeah.
Well, there was the option of running 20-minute heats and completing the round of 64, but I think talking to some of the surfers and the surfers rep, they said, give us a couple more minutes, and we're going to have a long day today, long day tomorrow, and it all fits into the actual waiting period and the contest schedule and what is our permits offering. So,
yeah, it looks like we can jump up the round of 64 heats to 23 minutes. So, those extra 3 minutes I just talked to Randy are really crucial. And obviously with the permit that we have here, we can't run all day. We can only run between the hours of 8 and 4. So it definitely makes it tough. But, hey, those extra 3 minutes can be crucial. 3 minutes could mean, a hell of a lot more to that server paddling back out and needing that scored if it was only 20 minutes.
The title Reef Hawaiian Pro, along with the title of the Hawaiian Air Show. Hawaiian Airlines is posting 250,000 Hawaiian miles. And for that, it's basically, who can post the best air over the course of the 3 events. And if you're going to do something pretty spectacular, maybe today and tomorrow here at Haleiwa might be a better chance than Sunset or Pipeline.
Yes, traditionally, not many airs have been landed at Sunset. And here at Haleiwa, this is kind of, Pipeline you get a couple, but here at Haleiwa with these conditions, we're going to see a lot of aerials today.
Well, the last big floating aerial type of a move, I believe it was you back in 2004.
Yeah, I'm not remembering that one very well.
Yeah,
what? I bet your brother's probably done an air out at Sunset.
Yes, he has. He's done a couple of huge floaters. We're tracking those down. I think we're going to have those during the contest, but not advised. Mason Ho, he's always one to throw an air on the inside bowl. So.
Yeah, it was good to see Mason get through yesterday.
Yeah, great surfing from him yesterday. Really tech. He's pushing surfing to new levels and really just doing it on his own style, in his own way. He keeps a really good traditional flow through his maneuvers, and it's different and unique from all the other surfers and what he does.
Speaking of unique, this heat 9 we got in the water today, first heat to start the day. There's not one Hawaiian in there, and I think this is probably one of the first heats throughout the contest thus far that we see a heat without a Hawaiian in there. So we've got a South African, we've got an Australian, a Brazilian, and of course Lukey Davis there getting a spot in the event. So he's surfing the blue. He's looking like he's in a really good position here in the first wave of the set. He might be just a little bit too far inside.
On the clock, 20 minutes. 20 minutes they have to perform. They can catch 15 waves. Best who will count. Surfer in blue is Luke Davis out of Capo Beach, the 18-year-old.
Yeah, these guys all got caught out of position as one of the larger sets of the contest. Rolls through the lineup unridden. It's a good left and right. Unable to capitalize on this.
Yeah, it was a good left, actually. Plenty of scoring potential there. See a shot of Lukey Davis trying to burrow his way back through the lineup and get back out there.
So, looking from left to right, there's the toilet bowl. There are peaks in the bathhouse. The bathhouse and showers over there, and I guess that is more named when we see the bigger swells come in and they line up on that. I don't think we're going to see our buoys out there in the channel disappear today, but Surfline calling for this modest swell at 2 feet coming through. It will shift around to the north a bit more, but not bad conditions today. This afternoon, some wind. The trades are going to blow like we saw yesterday. It was kind of quartering offshore to side shore, putting a little bit of a ripple on the waves, but offering on those left some air chances, air opportunities.
Yep, onshores the new offshores for these kids in 2-foot surf, that's for sure. And here we have red paddling a nice to right.
Yeah, red and blue up and riding here. So
Jean Gilbert.
And the young South African surfer, he's been a really standout in the junior series, and now he's making this mark on the prime as well. And he's got a really powerful, clean style. He comes from J Bay, and I've seen him there over the years, being one of the standouts, even in the lineup of the top 32.
Yeah, Jean Gilbert, what a talent. Comes in as our top seed, number 58 in the world rankings, looking for a shot at things. Let's get an update with Marty Thomas on the beach. Marty, as we watch Lincoln Taylor call this wave.
Right on, Dave, down here on the beach, and really stoked to see we still got some surf hanging in there, 2 to 3 foot, maybe some 4 foot faces. Day number 2 of the Reef Hawaiian Pro. We're going to power through another 20-something heats today. Had a great day of surfing yesterday, and very, very stoked to see we still got some surf on hand. So a great day coming up here at the Reef Hawaiian Pro, day number 2.
So the small northwest swell still holding at 305, 320 degrees according to Surfline, and you would call this possibly on the better sets 3 to 4 feet?
Yes, I would, Dave. I'm definitely head high, maybe even a foot overhead on the bigger sets, and the swell is actually swung in there a really nice direction, a combination of the northwest direction here. So you got rights and lefts. Definitely going to see some aerial surfing today, some really progressive surfing. So it'll be a great day of action here at the Reef Hawaiian Pro.
Marty, I got to ask you, when we take a look at these tides, checking out surfline.com, it says at 6:30 we had a 0.4, which is basically 4.8 inches. Now it's going to go to a high at about 12 o'clock, 0.9, which is 10.8 inches. So we're going from 4 inches to 10 inches. Does it make a difference out here?
That really helps us out. We don't have a big high tide today. The tide's going to be really minimal, which is good for Haleiwa. Haleiwa likes sort of a lower medium tide. Therefore, we're going to see, consistent surf throughout the day. We won't see a high tide flood. When we do have a big tide here at Haleiwa, when the surf is small, it can really slow down the surf. So having a small, lower tide throughout the day will be great conditions here for Haleiwa.
Thank you, Marty. Marty Thomas on the beach, the managing director of the Triple Crown of Surfing, working obviously with the rest of the crew. Randy Rick still holding the title of executive director, but Marty making the decisions right now. Great panel for our judges over here. We've got Shipley, I believe, representing Honolulu. Dave Shipley would be our head judge, running the job with Richie Porta out of Australia. Judges Pratamo Arendt, James Zavarskas, Lily Pereira, Jack Shipley, Davey's father, Iko Caballero, and Yannick Saran representing Europe. Lapo Cacino, another qualified judge, is our spotter. Faith Winsel running this event for ASP Hawaii. Robson Machado doing the ASP Beach and Bite. And then the video compression by JP Pimentel, and I asked him yesterday, is there a specific camera? No, he's taking off the video feeds that we are watching as well. So when they do look at a specific wave, they're taking off of the feed here. Beach Marshal, Uncle Rabbit Kakai, and Aaron Walters. Here we go. Gilbert again. His opening wave, a 5.0. He would be your leader.
Yeah, he's looking at those rights going in the toilet bowl. Got a good section he's eyeing ahead of him to spin a little air reverse. No, just go straight out of that. But with 2 scores early on in this heat, he's going to look to go out and get a bigger set now, and no one else really has anything, so he's in good position.
We saw a couple of surfers yesterday actually go down and surf the peaks off to the right and by themselves make it happen and advance through a couple of rounds. Will we see that today?
I haven't seen any waves breaking over there. It's been more of the traditional peak, but you never know as the tide changes and the swell changes direction. And there's Sean just mixing it up with a nice carve. I really like his carve rail surfing.
Here we got live action. Luke Davis, nutty.
Yeah, little Luke Davis here out of Capistrano Beach. He's getting busy on the inside as this wave kind of comes down the section. Nice big punt reverse there from Luke Davis, and the judges will love that. The air show started early here this morning at the Reef Hawaiian Pro. Lincoln Taylor, nice big snap there, throwing a bit of water out the back.
Point Lookout, North Stradbroke Island, where our good friend Pete Durbridge is from.
Yeah, great location up there, North Straddy. Got some pretty good waves too. Pretty sharky, but some really, really good beach breaks, and then of course the point breaks from Frenchman's around the cylinders and that.
And it's a real island. You take a ferry across to get this piece of paradise, I would say.
Yeah, it is. It's an amazing little island that has quality surf and a lot of nature. Plenty of things to do, as we see Lukey Davis here. Gets busy, nice little snap there, throwing a little fan out the back. And this is the money turn where he really gets his speed and gets a little bit of spring in his step right there. Boom.
Yeah, he really timed that perfect.
Well, Shay, the indication of somebody's looking for a place to loft in air would be the high line and pumping for speed as opposed to a direct bottom turn. Nice snap off the top as we take a look at the replay.
Yeah, Lincoln's a very fast surfer on his backhand. He's had some good results over the years on that.
If we get a chance to have a look at that Luke Davis there one more time, I don't think he's got a leg rope on. He's that confident he's out there without a leg rope and he's doing turns like that.
He might be a good swimmer as well.
But back to the lineup, look at this. This is the set of the event so far as it comes all the way across the lineup with a good left on the one side and this right here for Yuri Sodre. Is he always, year after year, seems to be on the best waves in every heat.
Yeah, Yuri's a really good competitor out here at Haleiwa. I think it really suits his style.
A powerhouse Yuri Sodre gets on the board. Here we go. It's Taylor, wave number 3. Look at the loft. Excuse me, that's Sean.
That was Sean. And without the trade winds blowing yet, it's offering up more potential to do airs on those rights. As the trade winds start increasing throughout the day, to become more difficult. So Sean and Luke Davis taking advantage of the light winds this morning.
Opening wave for Luke Davis at 1.33, then a 2.33. You can see that right there, has him in second. But a couple of scores to come through, including Yuri Sodre's. Let's take a look at the powerhouse surfer. They call him Sodrex, 33 years of age, the veteran.
Yeah, he just got a little caught on that one, and then he comes around the section here, kind of bobbles a little bit, and just here is where he probably should have done the money turn, and just kind of looks like he's got a bit of a knee brace on his knee there, so he's kind of nursing that one.
Yeah, that was first wave jitters, I believe. He kind of got off to a slow start, catching that rail, and then he wasn't able to recover. But more waves coming through the lineup with Lincoln Taylor again.
On his backhand, any advantage to backhand surfing on a day like this and waves like this early morning? Stand up more vertical, maybe?
I don't know. I think there's it just depends what your strength is. You know, a lot of surfers will have a lot more confidence on, you know, either their front side or their back side. I think Haleiwa is a wave that really lets, you know, either or. You know, it just depends how you're feeling. I mean, obviously Lincoln was a little caught behind the section on that one, and just wasn't able to get around. But you know, I like his backhand. I think it's pretty solid. He's pretty straight up on his first couple of turns.
JOB is going to run and gun in all 3 events. Obviously qualified for the Pipe Masters. There he is right now, Jamie O'Brien, and he's been known to get upside down and twist and shout a little bit. I think he's easily a contender for the Triple Crown.
Yes, and he's not known for small wave surfing, but if he has the right equipment and with waves like here in Hawaii, he can mix it up with the best small wave surfers in the world. And there's Lincoln going for a big aerial.
Sean Gilbert's first wave, our surfer in red, our top seed of 5.0 and a 3.83. Still waiting for more scores to come through. Sodre right here. His third wave was solid. Here's wave number 4.
There's Lukey Davis there.
Excuse me. Yeah, Luke Davis.
Just comes around the section there, trying to get busy there, just kicks out.
His little rights are looking almost like T Street on the end bowl there. And he's going to get a good score for that first wave. It's coming in between a 6 and a 6.5.
Scattered showers, a lot of rain this morning. Everybody converging on Haleiwa, but the North Shore is wet.
Yeah, it definitely was last night. I hear the rain pouring down. See a shot of Sonny Garcia there, sitting in the bleachers.
Yeah, he was pretty excited to get up early this morning, come down and see all his local Hawaiian friends and cheer him on. And hope that they can take the Triple Crown home and keep it in Hawaii.
Sonny, third place yesterday, wasn't too happy about it, and just now has moved on and had a good chat. One thing that Sonny likes, if he's not in the competition, he loves his motor racing, talking about the Baja 1000 and the latest motocross race. He's got a passion, really a talent. There's a lot of great Hawaiians, probably starting with a flying Hawaiian, John De Soto in the early days, but the De Soto name being great surfers and a former world champion. But the Hawaiians love their motocross when there's no surf.
They do
very much.
They do. They all spend a lot of time out there. And I remember Kalani Rob as well. He used to get into it there pretty good. But I think you get beat up pretty bad when you fall off. So
you don't get many mistakes there. In surfing, you can fall a lot. In motocross, every fall almost results in an injury.
And now it seems like a lot of these top athletes are they're questioning playing ping pong because they don't want to hurt themselves, right?
Well, it's a very full year, and as you see the year progress, we've seen Joel Parkinson with numerous injuries that have really hindered his world title campaigns, and you have to keep your body at 100%, and that's what Kelly's been so good at doing year after year, is just being fit and healthy at every event.
Good shot there. Dion Atkinson was a huge standout here last year. Definitely prevails a little bit better when it's overhead. He's probably about 6'2", 6'1", and kind of likes the bigger conditions, but. Really good surfer coming out of South Australia there.
He's got a mean frontside hack, all of Sonny Garcia, big, powerful carves. He's real easy on the eyes to watch. And at Big Haleiwa, he would be one of the standouts for sure.
So we might not be looking at replays right now, but JP Pimentel is compressing not only the main feed, but he's got a secondary camera that he's looking at. And when the judges don't pop in the scores immediately, they're probably starting to scale the waves and take a look at various waves back and forth and want the right two guys to win. And unfortunately, a lot of times it comes down to a couple of tenths of a point, and there's no mathematician really figuring it out. It's just kind of the feeling of the moment, and when you lose by 0.01, you go, what?
In these heats, they always seem to come down to the last minute or two. In the next round, adding those extra 3 minutes is going to be very vital for everybody in this competition.
Miles Paddock, I flashed on Miles. What a beautiful family. I flashed on Miles and Poncho surfing Sunset, and guess what? Carissa Moore surfing Sunset. Her two coaches. Can you imagine three in the same heat? We saw the Gadauskas brothers, all three in the heat a couple of years ago. And there is Carissa Moore's father right there to the right of Miles, and anxiously waiting to see Carissa Moore's heat, which I believe during that heat we will.
I don't think you could have a better pit crew than Carissa Moore for the Triple Crown this year. She's got all the right people in her box to make sure that she's as prepared for to take on every man in this competition.
Heat 14 is when we'll see that. We'll see history be made here at the Reef Hawaiian Pro. Carissa Moore, the first lady to be competing in the men's bands Triple Crown surfing.
And Triple Crown.
Triple Crown.
We've had Lane Beachley and
in the men's
Laura Blears and stuff in the men, and quite a few. And Wendy Botha was definitely a dominant force of the 3 or 4 events she surfed in, and really made a lot of guys.
Yeah, she was a good surfer, Wendy Botha.
Unbelievable.
Really good surfer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm interested to see Roy Powers' take on surfing against Chris. I'm sure he's going to have a good soundbite after that heat.
For alternates, Corey Armbidi, Brad Ettinger, Leandro Usuno, and Diego Rosa, one thing you've got to do, you take a look at the alternate list. At this point, if a surfer doesn't show, well, and doesn't check in and hasn't surfed, they can fill in with the alternates. Now, if a surfer has surfed and calls in, then they can do the alternates, but you have to call in. So again, if a surfer surfed yesterday and he's a no-show and nobody knows where it's at, you can't fill in for him. He has to make the call because he could just be late.
Yeah, it's only the seeded surfers that can be replaced, and then the local Hawaiian seed is going to be replaced by a fellow local Hawaiian.
I think that's
done now. That was only the first round.
That was the first round. That's done today, and that's where we saw, in terms of injuries, we saw, I believe, Kieran Jabora that hurt himself, and then Liam got in for that. So just to know the rules and regulations of checking his alternate, it's a painful day of hanging out on the beach, and you're kind of hoping that somebody doesn't show, and you're kind of on call the entire day.
Yeah, and you're unfortunately wishing someone to get hurt, which is a terrible position to be in. You hear the news and someone's gotten hurt, and you're like, oh, I'm in, but I really don't feel good about replacing the surfer.
Yeah. it's pretty tough. So Aaron Beatty right now is our third. Getting in was Perth Stanlick and Matt Pagan yesterday. And as we move on, it's the round of 96, heat number 9. This round of 96, still 20-minute heats. We're down to 5 minutes and 30 seconds. Bit of a lull going on. Once again, we're looking at these swells, surfline.com. Check it out. Jonathan Warren, Kevin Wallace, and Sean Collins have been helping us out, obviously, for the Triple Crown forever and ever. And they're looking at an increasing 15-second swell out of the north-northwest at 333 degrees. 2 foot right now. And there's still a west-northwest out there, too. I think we've got a bit of both at about 3 feet, coming in at 308 degrees. And showing just maybe... it's still infrequent, but when it does come through, maybe even a slight increase tomorrow in terms of the size. The wind is already starting to come up. The trade's starting to blow. And looking left and right, our surfer in white.
It's Lincoln Taylor. So we just got under 5 minutes in this heat, and he is needing a 3.73 to pass Sean Joubert.
Now, Lincoln Taylor has been very busy. 19 events this year. 19. Amazing. And his best result, Burton Toyota Pro. Great job at that event early on in the season.
See a lot of good results over the years for him. Very fast surfer and always a threat in these smaller waves. He looked even at that small wave knowing that he doesn't need much to get those scores.
Some of these surfers, when they go, well, what do they do in the downtime? Sometimes they are actually surf instructors. There's more than you can imagine. Obviously, they know the waves very well. I think he works with Murray Taylor sometimes up at the North Stradbroke Island Surf School. Not afraid to get out in the water on a smaller day and earn a little bit of money as an instructor.
Yeah, and it's to compete in 19 events around the world, that's a huge financial take to invest in your surfing, and he's got to be able to supplement his income, as that's no easy task.
He's trying to play 650 points here. Not bad. As you progress through, you're going to get some points a lot better than that. You can get out of this heat and into the next round. There's the scaffolding. What you're seeing is a brand new scoreboard. Boy, that is quite amazing. We really appreciate the scoreboard here, and I think the surfers, first time ever in use. Surfing Scoreboards International, and they know the situation thanks to Bill Morrison and Mono Zul. On his backhand, surfer in red, wave number 4, Jean Joubert currently in second. Yeah, he dug that rail in that opening maneuver. He was looking to better at 3.83. Unfortunately, that wave's not going to do it. And then, luckily for him, the next wave catches everyone inside if they're out of position, hassling. Last thing you want to do is get a wave, screw it up, and then you look over the shoulder and everybody's getting a great wave. Yeah, we watched Dane Reynolds catch the first wave of the set and go from first to third yesterday in the next 2 waves. Surfers can paddle out at 5 minutes. We're just under the 5-minute mark, 3 minutes remaining. Here's your heat leader, wave number 5, trying to replace a 2.87 in his scoreline. Luke Davis on the left. Surfing without that leash, as Nutty observed earlier. And finishing off a nice ride as he's going to look to improve on his earlier 2.87 and really put some distance between him and the rest of the heat. That might be a kind of a mental thing. Say, hey, look, don't go crazy. It's not a free surf. Stay within your means and just get the job done, but don't lose your board. Yeah, I think, Luke's a pretty confident young lad, and he's a very experienced young competitor, obviously, competing in all the Pro Juniors and the NSSAs, and then also, now he's kind of making the transition to competing in as many big QS star events as he can. And, he's in the prime event here. He got here in his own merit. Obviously, this event not having a lot of the top tour guys in it, allowing some of the younger guys here. They probably don't have the best ranking as of yet. That was pretty cool to see, because a lot of these kids, they haven't been able to get in the bigger primes of the U.S. Open and Margaret River, as it saw most of the top 32 compete in those. And here, with some of the field, already qualifying for next year's tour, they kind of backed off and are preparing for the bigger event at Pipeline. And now we get to see the younger guys come up like Luke Davis. Yeah, it's great. Anxious moments for Yuri Sodre. Tons of experience. The surfer has been a pro for 14 years, 2 years on the World Championship Tour wearing yellow. Where he's sitting, what does that mean? Well, he needs a big score. He's got one wave, about 3.67. Doesn't want to do the dogfight aerial stuff on the inside. He's waiting for the bomb. He needs to replace 1,157 points. Why? A third place last year at the Reef Hawaiian Pro. So he needs a round of 32, and his game plan is changing, waiting for the bomb. And, well, is this the bomb? He might be out just a bit too far, and everybody's inside paddling, and it looks like our surfer in blue, Luke Davis, in a pretty good spot, looking at that left. Yeah, when it's smaller out here, there's multiple peaks and lineups that the waves shift around, and we've seen a number of waves already in this heat go unridden because the guys just got cut out of position. With 4 people in lineup, a lot of time you position yourself amongst the other competitors and not necessarily the waves. Now watch in the lineup, you can see the surfer in red and white very close together with the scoreboard up there and with the beach marshal. Sean Joubert is in the second spot. needing to replace a 3.83. Get this, Lincoln Taylor to overtake him and transfer out of this heat needs a 3.73. So those two guys all of a sudden are kind of paired off with 30 seconds remaining. Joubert is going to make life tough on Taylor.
What we didn't see is when Luke went on that left, Lincoln was on a nice right, and he purled up to his neck on it, and it was a wave easily could have scored in a 4 or 5 point range.
Yuri Sedgwick could win this thing with a 7.76. Unfortunately, there's about 15 seconds remaining. Sodre and Taylor backs against the wall. It is Luke Davis out of Capo Beach, the surfer coming in here. Well, he had a good round yesterday. The number 99 seed. 143 in the world rankings. He does win it with a 6.33 and a 5.17. There's Lincoln Taylor. He was focused on doing something in this heat. Unfortunately, a third place result.
Yep, and here was this quick start for Sean Joubert as he got his best wave of the heat, and Luke Davis with the top score on that wave.
Yeah, Lukey Davis there and Lincoln Taylor, unfortunately, not being able to get that one, but we're going to see Luke Davis moving on through to the round of 64, so that's going to be great stuff.
Round 96.
And welcome back. We're on the clock for heat number 2 of this morning, the round of 96, actually heat number 10. We're looking at Dion Atkinson in red, Adam Robertson in white. What a pleasant guy. Both those guys are from South Australia. Just wonderful to see them here. Joan Duru in yellow and Jamie O'Brien in blue's already got a wave. Here is Adam Robertson, who's done some damage at Bells Beach.
He has, and look how yellow that board is. That thing is
glowing in the early morning light. And here's Dion flying across, and there's that big front side turn we were talking about earlier.
He's such a good surfer, that kid out of South Australia down there. I know he kind of took lead off from Jared House left off, being one of the only professional surfers coming out of South Australia, and Dion Atkinson. You're going to see a lot more of him to come, especially doing big turns like that.
Yeah, he's such a big, powerful surfer, and he's come so close to qualifying the last couple of years. Yeah,
he's won a few events. I think he won maybe in Newcastle there at Soldiers Beach.
Yeah, he won the 4-star event at the Burton Toyota.
There you go.
Bearmouth. Good. This year. He defeated Tom Whitaker.
Yeah, he did. So the guy knows how to win. I mean, if Dion gets his waves and gets a bit of open face, then you got to be on your game for sure.
He's 25 from Seaford, South Australia, just south of Adelaide. And for Adam Robertson, well, south of Australia, but he's from Portland, Victoria. And opening wave at the horn, Jamie O'Brien, the 28-year-old JOB pipeline standout, obviously.
Yeah, this was during the break here, and he started with 2 nice turns and went to really finish it strong with his backside reverse, and unable to get that board around as the tail caught.
Yeah, unfortunately there for Jamie, but still plenty of time left as we see Jean Duru from France. He's about to get up and running.
Yeah, we saw a number of nice aerials and some good surfing from him yesterday, as it seemed like every wave he caught was between 6 and 7 points.
We're watching the round of 96. A lot of these guys just need to get to the round of 64. For Jean Duru, he needs a 400 points, so he's got to get to the round of 64, or it is just a lesson learned. So these guys are looking at points. Opening wave for Atkinson looks like it's going to be pretty solid. Again, 20-minute heats, and then we're going to go into the Clash of the Legends, and 13 heats. We're going to see our top seeds in the round of 64.
As these waves keep coming through, the combination of swells has some good consistency in the lineup. And here's Dion, another good-looking right here, Nutty.
Yeah, big snap off the top there from Dion, coming around the section, just trying to get a little caught there. Wave's just starting. This is a money turn right there. Big layback, unfortunately, coming unstuck. Looks like we've got Adam Robertson as well from Portland, Victoria. Big snap there on his yellow machine. The big turn there. It's a beautiful little wave for Robbo. Floating the boat there. And just getting caught there, unfortunately.
He started that wave really strong. If he would have had a big finish to that, he could have had an excellent score in that ride. And that board looks to be flying across these sections.
Yeah, definitely a little speed machine, that.
Adam Robertson and Jamie O'Brien looking at that left and finding something that's actually standing up.
If we check out the replay here, you really look how much flow he gets, off that first turn. So he gets a crisp hit right there. And this is where all the flow comes in. Nice momentum there coming out of that turn.
He really projected down the line, and I thought he was going to be able to finish it strongly, and he kind of got mixed up, maybe going for the 2-for-1 at the end.
Yeah, and it's that replay, we only really got the sword.
Yeah, really glitching the system there, but we got to see that nice projection and speed he's getting out of that bright yellow board.
Yeah, and that second turn there is where he really started to accelerate. So, Robbo.
Yeah, you can tell the guys that put a groveler, and I believe maybe we've seen that board ridden by someone else in this competition. That seems like the second bright yellow board in this.
Here it is again. We'll just watch that. So he gets a nice crisp turn off there, and this is where he just gets all his momentum. Right there is where the flow starts. Rail to rail, floating over there, and just gets a little caught on this one right here.
Yeah, there wasn't enough time to get those last two. If he would have just maybe jammed up one big poke or something.
Yeah, it would have. Still, a good scoring wave. He managed to get 2 or 3 hits off, which was pretty cool.
It complements his first scoring ride. It's coming around a 6-point ride.
Well, he's running a gun in 15 events this year. Best result of Prime, a 5th at the Prime in Saquarema, Brazil. But I flash back to 2009, one of his many runs at Bells Beach where he met Parkinson in the final. I mean, just going through the trials and always getting into that CT event down there.
Yeah,
he's exciting to watch.
He is. And Bells suits his style. He's got a very smooth, flowing style, and renowned for his big frontside arcs, and obviously Bells, when it's offshore and lining up, it's one of the best ways for those kind of surfers. So Robbo, he's always won the trials there, or he gets second in the trials. It gets him into the main event, and he always pushes the guys, through to the 17th round. But we saw, was it last year? Was it David that he went all the way to the final and lost to Joel Parkinson?
Yeah, that was a great performance for him on a clear white board. He just was going over much more experienced competitors, and he had the whole local crowd. The amphitheater there at Bells is so unique, and everyone was just cheering him on. It was a great feeling.
And he's won the trials at Bells 6 times that
yeah.
I mean, how good is he? And then to watch him at Winky Pop.
Yeah, no, he's, as I said, that wave, both those waves actually really suit his style. And Robbo there, he's kind of like the, you talk about Sonny Garcia and his Triple Crown titles. Well, Robbo's won that many of those trials titles. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
And he actually, I know for a fact now, he works with Billabong. He does a lot of wetsuit study, I believe, from down there in the colder waters of Victoria. And I know he gives a lot of feedback to Billabong regarding all their suits and how they work and how they feel.
And then he was appointed by Surfing Victoria's High Performance as a coach in January this year, working with, I believe, Max Wells and Martin Dunn. He obviously knows how to surf and knows how to coach as well. So he's a man of many talents.
He's a smart kid, and he definitely knows how to articulate himself pretty well. And I would assume, if he was in the being a coach or being in somebody's ear, I would imagine it would be really good advice.
Getting back to what you're talking about, the coaching in Australia and the programs that you guys have developed over the years, it's really paying off. You see these surfers getting on the tour, and they're so experienced at such a young age.
Yeah, we've got to keep up with these young Brazilians.
Yeah, they've got it there, of course, to reckon with, because they've just made this unit, and they travel around the world just pushing each other and bidding each other, and they just keep steamrolling people.
Man with a lot of passion back there. Reynolds Hayes talking to Jean Gilbert. In the lineup right now, we have Atkinson. He's in the second spot. 2 waves ridden, a 6.83 and a 3.27. Your leaders, Adam Robertson, a 6.0 and a 5.73. And O'Brien needs a 7.27. Drew needs a 9.90. But here's your leader.
Yeah, Jamie O'Brien, unfortunately, he's in the barrel there on the backside, and Robbo on the right doing a nice little what do you call it? Little
spinner, cheese whiz.
Yeah, little cheese whiz.
But what it showed is he got some nice carbs, and he finished it off with a little variety. And it's in the judging criteria. They want to see you mix it up.
Reef Hawaiian Pro merchandise. You got to tell us about this, Nutty. The Reef is offering a limited selection as we watch the replay. Jamie O'Brien, what happened here?
Yeah, he just kind of got caught at the start there, and it's one of those tricky lefts, as I mentioned. We saw plenty of them yesterday, but look at JOB. He thought he's out at the Banzai right there.
Yeah, those guys were getting a couple barrels yesterday at Pipeline and Backdoor, and I'm sure he's looking for this today.
And Robbo, look at this board. It's just, I mean, you'd have to get a few extra points just for that color, wouldn't you?
That was a nice little grab reverse he did on that.
Well, if he ever misplaces it or his leash breaks, he's going to find it real easy.
Yeah, he is.
And I don't know if anybody will steal it. No, it looks great. The judges can easily see what he's doing on rail, and it seems to pick up the wave and accelerate immediately. Real quick, custom hats, tees, shoes, Reef Coastal Cruisers. Where can you get the Reef merchandise?
You can get it on reef.com or, of course, at your local surf shop. But, you know, we looked at some of the killer artwork that we have at the contest site at the moment, and it was done by Eric Abel. And Eric is here in Hawaii, actually, the artist that did all the event merchandise. And you can check it out. You can buy it on T-shirts and caps. And just go on to reef.com and check it out. There's some really, really cool stuff with Eric Abel's art.
Well, there is the channel buoy. I think that's number 6 out there, about 20 feet high. Sometimes that thing disappears from the swells that usually march through. I don't think it's going to happen this year, but you might see some frigate birds out there in the lineup. They usually don't land too much. They go for days and days looking for poaching a meal. Here is again, how's he picking off all these waves? It's Robertson, our leader.
Yeah, he's definitely staying busy, and that's what you got to do in these heats. And look at the flow, look at the momentum he's building up there. 4th big backside snap there. So Adam Robertson be probably feeling pretty confident, I assume, after that one.
Yeah, that board looks great for these conditions. He's flowing from maneuver to maneuver without having to try very hard to generate speed.
John Drew, one wave, a 0.20. A little frustrated right there, our surfer in yellow. A real talent out there. The European men's champion, the QS champion 2009, the junior champion 2006. But he's been watching, along with the other 3 surfers, this guy get a lot of waves.
Look at him just standing there and letting the board do the work for him as he just goes top to bottom, connecting his maneuvers, very fluid.
He's even got a yellow watch on.
Just was hoping for a yellow singlet.
Robbo there is such a good surfer. I like watching Robbo.
Yeah, very clean style.
And he's come very close too, I think, qualifying a few times there, and he's definitely a tough force there on the QS.
Yeah, it's just at 37 on the QS in 2008, just so close. You just needed one more result to get in that. Remember, we've narrowed the World Championship Tour down from what was 44 surfers with 2 alternates type of thing. They always say top 44. Now it's what? Top
32 plus the 2 wild cards.
You know, wild cards are not going to help you.
Injury wild cards.
You're not. Yeah, exactly. Injury wild cards can do it. Your brother, injury wild card. Tori had 6 of them this year, correct?
Well, as an injury wild card, he was replacing surfers. They give out 2 injury wild cards in the year, and you have a 34 field plus some sponsor wild cards in each event. But then if someone gets injured, the next seed. Corey was the first alternate, and then when there's a few injuries, and he replaces a seeded surfer.
Also, too, it looks like Yaden Nickel will get the injury wild card next year with his severely broken ankle.
Yes, we saw John Florence replace him in the second half of this year, as Yaden was qualified for the second half of this year, but was unable to compete, as right before the cut, he broke his ankle or tibia in Japan during a huge typhoon swell.
Yeah, he had some decent-sized screws in there, too.
7 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. Last wave for Robertson, a 4.83. Prior to that, a 3.93. He opened up with a 6.0 and a 5.73. So good things for Adam Robertson. John Drew, on the other hand, is looking for specifically a 9.90 just to go to second spot to overtake Dion Atkinson. There he is, our surfer in yellow. And he's to the inside, kind of rope-a-dope and looking for anything that might pop up. And
he's definitely been a little bit quiet this heat. He's kind of moved on the inside here, but it looks like these guys are going to get the wave off him here as well. Dion Atkinson here, as we mentioned, from South Australia, is on a nice little left here. It's going to get busy. Nice big snap off the top. Comes around this section. We're going to finish with a kind of little backside tail drift there. So good surfing there from the surfer in red, Dion.
Yeah, his low score of a 3.27. He's really going to move up in this heat. And Jamie and John are going to be combinations.
Well, the reason he caught that wave was to keep Jamie off it. It was a paddle battle between Atkinson and O'Brien with 6.57. I don't think that Atkinson's taken anything for granted, so he can replace a 3.27, keep O'Brien off it, and then unfortunately John Drew thinking these guys, this wave's going to roll underneath him, which we saw yesterday. A couple of guys paddling for waves, and it was just so soft. Yeah, but good move for Atkinson.
Yeah, he definitely just held off there. But this actually might even definitely will replace his 3.27. So big turn there. He kind of drifts the tail out the back.
Yeah, that's a nice maneuver on your back end. Really difficult to do is you have to catch it at the tail without catching outside rail.
Jamie O'Brien, he's going to get into this one. And, electing to go left. We've got Joanne on the right. Jamie there, third turn there. Just unfortunately.
Got 3 quick turns in there, but not one major maneuver.
Not crisp.
No, and that wave shut down on him very quickly. It wasn't like the previous left of Dion's at all.
Great stocking stuffer. It's called the 2012 Miss Reef Calendar. And if you want to look at some video, I think you're going to have 12 mini video clips.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
Check it out online, the reef.com calendar. And who is that mountain man?
That is Dane Reynolds there. And it's great to have Dane out here. I know I was talking to Blair yesterday, a good friend of Dane, and he's actually fired up for the Triple Crown. He's really going to give it everything. So that's exciting. I mean, we're just glad to have him here. He's such a fantastic surfer to watch, and we've all seen what he can do in heats. And let's hope out there he can get a couple of waves.
So creative, such an individual, and I mean, so unassuming. You
Yes.
go talk to him, hey, thanks for showing up. Really? Yeah. I mean, just the greatest guy, and wonderful girlfriend. You can check out what he does online. I believe it's Marine Layers.
MarineLayerProductions.com.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Follow what he's doing. Do I see a swell out there or wind on the horizon? A little bit of a wind blowing. We're taking a look at some possible set waves coming through over at Avalanche. Something's starting to show. 4 minutes and 55 seconds remaining. There's a boat off in the distance. 9 times out of 10 when they're coming in, it's the shark cages. If you're a tourist and you want to take a look at some sharks close up, they'll put you in a cage.
Yeah, just you wouldn't know it, but just outside of this lineup, about a mile or so, there's a lot of big sharks swimming around.
That there are. And let's hope they stay way out there.
Yeah, Mark Healy can tell you all about them. We're known for swimming with them.
Dane Reynolds, our top seed, coming into the next heat. Dane hasn't surfed a lot. I believe this will be his 5th event of the year.
He's had a few injuries this year, and obviously, you know, looking at also too possibly if he wants to, you know, continue to be on the world tour, or does he, you know, I think free surfing's probably gravitating towards him a little bit more, and we've all seen, you know, the talent. You put that guy down in a couple of those point breaks in Mexico, and you know, he doesn't need to be competing. You just could watch him there surf all day.
4 minutes remaining in the heat, and a very important wave for Jamie O'Brien. He has a 3rd wave score that's going to come through and help him.
He goes to the air for a backside air reverse. He's able to spin that out and right out of it. That should be a decent score. And his wave before is a decent score as well. So he's back into this heat and hopefully going to get outside and look to catch a major set.
Adam Robertson's now in the 2nd spot, and he's looking to replace a 5.73. Dion Atkinson, your leader, his 3rd wave came in at a 6.7, which he's trying to replace. Joan Deroux, he does have a 2nd wave. Not much of a score, but it will hopefully get him out of the combination situation.
And we all know in a heat, sometimes, especially with 4 people, you can seem to never be in the right spot. A guy can be just to your right in the right spot, just to your left the next time in the right spot, and then, like John, coming down to 3 minutes, and he's only stood up on 2 waves.
Yeah, he's definitely, it's not like him, because normally he's a really, really tough competitor, and normally he's out there, you know, he's one of the front runners every time. So he's probably in an unfamiliar situation right now, and you know, we're coming down to just around 3 minutes remaining, so he's got to get busy and got to get busy quickly.
Yes, he's hoping for a flurry of sets here in the last couple minutes.
Real quick, Surfer Pole Awards, 2nd year on the North Shore. Time Warner Cable in Hawaii and Southern California are televising the 2011 Surfer Pole Awards live from the Turtle Bay Resort on the evening of December 6th. Oceanic is again taking 6 lucky customers to show to this event as special guests. Go to oceanic.com/Surfer Pole Awards. Contest rules, online entry form. You must be an active Oceanic Internet Cable digital phone customer to qualify. Deadline is Wednesday, tomorrow at midnight. Do it. You can have fun. 6 people. At the party of the year, you can't beat it.
It is a good party. Last year was actually really, really cool, and you know, I think it's in the right venue too. Obviously, many years the Surfer Pole was held in Southern California during the Trestles event, but now it's you know, in Hawaii where it should be, where we crown the champion. And as we see Joan Drew there, he goes. I said he needed to get busy, and that he has.
Yeah, he's a very smart competitor. He knew with 2 minutes remaining, he had to catch a wave immediately if he had any chance to make it out of this heat, as he needs 2 waves right now.
He had a 207, got out of the combo, needed a 966 on that wave. We know he can serve very well. Take a look at this. Timing right?
Yeah, as he just, there it is, a big alley-oop there. Fins free, lands on the face there.
Great control coming around with that.
And unfortunately, he just wasn't able to get another hit off. Otherwise, we've got to be
the best score of the heat.
Yeah, we would be looking at a real decent score.
He's still going to get, I believe, he'll probably get between a 5 and a 6 just for that, maybe even higher.
We'll soon see, won't we, mate? One turn, though. Maybe he still needs to possibly spin around here. You know, we're in the dying minute. Shot there, Roy Powers there.
No affiliation, not a relative of Kenny Powers, the great pitcher out of Mexico.
I was thinking of the other Kenny Powers.
What Kenny? That is the Kenny Powers we're talking about.
And here's Jean Deroux right now. Adam Robertson up, and let's see if Jean Deroux can pick anything off this little left. Unfortunately not. Still a minute though. He's still in the striking range there. He can probably move back over to the peak there, and you know, what does he need to catch Robbo?
The judges, they haven't dropped even one score for that last wave of John, so he's going to get back out there, and if they can announce a score, he'll know what he needs. And a couple scores coming in. He has a 6 and a 5.8 in the score line already. 6.2. So if he can get a wave quickly here with 30 seconds remaining on the inside and do another alley-oop, he's got potential to sneak into second.
O'Brien needs a 7.30, and at this point, Deroux needs a 5.74. Last wave for Robertson not factoring in. Watch some defensive moves.
John made a very attainable score of a 5.74 now after that alley-oop, and with the set, unfortunately though, time is just not getting on his side.
Yeah, he dropped a 6 point for that wave, and fortunately there.
A little too late for John in that heat.
Well, unfortunately, Jamie O'Brien and Jean Deroux, it looks like they are relegated to 3rd and 4th, pick up a little bit of points, help their cause, but it's Dion Atkinson and Adam Robertson, 2 surfers from Australia. Dion from South Australia, and our surfer with a 2nd place result, Adam Robertson from Victoria, Australia. They advance through. The round of 96, heat number 10 comes to a close. Coming up next, Reynolds, Stairmand, Meister, and Hendrickson. Stay with us.
Come ride with us.
You're watching the early rounds of the Reef Hawaiian Pro.
Round 96.
And welcome back. Yeah, the trades aren't blowing yet. There is a little bit of wind in the lineup, but it's still fairly light. The round of 96, heat number 11, Dane Reynolds, Billy Stairmand, Tori Meister, and Tanner Hendrickson. 2 talented Hawaiians that know this lineup up against the Aussie Billy Stairmand. And the standout out of Ventura, well, Dane Reynolds, and good to see Dane. He hasn't been in a lot of events. He did the Lowers Pro, he did the U.S. Open, the Quick Pro in France, and the Search in San Francisco. And that's it, basically. Joining us in the booth, Ross Williams. Ross, good morning. What have you seen out there so far? A little bit better than yesterday.
Yeah, good morning, guys. It is a little bit better than yesterday. You know, when we started in the morning, yesterday it was a lot smaller. So good starting point today, and it's definitely contestable. And yeah, we're excited to be here.
Well, we did have some waves starting off immediately during the break. Tanner Hendrickson, the flaring.
Yeah, that was a nice area on those rights. Even with the trade wind starting to blow, he was still able to keep that board to his feet without a grab. And then Billy behind him on a nice left. This set, I was talking to Ross as he got in the booth here, had about 10 good waves in it as it just kept pumping through the lineup. Tori Meister up on this left.
And Tori, definitely a kid to watch as he comes unstuck right there. I just jinxed him. But this is Dane Reynolds here. And it's nice to see him in this event, guys. I don't know if he entered this event last year. Not sure if he did, but he's been a little bit elusive, like Dave said, this year. So it's good to see him here at Haleiwa.
Yeah, he's been picking and choosing the events he wants. I think that's what we're going to see out of him in the future as well. as he really likes to compete in Hawaii. And we're glad to have his presence here. And Tanner Hendrickson started with that big air, and he's just looking very fast on this little lap as he did about 6 or 7 quick turns.
Wow, non-stop action here, a flurry of waves. Meister going to town right there. Tori Meister from the Big Island, spends a lot of time on the North Shore here, the 23-year-old. He's looking for a result, needs a big one. Needs the round of 32, at least a third place, trying to replace his 11,057 points from last year at the Reef Hawaiian Pro, and that's his goal. For Dane Reynolds, you go, well, he hasn't surfed here at Haleiwa since, my gosh, I'm looking back at 2007. Last time we saw Dane here.
That's been a while, so yeah, it's like we were saying, it's good to see him here. He's one of the most popular kids in the sport, and here he goes on a nice little right. His waves are looking a little tricky on the right. They're just getting a little, there's some high tide on it still, so there's some warble that he had to deal with there, and you could tell with his body language, he wants a little ramp or something just to get busy on, but nonetheless, he got a wave under his belt there.
And Ross, we've got a heat sheet in front of me, and it has your name on it.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. And
yeah,
they've
that's
given you a
fun.
gray jersey.
A gray one, interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. We're going to get out there with Shano and Rob and Kalani, and, we all wish the waves were a little bit bigger, but we're going to try our hardest and see what happens. So it should be fun.
Have you guys been practicing much to prepare for this? Having some heats go down, a little competition already?
No heats, but we've had a couple surfs together. As you guys know, the waves have been pretty small the last 10 days, so... but had a couple little wick whacks this morning and caught a couple waves at Rubber Duckies last night. I'm just trying to surf the worst waves I can find because I know it's going to be tough out here this morning.
Duckies was crowded, wasn't it? There were a couple of guys out.
I got bombarded. I was by myself, and then Eric Olson and a couple of his buddies came out, and they just thought I looked like I was having too much fun by myself, so they came and joined me. Yeah, we're trying.
That's it. When you go out there and you surf really well, they go, oh, the waves are good there. Not the surfer's good, the waves are good.
I don't know, yeah.
I believe we're going to go down to Kaipo Guerrero. Kaipo, you on the beach?
Thank you, Dave. I'm down here with Dion Atkinson out of Adelaide, Australia, winner of heat number 10. Dion, 20-minute heats, second heat of the day. You got to be glad to get through that one.
Yeah, I mean, it's always nervous and nerve-wracking for us. And, normally these primes are half hour, and so even sometimes 25 minutes freaks you out a little bit. But, yeah, 20 minutes out there, and we were lucky enough to get a few waves, and, we all had a good little shot.
Talk a little bit about your strategy, 4 minutes, 4-man heats in these shorter format and some of the smaller waves.
Yeah, pretty much, because there's a peak, I pretty much just tried to take what I could get. I mean, there's good lefts and rights, so, we were kind of being pretty friendly out there, like whoever was waiting the longest, Jamie or Adam between us, we were just sort of going, what do you want, sort of thing, and I'd just go whatever they didn't, and, it kind of worked, and luckily enough, I kind of found a few sections and, managed to surf it right.
All right, so some of the heats are gentlemen's surfing, and some of the heats look like they're full-on scrap fest out there. What are you riding today?
Just pretty much a regular shortboard, just shaped by Gunther Ron at home, and sort of a bit weird though. You come over here expecting your big boards and all that, and I brought pretty much a brand new board that I'd never surfed, and it was flat for that week, and I was sort of a bit nervous to hop on it, but yeah, it managed to work really well, so yeah.
All right, well, congratulations, Dion. We'll see you in the next round of competition. In round number 3, congratulations, and we'll see you later on today.
Thank you. Cheers.
Back up to you guys.
Thanks, Kaipo. Hey, Dion Atkinson and Adam Robertson advanced through. Earlier on to this morning, we had Luke Davis and Sean Jobert advanced through. Real quick, back to Dane Reynolds. Yeah, I haven't seen him since 2007. A 17th place result back then, and then a 9th place at Sunset Beach. So he's going to do the Triple Crown this year. Obviously, last year, a third to Kieran Perot, who ended up runner-up. But a couple of thirds at Pipe. I'm thinking we're going to see a lot of Dane this year. This is good. And then we're forecasting some larger surf up at Sunset.
Well, that seems to be the key. I mean, seeing Dane, it's like, where's Waldo? He's, I don't know, Shay, do you have any inside scoop? It sounded like you knew something I didn't know. I think we'll be seeing him sporadically next year as well, or do you know anything I don't know?
Well, I think what he's what he's transitioning into is picking and choosing events he likes to compete in. His sponsors events here, riding for Vans and the Vans Triple Crown, we'll see him at all 3 events, and then the Quicksilver events throughout the years. We're going to continue to see him. Whether he commits to a full year on tour is yet to be seen.
Okay.
What is the key to to his power surfing, where it looks like the wave's not offering a lot, but he looks like he unleashes such amazing power in his turns.
He's a big guy, and he has perfect technique, and that's an awesome combination. Ross Williams, for years, and he still is known. You talk to anybody, he threw the most water of anyone on tour.
Well, I don't know. Yeah, Dane definitely has. I like the word technique. He's got great technique, and he's just a freak. He's really flexible, and he's able to kind of tweak out on those turns more than some of the other guys that are, have as much size as he does. So it lets him be, contort his body in ways that other guys can't, and that's why he's known for those giant airs. I mean, you don't see a lot of big guys do really good airs and rotations and all that stuff. So, and he's just got, speaking of his technique, I love watching him just carve too. A lot of guys can throw big airs, but they can't carve really good, and he's one of the best guys there is in the world today that can throw a huge carve down. He's just amazing. I'm a groupie for Dane. I love the way he surfs, and just talking about him doing a tour, I wish he would do more of it, because he's an American and we need someone to wave our flag, and I just wish that he would commit to a full year, because I think he could win a world title.
Yeah, even with the 4th place finish the year before last, excuse me, in the world title rankings, and that was just in his 2nd year. So he definitely has that world title potential. As Kelly Slater had mentioned time after time, he was the threat.
Right.
Well, he's looking for his first victory. Will it be here? We'll have to wait and see. Let's talk about some of the other great surfers in the lineup. Canaboy's your leader, Tanner Hendrickson, the 19-year-old out of Lahaina, Maui, who has taken the lead, and Dane Reynolds trying to overtake him with an 8.60. Hendrickson, a 6.67, and a 5.83 has him in the lead. Now we go with our surfer in yellow, Tori Meister.
Some of that flexibility we were talking about with Dane on that last wave, beautiful carve. And here is Tori Meister, another guy, another big, tall guy with good technique. He doesn't look tall when he's on the wave.
No, he surfs really low to his board. He's riding a 5.7, Ross.
Wow. Yeah, that looked like, but he had a lot of flow. He wasn't, no water going over his rail. It looked like he was going pretty speedy, and hopefully we'll get to see a replay of that carve of Dane Reynolds. That was a beautiful, probably the best turn we've seen so far this morning, so I'm sure we'll cue that up for you guys.
Just as we were talking about that carve, he went and did it. And coming from Ventura, he's got those points in Santa Barbara very close to him, C Street, Rincon, and he's grew up surfing those waves, and that's where he's got that carve down. And here's that replay.
And for Dane Reynolds coming in wave number 4.
I love when you can tell when someone grew up on a point break, Shay, because they go to the bottom of the wave. A lot of kids that grow up on beach breaks, they kind of get their speed like a skater, and they'll stay at the top of the wave and just stay loaded with their knees and spring up the top. Whereas
that was me.
A lot of guys like Dane that grew up at Rincon or Rubber or point breaks in Santa Barbara, they'll go to the bottom of the wave. They kind of cue up the wave like they're playing chess, and they line up maneuvers, and just really smart surfing.
The best advice I ever got was after my first surf at Kira. I came in and thought I was ripping, and Jolie Peter Wilson told me, yeah, you're surfing good, but you never go to the bottom of the wave. Go to the bottom and commit from the bottom turn. And after that, it just clicked for me.
Right.
Surfer in blue looking at this. He's your heat leader. Cannot get into it. Surfer in white's in 4th. Billy Stairmand needs a 5.97. Last wave for Dane Reynolds came in at a 5.0. Still in 2nd. Looking to replace a 3.9. Well, taking a look at the scores, it is Hendrickson in the lead, Reynolds in 2nd. Let's go to Heat Nutty Walker with a special guest. Nutty, what's up?
Yeah, thanks, Dave. I'm here with Jamie O'Brien, a man who needs no introduction. Jamie, unfortunately, not getting the waves you needed out there, but still great to have you here at the Reef Hawaiian Pro.
Yeah, I'm stoked to be in the Triple Crown this year. It's a good event. Haleiwa is always awesome. Kind of kicks off the whole winter, and unfortunately the waves are a little small, but at least Haleiwa is, a rippable wave from 2 to 12 feet. So, it's 2 feet today, and, there's some good surfing going on, and it's a good day, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot of great rides.
Yeah, yesterday you got through, obviously, unfortunately not getting through today, but moving into Sunset, you will be competing up there as well?
Yeah, I'll be competing in Sunset. Should be fun. I'm stoked to be in the Triple Crown. It's the first time in like 3 years, 4 years. So I'm stoked, maybe get a couple points so I can surf in, the pipe contest next year and just have fun.
What about competing outside of Hawaii? Obviously, it's never really been too much of a passion of yours. You've definitely been the one recognised for free surfing. Any ideas of maybe competing outside of Hawaii?
Yeah, a little bit, but at the same time, it seems like every time I enter a contest somewhere else in the world, I end up not going because there's a really good swell going somewhere else, and it's a hard one to juggle. Like, do I go surf the contest? I got one in 128 of winning, or do I just go and get a killer free surf, for 3 or 4 days and just win all day long? So it's just kind of, I get that little balance where I don't know what to do, but
Yeah, you're definitely one of the lucky ones. I think over the last couple of years, watching some of the movies and some of the locations you've been to. I mean, what is that? Just to surfing around the world and chasing swells. It's just such an amazing opportunity.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely, very fortunate, and I'm just stoked, to go score those kind of waves is what people dream of, and it's my dream, it's my passion. I love surfing perfect waves, whether it's 2 feet or 12 feet or 20 feet, but just, you're always a winner in free surfing. You can go surf and have the time of your life with all your best friends and have a great day. It's nothing better.
Now, we put you in the caliber of the Dane Reynolds and the Geordie Smith. It's Dane Reynolds in the heat out there right now. What would you want to see?
I want to see him do a big backside air because I know the winds are good out there. And I was trying, but every time I get there, the section would just bog out. So every time I see it, everyone, they're like, Dane Reynolds. I'm like, running out from the changing room, like, oh, what's going on?
Thanks for that. So there you go, guys. Jamie O'Brien, but he's a happy Jamie O'Brien. Didn't make it through today, but you will see Jamie up at Sunset and, of course, Pipeline. Back to you, Dave.
Thank you so much. Yeah, Pipeline Master in Pipeline Masters in that event since 2001. He won it in 2004 against Sonny Garcia, Kalani Rubb, and Bruce Irons, 2004. But last year he missed all 3 events in the Triple Crown due to injury.
Yes, and when you surf like Jamie, you're going to get your fair share of injuries. And if you saw his movie, Who is J.O.B., he got in 1 year of filming that more good waves than I've seen in my lifetime, I believe.
Pretty amazing stuff. Jamie O'Brien, and again, another finals back in 2001. It was Bruce Irons winning a specialty event. Slater was in there, C.J. Hobgood, and J.O.B. in there as well. Excited about what's the opportunity to get into all 3 events. We'll see what happens at Sunset. J.O.B. out, but he's keeping an eye on Dane Reynolds. Where is Dane Reynolds in the lineup? Well, he's in that second spot, looking to better a 3.90. Tanner Hendrickson, your leader. 2 solid scores, a 5.83 and a 6.67. So Tori Meister needs a 4.41. Billy Stairmand needs a 5.91. Let's talk a little about Billy. And he's a guy that's been running the gun, and he is busy, challenging the world. 16 events in 10 different countries this year. His best result, Fantastic Noodles down at Kangaroo Island, South Australia, the one that Chloe just won, a 6-star event, 5th place result. Traveling the world at 22 and trying to get out of a number 78 in the rankings and up into the top 50.
Well, he made news when he beat Kelly Slater at Margaret River. I don't know if anyone remembers that heat. Kelly was yet to lose a heat, and then in the man-on-man, he took him down, and it was like, who is this kid? I'd never heard of him. And it was really, really telling of the amount of talent he has. Anyone that's able to peak and beat Kelly Slater, you're going to be a force to be reckoned with.
And here he is, Billy Stairmand on his backhand.
Right on cue, and these lefts are really tricky. They kind of bend out to sea and also go get ahead of you. So with that wind and everything, hopefully someone will be able to catch up to a little ramp and bust an air. Other than that, those lefts are pretty tricky out there.
Yeah, we see that wind now it's starting to hit as the sun comes over the hill. That's when these trades start to blow.
Well, when we talk about the packs people travel in, the Kiwi pack is pretty solid, and Stairmand part of that pack. Last year's national championship in New Zealand in Gisborne, in a 30-minute final, he won in the first 4 minutes, basically. He could have exited the water. He defeated Richard Christie, Maz Gwynn, and Marhu Roberts. Not an easy field in a final, but to do it in 4 minutes, well, we've seen Kelly Slater do oddball stuff like that at Pipeline in under 3 minutes. It's just when you're in rhythm, it seems to work, right?
What surf spot was that at, the contest?
Gisborne.
Oh, okay, yeah, Gisborne. Gizzy. Yeah, there's some good surf down there, and there's a good surf scene with Maz and all the boys, and those guys are psyched over there. I see he's only 22 years old, so yeah, promising future for him. Hopefully we'll see, if he gets a lot of points out here in Sunset, he could set himself up for a really good seed next year, Shay, and then that's kind of what you need to do to catapult yourself onto the next stage.
Yes, as you go up through the ranks from the stars to the primes and hopefully the World Tour, it's about building your seed up year after year and getting in the big events. Another New Zealand competitor I've been impressed with is Richard Christie.
Oh, what another powerhouse.
Yes.
Big kid.
And when the surf's flat, they're playing a little footy.
Yeah. There's no shortage of activities in New Zealand. I mean, that's one of the most beautiful places in the world. And, yeah, they have a lot of surf to pull from, too, down there in New Zealand.
2 spectacular islands, a great location, do anything you want, from bungee jumping to snowboarding, helicopter skiing, obviously a great sailing location for the America's Cup down there. He's trying to replace a 33rd that he posted last year at the World Cup, and he knows that coming in. He looks at his results. You can scroll underneath it and it says, oh, on December 6th, you're going to lose this many points, and it's not good. It's like your house is going to be repossessed.
Yeah, you really get that sinking feeling. I've been around a few competitors like Gabe Kling when he had won lowers the year before, and he's looking at that 6,500 points, and there's so much pressure going in that event, knowing after that event, that 6,500 is going to disappear, and whatever you get there is going to be in your score line.
Well, speaking of points, it looks like Dane Reynolds is holding on to that second place finish. And Shay, you were talking about it earlier. He got a nice 5-point ride there for that one turn, basically, a huge carve. But the boys in third and fourth don't need huge scores to overtake him. A 4.4 for Meister. And Stairmand only needs a 5.97, so a little flurry of waves coming in here. There could be some action.
Dane's in position for this wave to see if it bumps up for him. And unfortunately, it shifted underneath, and now we see Billy in the spot.
Just total mayhem.
That's Tanner, I'm sorry.
Paddling everywhere. He does squeeze off on this little left. One more turn.
Surfing very fast.
Yeah, he just killed this heat.
Yeah.
Rocky, Cheryl, and the whole family probably watching. I don't know if they're here, but in Lahaina. And here we go.
This is huge. He only needs a 4.4, guys.
Yeah, very important way for him to get this last jam in there.
I think he got it there. Yeah.
What a beautiful move on that closeout.
That was a nice little lip climb there, Dave. I think he squeezed out that extra point. He knows it. He did a little thumb snap fist claim there. So Tori feeling it.
Now, if the wave didn't collapse that quick, he would have gone to the top and hit the lip normally. But what he did might have been more difficult to time that bottom turn. And you said a lip climb as it closed out real quick. Great reactions.
Really, yeah, exactly. I like that word, reaction. On those lefts, they're just so difficult to time it. It's almost never timed perfectly. Every time you bottom turn and hit the lip, it's just not there. So
yeah.
Good reactions there from Meister. And let's see if Dane can get a little wave here.
He's paddling very hard. If he gets to his feet before the horn, he's unable to. And that was critical, their exchanges. He paddled for the two of those waves. Tanner came up with the first one, and then Tori on the second one. And it's going to be a telling score here as it decides the end of this heat.
Well, Dane Reynolds, big star. It looks like he might get squeezed out of the second place there down to third.
Hendrickson's going to post a pretty solid score on his fourth wave. Looks like he's going to go away the winner. The question is, does Dane Reynolds hold on with a 5.0 and a 3.9? Tori Meister was looking for a 4.41. Here's one of his better waves, a 4.5. Still waiting for a score. They're probably looking at replays. The 2011 Reef Hawaiian Pro here at Haleiwa Beach. Round of 96, heat number 11 coming to a close. What do you think? We'll find out right after this short break.
Those of us who share these islands, flying is a way of life. Every day, Hawaii flies with us.
Round 96.
Tori Meister gets a 5.70 and backs that up with that earlier 4.50. A 10.20 gets him into a second spot. Dane Reynolds ended up with an 8.9 and Stairmand a 5.0. So Hendrickson and Meister advance through in the lineup right now. Heat number 12, Dylan Graves, Romain Clotre, Vincent Duvak in the lineup as well with TJ Barron. And here is Barron.
Kind of a nice lineup there. A couple of French guys up against the local boy here, TJ. Looking like he's going to squeeze in one more move here. It's that tricky left we were talking about there, and just no bargain.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to surf that left on your backside as you have your back to the wave. It's much harder to see and decide where to hit the lip. And here's Dylan Graves on the other left.
Dylan looks like he's on a kind of a cool little board there, a little cross spread between a hybrid and a normal shorty. I think that's the board of choice today. What do you think, Shay?
Yeah, those sections as they jump in front of you here on these lefts, they're really really hard to decide where they're going to break at times, and sections can peel off in front of you, go back into the bowl, and you got to have a board that's going to carry your speed through each section.
Exactly.
We're looking at 20-minute heats. We're looking at they can catch 15 waves. The best who will count. Looks left, looks right. Our surfer in yellow, Duvak, and I believe hits his first time here from Aquitaine, France, the 23-year-old. Duvia, they call him number 93 in the world rankings, and he could have a shot at a Triple Crown title. Hendrickson, Meister advancing through Reynolds and Stairmand, third and fourth at last heat. Looking at heat number 12.
Interesting. The two Frenchmen out there definitely got their friendship hats off. He kept them off that wave and that little left just now. So it's all business right now. And, you know, I guess that's how it has to be, isn't it, Shay? I mean, you can't make some deal when the waves are this crucial out there. There's just not enough waves to go around.
Yeah, well, your friends aren't paying your bills.
Right.
And they're not going to give you part of their check if they win this event. So it's every man for himself, no matter what you have at home, what you have in the country. You got to get your waves and you perform on them.
Graves with a 1.0, 1.83. Eclipse's first wave coming through probably in the threes, along with Duvak. And Barron with a 4.0 and still waiting for his second wave. Let's go down to Heath Nutty Walker. Heath.
Yeah, thanks, Dave. Thanks, guys, up there. I've got some very, very happy Hawaiians down here. Tanner, mate, what a start to that heat. Obviously, Dane Reynolds there. A lot of emphasis on Dane. What was your game plan going in there?
Just to have fun. I'm stoked I got in the contest, and yeah, I was just stoked to be able to surf against him. To get the opportunity is good, so I was just happy to be able to surf against him.
Yeah, you're definitely confident on that backhand of yours. As soon as the horn sounded, you were off and running. A couple of vicious snaps there on your backhand, and then just at the end there, you got another really good one as well. Must be feeling pretty confident.
Yeah, I'm stoked. I got a good board, and I'm home, and all my friends over here, and got a good support crew. And my dad flew over, my uncle flew over at school. I'm stoked to be here.
There you go, Tanner Hendrickson. You're going to see him moving up through to the next round, the round of 64. Best of luck, mate. A man who's always fighting through heat series, Tori Meister. Tori, that one there, you a bit of a slow start there. You said you had it left halfway through there, didn't quite get the scoring potential, but then coming back at the end.
Yeah, I was just, I kind of was nervous a little bit, I'm going to admit. Kind of figuring out my equipment and stuff. The waves are a little bigger today, so I kind of jumping back between boards, and then I got a good left, and I fell off, and I was like, oh, no, and then, you know, I got that little right, and then, and I knew there was a wave coming, like, before the heat was going to end. I could see it, you know, over here, and there's a lot of indicators of Haleiwa, and I knew it was coming, so when it was there, I'm just glad it was a good little left, and I was able to capitalize.
Now, obviously, Dane Reynolds is a big draw card in surfing today. You know, he's probably the most looked-upon surfer. Did that affect you at all going out there, or is it just, you know, I'm playing the Tori Meister game, and that's where my head's at?
Yeah, I always try to tell people that I'm playing the Tori Meister game, but, you know, Dane's my favorite surfer, and he's been my favorite surfer since I was a little kid, and I'll be like, you know, paddle it next to him, like, oh, it's Dane Reynolds, gnarly, you know. But, no, I was definitely just trying to do my own thing, and I'm glad it worked out. Stoked to get through. I'm stoked for Tanner, too. He's surfing really well. Like, you know, he had the lead right from the start and got all the way through.
There you go, guys. Tori Meister there. You're going to see more of Tori. You got your family down here. You got everybody watching, obviously from the Big Island and the North Shore here. Tori, best of luck, mate.
Thanks a lot.
Back to you guys, Dave, and we'll see more action coming up.
How good was that B-roll over that? Especially the one shot of Dane Reynolds when he knew the other surfer got the score.
Little raise of the eyebrow there. It's like, oh, well, I guess that's it for me in Haleiwa. But yeah, that was a good little piece there from Tori. He just seems really likable, doesn't he? I like his demeanor. He's just a laid-back guy, but he's still competitive, and you can tell he wants to win, but just really likable.
Yeah, very funny guy. If you saw his intersection part this year, it's a classic, and you should check it out when the movie comes out soon.
He needs Tori needs a big result, a round of 32, third place, to replace his points. Here's our surfer in red, and Graves with a 4.23.
Yeah, nice opening there. The left looks like it's going to form up for him, and then this is what happens. It just kind of bends out to sea, and you're just doing a little awkward lip climb. But, you know, he made the most of it. And, again, he looks like he's on one of those boards that we've been talking about, the little hybrid between a normal shorty and a you know, fun board.
How quick was he able to make that turn at the bottom and get it up there so fast?
Yeah, he did the most of it. That was a lot of work for a 4.23, but, you know, right now a 4.23 is like, yep, I'll take that. It's a keeper.
Real quick, Tanner Hendrickson, he said he's happy to be in the event. Yeah, not easy when you rank 235 and you only have 7 results this year. So this 8th result will help him out. He'll vault in the ratings. Will people get dropped? take a look at a big change in the world ranking, 235, and everything he does here, all these points will go into his ranking and help him out. Now for Tori Meister, well, he's had some great results here at Haleiwa, 9th in 2009, but trying to replace a 33 result from last year. Good for the two Hawaiians. They move on. Reef Hawaiian Pro, Sean Cansdale, Jack Freestone, and Blake Thornton. That is a firecracker. But he round of 96, heat 13. There is a Reef Hawaiian Pro, our top seed, warming up.
Well, just touching on Hendrickson, you know, he's 19 years old. He's an Outer Island boy, and getting a good result here can really catapult him into that, you know, a little bit of a higher seeding for next year. And then when he does enter the QSs, well, for one, he's actually able to enter. You know, because he said he was rated 235 or something, so he's in the middle of nowhere. So these points are huge for him. If he can somehow boost up into the top 150 or something like that, then he'll be able to just enter events.
Yeah, well, those top 100 have a lot of points, but then once you get past 100 to 250, he can move into almost probably a position around 100 with a good result here in Sunset.
Right.
Well, for Dylan Graves, our surfer in red, our top seed coming in, his world ranking number 61. He's going to let this one go. Our surfer in yellow, Vincent Duvak, out of Mimizan, France.
These guys are scraping for every wave in this heat. There's been a couple lulls, and that was a nice ride for Duvy.
Yeah, they are scraping, and he likes that little left bowl. And here's a nice right here for Dylan. Big closeout turn. Let's see if he can hold on, and just coming unstuck. Now, that's a tricky little section. Normally that right kind of throws a big lip at you, and it's just the easiest section in the world to hit. Not the case today. Yeah, well, today it looks like, you know, almost.
It's a little soft. You're seeing the guys push through that section when they go to hit it.
Really soft.
One key, if you were going to tell somebody and coach before your heat, but if you're going to coach somebody right now, what do you think a guy like Reynolds Hayes is saying? Here's 3 things to concentrate, and I'll ask both of you guys. Looking at the surf, looking at the number of waves coming through in these 20-minute heats, what are the 3 key things, and are they saying keep an eye on those lefts?
Yeah, I don't know. I think the lefts are better right now, even though we keep saying how difficult they are to ride. They're just a little more predictable.
They're longer.
They're longer, and if you happen to get lucky, you get that one that opens up for you, like the one Tori had at the end of his heat, and got that, you know, whatever he had, a 6.5. You know, that's a big score right now. The rights are really short, and like we just said, they're kind of weak. So I would definitely tell, if I was coaching, I would tell my Grom, like, hey, make sure you hang on the side there in position for those lefts, and don't get stuck. You know, you don't want to have 5 minutes left in your heat and you need a 4 or even a 3. It's just the worst feeling, needing a score. Like, stay busy, get those waves early.
And what would you tell maybe your Grom, what kind of board to ride that would fit whatever his dimensions, his weight and height and ability?
I'd ride a board that if you get stuck riding smaller waves in your heat, you can still squeak scores out of it. And like you said, you need to get that 3 or 4 in your score line. With 4 people in this lineup, you can get at the end of the heat and be sat on very hard for the remainder of that heat and not even have the potential to ride a wave.
Now here's the key thing that a lot of people watch surfing, they probably don't understand, even surfers don't understand, but time in the water, even sitting out there, how do you pick a good wave when they kind of pop up in the last 100 yards? You've really got to assess a swell before it even takes shape on the reef.
Yeah.
You've got to get in position. Where are you reading the lineup here on a day like this?
Well, you know, it's just as crucial to know how the wave breaks as it is positioning yourself with the 3 other competitors. I mean, that's what it's more about. On a day like today, when it's small, you're just battling each other. You're on each other's back, you're shoulder to shoulder. So more than half the time, really, you're just trying to get position on the dudes in your heat. And then all of a sudden you're like, well, where I am, I'm taking off, I'm too far behind. If you were by yourself, you'd put yourself perfectly in a spot of the wave where it is ideal to make the section. But when you're with other guys snaking you, it's like you're just trying to catch the wave. And then when you stand up, you're like, okay, now I can start doing my thing.
Now you can surf. Well, a lot of these guys push each other out of position. So a guy like TJ Barron out there, who is now in second spot. Duvak jumps into the lead with a 6.17. Solid last wave for him. Duvak in the lead, surfer in yellow, trying to replace a 3.50. But guys, is there a little bit of cat and mouse out there, gamemanship? If you do see a set coming, you don't want to indicate you see the set while the other 2 guys might be talking. You want to wait till the last minute to make your move. A little poker match.
Well, if you watch these sets come in, they come in from different angles. They shift through the channel at Avalanche and back onto the peak. And some come out of the angle, and they've been predominantly rights. And some come in predominantly lefts. And some they shift over towards peak. They come back over towards the toilet bowl. Those lefts that shift over towards the toilet bowl and come all the way across are the best ones. If you can anticipate that, and sucker your surfers, fellow surfers in the heat out of position. You're the last person to get in position for that wave, puts you in a great opportunity.
It's exactly what Ross Williams is going to do. He is going to sucker Shane Dorian, Rob Bichotto, and Kalani Robb in the Clash of the Legends. He's going to drag him over to Peaks and then come back. And is that what you're
I might go to Peaks and just hang out by myself, stay away from those guys, man. You know, it's funny. I was free surfing this morning just a little bit, and I was like, God, what are we going to do? Are we going to take this thing serious? Are we going to be snaking? Are we going to just chill? I don't think, we haven't been really talking about it, so it should be funny just to see how awkward we look in the water, because I don't know I don't think any one of us knows what to make of it. We're just, we're going to take it serious, but it should be funny. We're going to look pretty awkward.
It's definitely been a while since you guys have had a jersey on, but there is 10 grand at stake here.
Yeah, there's some money on the line, and not only that, we all want to surf good. That's the main thing. You don't want to look like a kook out there. So with the waves this small, for me, my idea is, or my plan is just to stay afloat, kind of have some speed, and look halfway decent. I just don't want to dig rail and make a butt of myself out there.
Well, we got some big matches coming up. I believe the next one, Blake Thornton going to be online. Blake Thornton wearing the white singlet. Jack Freestone, Sean Cansdell, Reed Aaron Baru, great surfers. They really enjoy coming to Hawaii. I mean, it is really their second home. A lot of these international travelers always looking to Hawaii. And a big deal in the early part of the season is make sure you can qualify for these events.
Yeah, there's Freestone. We were talking a lot about him yesterday, and he's definitely an up-and-comer there. Junior star. He just won that big junior event this year. So definitely one to look out for. And he was pretty much the photo of the day, too. He's on all the websites just after yesterday's heat win.
Well, he was the leader at the beginning. Now he needs a 5.68 to retake the lead. TJ Barron.
Cool little whitewash climb there, Shay.
Yeah, he's got a really unique style as he came across that, projected across that wave with some good maneuvers, and he picked up that deep left that we were talking about coming across the reef.
Yeah, those are the keepers right now. Unfortunately, I am super bummed because Rob Machado is going to be flying across those things. But here's a nice little replay, TJ. Shay, why don't you take us through this?
Yeah, he set up that foam climb to start off, get a lot of speed, and then project over the lip there with a nice move. And then this is what you're talking about, that nice little foam climb to finish it off strong. And just
That's not easy.
No, and that we're finishing the maneuver, and you got 3 turns in a quick wave, and the judges like to see you just complete your ride.
Well, TJ Barron, his very first pro event was here at Haleiwa, the Triple Crown, Li'i Beach, 6-star event, age 19. So 33rd result, not bad. And I guess you got to flash back to when he made his debut for the big screen, 1994, the Endless Summer 2 film, age of 8. He was, the Grom at the time, the hottest Grom going. They go, well, let's shoot this guy. He's only 8 and he rips.
Right.
Well, he set the stage. Now we're seeing people pre-teens in some of these trials events around the globe.
Yeah, TJ, you're right. He's been in the limelight for a long time, and his dad's a big-time shaper here in Hawaii. And I remember him pushing TJ into waves at backdoor when he was 8 years old, and just going, "Wow, this kid is kind of crazy." He's just no fear at a really young age. So he's got tons of experience, even though he's only, how old is TJ now?
Well, TJ's now 25. Got a birthday coming up January 21st.
That's amazing. It seems like he should be 35 with all the years under his belt.
Good-looking kid, great family. Honolulu. Taking a look where he was born in Honolulu, the ancestry includes Hawaiian, Filipino, Chinese, Mexican. Just a great look. Timothy James, Kaonalani Barron, and that means Heavenly Sea Warrior. So it's great, beautiful Hawaiian names. Ross, what's yours mean?
Man, it's Irish, and it probably means like a pint of beer or something. I have no idea. But it's definitely not Hawaiian.
It means from Ohio.
Yeah.
Duvak, your leader with a 6.17 and a 3.50. Well, we're David Stanfield here, along with Shea Lopez in the middle. There's Ross Williams, who'll be out in the water shortly, talking about the air show and what has been transforming into what at one time an air show was kind of like, well, these guys can throw air, but they can't surf. And now these guys, you're expected to do both. Who are some of the guns that have come here looking for a rookie title? We mentioned Jack Freestone. Obviously, he's got the credentials. Last year, he was here paying his dues on the island, not in the event. A lot of these guys come over for a couple of years. They serve as groms in some of the team houses, and then they get their shot, right?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, speaking of that air show, and I did watch the clip after of all the best airs, like 8 or 9 airs, and it's not easy out here with this section. It kind of goes away from me. It's not a nice ramp that you would like for an air, but the guys are still doing it, and that's just a testament to how skilled they are. They're just so good above the lip, and you know, we saw even Evan Valier from Hawaii boost. I thought it was maybe the best air yesterday.
That was my pick for the best air of the day.
Right, so yeah, it's good to see that, you know, the airs out here, especially with these lefts and the wind holding the board against your feet. You know, that's perfect. It's set up for that.
And some of those best airs we saw in the highlight package is the top 5. Evan Valier obviously posting. Duvak in the lineup had a great wave. Jack Freestone coming up. Sean Cansdell, Nat Young. Some great performances in minimal conditions, but there's a big bonus if you can get the 250,000 Hawaiian miles. There is Blake Thornton heading out in the lineup from Little Bay, Maruba, Australia, the 26-year-old ranking coming into this event number 65. And when you're in that top 100, it's never good enough. You need to be higher. You need to be in that top 32.
These guys are all looking to move up. And Jack Freestone, he's going to make a push for this top 32 very soon. And I don't know if Ross, you stood next to him. He's a big kid.
Oh. Yeah, I'm 6 feet and I look up at him.
Yeah,
so
6'2", every bit.
But he's one of those surfers we were talking about earlier where he pulls off his height really well. He doesn't look tall on the wave. You know, he's got great technique.
And even in these small waves, he's flying across sections. Is here on another good left, our heat leader.
Well, Duvak took this wave thinking he can better a 3.50. There was no defensive play there. Now he looks over his shoulder and watches Clotre, who's in 4th, needs a 5.37 to move into a transfer spot.
Interesting airbrush there. It's really dark, so it kind of disappears on the wave, but nonetheless, oh, a little jockeying there. Dylan Gray is getting better at that. Beautiful tail slide, but maybe pushing a touch hard and just getting unstuck.
Yeah, he only needs that 3.97, and there's a couple big sets coming through, but these guys just aren't able to capitalize on them.
So that was a big mistake for Dylan. Only needed a 4. I think he would have got it if he just planted that turn. So, you know, sometimes that can just get the best of you when you're trying too hard. You push a little too hard, and the next thing you know, you're unstuck because, you know, he's in 3rd place, needing 4. That's going to hurt.
Yeah, here's that replay as he gets the wave off of TJ. And he has a nice lineup in front of him. I wasn't sure if he was going to float and try to make the section, but he goes to get it all in this one hit.
Oh, his outside rail.
Looked like he tried to spin it
there. You could tell he was trying to pull his rail back out, and it was just too late.
More waves, less interferences, less hassling, and flashing back to a heat yesterday. Unfortunately, a double interference, Joel Centeo and Tyler Newton. That was crazy.
Yeah, that was a big loss there for Hawaii. Joel Centeo, it seems like he's always in the finals, and so that was a big hit for Joel, as we see another family man on TV there.
Yeah, it's my little brother Corey with his family, and his wife Jen, his daughter Alana, and his little boy Luke, who's celebrating a birthday here December 6th.
Luke's going to be the caddy, beach caddy. Here we go, looking to ramp it up. Now gets a couple of turns in. Surfer and White, wave number 2. It's Clotre, a 2.83 in the scoreline.
The blue board looks pretty fast, actually, getting a lot of projection off that tiny little right. And, well,
this heat's about done here with 10 seconds.
Yeah, it looks like TJ Barron from Hawaii, local boy, is going to hang on to that 2nd place. So that's good for him. You know, it doesn't matter you get 1st and 2nd as long as you keep plugging along with the Frenchman Duvak. So good news for TJ.
It's not how you get 2nd, it's whether you get 2nd or not.
Well, nobody really scores the big wave, but a 10.67 two-wave total for Duvak gets him through. TJ Barron with an 8.20. Here's TJ making the most of that left. Dylan Graves ended up needing a 3.97, and in the closing seconds, unfortunately, there was a wave out there, but the horn blasted it off. There's your leader, Duvak. He's in the hunt for a Triple Crown rookie title. We'll be right back with heat number 13. Stay with us.
round 96.
Welcome back to the Reef Hawaiian Pro. We are seeing day 2 of competition here. We're in the round of 96, heat 13, currently out in the water. Aritz Aramburu in the red, in the blue, Sean Cancel, Jack Freestone, and who else we got there? Blake Thornton as well, up and riding. Sorry guys, I'm a little puffed. I ran upstairs. I'm a little running a little bit late for this heat.
Yeah, I think we all just got here, Nutty.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Boys,
good morning.
Just for all you guys joining us on the Time Warner cable, appreciate you logging in today and turning on the TV and watching the day 2 of the Reef Hawaiian Pro, the first event of the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing. My name's Heath Walker. I am joined here with Shane Dorian and Rob Machado. Boys, we're only an hour and 20 away from when you guys are going to go and battle out your first clash.
Yeah, the nerves are setting in right now. Gosh. Getting a little nervous here.
But we got waves, and actually a little bit bigger than yesterday.
It does. It looks like the swell filled in a little bit overnight, and there's definitely a lot more waves. There's no one really sitting over to the right at peaks anymore. I think the swell is just sort of big enough to sit in the main bowl the whole time. We got lefts and rights kind of breaking off the main bowl.
Yeah, so Shane Dorian kind of breaking it down there. Robbie, we've definitely seen a little bit more volume in those little lefts this morning, a little bit more shape, not as fast and crumbly as yesterday.
Yeah, it's good to see that the swell has filled in, more west in it today. We're staying at Lonnie's up there, and it definitely got smaller because Lonnie's loves that north swell, and it's been kind of pumping the last few days. So it's good to see it kind of drop up there and pick up here and give these guys some opportunities.
So there you go. We're just waiting for that score to come in from Blake Thornton. There it is. That's a small score, throw wave of 1.57. We've got some live action right now. It's Jack Freestone, and just a quick in and out there.
Jack Freestone surfed really well yesterday. He had one of the higher scoring waves of the day, I believe. Right up there. Well, second highest scoring wave of the day. Really clean, really fast, fluid.
He's got a great style, huh?
Yeah.
Surf's very similar to like a young Dave Rastovich.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah, really easy to watch, easy on the eyes. He has that real low style. He's kind of tall and lanky, but he surfs really low to his board and surfs with a lot of power and speed.
And for those who don't know, David Rastovich was a very strong competitor before he turned into a free surfer. I remember back in the day traveling with Rasta and going on the QS, and he's a competitive kid. You know, he won a lot of contests growing up, and you know, competed in the state titles and the Australian titles, and you know, he made finals in Japan in a WQS. So Jack Freestone, as you're mentioning there, similar to David Rastovich, but I don't think a lot of people knew Rasta had a pretty competitive career before he turned into a free surfer.
Yeah, I think maybe he got to like a crossroads there where he kind of chose to become a free surfer, and he just you know, maybe he lost a little bit of that, you know, competitive hunger there. But I've done a whole lot of surf trips with Rasta riding for Billabong, and we've done a ton of boat trips, and he is competitive actually still out in the water. You know, he does you know, he wants to surf his best all the time. He loves to surf with really high performance surfers, and it'll be interesting to see what Jack Freestone does with his own career, because he's you know, he could easily be an incredible free surfer, but you know, for me personally, I want to see him go on and win some world titles. And
yeah. Well, I think Rasta too. Looking back at Rasta when he was really young, he was a super competitive swimmer, and in the Ironman competition, you know, they have the in Australia. Nutty could elaborate on more, but I mean, if you've seen that guy body surf or swim, like, he's so lanky and tall, it's crazy. Like I saw him catch like a 200-yard long left at Cloudbreak one year. It was pretty heavy, but I think we got Roscoe down on the beach with the winner of the last heat. Ross.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I am here with the heat winner, Vincent from France. Tell me, is this your first Triple Crown?
Yeah, it's my first Triple Crown because I got the right results in this season to enter this Triple Crown.
And where are you from in France?
I'm from 1 hour north of Osogbo. It's called Mimizan. It's a small city, and we are just a few surfers, and yeah, it's good.
Can I borrow your accent for the ladies? No, seriously though, you must be happy with winning that heat and making it to the next round. Like you said, a lot of important points for you.
Yeah, I'm really stuck, you know, because I'm here with my wife. So she gave me a lot of confidence to before entering the wave, and And yeah, I just take the right wave at the right time. It was a really slowly hit with the wave, but you know, it's 20 minutes hit, and you know, it's the other part is going really fast, and you have to take the right wave, and I did it. I just get one good wave, and it was enough to get through this hit.
Well, good job out there, and as you can see, it's really cool how surfing is such an international sport. We got surfers from all around the world, and making it through to the next round, so good job out there.
Thanks, Russ.
Cheers. Back to you, boys.
Yeah, thanks for that, Ross Williams. And guys, Vincent and Duvak. You mentioned they're about an hour south or north of Hossegor there, so I would imagine some amazing beach breaks, probably some little jetty setups there. So many good waves there in the south of France, Rob.
Yeah, I've actually surfed up that way. I mean, it's just, you look up the beach when you're in Hossegor, and just the beach goes for miles and miles, and it's just a matter of finding sandbars, and you know, if you go looking, they're out there.
So we mentioned the obviously not seeing a lot of trend of talent coming out of France, and I'll probably eat my words saying that. Obviously, we know that the standouts, Jeremy Flores, you know, Tim Boll, obviously Mickey Picon. I mean, some legendary surfers, from France. But it's great to see someone young and new and fresh face, and Vincent Duvak.
Sure is, and moving through the rounds of the Triple Crown, he's got to be stoked about that.
Yeah, I mean, that backhand attack does look pretty gnarly.
Looked pretty crisp. Looked pretty crisp. He was giving me some inspiration out there. I'm going to be out there in a matter of minutes, so hopefully my backhand attack will be inspired by Vincent there.
Now, Doz, we happened to have dinner last night, come in and seeing you stretching and getting ready. It was, it was pretty awesome stuff.
You may have caught me at a rare moment there, Nutty.
It's going to be great. We're going to see the Clash of the Legends coming up after Heat 14. We're going to see Carissa Moore, obviously first, she's the Hawaiian World Champions, first woman to compete in the men's Triple Crown of surfing. So we're going to creating history in the next heat. And then, of course, Clash of the Legends presented by Bud Light Line. We're going to see Shane Dorian, Ross Williams, Rob Machado, and, of course, Kalani Rob. So that's going to be awesome stuff. We're going to see that coming up. It'll be before the first heat of the round of 64. So we're about 3 heats away there, guys. And as I mentioned, we're only about 11 and a half minutes away from breaking history, seeing Carissa Moore, the first women's world champion, competing in the men's side of the draw of the Vans Triple Crown of surfing.
That's a stacked heat right there. Yeah. Corey Lopez, Carissa Moore, Roy Powers, and Ian Gentile.
That is a gnarly heat. No matter how you slice it, that is a gnarly heat.
Yeah, it is a gnarly heat, and you know what though? I don't think they get any easier as we're evolving through the rounds. These heats are only going to get harder and harder, and you know, we're going to get in the round of 64 today, and we're going to see some really tough battles. So plenty of action-packed heats coming our way today at the Reef Hawaiian Pro, day 2 of the first event of the Vans Triple Crown of surfing, presented by Rockstar Energy Drinks.
I think I speak for everyone in Hawaii when I say that I am very much looking forward to Carissa's heat out there. It's I think a lot of people in the state of Hawaii are very proud of Carissa winning the world title and bringing it back home here to Hawaii and the birthplace of surfing. And I'm psyched to watch her surf. I'm super proud of her as a person, and she's got a massive future ahead of her, and she got a great start. And
she came in
really
hot,
cool
didn't
stuff.
she? I mean, Steph Gilmore
came in hot.
She kind of owned it there for a few years, and obviously had some sponsorship changes at the start of this year, and had that horrible attack down in her garage or in her car park there, and just kind of threw her off a little bit this year. But all credit to Carissa Moore. I mean, she came out hot this year, and I think she was.
She bounced right back. I mean, she was surfing great all year long, but I mean, I think Carissa just had a couple of years under her belt of some experience, and that's all it took. And I mean, now that she knows what it's like to win a world title and knows how to do it, it's going to be pretty hard to stop her at this point, wouldn't you say, Robbie?
She's on fire for sure. I've watched her, obviously in the last few years, especially, just improve constantly and just pushing women's surfing, just I mean to new limits as we see her on screen psyching up, getting the headphones.
I think she's there maybe being coached by Miles Polaka, who has tons and tons of experience here at Haleiwa and everywhere on the North Shore. So she's definitely in good hands if she's getting some advice from Miles there.
Yeah, I wonder how how her mental approach is going into this. You know, is she nervous or is she just going to be as relaxed and have fun with it? Because, you know, to see her win the heat and actually progress through the heat, I mean, that is, you know, it's just an exceptional honour to have her here competing, but to see her advancing as well, I mean, that's really going to stop press.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully what's happening in this heat doesn't happen for their heat. We've
wave stop.
We're over halfway in this heat. We've seen 2 waves ridden, a 1 and a 0.3. So maybe this is the lull before the storm. Maybe we'll get a flare up for the next heat for Carissa and Corey and Roy and Ian.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a really slow start to this heat. I mean, we only have 8 minutes left, and we only have 2 rides, which is kind of unbelievable here. So, hopefully, yeah, this next heat, hopefully for all the surfers, Carissa and everyone else, they will be able to get a lot of waves to show their stuff, and also for us, Robbie. I hope this doesn't happen in our heat.
I know. Gosh, nothing worse. You know, you just want opportunities. You want to be able to ride waves and go out there and just. You know, even if there's small sets, just anything. You know, these guys really haven't seen any sort of waves in this heat, so it's kind of a bummer. And hopefully, when we get out there, we get a little flurry, and yeah, we just want to stand up.
It might just be, is it the tide? Because if you look over at Avalanche, there's still some lines coming through. As you see a shot there, Carissa Moore there, and her colour today was green. She woke up this morning, and green was her colour.
That's right.
But it's white. It's the jersey.
Tori Lopez, Roy Powers, Ian Gentile, and Carissa Moore. How's that line up?
Look at that. We're about
Pretty
to
cool stuff there.
Create history here at the Reef Hawaiian Pro. As we see Carissa Moore there, the 2011 Women's World Champion. She's going to go out there and compete against the men. And then we're about an hour and 7 minutes away where we're going to see the first heat of the Clash of the Legends. And you're going to see Rob Machado, Shane Doring, Ross Williams, and Kalani Rob battle it out. We've got a little bit of a lull in the action. And it's been about a 10-minute lull right now, so let's hope...
Well, I see some bumps out the back, Nutty. I think we're going to have a little flurry right here. You see the guys moving. And these guys are pretty anxious at this point to get some scores on the board. Might see a little hassling. These guys are a little deep for the left. Looks like red. Going to go right. Looks like Aritz, Aramburu. It's going to line up this little section.
Oh,
tight
Sean Castell. That was...
And finish off right there. Ooh, out the back, Shayna.
Yeah, out the back in white. That looks like Blake Thornton. Yeah, we got 3 Aussies in this heat, so these guys are pretty psyched. This is the first opportunity really that they've had for any kind of scoring potential. And yeah, I don't know. It looks like a couple more bumps out the back too, but yeah, Blake Thornton looking like he had a pretty decent ride there, just kind of getting warmed up. With only 6 minutes left, these guys still just getting warmed up, which is kind of radical.
It's heavy. I mean, it's hard. When you sit that long in a heat, you know, you start to get cold, man. It's not warm out there. You know, you got the wind blowing, and you start seizing up. You haven't really moved at all, and it's like then your preheat jitters are just magnified even more.
That's right. A lot of times you get out there and you're nervous, and you just want to get 1 or 2 waves, right, Rob? Just kind of, even if they're not going to be your scores, even if you know that they really don't have scoring potential, it's just good to get to your feet and get your stuff together.
Now, guys, it was my bad. When you guys were commentating the right, I was looking at live action at the front. Look at this turn from Sean Castell. Big punt.
That was
flats.
Insane right there. That was very technical. His tail was higher than his nose, which is, you know, I think that is something that's really difficult to do. As we see live action, Jack Freestone in yellow, your surfer from the Gold Coast of Australia, getting second move and a third floater right down the line on that one.
Yeah, good surfing there.
That, you know, I mean, anytime you're able to get 3 turns out here at Haleiwa at this size, it's going to be a pretty decent score. And although none of them were that intense, he's able to fit 3 turns in there. But how about that air from Sean Castell? That was incredible. His wave actually closed out pretty quick, so he wasn't able to fit many turns in, but the turn he did was pretty darn radical.
Very critical. And yeah, you got 2 ends of the spectrum there. You know, you had Jack Freestone really projecting, speed float, couple snaps, and then you got Castell doing a big air.
Here's Aritz, young surfer from the Basque, the Basque country there. Is Aritz Aramburu. Nice little flow there. He's got a little bit of flow here. Let's see what he can finish with, and a little close out there. So Aritz.
Well, Aritz had that first wave of that set, a little right-hander, as we see down the beach. Jack Freestone flying around this little section, getting a little loose, so the tail flies over that flat spot. So crisp. Gets the fins out.
He's exciting, isn't he?
He is. And it looks to me like since this heat started so slow, I think he's working his way back to where he got his big scores yesterday in his heat over there towards the peaks area, where we really haven't seen many people surfing this morning yet.
Yeah, we're still seeing some good contestable waves, but it's obviously he's just taking that risk, isn't it, of somebody going over there and just sitting there. But
speaking of taking risks, that wave of Sean Cansdale was actually his first wave. You know, there was only 5 or 4 minutes left when he stood up on this very first wave of the heat, and he just went for it. Massive air, put it all on the line. He knew he had nothing to lose, and I think it's going to pay off here, Nutty.
Yeah, we're looking around the 8.85. You know, a lot of judges locked in 8.5. We're waiting for one more score, and then we'll average it out. There it is, an 8.5 there for Sean Cansdale in the blue. Rockets him into the first place. So Ritz Haramburu drops a 5.67, and still waiting for Jack Freestone's left and Jack Freestone's right to be locked in. Blake Thornton as well there. So a couple of scores coming through, but at the moment it's Cans. And Robbie, any inspiration of that when you go out in the clash?
Yeah, no, I don't think I have that one in the bag.
Yeah,
the bag of tricks.
Don't let him fool you, dude. I've seen it.
That's not in my arsenal at this point in the day. But you know, I'm definitely inspired. Love watching Cansdale surf. He's amazing goofy footer, really powerful and fun to watch, loose and.
Great forehand, incredible backhand too.
Yeah.
Incredible point surfer on rights.
What guys? What kind of equipment would you be riding today, Shane? I'll start off with you. What? Maybe you give us a little breakdown of your JC.
I got a little board that John Carper shaped me. That is I believe a 5.9. It's a little semi-groveler, but not really. It's like a groveler for the North Shore sort of deal. It's not like a fat little pig board, but it's slightly shorter than my normal board. It's like a step down, I guess, and It's still pretty thin in the nose and stuff, but there's enough foam there so I can paddle battle Rob, and also hopefully milk it a little bit. But we'll see. I just spent 4 months on the couch with a terrible ankle injury, so I'm just sort of slowly getting back in the water. So I'm not expecting a whole lot, but I'm going to do my best.
There you go. What about you, Robbie? What do you got in your little arsenal?
Oh, dude, I'm so confused.
Rob's going to ride a board that he got in the mail yesterday.
Yeah. I seriously am thinking about it.
The thing looks awesome, and I'm encouraging him to ride it.
Yeah. I got 3 boards down the beach. That's why I'm totally confused. I'm like, okay, I got this little 5.9 that is kind of like a normal short board, but it's like Shane said, it's kind of a little bit shorter, like it's stepped down of a short board. And then I got this little board that I ride at home all the time, this little 5.5. That I love, and but then
how about the foam Haleiwa that you don't even need fins for? That's the one I think you should be riding out there.
That's the third one. That's kind of the mystery board that I don't know. I rode it last night and it felt really fun.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna just kind of see what happens. I might paddle like all 3 of them out. Is there a buoy out there I can time to or something?
Well, the best thing is you guys get more than one roll of the dice.
That's right. Lucky us, it's not sudden death.
Yeah, you know, you surf today and you will surf tomorrow as well before the final. So we just locked in scores there. We're down to around 45 seconds here. This heat is about to wind out.
Speaking of sudden death.
Jack Freestone right there. Look, 6.5 and 4.4. Cansdale is in the 3rd spot with an 8.5, guys.
He needs a 1.5.
Wow.
Sean Cansdale with 33 seconds left needs a 1.5. Has one of the highest heats of the day with an 8.5. Incredible surfing there.
Look at Sean Cansdale. He needs anything. We're down to 22 seconds. Cansdale. It goes.
I'd have to say that Sean Cansdale should have been looking for something right away after he caught that wave. Anything.
There,
like with an 8.5.
He stood up. He got a 0.2 on the second wave, but well, this is a little bump. There's 10 seconds.
Wow.
Isn't going to be enough time. Ritz is just all over him.
Yeah, you know,
he's standing up no matter what. So
there's not enough time.
Sean
that is
Cansdale,
an absolute heartbreaking way to lose a heat right there.
All right, guys, that's it for Heat 14. But right now, let's check out a piece on Carissa Moore, your Hawaiian 2011 world champion. She's coming up next. Let's check this out.
To be honest, nothing too significant has changed since I won the world title. I was actually like a little surprised. I was like, you know, I thought the skies were gonna part, or like, I don't know, something super exciting was gonna happen. But no, it's an amazing feeling. I'm so excited that I was able to achieve this goal that I've been working for since I was a little kid and check it off my list, you know. I've been traveling a lot since, you know, the season ended, and taking time to learn new moves and work with different coaches, so that's been great.
What's been really good about working with Carissa is her eagerness to learn. Like right after she won the world title this year, we really got to work on Carissa's air game. It's been going really well. Like she has a good handful of tail-high air clips on video right now that I think people are going to be pretty surprised when they see. Just like a guy, you know, you don't want to have her in the heat.
You know, I think it's definitely really flattering to hear, you know, those compliments that I surf similar to a guy, and for people to be excited and give me the opportunity to surf against them.
Carissa in the Triple Crown, it's dangerous.
You know, she's so much different than any other girl surfer. Like, she's got muscle and she puts down huge turns. She always puts it out there and she always gives it her best shot. And she's such a focused competitor and focused person.
For me, when I surf against guys, I feel a lot less pressure because, you know, I'm going up against some guys that have like a bigger build and, you know, are better at surfing. So for me, it's more just watching them and using that experience to learn instead of maybe going out against the girls and maybe people already expecting me to be something, you know. So for me, it's like a win-win situation. I don't really have any pressure because everyone expects me to lose. And so for me, I'm just kind of going out there and trying to push my surfing. So
I think Carissa definitely surfs well enough to be in the Triple Crown with the men. You wouldn't want to have her in your heat. There's no win in that.
Round 96.
Thanks for that, guys. Welcome back, and what a great piece we have there on the 2011 Women's World Champion, Carissa Moore. She's out in the water right now. In the red, we have Corey Lopez. In the yellow, Roy Powers. Ian Chantel in the blue. And creating history right now at the Reef Hawaiian Pro, we have the 2011 Women's World Champion, Carissa Moore, paddling back out. I'm joined here by Jody Wilmot. Jody is the Communications Director at the Vans Triple Crown. And Shane Doran, we had a little bit of a muscle up at the start of the heat, guys. What really happened here? Let's have a look.
Yeah, it looked like a paddle battle. We got in blue, there's Ian Gentile, and he stands up, and then we got in red, which is Corey Lopez, and they look definitely like their interference went down. You know, I think maybe they're just so nervous that they had the women's world champion in their heat that they just got flustered and just got so nervous that I don't know what happened right there.
Is that? I think that's a double. I'm not a judge. Obviously, Shane, you competed a lot, and look at Carissa's first wave right now, Jody, and just a big snap there, vicious turn there from Carissa.
She's committed, and she was definitely staying clear of that infraction at the beginning of the heat. I think she can sense the vibe in the water. It's sort of shark circling, so steer clear of that.
Well said, definitely shark circling. So we're waiting on the judges right now. I'm sure they're analysing, pulling it all to pieces there, Shane, of just probably going back and looking if it was a double, if it was, you know, obviously Ian on Corey or Corey on Ian. But we'll wait to see what the judges. But right now, Jody and Shane, we're going to go down to Ross Williams and the winner of that last heat, a man that's been on fire since day one, Jack Freestone. Ross.
Yeah, thanks, Nutty. Yeah, we are here with Jack Freestone from Australia. Jack, you took that last heat down. You got to be pretty happy with even just making a heat out here in these conditions. It's kind of nerve-wracking.
Yeah, it was. For 12 minutes it didn't break, and then I was on the inside and I saw these sets coming, and I was like, oh no, the worst spot to be. But yeah, it's got 2 waves, and I was pretty happy with it.
And looking at the conditions today compared to yesterday, do you change up your plan, or do you just stick with just making sure you get a couple of waves under your belt?
Yeah, I sort of changed up my plan a little bit. Just rode a different board, a little groveler, because the waves, there wasn't that many waves. So yeah, I was happy with the decisions I made.
Now, looking out behind us to this heat with Carissa Moore, would you be happy to be in this heat, or nervous, or what's your take on this whole thing behind us?
Oh, I really don't know. I guess more nervous than anything. I wouldn't want to be beaten by her, but you know, she's an amazing surfer, and she could beat a lot of guys here.
Well, I agree. Well, good surfing out there, Jack, and happy to see you in the next round, and keep up the good work.
Thank you.
All right, cheers. Back to you guys, Nutty.
Hey, Ross, just quickly, what's the just the vibe down there with Carissa? You know, have you seen all the Hawaiian people? Just tell me a little bit about the vibe. You know, we're creating history down there right now.
Yeah, exactly. I think there's a lot of excitement, you know. I'm going to do a quick thing with Miles Padaka too, her coach, and I was sitting down there with Kalani, Rob, and Sonny Garcia, and everyone's definitely got their eyeballs on the ocean. You know, everyone's focused on what's going on, and with that we thought it was a double interference. It actually went to Corey Lopez, but nervous energy in the water too. It looks like, you know, no one wants to lose to Carissa, but at the same time, everyone has a lot of respect for her. So yeah, there's definitely tons of energy down here. Everyone's proud of Carissa and wants to see her make it through this heat.
Thanks for that, Ross, and best of luck to Jack Freestone there. We're going to see Jack moving on through to the next round. The scores are up on the board right now. Jack winning that heat, 10.90. Aritz Aramburu coming in, taking the second from Sean Canstel, only needing that 1 point ride and wasn't able to get that, Shane.
Yeah, that was very heartbreaking to watch.
So Jody, tell us a little bit about obviously Carissa and that, you know, working on the event and getting her in the event, and kind of all the media and the press that comes with it.
Yeah, there's obviously a lot of interest, and you know, the question, of course, has been posed: was this a media stunt? And that's definitely not the case. I think a little bit of background there. It's been 30 years since Hawaii has had a women's world surfing champion, so we're incredibly proud of her here. It just so happened to unfortunately coincide with a very short women's ASP World Tour, wrapped up at Huntington Beach in the first week of August. And for a surfer who has really excelled for the last 7 years in the Triple Crown since she was just 12 years of age, we didn't want this to be a year that she didn't get to showcase her talent. We attempted to do a specialty series for the women this year, selecting a hand-picked crew of very exciting ladies who could come and showcase their talents at all three events. But unfortunately, that was voted down by the women. They said that they would prefer rated World Tour events or nothing. So it left us with one option, and that is let's honor the world champion, give her a wild card.
Yeah, so that's, I mean, we obviously at the Reef Hawaiian Pro are super stoked to have Carissa in the event, and you know, by showing on that first maneuver, she's a force to be reckoned with, and I'd be a little bit frightened if she got a couple of waves underneath me, and I'll be playing if I had to be playing catch up. Right now, Ross, who are we checking in with? Miles Padaka, I believe.
Yeah, that's right, Nutty. We are down here with Carissa Moore's coach, Miles Padaka, former winner of the Triple Crown. And Miles, we just want to get a little insight from you. Without really revealing any major secrets, any tips here that could help Carissa make it through this heat?
I guess the main thing for her is just being in exchange when the waves come through, and you know, just she's surfed out here her whole life, and you know, since she was a Menehune, you know, she's won the Reef back in when she was 16 years old, so. She's got all the talent and, you know, all the tools in the chest, and if she just goes out and has a good time, I think she'll be able to bring it to these guys.
Yeah, as we see Roy Powers out there getting a nice little snap. Now, you've been working for Carissa how long now?
Yeah, this is going on the third year. The first year we worked with her, she won the World Cup at Sunset. I mean, the Gidget World Cup, and you know, she's just a pleasure to work with and a true talent. And just give her, you know, some support and back her up, and she just, you know, she's incredible.
Well, that's cool. Thanks for that insight there, Miles. I know everyone's pulling for her down here and wants to see her make it through a heat. And here she is, up and running. Back to you, boys. Thanks, Nutty.
Yeah, thanks, guys. There, and Miles Padaka there, a former Triple Crown champion, winner at Sunset, and tough competitor at many places, and he is in the box seat there with Carissa Moore. So a little wave come through there, Jody, and Ian Gentile up here at the moment, Shane. Not a bad little wave there for Ian.
He's been great. He was in the HRC just a couple of weeks ago up at Sunset. Did you see that, Shane?
You know, I didn't, Jody. We have on the replay, this is Carissa Moore's third wave there, and the wave really only allowing one strong turn there, but it was a nice one. Hopefully she can, you know, get one of those rights that allows her a little reform and a little hit, a second or third hit on the inside.
Back to live action right now. Corey Lopez about to get busy on this little wind-blown left. He's generating some speed. Big punt there for Corey, and kind of went over the water photographer there and might have lost a little bit of his focus there and coming unstuck. But kind of blustery conditions up the face there for Corey. But I know he's an aerialist, and they're the kind of conditions he likes. As we see this replay,
he's gonna have to do something big, you know, because I mean he's battling an interference at this point. He got that interference at the start. You know, we thought it might be a double interference, but it was only on Corey. So at this point, he's gonna have to surf really, really well in this heat to make it through.
Yeah, and Corey Lopez, he's no stranger to competition and been competing on the World Tour for many years, And, you know, you're going to see Corey for many more years to come. He's a veteran surfer. We're lucky enough to be joined by his brother, Shay, that competed on the tour for many years as well. So the interference is on Ian, is that correct?
Yeah, it looks like I had it wrong. It's Ian Gentile who has the interference, and Corey Lopez does not. So I was mistaken on that one. Sorry about that.
Nice little lineup of waves looking like they're coming through. It's tough in these heats, isn't it? Because they're only 20 minutes long. It's a reduced format of heats that we've got now after having 9 days of waiting. So 20 minutes expires pretty rapidly out there.
Yeah, it does. It does move pretty quick, and you've got to make the most of every opportunity. As we see Carissa Moore's father there, and very focused on the beach watching. We've got a nice little set going, and let's just see if Carissa can get in the zone, because I really do believe if she can get under one of these lefts, I know she's really looking at the right, but I think if she can, there she's, unfortunately Corey there, and this is the little left that Carissa needs, as we see Corey flying over this section, and he's a little bit caught behind coming up the white water there. Carissa on the right out the back. We could have Carissa Moore. No, we don't. It's Ian Gentile up and riding right now.
Yeah, it looks like we have Ian Gentile on a really great-looking little left here. That left is difficult to ride, but he's got some open face here, and Chris cracking her off the top one last time. He got a couple setup turns in that big old backhand bash right at the end, and I think that might be Ian's best wave of the heat so far. Not sure, but he's definitely battling back right now with interference. So.
Yeah, you can definitely get through with an interference in today's competition. Obviously, they only deduct half of your lowest keeping score. And so Ian, plenty of, you know, if he gets a really good score and backs it up with another good score, he could still easily get through the heat.
Corey's definitely looking very motivated.
Yeah, I mean, that's just Corey Lopez, you know, 24/7. Every heat, he's one of the busiest surfers you see. You rarely see Corey just sit there and wait. He knows in these smaller conditions, because he is an aerialist, you know, he can get a little wave under anyone and, you know, kind of punt to the sky.
And he is. He's being really aggressive out there. I mean, you can tell, I mean, he's not playing Mr. Nice Guy out there. He's not saying, oh, I got Carissa Moore in my heat, I better make sure that she catches some waves here. You can tell he's paddling right up on these guys inside. You can see him there on your screen. He's the guy in red, and he's sitting just inside, and he's been doing that and using his position to kind of sit underneath and get those lefts, you know, out from underneath these guys. And that's why he has 5 scores and everyone else really only has 1, 2, or 3 waves.
So still anyone's game, and we've got plenty of time left. We're just on, well, just over 7 minutes remaining. So let's hopefully we can see Carissa get another roll at the dice. We got a little bit of a lump coming through now, but a little bit of a blustery breeze. And Carissa, she's currently sitting about 3rd deep at the moment there. And what a little tight pack out there right now. And everyone's in the zone. They know that the next probably exchange is going to be the exchange that's going to see the winner or the loser there. See a shot there of the Lopez's.
Yeah, I think it's Corey's wife and 1 or 2 of his children.
Cute. Thank you for joining us. You know what's interesting too is that Carissa hasn't even surfed a heat since the Women's World Tour finished up back in August. So this is a pretty rude awakening to find yourself out in a 20-minute heat with 3 motivated guys.
No kidding. And she was a very convincing winner this year, right? For the title?
6 out of 7 events she reached the final and won 3 of those finals. So a very dominant win.
Yeah, that's not a fluke. That's you know, that's skill.
No kidding. She's been such a pleasure to watch. You know, I mean, for all of us that live in Hawaii, she just, you know, she's made us really, really proud, and it's just been a blast to be a surf fan these days, especially of Carissa Moore. As we see there on your screen, that was Corey Lopez giving it his all again. I think he's got a couple scores on the board now, and I think he wants to get a big one.
Let's hope Carissa can move in here. She's currently sitting in. There's a bigger set out the back. We've got Gentile, and here goes Carissa right now. She might be able to swing around on this. She should get really aggressive under Ian right now, because this is a dominant left. Here she goes, ladies and gentlemen, the 2011 Women's World Champion, Carissa Moore. Live action here at the Reef Hawaiian Pro. Nice big vertical snap there for Carissa. And Roy Powers on a beautiful wave out the back. There's unfortunately big snap there for Roy, former Reef Hawaiian Pro champion. 3rd, 4th big turn there.
That's a great wave.
That was a great wave for Roy. That's going to be a really big score. He had a lot of open face to work with, and it was very smooth and very calculating, and not trying to push it too hard there, Nutty. He was, you know, he just kind of like took his time, bottom to the top, and had some nice big crisp turns in there, as we see your surfer in red, Corey Lopez, taking off on yet another left.
Yeah, Corey just really busy in this heat, and you know, we mentioned how much of a veteran he is. He's competed in all conditions, and his game plan was to get out there and get as many waves as he can. Gentel on a nice little left here as he pockets a big snap there, getting a little caught there, and finish it off. But a beautiful unridden wave out the back, unfortunately, Jody.
I know, look at the end of the left on that. It's such a deceiving break. It looks like such a fixed peak out here at Haleiwa, but when you find yourself out in the lineup, you realize that that takeoff point really can shift, you know, sort of north or south of you, and depending on that slight degree to the swell, you get a left that looks like it might even close out, like Roy's there. I mean, obviously he's going 100 miles an hour. Nice replay here of him on that wave, the 2007 Reef Hawaiian Pro champion.
Yeah, definitely different conditions today compared to when he won 5 years ago, but Roy Powers, great rail-to-rail surfing there. As we see Lopi here, just a little kind of trim down, and here he comes, a big snap off the top there for Corey. And kind of probably a bit of a throwaway wave, that one for Corey. It's Ian as well here, another nice replay.
This wave had that kind of double up lump to it, and it's tough to, it seems to really dissipate the energy of the wave when you've got that amount of water moving through ahead of you, so not a lot of room there for Ian, unfortunately, but he's an amazing kid. I mean, I think he's 16 years old from Maui. He was, he just missed out in the final of the HIC Pro up at Sunset Beach a couple of weeks back. And some pretty solid surf up there, decent, you know, 6-foot Hawaiian scale. And he was one of the clear standouts of the event from the moment he took to the water. So him and Ezekiel Lau, another teenager who won the event, really impressive. There's so much juice coming through in this generation of young surfers now.
Yeah, Shane, you know Ian quite well, right?
I do. We've surfed quite a bit together. He you know, he rides for Billabong, and when they signed him last year, I was pretty curious to see what the kid surfed like. So I actually I had a filmer at my house, and there was a great swell on the way. So I called Ian and had him fly over just for a few days so we could surf together and kind of get to know each other. I was very impressed. He's incredible talent, incredible power surfer. He has very clean lines, which is, you know, pretty unusual these days for some of these kids. He's got a really strong power base, and he's also has all of the bag of tricks. I mean, he's a great aerial surfer, both left and right. He's got all the above the lip stuff going on, and very nice, very cool kid. Looks like scores are dropping now. We've got a really, really big score for Roy Powers. Looks like an 8.5. And we got, looks like Ian got a pretty strong score there as well with a 6.
So we're just under 2 minutes remaining. Probably not the fairy tale heat that Carissa had wished for. Still, we're going to see her. You know, it's not over yet. We'll hopefully have one more roll of the dice and see her. If there is any indication before, you know, she's about to lock in a score around the 3.35 range, but
she just needs to get an open face.
Yeah,
that's
all she needs.
It looks like every other surfer in the heat has had at least 1 or 2 waves with some open face, allowing them some scoring potential. And unfortunately for Carissa, her waves really have only given her the opportunity to do 1 turn per wave. And you know, I mean, with you know, when you're battling, you know, like a score of 8.5, which Roy got, and he actually got like 4 or 5 strong turns on that wave. It's going to be pretty tough when you're only doing 1 turn. So, you know, unfortunately for Carissa, she hasn't really got any of the kind of longer waves.
I think this is part of the experience that she was looking forward to having the opportunity to get. You know, when you surf on the women's tour, it's definitely a lot friendlier, a lot more cordial in the lineup. And I think when you're out there in the meat of the pack with 4 guys or 3 other guys, I mean, look at it right now. This is a really critical situation where you've got people taking off on each other, trying to get the last score in. Carissa looking for 1 last ride, but it really doesn't offer much more than anything she's already had. But
I think you're right, Jody. I mean, to take this experience and go back to work next year with the Women's World Tour, I mean, just being out there with these scrappy, you know, male surfers out there, just not giving her an inch, and just having that experience, you know, in her bag of tricks now, she's going to be able to go. And I would say that she would have a serious advantage going back in the Women's World Tour, going, okay, I know what it's like to surf with these bad boys, and yeah, I mean, she's an incredible surfer. It's going to be fun to watch.
I think, too, when you get to Sunset, a much broader open field where she can, you know, find some space to herself. She performs very well out there. I've seen her out there up to 12, 15 feet, and she rips. So I think, you know, when the intensity is taken out of a 8 square foot little takeoff zone, I think we'll see a new performance.
Yeah, it's mostly been a paddle battle out there at Sunset. She's got big old huge arcing carves and stuff to work with as well, so it's good stuff.
So there you go, the heat is over. And unfortunately for Carissa Moore, she wasn't able to get the waves that she needed. However, she's a fantastic competitor, and she is a women's world champion. And we're going to see plenty more of Carissa Moore coming up. We're going to move into, thanks Jody, thanks for joining us. And we're going to move into heat 15 right now. And 15, 16, and then we're going to do the first heat of the Clash of the Legends. Shane Dorian is going to go down and get ready along with Rob Machado, Kalani Rob, as we see replays there from last heat. Big vicious turn there from Carissa. And as we mentioned, it just, I don't think she was clearly beaten. I just think she was probably a little bit wave starved, unfortunately. And, you know, that's, we'll still see her fight another day here in Hawaii, and we're just very, very fortunate to have the women's world champion, Carissa Moore, 2011, her first world title this year. And I'm sure there's plenty more to come. Roy Powers there. Great stuff from Roy. So you're going to see more of Roy coming up. We'll be back in a moment at the Reef Hawaiian Pro.
Round 96.
Welcome back to the Reef Hawaiian Pro. We just saw history created there when we saw Carissa Moore, the women's world champion, the Hawaiian champion, competing in the men's event of the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing. The first event, obviously, the Reef Hawaiian Pro. My name's Heath Walker. I'm joined here with Shay Lopez. Shay, unfortunately for Carissa, she just was a little bit wave starved.
Yes, that heat started slow, then there was the interference with my brother and Ian on one of the better waves of the heat, and then she strapped for a couple of smaller waves, and then was caught inside when those sets came, like we saw Rory, like a good set wave.
Yeah, unfortunately, though, we did get to see her on a smaller wave, and she showed her repertoire. You know, she's definitely a vicious surfer, and, you know, I'd love to see her back here next year, and hopefully in better conditions where we can really see her open up and show everybody how good she is.
Yeah, she is a tremendous talent. We didn't get to see that opportunity for reform here. She didn't find the waves. She'll be out in the competition again at Sunset next week.
As we see a great shot of her there with the legend Rabba Kai. Up and riding, this is Marc Lacamore from France. And in the red, Royden Bryson from South Africa, Perth Stanley from Bondi Beach. And rounding it out in the blue, Nathaniel Curran from Santa Barbara. So we've got a stacked heat right here. We've got a global heat, an Australian, an American, a Frenchman, and a South African.
Yes, and it is a very international sport, surfing, as it has been spread all across the world through tremendous efforts like Randy Rarick, as he just goes all these new places and spreads the aloha spirit and brings surfboards for these kids to come up and, like, the first times I went to Mentawais, there was no surfers. You go back there, and throughout the years, more and more of those kids are starting to surf.
Yeah, some of the best waves in the world, the poor kids actually don't even have any equipment to surf them. As we see in red there, that's Royden Bryson. I was talking to Royden yesterday, actually, and he's trying to get his campaign back on track. Obviously been on the world tour there for a few years, and obviously had a few years off, but he's really, really focused to get back on the tour. And he's a really, really good surfer, light, goofy footer, loves these little windy lefts, like kind of like your brother. And I think we'll see Royden go to the air if he gets the right opportunity.
Yeah, that's going to be where the major scores are found today, on those lefts. And this wind has really picked up in the last hour in heat.
Yeah, definitely. The flag is actually nearly coming in front of the webcast booth here right now, but it looks like the swell might have kind of tamed down a little bit. I don't know if it's the tide or if it's that wind, but we're definitely seeing a little bit more of a inconsistency in the swell.
I was just talking to Randy, and there's a second pulse of this swell that's going to start filling in later today and for tomorrow that he expects to see shortly as the tide fills in.
So there you go, Shay. You're the man of the Surfline graphs and reports. So hopefully we can see a little bit more of a bump this afternoon again. So we see surfers paddling left and right. And very busy is Mark Lacamar.
Yeah, he looks to be his strategy to get off to a quick start and get a couple scores under his belt so he doesn't get stuck out there during a major lull, and then go out and put the pressure on his fellow competitors as he looks for a major set.
Yeah, so obviously his strategy is just to get busy, get busy and early. Seeing Corey in that last heat, obviously quick off the mark and getting a lot of lefts. And I think these little windy lefts would suit Mark as well.
Yeah, I think Corey overfrothed it a bit as he went to the air on almost every wave. Was unable to make one of those airs. He's just looking to get a 7 or 8 if you can pull those off. And here we have our surfer, Nathaniel Curran. He's been on the World Tour before, and he's always a force on his backhand here.
Yeah, beautiful surfing there from the Santa Barbara local. And great stuff there. Looks like he's really in tune with his equipment. And surfing in yellow, that's Perth Sand Lake as well. Unfortunately, just getting caught behind that. I mean, it is so important to stay in front of these windy lefts. If you get caught one little bit back, you're just going to get blown off. And we saw Nathaniel Curran there. Once we get the replay, we'll kind of walk you through it. But just a great execution of rail-to-rail surfing. Nice crisp turns off the top. And I mentioned yesterday, I thought Nathaniel really looked in tune with his equipment. And I think it showed.
And I think the surfers in this contest that have the right board to really keep that board speed up going against this wind and into those lefts that bend away from you. If you don't have board speed up, you're not going to be able to get the maneuvers needed to get the high scores.
Yeah, that's right, Shay. Obviously, you've competed out here many times on these windy little lefts. Not the favourable conditions here at Haleiwa, but still very contestable. We saw a couple of really good heats. Dane Reynolds, unfortunately, came unstuck this morning. Was just ousted by the Hawaiians, Tanner Hendrickson, and of course, Tori Meister.
That last second wave that he snuck just underneath Dane and got the score needed as he claimed it.
It's smart surfing here from Nathaniel. He's just turned around on a quick wave already. He's going to back up that score just to take a little bit of the pressure off. We mentioned we're only in the 20-minute heats at this round of 96. We will go to 23 minutes in the round of 64, so we can give the guys a little bit more time. I know at 3 minutes doesn't seem like a lot, but it could be it could mean everything. You know?
3 seconds can mean everything in your heat.
That's right. So we'll just wait for some scores to lock in there from Nathaniel Curran. We'll check with the guys downstairs if we can get a replay of that first wave. But great surfing there, and as I mentioned, really in tune with his equipment is Nathaniel Curran.
Yeah, you look to just see this replay now as he connected maneuver to mover. As soon as he stood up, he was already flying down the line.
Yeah, just great flow there. Looks like he's riding the Channel Island board there. And the second execution there, nice floater over the top there, really flowy, nice rail to rail, great execution. Just coming in, nice big snappy, quick little snap there in water, just coming untouched. And then he went straight back out and stood up again. And another little snap there, and he just floats over this one, little vert snap.
The judges agreed with us on that opening ride. They loved it. It was 7.67.
Yeah, that's a great score for Nathaniel. Here's Mark up and riding, speeding down this left. Let's see what he's got. Nice little air reverse there. Gets a little caught in the wind. Kind of has to force his way through it. Wasn't really cleanly executed, but hey, you know, I think he made something out of nothing right there.
Well, besides for Nathaniel has that one excellent score and another backup score, no one else has even got into the 2-point range in this heat.
Yeah, no, so Mark there just trying to stay busy as we watch the replay here, just kind of navigating through the chops and the bumps, and this is where he just took it to the sky. Nice turn there, nice grab.
Yeah, a little adjustment midair to keep his board underneath his feet. He comes out of that clean. That's going to be a good score.
Yeah, that actually was it. That was a little better in the replay than in live. So
it wasn't an easy maneuver at all. You can see these guys as he's fighting down the line. You can see the air getting underneath his board. You can see his fins as he's pumping.
Yeah, no, good stuff. He's definitely navigated the best he could through that section. Scores are coming in. Looks like it's going to be around the mid-5 range, waiting for one more score or so for Nathaniel Curran, which will probably be around the flat 4. We'll see Nathaniel out in the front, but then Mark Lacamar coming in the second spot. There it is, Rod and Bryson. There it is, just jumps in there. 5.50 for the surfer in white. And waiting for one more score to drop in there for Blue's second ride, which was just a quick 2-turn. Looking like it could be around the 4-point range.
Yep, so that he's got 20 minutes to get 2 waves. Now in the first 10 minutes he has that one score of a 5.5. That leaves him now with 10 minutes to get his second scoring right. I mean, he's hoping to get an excellent range on his second score now.
As we see, it's Royd Bryson here on a nice little left there. Can he get in front of it? Yes, he can. But just kicking out of that one, it probably had a little bit more scoring potential. But Royd
quickly back up is Lackamar looking for another aerial here. So he grabs that slob quickly, but only able to get his tail around far enough. Really forced that one, not enough speed.
Look at that beautiful left there going unridden.
Well, more sets in the lineup. This one deep over. I don't know if it's going to connect into the ball, and it doesn't.
Looks like the guys downstairs might have the microphone still on, so just to excuse the viewers at home tuning in on the Time Warner cable there.
Sound like a happy Roy Powers as he got nothing for that entire heat, and then was able to get that high 8 to really distance himself and get a heat win.
Yeah, Roy, as we saw, it'd be great to... we're going to have an interview with Roy. Sounds like with the microphone on down there we will, and if so, we'll dig into a few questions with Roy.
Yeah, very relieved Roy Powers to not lose to Carissa. And there's Royden, South African surfer you were talking about. And he's got a lot of very cool maneuvers. He's one of the most flexible, lowest center of gravity surfers I've ever seen.
He's definitely pretty loose there. He just... You know what, Shay, let's just listen to the guys downstairs talking on the
spy mic we've got on right now.
Yeah, a little bit of so we got some live verbal. Oh, it's not going out over it. Okay, sorry about that. Sorry about you guys at home. We could hear the microphone downstairs, and we thought it was going live, but not. We are at the 8.5 minute mark of heat 15 of the round of 96. We got 2 more heats of the round of 96 here at the Reef Hawaiian Pro. Then we're going to go into the Clash of the Legends, the first Clash heat, where we're going to see Shane Dorian, Rob Machado, Ross Williams, and of course Kalani Rob. Should be pretty good. And then we'll go into the round of 64, as we mentioned, Shay, 23-minute heats. And we're going to see the big boys, the Evan Geisman and Kai Vargas. So just the level just getting even more tougher as the event evolves.
Well, I don't know, when you had Shane and Ross up here, was there any talk about that Clash heat? Are they psyched up? Are they going to... Any smack talk going down?
You know what was funny? We walked in last night after dinner and Dorian was doing stretches and stuff. He is psyching. He does not like to lose. That guy is, he never goes into anything half-heartedly, and it's pretty cool to see Doza kind of amping, looking at his equipment, kind of focusing what he wanted to ride. So it'd be great to see him coming up. Right now, though, Bo Hodge on the beach. Bo, who we got?
Well, we've got the champion from the last heat and former champion of the Reef Hawaiian Pro out of Kauai, Roy Powers. Roy, congratulations. I know it was a frustrating heat out there. A lot of closeout sets, kind of an interference paddle battle in the beginning, but you find that big left-hander and you whacked it to shame with an 8.5.
Yeah, I mean, the heat started off kind of, a little bit of battling going on, and I just wanted to stay away from that and catch my own waves. That crew of people out there in that heat, anybody who got the wave was going to win the heat, and there was a lot of talk, having Carissa in the heat, and it reminds me of when Andy won against Lane in Australia, and I was with him staying then, and I was just as nervous. I mean, I got to say, she is probably one of the best young ladies to represent Hawaii and the women's sport. I mean, she's the biggest sweetheart. She surfs unbelievable, and I mean, I was honored to be in a heat with her. And, I wish we all had more of an opportunity to, showcase all our surfing, but it just happens like that, It's been this kind of week.
Well, I remember Carissa Moore defeating Ezekiel Lau and John Florence in the Battle of the Groms down at Kewalo. So she's capable of beating the guys with the other guys. And being a world champion and all the maneuvers she was doing in the women's tour this year. I mean, were there more butterflies in your stomach in this heat than an average heat?
Oh, for sure. I mean, she's a world champion. And, women's surfing now is on the level of, it's out of this world. I mean, they're surfing unbelievable. And I've surfed with her a bunch of times when I lived in town at Diamond Head, and 90% of the time she was smoking me out there. And she's, no pushover in heat. So I was nervous just as much as I had been in a heat with, anybody else. So I was going to give it my all. I wasn't holding back at all. And it was fun. I mean, like I said, I wish we had more waves. I wish I could have saw her surf actually open up on a couple, because she's an unbelievable surfer.
Yeah, well, she's a past winner out here, like you are. Ian Gentile, 15-year-old, runner-up at the HIC Pro just a couple of weeks ago to Zeke Lau at Sunset. And, of course, Corey, has been dominating, the Pro Tour. on and off through his years and coming back on the CT this past year. I mean, he had so many variables in this heat. I mean, so many storylines. But we love that you're coming back. This place means a lot to you. A big win in the Triple Crown in 07. So, you know, this place holds magic for you.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably one of this is the one beach I probably had one of the greatest moments of my life. And I'm trying to get back to that state of mind and live that over. And, you know, all those people, everybody owns our heat. Corey is, you know, a legend. If he's not already, he's going to be a future legend. Ian's going to be as well. And obviously Carissa has already, you know, set her own story. So I'm just trying to make it heat by heat, trying to keep the dream alive. And, you know, I'm going to take it heat by heat and hopefully you can get some more waves and really open up.
Well, I tell you, today looks a lot better than yesterday. I mean, the angle of the swell, the size of the surf, the direction. I mean, it must have been nerve-wracking for you guys waiting 9 days of total flatness. And we had another week of flat surf at Haleiwa even the week before that.
Yeah, I mean, being it was flat everywhere. You know, sometimes at a spot won't have any swell, but there'll be other spots surf. I mean, the only surfing I was really doing was on the couch. And that was kind of getting old, and we were just, you know, amped up the surf, especially Haleiwa. I mean, you just expect it to be unbelievable, either, you know, at least 3 to 4 foot, if not 12 to 15. So, you know, I was excited to surf yesterday. I think I maybe looked a little overamped, but today I just kind of, you know, relaxed and try to get a couple waves, and thank God I got that one decent-sized wave that came in. I was able to do a couple turns because my other score was a 1.
Well, I tell you what, Pancho Sullivan's gone down, Sonny Garcia's gone down, Joel Centeo's gone down, Roy Powers, one of our other former champions, still alive. Back up to you guys in the booth.
Bo, just quickly, are you still there with Roy?
Yeah, one question from the guys upstairs.
One question, just wanted to dig into Roy. What was it like winning back in 2007 and those conditions back then compared to today?
Nutty's asking you, go back to 07. Now, Haleiwa, much different. It was on fire. It was 10 feet plus. Talk about that day. Talk about the final. Talk about your drive in winning 4 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, that was a critical event for me. I think I had to make the quarters to get in qualifying stage, and I just you know, took it heat by heat, and then once it got past the quarters, I just completely relaxed. And usually I'm kind of a social butterfly at the events, and that event I just kept my mouth shut. I just kind of focused on the task at hand, and you know, in a way I was actually kind of nervous and scared. I think that's why I kept my mouth shut, because it was really big and it was intimidating. And I just had a really good board. I was in a good state of mind, and just everything lined up for me. And you know, that was, like I said, that was one of the greatest moments of my life. And you know, I still think about it every day, and I still try to put myself in that spot, because I mean, the guys that are able to win events, they put themselves right back in that winner state of mind, and that's what I'm trying to do. I want to be a champ.
Well, being a Hawaiian, winning in Hawaii, you got to love that. You know, and Andy won the year before in 06, you won in 07. Being chaired up in an event in your home country, you got to feel good about that.
Definitely. I mean, you know, Sean Moody was in that heat with me, and he carried me out. That's just how Hawaii people, you know, we stay humble, and we just put our heads down and carry up the champs, you know, fellow Hawaiians. And, you know, I would do the same for everybody. So I really want to win this again. I can't say it anymore. I really want to win. Please, people, understand that.
Yeah, well, we can see it in your surfing. Well, congratulations, Roy. We'll see you on into the round of 64, and you may be back out in the water again today. So back up to you guys in the booth.
Thanks for that, Bo Hodge down there with the former 2007 Reef Hawaiian Pro champion. And he won in just evil conditions that year. Solid 10 feet plus, Shay.
I was on the beach. I was in that event, and it was scary. And not many people wanted to go deep into the bowl and take off. And he was the guy that kept paddling around everyone, getting deepest in the lineup, because there was wash-through closeout sets that would finish your heat. And every time he seemed to be just in the right spot to get a big wave, big barrels, get the score, and then get back out there for the next one. It just had a perfect rhythm that entire event.
Yeah, no, he did. He definitely he rode the waves as well. He navigated the lineup really well. Then also doing it in the smaller conditions. Looks like he's really in tune on his backside there. And
that one good left he picked off, that was the highest score of the day, and he just surfed it seamlessly from start to finish.
You can see a shot there, Shane Dorian. These guys are going to be mic'd up in the heat, so we're going to be able to hear the communication of the guys out in the water.
Oh, look how ripped he is.
Shane Dorian there. Great shot there, the Clash of the Legends, Momentum Generation. It's presented by Bud Light Lime. And we're going to see the first heat of the Clash going out after heat 16. So just we're going to round this heat out, Shay. Sorry, we're coming down to 20 seconds. And it looks like Nathaniel Curran with those two quick rides back to back is going to see him progress. In the second place is the young Frenchman, Mark Lacamau, and Roden Bryson needing a 5.18 and Per Stanley leading a 7.9.
This heat's a wrap. We're going to get into that Clash of Legends. I saw Kalani down there, headphones on, pumping up for this heat. Can't wait to see this next one.
So we got the guys, heat 16 right now. I'm going to give it to Dave Stanfield. I'm just going to check in with the guys downstairs. Shay, I'll be back to commentate the clash with Taylor Steele is here to join us as well.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
We wrap up that heat with Nathaniel Curran looking very sharp on his backhand. He started off very strong, finished that heat in first as well. Great performances by all the competitors, with Mark Lacamara with that big air and really set the stage for this heat as he finished in second. Royden with a couple good waves, but unfortunately, as the heat wrapped up, he was in third.
I'm Roy Powers. Come ride with us.
Round 96.
And welcome back. David Stanfield jumping in the booth for Heath Nutty Walker, and he is anxiously getting ready for his clash. Yes, the Reef Clash of the Legends, kind of a clash of the Titans, and a lot of people are anxiously waiting for that, but we have one more heat in the round of 96. We continue with our last 20-minute heat of the contest. After this, it's 23-minute heats, yes, trying to give them as much time as possible in the lineup. Shea Lopez, we see the lineup here with Dantas in red, Ono in white. Those are our top two seeds. First time we've seen them. Brown and Geiselman had to work through the earlier rounds. Will 3 minutes really make a difference as we look ahead to the next round of competition?
Yes, 3 minutes makes a tremendous difference. That gives you the opportunity for potentially one more set wave to get in their score line. And with needing your top two waves, and we've seen a lot of these heats come down to the last second, and that extra 3 minutes can mean just more action for everyone to watch at home.
Masatoshi Ono has been traveling. He is the #1 surfer out of Japan. Keep an eye on him. Great guy. World traveler. If anybody's got a shot at jumping on the tour, maybe not this year, maybe this year, but in the future, Ono is a force to reckon with.
He's definitely a force. Very powerful surfer, no matter what the conditions. He gives it his all. Some of the biggest turns I've ever seen, similar to a young Tom Carroll with his backside carves he does. A very difficult maneuver that not many surfers can master.
Well, a couple of waves on the board. And really quickly, taking a look at what Casey Brown did yesterday. For such a big guy, Seabiscuit, at least 6'2" and at least 190. He very light on his feet. Keep an eye on him. Casey Brown has already got one quick wave under his belt. Right now, let's go, I believe, Bo Hodge, and getting ready for the Reef Clash of the Legends. Bo?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome and gather around to the main stage as Reef Hawaiian Pro and Reef.com presents Clash of the Legends. A round of applause for our momentum generation. Let's meet our surfers. First off, in the yellow jersey, hails from the Big Island. He's the 1998 World Cup of Surfing champion. He surfs in the eddy. He surfs big waves around the world. He needs no introduction, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Shane Dorian. Shane, how excited are you to be in this clash?
Very excited. It's a huge honor, you know, to just be up here with my peers, Rob and Kalani and Ross. We've had some great times together, and just to be recognized as, you know, that we were doing something then is pretty cool.
Talk about the momentum generation and what it means to you in growing up with these guys, surfing with these guys, and graduating to yourself to who you are today?
Mostly it was kind of sheer luck. I mean, we were all really good friends. I mean, me and Ross and Kalani and all the Hawaii guys were a good group. And then, you know, we all met Rob and some of the other California guys, and we all just kind of traveled together and surfed together and hung together. So, sort of grew up surfing pipe together when everyone was here on the North Shore. And we were just fortunate enough to have one of Rob's best friends, Taylor Steele, at that time was a very young filmmaker. He kind of like documented everything, and we just got real lucky because that whole huge long chapter of our lives was like a 12 or 13, 14-year period. Taylor brought out movies featuring us pretty much every year and a half. So I think it was pretty lucky, and it's pretty cool to look back on, and also just cool to have that whole catalog at my house.
Yeah, it really is, and we love and enjoy it. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Shane Dorian. Next up in the blue jersey, he's the 2000 Pipeline Masters champion, former world number 2. Put your hands together from Cardiff, California, Mr. Rob Machado. Rob, you're the non-Hawaiian, but there's so much Hawaiian in you, being with Pipeline, being with these guys. I mean, Hawaii holds a special place for you, doesn't it?
Yeah, you know, ever since I came here the first couple times, you know, when I really started spending time here, it was with Ross and Shane and Kalani and these guys, and I was scared out of my mind most of the time because these guys were used to it over here, and I owe a lot to these guys. They made me surf waves that I didn't want to surf, and you know, it took me a while to figure it out, and just super honored to be up here with these guys, you know, in a place like this in Hawaii. It's beautiful and the sun's out. Wish we had some more waves to ride, but we're going to go out there and have fun, I think. So.
Well, the buzz now is your board. Let's see your board. Bust it out. Special design board for this event only, or are you just testing out this new model?
I actually went on a trip about a month ago, and I took one with me and just had a blast on it. I don't know, it's kind of like all my favorite boards in one. It's got a little bit of an Haleiwa. Like I figured I was going to Hawaii, so I put like a 7.0 pintail on it, and it's got like a fish tail. It's got a lot of things going on, you know, just
kind of like you.
Yeah, a lot of hair.
Well, good luck to you. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Rob Machado. Next up, in the black jersey, from Hawaii, former backdoor shootout winner, top 10 surfer, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Kalani Rob. Kalani, again, surfing with these guys, it's got to bring back a lot of memories for you.
Yeah, I mean, I've never, you know, had a better group of people to be around. I mean, these are all my brothers, basically. I grew up with these guys. These guys they've taught me pretty much everything I know, you know, just surfing around, like Rob said, pushing us in the bigger waves that we didn't want to surf when we were younger. And yeah, it's just insane. These are my boys, so.
Well, we saw last year how Sonny and Tom Curran and Carol Naki were pushing each other. Are you guys going to be pushing each other in the lineup for your 2 heats coming out here in this contest?
Maybe Shane and Ross. These guys are kind of gnarly.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Kalani Rob. Last but not least, multi-finalist at the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing, one of Hawaii's premier surfers in the past. He's also one of the co-commentators of the Reef Hawaiian Pro and the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing, Mr. Ross Williams. Ross, you're wearing many hats at this event. You got to feel pretty honored to be in this group also.
I do. I feel really honored. And when I look down the line here and see Kalani, Rob, and Shane, you know, these guys are definitely legends of the sport. And so just to be up here on the stage with them, for me, you know, this is really fun. And we're going to, like Rob said, you know, the waves are 6 to 8 feet and cranking like we want it to be, but it's still blue skies and warm water. So we'll go out there and put on a show, but I'm not going to snake Shane like everyone wants me to. Sonny Garcia has been telling me every 5 minutes, make sure you hassle Shane. He wants to see a show, but we'll just, you know, we'll try and stay afloat out there.
Oh, it's going to be great. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for the Clash of the Legends at the Reef Hawaiian Pro. They'll have a 23-minute heat. We're going to adapt the heat because we've been adapting for the whole contest. One more time as they go on to the paddle out. Back up to you guys up in the booth.
And thank you, Bohaj. So we are set to go with a pretty exciting heat. 11 minutes remaining in the round of 96 heat number 16. We'll bring you up to speed. Wiggly Dantas, our surfer wearing the red singlet. Dantas has posted a 6.83, a 2.17 for Masatoshi Ono, and Geiselman, our surfer in blue. And this would be, I believe, Eric. Eric Geisman a 5-0 and a 3-0. Here is, for his third wave, Seabiscuit, Casey Brown.
Unfortunately caught behind that. And joining us to my left is a very special guest, surfer, filmmaker, family man, Castaway star, Taylor Steele.
Yeah, thank you. I'm excited to be here. This is going to be a great heat coming up with the legends. I'm hoping Shane and Ross do have a paddle battle, but we'll see.
I think once it's in the water, they're going to turn it on. Especially Rob with that board. It looks like he could catch a wave out at the buoy on that board.
Yeah, exactly.
Here's Wiggly, that 683 that Dave just mentioned. We saw this during the break, and he got a really nice left with a clean wall ahead of him.
Yeah, Wiggly Dantas, the 21-year-olds, looking to replace a pretty big result, 1,253 points here at the Reef Hawaiian Pro, which he posted last year.
And an 8.27 on the board for this right that we just saw on the replay, and a couple very strong scores from a Brazilian surfer.
Former under-16 Brazilian champion. Same year he won the Quicksilver King of the Grums. So we knew from long ago this guy was ready to light things up and become a professional surfer and travel the globe. Right now he comes into this event number 55 in the rankings, and when he sees all the success the Brazilians have, he's got to be anxious, saying, you know what, I've surfed against these guys. I want a piece of the action too. He's seen 17, 18, 19-year-olds, but at 21 he's ready to make his move. He needs a good result here. A 6.83 and an 8.27. He's comboed the field.
Yes. He's a good surfer in any conditions. I've seen him at Pipeline getting some amazing tube rides. And here in the smaller Haleiwa waves, he's a big surfer. The large frame, he's still getting excellent scores.
Yep. Well, we're down now to 8 minutes and 58 seconds. Well, we had him join in maybe a half heat too early because we wanted to listen what was going on the stage. Taylor, good to have you here.
Thank you. I'm excited to be here.
You know what I'm excited about when I see your career and what you've done, and to fit in with the surfers and make things happen. You, a great surfer yourself, but as you just said, you know what, I've got a passion to capture what these guys are doing. Did it start with Super 8?
It started with regular 8 tapes. The tapes, not film.
Regular high 8.
And then I moved up to high 8 when I shot Momentum.
And then all of a sudden you got creative and went to film, right?
Yeah, that was much later. With these guys, it was all video, and the tapes would destruct after, like, so many watches. So we were limited how many watches we could have.
As we take a look at a third wave for Masatoshi Onos, charging right here, the 30-year-old, 30 years of age, but take a look at how quick and nimble this guy is.
Yes, he's a great surfer. And back to Taylor in those early days, I want to know in the editing room, who wanted to see themselves surf over and over the most?
I would say Shane. Shane was really animate. They all watched and took tips from that and learned from it.
Yeah, that's a great tool to be able to use. Nowadays with digital, you can watch a wave like this on this replay of Ono over and over.
And possibly slow things down a little bit. Looking at these frame rates and everything, things have gotten a lot easier and a lot faster in terms of editing.
Yeah, technology is always a big factor in growth on video, and back then just having the access to watch it that same day was a huge asset to the guys.
It's funny, a lot of people go, well, you really want to be on the beach, because for years and years it was a still photographer that was the hero. Then all of a sudden with the digital age and being able to capture the images, it used to be basically film, then it went to the beta cams, but with the high 8 images, it's really simple. A steady hand and a good lens, a tripod and a good lens, right? It's really simple, but you need to be there on the beach for 8 hours a day.
You miss a lot of sessions, but I was lucky. Technology made it possible for me to do what it is, make surf films.
It really brought down the cost high 8 instead of shooting film.
I couldn't afford to do it before when I was shooting on film, and being an 18-year-old filmmaker, video high 8 made it possible for me.
Yeah, I think from film when they first brought out those beta cams, they were still like $40,000, $50,000, and who could afford that? You were in demand if you could own one of those cameras, and then things, we're seeing GoPros on everybody's helmet, backhand on their car, on the front of their board, the back of their board. It's crazy. Last wave for Ono goes into a scoreline 383, and that's what he's trying to replace here, and good move, but blown off his board.
Yeah, he got on the opposite rail than he wanted to be when he came down, and here's Casey on a large wave as he gets a couple maneuvers in on a nice little left, and a major set, possibly the biggest set of the contest, catches everyone inside right now.
And a little possibility for a right, but it's going to run quick. Keep an eye on surfer Lou Geiselman.
Yeah, this is a nice looking wave into the bowl if he can get in front of it, but it shuts down on him with that angle, unfortunately.
And then one more wave out the back, looking for a third wave to replace his 683.
Wiggly just seems to be in the right spot at the right time with a nice nice wave on his backside here with a major crack, vertical in the pocket, looking to finish it off strong with the backside air reverse. And with that strong trade wind, it's nearly impossible to pull off that maneuver.
And another set comes marching through. Things are looking good right now for this heat and for the Clash of the Legends coming up. We've got 5 minutes and 21 seconds remaining, and everybody's doing some duck diving except Geiselman on his 5th wave, in and out.
Yeah, you can sneak up really quick on those rights, and unfortunately he was on the shoulder and wasn't able to get a turn off before it shut down on the toilet bowl.
Who was the easiest guy to work with in terms of, I'm going out, let's go here, let's do this, or did you always have to just be on call when the guys took a surf session, or did somebody come up to you and say, you know what, I'm going to go down to the beach to rock pile. You want to come down with me?
Yeah, usually each guy was trying to grab me and take me for their little secret sessions.
You were very popular.
Yeah. I would say Kelly, there would always be moments with Kelly. I traveled the most with Rob. We got along great, and yeah, all the guys had their moments, obviously.
Well, Rob grew up right next door to you, pretty much.
Yeah, I knew Rob before I started filming and before he was anything. Yeah.
Into being very creative with his equipment, that anything he can ride. Got to ask you, any insights, real quick before we get our legendary guys, but any insight that you can share with us that people don't know what makes Kelly Slater 11-time world champion? At that time when you were with him, was he doing yoga? Was he reading books on mad scientists? Is he from a different planet? What can you share that nobody knows about Kelly? Because it is still kind of a secret of how can he, I don't know, live at 39, 40 years of age and be so domineering.
Yeah, I have all those secrets, but he made me sign non-disclosures at an early time. Yeah.
Excellent, yeah. So, but he is from Florida.
He is.
Okay, great.
It's in the water there.
Yeah.
The fountain of youth, he found it.
And then the other boys in the lineup, obviously, we're going to bring Nutty back in for the start of the Legends. We'll be able to get some insight and stories on each one of the personalities, which makes surfing so great. Great friends on the water. We've got to learn to travel together. But once there's a heat on and they've got jerseys, things change a bit.
I think so. I think their old ways will come out pretty quick.
And then what did you enjoy? Did you enjoy the free surfing a lot more than even thinking about shooting a lot of the competitive surfing? A whole different vibe?
Yeah, but our free surfs, shooting for the video was a competitive vibe. I would show clips of the guys and get them fired up and try to motivate them to get better sections.
And try and take out Kelly for that final section. On the morning show, Kalani was still snap about a session at Cave Rock that he got left out of.
Yeah, I think that was Taylor Knox and Shane, and they just grabbed me, and it was flat in Durban, but Cave Rock was like 10 foot.
Yeah, so, I was there, I remember.
Yeah.
Wave number 6 for Geiselman, currently in the second spot, needs an 8.93 to overtake Wiggly Dantas, who's got a 2-wave total of a 15.10, solid heat. Here's Casey Brown, needs a 7.60. Brown in and out. 2 minutes and 37 seconds remaining. These guys are asked to deliver in 20 minutes, which puts a lot of pressure on them. And your game plan changes as you find out another score a guy gets, and then you go, oh my gosh, I'm behind the 8 ball.
Well, Wiggly just started off this heat so strong and put the pressure on everyone else to just fight for second in this heat, and that's what it's been. Tooth and nail. Ono needing a 6.27 and Casey Brown needing a 7.6 if they're going to pass Eric in the dying minutes of this heat.
Well, I bet Taylor's looking back at his career and what he could have done with a GoPro. Nobody else has a GoPro, but you had something of that quality that it was so small, it would have been pretty interesting, right?
Yeah, I think my early days of filmmaking, it was just, I was lucky to be traveling with these guys because I wasn't that good. So anything, having any camera documented it would have been a good tool.
And living at Benji's house, how was that?
Yeah, when I first came over to Hawaii, I didn't have a place to stay, and I was staying in a van, and Benji let me crash in his place after like a month in the van.
Staying in a van on the North, I think I've seen that movie before. It's, yeah, the whole North Shore vibe.
Yeah.
Well, we're closing things down. Anxious moments for Seabiscuit. Casey Brown in the lineup. Our surfer in yellow finds himself in 4th. Former NSSA champion, winning the Nationals in the Explorer Championship back in 2005. Now 23 years of age, from the Big Island, from Kona. Well, he needed a big score of a 9.10. Masatoshi Ono, the Japanese competitor, wearing white. He needs a 7.77. So watch Geiselman in blue, who is coming off, when you're an air guy, you're always kind of coming off an injury. Well, he's trying to better a 6.17, but watch his positioning. There he is in blue, kind of like the shark, going to make sure that nobody gets a good wave in these closing seconds.
Yeah, that's a very, very tough position to be in, knowing that you have to sit on your competitors, and you don't want to be in that position. You want to be out and let your surfing do the talking, but there's no way you're going to let these last minutes slip away and let your competitors slip away at the same time.
So he's on the inside, but what he can do is he can figure out if it's a left or right, then try to out-position him. Now, for these guys here, it looks like there might be nothing. It's a done deal, but he's picked his challenge right there. He sees that Ono's in that third spot needing a 7.77, so he's kind of concentrating on the surfer in white.
And Eric's had a tremendous run of bad luck. This is really cool to see him make a heat. I don't think he's made a heat all year. It's 12.67 is probably his highest total, and he just came off with stitches at backdoor and a sprained ankle. So to see him make it through a couple heats is a good momentum to set up a solid run next year.
Wiggly Dantas, and in Brazil you go, what does Wiggly mean? It means leader of an army, and the army of Brazilians are here, and he is definitely one to watch out for. For Geiselman, he injured his right ankle at the U.S. Open in a morning surf, and after a morning free surf, well, he's back in action, a second-place result. Geiselman moves through with Dantas. We'll be right back with the Clash of the Legends here at the Reef Hawaiian Pro, live from the North Shore.
Welcome back, guys. My name's Heath Walker. We are at the Reef Hawaiian Pro, the first event of the Vans Triple Crown and the surfing, and a specialty event we have right now is the Clash of the Legends, presented by, Clash of the Legends Momentum Generation, presented by Bud Light Line. I'm joined with Taylor Steele here. Taylor, thanks for coming down today, mate.
Thank you. I'm excited to see this.
This should be a little walk down memory lane here, and also Dave Stanfield. How good it was last year with the Clash. Robbie Machado up and riding right now on a nice little dribbly left, just a quick in and out. We saw Sonny Garcia, Tom Carroll, Tom Curran, and Marco Calupo last year. This year we've got Taylor's boys.
That's right. It's weird and it's surreal to see the guys in this position, but it's definitely deserving.
Yeah, we got a great first Clash heat. Let's see if we can get some waves. We've got Ross Williams here, local surfer from Haleiwa, surfed here many times. He floats over this little section, comes around the nice little snap there, nice carving turn there from Ross Williams. And Taylor, Ross, what a pleasure he was to work with back in the day.
Oh, nobody could carve like Ross in some solid waves.
And we got Shane Dorian here also. Shane just with a little bit of an ankle injury at the moment. We were down in Mexico this year shooting some really cool swell down there at a little secret spot south of, we'll just say south down there, and somewhere down mainland Mexico. And Shane, unfortunately, coming unstuck, we're doing a big aerial there and heavily tearing his ankle, which has seen him being out of the water for about 4 months now. So it's good to see Shane Dorian back, and what a way to come back here at the Clash of the Legends Momentum Generation. And Taylor, you worked with these guys for many, many years. I'm sure I heard Dave and Shay talking about it with you before. I can sense it, you know, being at the house there, seeing these guys all hanging out. It brings back good memories.
Oh, it feels like it's just how it was 20 years ago. We traveled together for at least 10 years, 15 years, so it feels really familiar.
Yeah, and Ross Williams there, as he said, this turn of Ross never gets old. Big arcing carve there from Ross, always renowned of throwing plenty of buckets. And I know we have all the guys live out there at the moment. They're all mic'd up. I know we've got Sean Moody on the back of the jet ski. But we'll just see if we can get some action. Shane Dorian here turning around on a nice little right here. Let's see what Shano can produce. He's on his little JC carper as he floats over the section there, just coming around here, straight up there, turn from Shane Dorian. And the wave just kind of fattening out. Rob Machado as well on a nice little left here. Let's see what Robbie can do. Big floater over the section there. Driving around this section. Another little float, gets a little caught up. And bamming a nice turn in there for Robbie Machado. Looks like he's riding a little shovel nose or something?
Yeah, he was surfing that last night, and yeah, I don't think he knows what that board does yet, so he's experimenting in this heat.
And Ross Williams there, nice little smooth control there from Ross Williams. And he's just gliding through those sections there. Still getting a little bit radical on the inside. Unfortunately not seeing perfect conditions here for the first heat of the clash, as we saw last year, but still these guys are very competitive and they've competed. I mean, Dave, you've been commentating surfing many years. You've seen these guys compete in all kinds of conditions.
Kalani Robb, the youngest at 34 from the North Shore. And unfortunately, I was kind of bummed when he left the tour. Love to watch him surf, but he's the youngster out there. Rob Machado, what is this board? He says, what, 5 different boards put together into one, right? It's the versatile board.
Yeah, it's like got the normal board shaped in a fun board. Is that right?
That's right. And Rob shaped it, and he rode one in Chile a month ago, and now he just got this yesterday in the mail, and he's excited to try it out.
In the mail. 38 years of age, Rob Machado, born in Sydney, Australia, but growing up in Cardiff by the Sea, California. He had an old nickname, Rubber Toe. Did anybody ever really call him Rubber Toe?
I haven't heard that one.
Yeah, well, it's just one of those odd names there. For Ross Williams, 38, North Shore surfer, but I believe born in Ohio. But he thanks his parents again and again to come over very early and to live the Hawaiian lifestyle for so many years.
Yeah, Ross's nickname was the Cat always.
The Cat?
Yeah.
Well, he is serious. And talk about Ross's power that we've seen over the years. This guy could throw some spray. And, you know, you don't think of Ross as being a massive... He's a big guy, but he knew how to put his board on rail, and the judges could see him throw a huge wall of water.
Yeah, that was one of the better things for videoing. It just spray would go twice as far as everybody else when Ross would do a turn.
And it's better, especially with a competitor or one of your friends out there, and you can really lay a lot of water on him.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, yeah, Moody's got a camera. Is he one of your cameramen?
He is today.
Look at Shane Dorian there, guys, up and riding a nice little left there, Dollars. Just getting busy here. And look at the focus. You know Shane Dorian wants to win. These guys are going to walk away. The winner's going to walk away with $10,000. And, you know, everybody is going to kill in their natural instincts will kick in.
Yeah, you got to remember about Shane's. He was number 4 in the world in what? In 2000, and then in 1998 going back number 5. He was always a contender for the world title, and he was used to groveling back in those days. A lot of beach break city waves.
Yeah, I think I talked to Shane a little bit this morning. He's going to try to catch a couple waves early and then go sit on Ross.
Oh, okay. So there could be some hassling out there.
Definitely hassling, and they kind of got fired up here this morning. And I remember Shane Dorian having commentating with me in an early heat. He was trying to tell Rob to ride an Haleiwa out there. He's like, you know, maybe you should ride a Haleiwa. I think you'll do good on it. And just trying to, you know, throw in a little bit of a distraction where he can.
Little smack talk, which has been going on for 2 decades. Shane Dorian, when's the first time somebody said Shane Back Dorian? And it doesn't sound right unless you know it's surfing, and it's the backdoor pipeline. A master at pipeline, isn't he?
Yeah, he's always been that crazy guy out at Pipeline since day one, since he was like 16.
Looks like we're going to have Kalani up and riding, you guys. Just a quick in and out. Yeah, Shane definitely finds his comfort zone out there at Backdorian. I think they used to call him a bit because he was so comfortable out there inside the barrel. And we're just kind of going back to this replay right now. And look at Shane getting the feet ready, getting the feet all aligned in the wax. And pretty cool rail to rail here, Dozza. Just kind of flowing over the section there as he comes around the turn there. Nice big vertical snap there for Shano, and a big arcing hook there. So probably the best wave of the heat thus far. Still plenty of time left for just over 15 minutes and a couple of scores being locked in. And judges are really going back and looking over the replays to make sure the right scores are being locked down.
Did Shane know he was going to be in a yellow singlet so he could have a matching board?
Probably. You know, Shane, he was, I talked to him about it the other night, Taylor. He had the best outfits. He was also always so color coordinated with his sprays, his airbrushes, his hairdos.
Yeah.
I mean, he had it down.
He was really, that was one of his big things, is what looked good for photos back in the day.
Who was always getting teased the most and could take it, but who was always the brunt of a lot of jokes and pranks?
Well, we had Chester just keeping everybody on their toes all over those years. He was a big brother that would just write everybody off, so he kept everybody in check.
No big heads.
No big heads.
Oh, hey, Sean Moody, are you out there? Do you copy?
Yes, I'm out here.
Moods?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? You there, Mood?
Yeah, I'm here.
Can you hear me? Yeah, Moods, how are you, mate?
What's up, boys?
Hey, just give us a little bit of a bird's eye view from the channel there. Obviously, you know the reef out there pretty well. Talk us a little bit about the guys in the water and who was your favorite growing up?
I'd have to say all these guys were my favorite. I liked Ross a lot. Shane Dorian was probably all of my group of friends' favorite surfer. Here's Kalani. Oh, God.
Moody just about got taken out by that wave just right in front of Kalani Robb. And if you're taking a look at colors at home, Kalani's in black, Ross Williams wearing the gray, and Rob Machado in blue, and Shane Dorian in yellow. And scores have dropped, and the judges are making some decisions.
Yeah, Shane Dorian dropping a 7.67 there. He'd be pretty happy with that. Machado, here he goes. Robbie's on a nice little left. Let's see what he can do on this funny little surfboard he's got there. Whoa, a little like carving 360. And just having a bit of fun with it there is Rob Machado.
Taylor, I got to ask you, Rob Machado, for years and years, just seeing him in competition, yeah, a competitor, but what you really don't know, you see kind of a mellow Jerry Lopez on land, but he is actually really fierce going after waves in the lineup. There is two different personalities, isn't there?
Yeah, he's not one of those aggressive guys catching waves, but he's super competitive, and he'll make sure that his performance is on par with everybody else.
He's out there to win, like he is right now.
Yeah, if you play him in ping pong or any other sport, basketball, even tip in, he'll really show that color.
Who's the best ping pong table tennis player in the world? Is it Machado or Slater?
Machado has Slater's number for sure.
Really?
Yeah.
Right now, Kelly's listening. He is probably irritated with what you just said.
Yeah, usually Kelly will use that to fuel his next heat with Rob. So.
Oh, okay.
Now, Moody, you're down there still. Quick question for you, Sean. Obviously, sitting on the inside on the back of the ski there. Tell me a little bit about the conditions today and what would be your preferred left or rights out there?
Well, at the moment, I'd say the lefts are a little bit better. The wind's kind of going into them, so there's a little bit of opportunity. Obviously, if it was a bit bigger, the swell direction would be great for the rights, but today, the swell's not really working out, but it still looks really fun out here.
Now, Moods, we're just under about 12 minutes remaining. Shane Dorian dropped a 7.67 on that left, so he's out in the front. He's backed it up with a 4.5, but Ross Williams there also with a 6.17 and a 4.87. So the two Hawaiian boys out in front.
Yeah, the boys are ripping. Shane had some swivel hips on that left and ended up getting that 7.67. And I saw Ross's right, which was also a really good wave. So I don't know. We got to get Kalani and Rob in this one.
Well, Kalani right now, he's got a 3.33. For him, the scoreboard shows that, well, he doesn't want to advance out of the heat. He wants to actually take the most points possible as they go into a final tomorrow. But he needs an 8.84 to go from fourth to first and overtake Shane Dorian. Shane with a 7.67 and a 4.50. We'll see if he's going to start playing hardball. Ross Williams to overtake Shane needs a 6.01, and Machado is looking for a 6.84 to jump up into the lead. So nobody's comboed, waiting for waves.
Yeah, so it's they're definitely going to they get another roll of the dice. Normally we like to have the guys surf 3 heats, but due to the time frame they're at, they will get to surf 1 more heat tomorrow before the final. So we will crown the Clash of the Legends Momentum Generation champion. But what an honor it is to have Taylor Steele here with us. Taylor, I think one of the things I talked about the guys, just the number of the group that you used to hang out with. There was like 8 or 9 guys, but they all had such successful careers. It's very rare that you'll see such a mass number of guys that really they became role models. They were all respected in their own territories, but also globally too. I mean, these guys were superstars across the world.
Yeah, I like to think that everybody sort of worked together to do that as a team, and that sort of team aspect is something that people should look at and as a positive.
Humor. Was it Benji Weatherly that was the top comedian?
Benji was a funny one for sure. No one could top his jokes. Yeah.
And still today. Yeah. Looking at what happened last year, did you get a chance to see? It was a battle, 3 heats. Sonny Garcia, Tom Kern, Mark Akalupo, and Tom Carroll. It was quite entertaining.
Yeah, those are all my heroes, and to watch that was exciting, and to see that they had a little bit different mindset than these guys. There's a lot more hassling going on.
Well, here we go. A couple of pulses come through. Everybody seems to be just a little bit off on the toilet bowl section, and if they're going to move over, well, the ski's going to have to move over. There's a water photographer out there ducking right there. Our ski with Moody on it's to the far right, ready to get wet. And here's our surfer in black, Kalani Rob, needs a wave. This is his second, no, excuse me.
Rob Machado.
Rob Machado.
Yeah, and Robbie Machado there. There's $20,000 there up for grabs from our good friends Bud Light Lime. So Bud Light Lime putting up the prize money for these guys. And first place, $10,000. We saw Sonny Garcia win it last year. And I'm just going to maybe say, I don't think Rob chose the right board today.
Yeah, I think Shane sort of pushed him in that direction behind the scenes. So I think that was in Shane's favor, and Shane's really capitalizing on it.
The bait and switch. Hey, you ride that, I'll ride this. Right. All of a sudden, they're out in the lineup. Shane Dorian, Kalani Rob Machado, and Ross Williams in the lineup with 8 minutes and 35 seconds remaining. This is first of 2 heats. The second heat should take place right before the finals tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, we will crown a Reef Hawaiian Pro champion, of course, being the main event. And also, too, we will crown the Clash of the Legends as well. We're going to see the Momentum Generation champion crowned tomorrow. They're going to win $10,000 thanks to our good friends at Bud Light Lime.
So the best 4 waves, two scores out of this and 2 scores out of how you're going to figure out a champion.
Just the same as the normal format. Best 2, as we look at Shane Dorian here, paddling in a nice little right. Dozer, he is super focused as he comes around this section there. Nice little carving cut back there for Shane-O. Driving around again, the wave's going to wall up. Nice big carved little tail slide there. And just Doz reminiscing on the late 90s there, Taylor.
Yeah, he's feeling it. He's got his matching outfit. It's all coming back to him.
And just a little bit of confidence in his step right now as we see Shane Dorian paddling out the back. He was looking at replacing a 4.5, and I think he might have done that. A couple of clean turns off the top. Taylor, you worked many years, obviously, with these 4 of these guys and obviously many others. You had many projects. Obviously, we're calling this the Momentum Generation. Maybe elaborate a little bit on what was one of your fun projects that you worked on, obviously from back then till now.
I would say that there's a couple. This one was the one that gave me a career and gave me an opportunity to make films. So this one was really huge for me. And then Loose Change was fun to get everybody sort of in the sort of light-spirited and have fun with it. And those 2 stand out.
Yeah, definitely some good acting there. It was so fun to see the boys. I think Shane Dorian was a bar. He worked behind the bar, and Rob Machado was the bum on the bike. And I mean, just to bring that element into surfing, you pretty much owned it for many years, and still rightfully so. But just elevating surfing to just a whole different level than just guys at surf sections.
Yeah, I tried to, keep it fun. Keep it fun for the viewers. I think surfing's fun and shouldn't be taken too seriously.
Who was maybe an inspiration for you that was a surf cinematographer that you kept an eye on, and early movies that inspired you?
Chris Bystrom, he was one of the big ones. Those soundtracks and the fact that the soundtrack and the surfing all coincided was a big thing for me. Wave Warriors 3 was a big movie for me. So those are the ones that really, formed my style in our early days.
And what about 2? Sorry, Dave. What about 2 as you evolved on? I know you've worked on some projects. You did the trilogy with Billabong. The ones where you guys, correct me if I'm wrong, the one where you guys traveled everywhere, and the one with Kalani and down in the drive-through down in South America there, on the 4-wheelers on the beach. I mean, it's just so much fun. It's so great to see you be able to capture the behind the scenes with those guys, because they live such an extraordinary life.
Yeah, I think just the fact that I've known them so long, they maybe open those doors where I can get that insight that maybe someone else couldn't.
There's always that complaining of who's driving, who's getting car sick, when can we stop, Kalani being late. Get it in the car, right?
Yeah.
Come on, what are you doing? We're trying to make a show here, and you're still sleeping in bed, and everybody else is waiting in the car?
Kalani I've known for so long. He's still my kid brother, so we'll get that dynamics going on trips, and I'll have to boss him around at times.
Classic stuff. Well, taking a look at Shane Dorian out in the lineup, he is your leader. In fact, you flash back to Shane Dorian, kind of did what Kelly Slater did. In 1993, he was the star of a movie, In God's Hands, Sony Pictures' $10 million movie. Shane Patrick Dorian, Matt George, Matty Lou, Sean Thompson. You look at that, a lot of people, went to the movie and they go, hey, that was, I understood that. Other people go, I'm not sure I quite understood that movie. Either way, did Shane get a heat from the movie like Kelly got heat from Baywatch? Or I'm proud of those guys doing that kind of stuff.
Yeah, he got a little heat, but our group was more supportive in the sense that, you know, do something different. Get outside your comfort zone. Go for it. So we were more supportive than not, whether it was a good movie or not. Just the fact that he would throw himself out there is a good thing.
I thought Shane did a great job.
Yep.
And looking in the lineup, he's doing a pretty good job. And it's not over yet, though. We've got another day to go, another heat. But Shane's got a 7.67 and a 6.77. And one thing our leader has done out there, he's won, well, 50 grand, he and his tow partner, towing in some crazy waves, whether he's paddling in or towing in. He is like you said, on the beach he looks normal, but in the water he does stuff that you really shouldn't want to do if you want to have a decent life.
Yeah, he's always been a little bit of a contrast where he'll be really conscious of what he wears, dresses in that way on land, but then in the water he's just a complete psycho. So
yeah, he's an animal. And let's go down to Sean Moody. Moods, you're down there. We're down to about 3.5 minutes remaining, and it looks like your boy Dozer, he is out in front. He backed up his 4.5 with a 6.77. Looks like we've got a bit of a paddle right now.
Yeah, the boys are sitting on each other. It's getting rough out here.
Any words out there amongst them there, Sean?
Yeah, they're just chatting. Pretty good vibe out here. Everybody's laughing. They're kind of mad at Dorian, though. He keeps palling around everybody.
Well, this has been the busiest surfer. Machado, wave number 6, looking to better a 4.13 in the scoreline, a 9.11 to overtake Shane Dorian.
And finally, we're going to see Kalani Rob on a really good little wave. Let's see if Kalani can get busy as he floats over that section. Unfortunately, just getting a little bit caught behind there. And probably not the heat that Kalani would want to remember. He's probably got to have some work to do tomorrow, knowing that he's only got one more shot at the title. But still, you know he's having a ball.
2 minutes, 45 seconds remaining. Your leader, Shane Dorian. Shane Dorian's been selective. His last 2 waves, however, he started with a 1.17, then a 4.5, then a 7.67, and a 6.77. And, you know, now and then the rights definitely work out. Ross Williams in that second spot. Ross is trying to better a 4.87, needs an 8.27 to take the lead. Here we go. We're going to have some fireworks to end this last 2 minutes, 20 seconds. And with the best seat in the house, I would think it would be Sean Moody.
Yeah, Moods, who we got here? Looks like Kalani's going to get this good little insider.
Yeah, Kalani on the left. One of the best styles in the game still.
Well, looking to launch right there. And a nice, was that a double grab there?
And looks like Ross Williams here on a beautiful little wave. And who we got here? Rob Machado on the inside, guys. Rob, big snap off the top there, comes around, floats it over there again, flying over this section. He's going to have one more turn here. Let's see what he's got. Nice little carve. And Shane and Ross. And look, let's see Roscoe. What does he need? He needs an 8 to get in the first. Big turn there from Ross Williams. Another big snap there. And comes around the section there. Big vertical turn. So 3 big turns there for Ross Williams there, Taylor.
Yeah, I'm surprised Shane let him go on that one. He could have hassled him a little bit more, I think. But I think he's getting a little softer in his old age.
He is. I remember talking to Shane yesterday. And he's like, Ross used to win everything. He won everything. It was annoying. So as you see, the boys are having a bit of a giggle, and Ross Williams right now a little bit bigger than the other lads. Big tall snap there, nice big vertical throwing water there. He comes around the section there, big rooster off the top there, and he's a happy little camper there, Ross Williams. Let's see what the score is coming in for that. And Ross just needs a big open face there because he can still throw plenty of water. We're down to the 1 minute remaining here at the Clash of the Legends Momentum Generation, presented by Bud Light Lime. Our good friends at Bud Light Lime putting up $20,000 for first place here today. And I'm sure there's going to be some refreshing cervezas drank this afternoon.
Chris Conrad and team know how to have fun.
We're going to be talking about the first battle that went down today. I know Taylor and I have been having a few cold ones the last few afternoons, and they've been great.
It's been great reminiscing at the house, at the Reef House with everybody, so it's been a lot of fun. Thanks for having me out here.
Bomb and set coming, 22 minutes on the clock, maybe 1 or 2 more waves ridden. Ross Williams to the inside. Ross is looking to overtake the lead. He needs an 8.27.
Yeah, Kalani Rob as well on a nice little wave. Let's see, Kalani, we've got Rob Machado. Just boys, and look at Dorian. He's about to take the wave of the heat again. Solidify the victory, ladies and gentlemen. Shane Dorian easily taking out this first heat of the Clash of the Legends. Nice big snap there from Shano. Driving around the section there, getting a little caught. Who was that getting in his road there? The water photographer, Shane Dorian. Beautiful surfing there, Taylor.
He's still got it. He's give him some waves, and he would show that he's still one of the best surfers out there.
So waves and consequence. That's gonna be it. As we look there at Dave, Ross Williams, Shane Dorian there, Kalani Robb, and Rob Machado. Let's hope Paul Fisher can grab the winner of that heat. As we see Ross Williams there, still throwing plenty of water.
Well, Shane Dorian makes it happen. The 39-year-old from the Big Island, 21 years as a pro, turned pro seriously in 1990, 11 years on the World Championship Tour. Big waves, small waves, it doesn't matter. Back Dorian. Shane Dorian does it with 2 solid scores. He might replace the 6.77 with that last wave. Also in the scoreline, a 7.67. However, we've got one more score to come through, and Ross Williams has posted an 8.33. It's not done yet. Score still coming through. So we thought we'd wrapped it up. Let's see if Dorian's last wave will make a difference. It is Ross Williams by 0.6. Here we go. We'll be right back with the results.
Round 64.
Well, that was crazy. Looks like Ross Williams with an 8.33. We don't have the official results. The board's been cleared, but edges out Shane Dorian by 0.06. The heat's not over with because we have one more 20, 25-minute heat tomorrow, but that makes it a really tight battle between those two. And just take a look, 0.06 difference between Williams and Dorian. Dorian's going to be really mad.
Yeah, he's obviously giving Ross that wave, and those two are more competitive than anyone. Obviously, they can have a little bit of fun with it in their later years as of now. But probably looking back at it, probably shouldn't have given Ross that wave.
Not at all.
I'd like to see a joint interview with both of them right now down on the beach.
Let's hope we can get Paul Fisher down there to grab a couple of those personalities and kind of dig into them. And I want to hear everything.
Well, we've already started a heat here, and Kai Barger opens up with a 4.33. He's up against Geiselman, and that would be Evan Geiselman. Also in the lineup, Josh Kerr and Ezekiel Lau, our 2 top seeds. So good heat. Now, any advantage of surfing out here in the earlier rounds for Kai Barger and Geiselman, just sorting out equipment?
Definitely becoming familiar with the conditions in the lineup. Ezekiel in his first wave is the wild card here from his win at the HIC Sunset. at the Van Sunset Pro.
Well, we have now extended the heats, I believe, to 23 minutes. They should be. I'm looking at 19 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock. Josh Kerr is your top seed. He's out of the Gold Coast, Queensland, Australia. But like Nutty's moved to San Diego, the 27-year-old has been on a streak. He's number 6 on the World Tour and number 10 on the world rankings. And what can you say about a guy that at one point says, well, I don't think I'm going to surf the World Tour next year. Remember that? He's like, I'm kind of over it, and just didn't have his heart into it. And now all of a sudden he is hot, red hot.
Yeah, he's an amazing talent and really a stand-up guy, Josh. You know, married to Nicole and has a little daughter, Sierra, and a little stepson, Colin. And he moved into Carlsbad as well, just up the road from me. And just a class act all around, Josh Kerr. Obviously having one of the best years he's had on tour this year, and with some great results. And we can't wait to see it. Hopefully some sets come in. We'll see Josh Kerr take it to the sky.
He's looking for his first wave. Opening score for Barger, 4.33, a 3.83 for Geiselman, and a quick in and out for Ezekiel Lau. Let's go down to, I believe it's Paul Fisher. Fisher, good morning.
How are you guys? I've got Clash of the Momentum in my bungalow oasis here. You guys stand still, go near each other, you're kidding. Did you see that final end of that heat? The boys right now have got Ross Williams, Shane Dorian, and we're just kicking it here. But what an end. Ross snaked Shano on that last wave. He thought he was out Bells Beach hassling him out there. What was going on, boys?
That wasn't cool at all. No, I actually paddled for the first wave and missed it. Just old slug arms, and then I looked at Shane, I'm like, oh, I gotta get one more, sorry buddy. I think Shane, you know, he took it easy on me. He probably could have paddled over my back, but we had fun, it was good.
Even though you guys are on your pensions, you're still hassling out there, eh, boys? It was started off with Ross there, leading the heat, then Shano, mate, are you kidding with those backhand hooks? Look at this hassling going on, it's unbelievable. But Shano, that ankle doesn't look like it's sore at all, mate.
Yeah, you know, it kind of comes in and out, but, you know, I mean, it's just fun to, you know, be out there. I definitely should have weaseled Ross a little bit more for that little left, but, yeah, it was just like old times. It was just fun to be out there together, and cool to see the boys flaring up again.
What about, like, Rob Machado? I mean, he rides doors and that, but was that a door that he was actually riding out there? Was that a sup from the house?
Rob straight up feels bad for us. He knows he could have surfed circles around us, so that was his way of being cool and riding literally a door. I think he's still ripping on the thing.
So tell me, was there any talk out there, anything going on out the back?
Yeah, I think we were just kind of reminiscing a little bit. I mean, you know, the four of us have had a lot of epic heats over the years and just a lot of good times, so it was just a, you know, it's just a kind of a cool opportunity for us to get together and just hang out and surf a bit and just kind of, yeah, back at Haleiwa again.
So just tell me one story between you two guys. Has there anything like just a funny rivalry in the morning, someone soaped up a horn, or, you know, anything like that? Does anyone want to go quick?
Well, you know what, we've been getting a lot of, everyone's talking about the heat we had at Newcastle when we were maybe 19, 20 years old, and we hassled each other until we both lost when we both probably could have easily made the heat, but Shane got the better of me now, and he got third and fourth, so we both lost, but he made it. But, you know, I have a good memory of me beating him at Pipe and Backdoor during the Pipe Masters, like in the mid-90s, and Shane's an absolute, you know, one of the best surfers out there, so for me, that's like a really good memory. Shane, you remember that?
Yeah, I remember that. It was really good, and it was a good heat. I remember it went back and forth, and you got an insane one, a super late drop, and I remember paddling back out, and I was just going, fall, 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 Ross, you better fall. And this heavy airdrop, and I remember just tucked right underneath it and just got blown out the end of it, and I went, that's it, I'm done.
So, out of you two guys, everyone knows that you guys had a rivalry. Who is leading the leaderboard here of wins? Out of you two, like, who is it?
You know, as competitive as we were, I didn't keep score. Do you know?
I bet you did. You just don't want to say it. Come on.
It'd be interesting to see. I think I would imagine the ASP would have that somewhere, our stats there, but
I know that we had another heat that everyone was all psyched on a reunion, and you killed me in that heat. It was like in the third round or something, and I was trying way too hard. I was just blowing my tail out in every turn, and Shane just waxed me. So if I had to take a guess, I'd say Shane might have the better of me, but it's probably pretty close. We should pull that up.
What? All right, boys. Thanks for joining me up here. Clash of the Momentum. Look at them.
Hey, Fish, one quick question there for Fish. What about you, mate? Obviously growing up and looking up to these guys. I'm going to put you on the hot seat, mate. Who are you going for, Shane or Ross?
You know what? I'm going to have to say here, back in the heyday, I used to love Ross's sections, you know, loose change and all that. Just the big buckets he used to throw on his backside, his forehand, his big Larry laybacks. But then you couldn't go past old Shano with his, you know, wild antics with his big airs and that back in the heyday. So, I don't know, man. I used to love all of them. And Machado, too, back in the day. I used to love watching his section with his big fro. Kalani Robble. I didn't really even see Kalani catch a wave out there. Was he sleeping or was he up at the buoy checking the swell coming through? But Kalani's sections used to be good too. I mean, they're all ripped. So, I mean, I don't really have a favourite, but loose change, Ross Williams section really sticks in my mind for sure.
There you go. Look at Ross there. Clinching the, putting a little flex on there, and Ross Williams going into the tomorrow's last and final clash. He will have the edge on Shane Dorian, and definitely Rob Machado and Kalani Rob got some work to do there, boys.
And Fisher, you said growing up. When is Fisher going to grow up? No, hopefully never. Crazy, man. One thing that's really interesting about surfers talking about other surfers, obviously it's respect, but they always say one of the best in the world. Nobody's just going to flat out These guys are so good. Now, what we had in the water during that interview was some spectacular surfing, a couple of really hot moves, didn't we?
So we saw Evan just squeak onto the shoulder of this left as he caught it on the wide bowl here. Sets up a nice turn, and this is the big money finish here. Nice grab rail air reverse. He kicks his tail up over his head all the way to the beach and pulls this off very smoothly. That's going to be an excellent score.
Key is the landing, and it was a perfect landing.
Yes, it was, and this is the wave directly behind it, the second wave of this set. Kai Barger deeper on the reef, having to come from behind this section with a nice turn, sets up a foam climb here and projects just enough speed to get this last third maneuver in, and he'll get a good score as well. So this heat is possibly the toughest heat of the round I've seen.
Yeah, some great surfing there from Kai Barger. He's a former, sorry Dave, he's a former Billabong World Junior Champion. He won at Narrabeen. And then Evan Geisman there, like just trademark turn there, that air reverse. And he does that with easy, actually, just like buttering toast for Evan Geisman there.
That's going to be a bomb score coming through. Official results, Nutty, for your first of two.
Official results there for the first heat of the Clash of the Legends, presented by Bud Light Lime. Ross Williams taking it out, 14.5, just edging out his good mate Shane Dorian, 14.44. And then Rob Machado in the third spot, 10.26. And Kalani Rob, unfortunately, we didn't really see Kalani get underway, but however, he could have an amazing heat tomorrow, and this all could change very quickly.
Yeah, let those three guys get a couple of interferences, and Kalani lighten things up. Here we go. We're keeping an eye on this man, who's probably going to post something at 8 or 9, and if it works once, it might work twice. Wave number 4, a solid score coming through. That was wave number 4. Wave number 3 hasn't been posted, but we're thinking it's going to be a high score. Great rotation. He and his brothers are air show guys, and you take a look at where they're from. Florida.
Yeah, and then New Smyrna Beach, it's a little wedgy, rampy beach break with its little wind swells, and they've been able to go around the world and have amazing video sections. Eric, for a number of years, has had the best section in a number of movies.
What does Florida teach you? Does it teach you to learn how to tap the energy source and pick up speed?
Yes, you have to be very light on your feet, and it teaches you to be really spontaneous as every section's popping up in front of you very quickly.
So reading the wave is a key. So Geiselman opens with a 3.83, then a 1.40, and this is yet another wave. He is so busy, and the reverses are coming like clockwork.
Yeah, they're just too easy for Evan there. We saw him come unstuck on that second one, but the third one right there just stomped it. And Kai Barger there just getting a little caught. As we see, the wind is really starting to getting blustery right now. They've got a flag.
It's been over in half there in our peripheral. And Evan, I saw him on the beach as he had just had a talk with his coach Sean Hayes, and he was licking his chops at this side wind and just planned to go to the air, and he has on every wave.
The lefts are starting to work.
Good shot there of Kai Otten. He's coming up and mentioning in the next heat, Kai Otten in a bit of a situation that it hasn't been common for him over the last 7 years. He's on the bubble of not requalifying. So Kai, fantastic server. Let's see if Kai can get a good result here at the Reef Hawaiian Pro.
And notice how precise he is with wax. I mean, some of these guys stand in the same spot time and time again, and he was really actually putting in some wax where he knows his feet are going to go right when he goes to his feet, right?
Yeah, it looks like he was making a piece of art there as he just intricately detailed every little hump on his board.
Look at these scores dropping, guys. Evan Geisman there at 9.0, and he's about to back it up with another really good one as well. As we go to the Vans replay, here's the section, a little blustery, a little windy, and you know he's just setting up right there. Big punt.
Yeah, he's so money on those, and like you said, buttering his toast. He does those with his eyes closed. He's got 2 excellent scores in his score line. Ezekiel Lau, we haven't seen that wave in a replay yet. He's got a 7.33 up.
It was a serious layback hack going towards the toilet bowl, and just a powerhouse. Zeke was out here last night with Shibata and Riddle testing the waters, and Dina was out here as well. But our question is, what happened to Josh Kerr? Well, a couple of quick waves, a 2.33 and a 1.13, and he's over at peaks. Kerr says, you know what, I don't want anything to do with these guys. I'm going to work that far corner.
Well, Kerr is a cruisy guy, and these 3 young competitors with everything to gain, and Kerr already up there in the top 10 of the world. He's over there cruising. He'll let these guys battle it out and hope to get a few waves on his own and not hassle these kids.
But you know Kerr been watching that peak. You know he's been watching it all morning. And if he can see waves there with scoring potential, that's all Josh will be looking at, because he'll want to get to the airways really quickly. Obviously, he's playing backup right now. You know, Geisman way out in front there with a 6.83 and a 9. In the second spot, Ezekiel Lau, he dropped the 7.33, and he's backing that up with a 3.9.
Kirk checks in at 27 years of age, 3 years on the World Championship Tour. And Josh Kerr, number 6 on the World Tour, number 10 on the World Rankings, is doing his own thing to the far side. It's a bunch of youngsters, 17-year-old Ezekiel Lau, and he's up and riding, looking to replace a 3.70.
Yeah, he was really deep on the reef and unable to get around the section, but sitting on the shoulder was young Evan Geisman as he goes to the air, once again unable to stick that alley-oop, and on a better wave out the back as we pan outside to see Kai Barger flying down the line.
Oh, that wave just had so much wind and chop up it, unfortunately for Kai, because he kind of got round it. He generated all the speed he could to get around that section. It just kind of faded out on him.
We've got a scoreboard up here, Scoreboards International, working this event and all 3 Triple Crown events. And the surfers can look back and see these scores as they drop through. But one thing is real key is that Geiselman, once he posts a 9.0 and the other 3 surfers hear that, it's a battle for the transfer spot, right?
Yeah,
Somewhat.
No, it's definitely it definitely puts you on edge when you're hearing somebody dropping a 9, as we saw Evan Geisman, the highest heat score of the day thus far, the highest heat score of the Reef Hawaiian Pro, and definitely makes your work cut out for you. Ezekiel Lau dropped a 7.33, and Kai Barger, he has a 6.33 there, so still anybody's game. Kai still he only needs a 4.71, and all by himself now. Josh Kerr's paddled back to the peak, and he's still requiring 2 pretty good scores there for Kerr.
Well, we saw Gallagher there, and he's coaching
Damien Hobgood. And he's been coaching Taylor Knox, and he just recently coached him to 2/3 on the World Tour. That's seen Taylor come from nowhere, threatening to be off the tour at the end of the season, and now he's in a great position to requalify for next year.
One of the funniest things is just the names of boards now. Everybody's got a great name for a board. I asked Gallagher this morning, hey, did you bring the Moneymaker? And he goes, nah, no more Moneymaker. And I go, well, you got to give a name to it. Well, okay, well, he might be riding Moneymaker too. Classic name for boards.
Looks like we've got an injured Kalohe and Dino there, very gingerly putting the jersey over his hand there.
I can tell you what happened.
Sustained a cut.
Last night here, hold on, let's watch this wave. We'll get you an update on Kalohe and Dino coming up next. Free surf session, and 8 stitches in his right hand, his fin cut, a fin cut from his board.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate. That could be a 9 for that one maneuver, as he did a full rotation backside with the grab with a ton of board speed. And Kai, this is some good sets coming through. Kai's able to get a 3rd maneuver off here, looking for a 4.71, but that was the maneuver of the event for me.
Did you see how windy, as we see Ezekiel Lau up here riding, ladies and gentlemen, beautiful hack there on the open face, and Zeke on a beautiful little ride. This is going to be a really good wave as well. So this stacked first heat. Ezekiel Lau just murdered that end section there. But Josh Kerr, guys, he did a full rotator in that wind, in that freaking breeze, that blustery conditions, and somehow fully rotated, landed in the flats and stomped it.
This is going to be a great replay here of Joss as he just eyes this section flying down the line. You knew what he was going to do the whole time, telegraphing this maneuver, and it was for good reason. He's got a lot of height and a lot of spin in that. Above the lip, it's very important to get in these airs.
Beautiful move by Josh Kerr, needing a 15.83 to take the lead. That's not going to happen. However, an 8.70. Imagine an 8.70, and he can go into the transfer spot up into the 2nd spot.
And the scores are
9.8.
We've got a 9.8 drop already, so hold on to your hats, guys at home.
And that was a European judge impressed with that, a 9.8 first score.
And now Evan, a ton of waves coming in this heat as this new swell starting to show up.
Oh,
great slob air with the tail high over the lip from Evan. He is such a talent. You're going to look in the future to see him pushing Medina and Andino into the air, and this is such an exciting era for surfing as these kids have gotten so consistent with these moves.
Kalohe and Dino, 8 stitches in the hand, fin cut, practicing yesterday afternoon, late after the contest wrapped up, goes out for a session, and the cut is right along the outside of the hand, I believe, but fin damage. A lot of guys are having a rip. We saw with crutches this morning coming to the beach with Alejo Muniz, so guys are hurting themselves trying for the big moves, but he's going to go out. He hasn't surfed yet. He doesn't know what it's going to be like to actually push up and get to his feet. Obviously, surfing would be okay, but pushing to his feet might be a little different thing. Josh Kerr.
Guys, we're going to see a massive score here from Josh Kerr.
He's up again, and he needs an 8.7, but look at the score line. What do we see, guys? Is that a 10 in the scoreline?
So 10, 9-2, 9-8, 9-5. We're going to see a high-scoring 9 right now, guys.
Well, a judge out of Byron Bay says that's a 10 easily. To do that in these conditions where you're not finding a lot of waves to pull off a spectacular move, with that 10, I'm thinking he might take the lead in the Hawaiian Air
And Ezekiel Lau got that really good right too. So this is really going to change. I think this is going to change a lot because I'm sure Josh Kerr's going to need another ride after Ezekiel Lau's waves locked in as well.
Yeah, that's a very good point. As that set came in, there was 4 or 5 waves in that, and then Zeke's wave was so smooth at the end of that set. He was able to get 3 major maneuvers in.
Zeke is an amazing talent, and the 17-year-old out of Honolulu. We got to keep an eye on him. Here is the surfer now living in San Clemente. It is Evan Geiselman, and he won the Reef Rob Machado Hurley event down there, the Pro Junior event at Seaside Reef. Kind of in the conditions, looking at these lefts, and on his forehand can spin to win.
I wanted to point out a difference in his air and Josh's air, and where you're seeing the higher score coming from Josh. Yes, Evans was getting the tail high, but Josh got a lot more height above the lip, and that's what they like to see. Not necessarily the tail high up to the beach, but up and over the lip and landing on top of the wave, and that's what Josh was able to do on his.
I think too on his backhand, I think you've always got to give it a little bit of credit. Obviously a backside air reverse inverted like that is a lot harder than a front side.
You go to these contests and you'll see wave after wave frontside air reverse, and very rarely do you see the backside air reverse.
Couple exchanges going down. Zeke Lau back into the second spot. His last wave a 7.50. Zeke Lau, the 17-year-old. Dad's a football coach, I believe, at St. Louis, and Mom is a dorm advisor, but he is a senior in high school, just coming off a huge 4-star win. He's got a couple of them, defeating Ian Gentile, Kamale Alexander, Kai Barger up at the HIC event. Look at this. There's Zeke Lau.
Yeah, Zeke ripping right now. Just really ferociously taking this wave to pieces. And he's looking at bettering a 7.33, and he just might do this. He's riding this wave all the way over to peaks with a vicious repertoire of snaps. A very proud young man, as he should be, tore that wave to pieces.
And it's the air show champion in Huntington Beach 2011. Also, he won the El Salvador event over Mitch Cruz, the Copa Quicksilver event, 4-star. So at 17, things are falling into place for him. He gets up at 5 in the morning and starts training. He is Herculean. He's this unbelievable athlete that you think his dad would say, okay, we need you on our football team. No, it's surfing for Zeke.
That's
School and
really
surfing.
cool. That's really cool to see something with that, somebody with that much fire at such a young age to train, to do the work at school. A lot of these guys are going to homeschool. And here, on a smaller wave, he's able to mix it up with some nice top turns and throw the backside air reverse here in the middle of it all.
Yeah, good surfing there from Zeke. And this now is where he really just tees off, as you see backside snap there, throwing plenty of water, getting the body movement into it, getting the rotation there. As he's driving down this kind of left, just dribbled over to peaks there, and just coming down in there. Nice little snap there.
Here's a very important set for Josh Kerr as he's scraping outside. As the larger set of the day comes in, he's unable, as he had to duck dive the first one. And these rights, like we saw Zeke, the second and third ones have been better. We can see if he can get in position and get that 5.43 he needs.
There it is. Zeke replaces that with a 7.63, so it makes it even harder.
Wind at his back.
He needs a 5.4. Let's watch what he's got. Oh.
Over the handlebars with a face plant there as that wave shut down quickly in that shallow in toilet bowl.
Josh Kerr needing a 5.43. Barger needing an 8.80. Here's Kai's shot here with 8 seconds on the clock.
Let's see what Barger's got as he's flying around this section. He really needs something big here as he punts a big air.
Barger surfed a great heat, but unfortunately, this was the heat of the event up to this point, as every surfer was just 8, 9 waves, a lot of 7s and 8s in the scoreline, and that big 9.7 was not enough for Josh Kerr to make this heat.
Yeah, but probably enough to jump into the running for the Hawaiian Air Show.
He would definitely, there was 2 top candidates there, Evan Geisman and Josh Kerr. 2 highest waves of the event went down, a 9 and a 9.7 in that one heat. As conditions improved.
Geiselman's going to throw away his 6.83 and looks like he's got another solid score for his 9th wave. Geiselman looks like he's going to go away the winner. Surfer in blue, well, he started off fairly strong. He got a 6.33, kind of put everybody knowing that you're on notice to score some big points. And then this one, the 9.0 rotation, and he's going to back it up with a 9th wave of probably an 8.5. He wins it. Zeke Lau comes through with a second place result with a 7.63 and a 7.50. Spin to win. A massive 9.70 for Josh Kerr. Not enough.
round 64.
And welcome back. Spectacular day here on the north shore of the island of Oahu. In the lineup, a round of 64 heat number 2, Kai Ottenplo, Andino Heath Joski, and Hode Colazo. A great heat. The 29th annual Vans Triple Crown of Surfing presented by Rockstar Energy Drink. The 27th annual Reef Hawaiian Pro here at Haleiwa Beach Park. Coming up on possibly Sunday. Some big surf predicted for the Vans World Cup at Sunset Beach, the 37th annual event. And then on to the Pipe Masters, the Billabong Pipe Masters, the 41st annual event at Aokai Beach Park. And then for the rookies, well, it's the 20th annual event for the rookies. And one of our first rookie, Taylor Knox, in this competition in the Triple Crown. Joining me now is a man, I didn't see you up here, but you were out there performing, and you had a lot of fun. Ross Williams ends up winning the first bout of the event. If you take a look at the heat, a 14.50 by 0.06. Ross, you're back in the booth. You're looking nice and dry. And was it a gift? It looked like Shane was actually paddling for you, at least trying to push, make a statement and maybe keep you off that.
Well, you know, I paddled for the first wave in that little set, and I missed it. It just kind of totally backed off, and the second wave was right there for Shane, and I just kind of paddled underneath him. And he probably could have paddled over my back, but he didn't. And you know, for the most part, we're kind of taking turns out there, but I thought that would make the crowd kind of happy there, because everyone wants to see me and Shane kind of tussle up a little bit.
Well, our winter seat crew with Maz and Bill and our producer Jordan and JD, our director, and all the great crew in the EBS, they had a shot of you not only finishing the wave, but Shane looking at you out the back, and not a happy look that he gave you that wave.
Oh, yeah, and I threw him a little cheesy point, too, after the wave. I pointed at him, yeah.
Like, love you, buddy?
Yeah.
Great job.
We had fun. We were laughing when we came in. Shane's a good buddy of mine. All four of us had fun out there, and hopefully we'll get more waves, because, Kalani didn't get a lot of waves in that heat either, so...
Well, it's not done yet. I mean, you and Dorian can each get a couple of interferences, and Kalani could be right in the hunt with Rob. Do you think Rob will change boards? I like the oddity that he had out there. The board might not have been perfect for these conditions. I don't know. He's such a talent anyway.
No, yeah. I've been telling people I think he felt bad for us, because he knows those little lefts. He could get a couple of 8s, no problem. And, so he basically wrote a door to give us a little handicap there. But, we had fun, and we made the most of it. These waves are really challenging, and so when we came in, I kind of high-fived Shane. I was like, hey, at least we didn't fall flat on our face. We surfed a couple waves all right.
Well, born in Daytona Beach, Florida, I believe, August 31st, 1993, 18 years of age, and Golden, they call him. He's down with a beach interview, right? We got Golden on the mic.
How you going, guys? I'm here with Evan Geiselman, the last heat winner. Evan, mate, were you frothing up much of the momentum out there?
Yeah, I was watching Kalani, Shane, and Ross and Rob, and they were getting all fired up. But yeah, I was sick. I was really just looking at the left, and the wind's crazy for air, so I was just excited to get out there.
So tell me, we've seen your brother get through before. Does that ever pump you up to go out there and do what he does out there?
Yeah, definitely. My brother's suffering kind of a little ankle injury right now too that he's coming back from. But yeah, for him making heats, it gets me so pumped up to go out there and surf. And yeah, I'm really stoked for him.
So you young guys, you look at these waves and you see this wind blowing onto the face, and you think air reverses all day long, right?
Yeah, any type of weird rotation you can do. But yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's pretty much tailor-made kind of for goofy foot airs, or even Kerr's air was crazy. It was right on top of me. It was pretty crazy, but it was fun.
Well, I'll tell you what, mate, you're in the running for the Hawaiian Airlines 250,000 miles. If you win this, you win 250,000 miles. What do you reckon about that?
Oh, that'd be great. I mean, it's upgrading to first class. No, that'd be fun, though.
Evan Geiselman, people, we'll see him in the later heats. Cheers, mate.
Yeah, thanks.
Back to you guys.
Well, Evan Geiselman, number 75 in the rankings, definitely into the round of 64. He's trying to replace 380 points. He's doing that with an air show. Unfortunately, we lost Josh Kerr, but it was a good result, great surfing. Ezekiel Lau coming through, making it happen, a 15.13. Kerr out and Kai Barger, but that was a heat with fireworks. Join us in the booth now, Shane Dorian. Pretty amazing surfing going on with this kind of wind.
Yeah, no kidding, Dave. That last heat with Evan Geiselman, he did about like 5 or 6 incredible airs in one heat. It was insane. He was actually spinning around only halfway out and just going on lefts that had broken already for 50 yards. With only one section getting huge scores. It was just incredible.
Joski in the lineup with a couple of quick waves. Hode Colazo with a 6.0 on the scoreline, and Kai Otten with a 1.5. Again, we're watching a guy that there's the Coast Guard out of Barber's Point, the Alouette helicopter, French-made helicopter that's used to plucking people out of the water. Amazing story, those guys, what they do in the Hawaiian Islands and how far they go out and help out injured vessels and people lost at sea. Great job for the U.S. Coast Guard. Now, Andino in the lineup with an injury, thin cut to his hand. He hasn't caught a wave yet, but he has won the last 3 six-star events, 2 in Brazil, 1 in Kangaroo Island. He comes into this event basically undefeated in 3 events in 6 stars.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah, that's amazing. I mean, I don't know if that's been done before, Shane. So 3 6-stars in a row. He's looking really good to be on tour next year. And that was Heath Joski, who made the finals, I believe, here last year. So this is a tough heat. And coming off that last heat with all those giant scores, Dave, it's looking up here. There's some solid waves coming in.
Really good point. Joski needs at least a 4th place to keep those 4th place points from last year. He's going to lose them.
Interesting. And as we see outside here, big old bomb. These rights, Shano, are pretty tricky. They look fun when you take off, and they do that right there. They just shut down on that little toilet bowl.
Well, the best thing you do is sit in the lineup and maybe fake right, and then give your good friend that left to win by 0 points. What was that? Did he really point back?
I don't know if he gave it to me. Come on, now.
Yeah, no, he weaseled me fair and square. He definitely weaseled me. It was definitely old times out there with Ross. He was. He did not want me to seal the deal with that last left.
Was there any kind of cat and mouse when you did see waves and you didn't want to make a move because you were like indicating, hey, here comes a wave I want? You wait till the last second and then try to out paddle your opponent?
You know, it's funny. I haven't been in a heat where I needed to do turns in probably 7 years. I'm not even kidding around. I surf in the Pipeline Masters and I've surfed in, like the Eddie Aikau and stuff like that, but I literally haven't done a turn, I don't think, in a heat in a really long time. So it's funny how long I've been out of the game, but how quick it comes back. It's like all of a sudden the horn blew and it was all just, oh yeah, we're just going to mess around. And next thing you know, I'm trying to like milk the little inside section like I really needed the points or something,
Taylor Steele says you were probably the most meticulous dresser and you had everything in order. And we wondered why the yellow board with the yellow singlet. Did you know to match things up?
I wish I was that cool to be that on it, but I think it was just a happy accident.
One thing we were talking about was Benji Weatherly, probably the comedian of the group.
Definitely. We needed Benji out there on the mic. He all the time. He's always been a guy that's just completely sarcastic. And yeah, where is Benji? Where is that guy? I miss him.
I don't know, but he has a great sense of humor. I'm sure he's making somebody laugh somewhere in the world right now.
Putting on the brakes, Kai Otten not happy about what's going on. Kai Otten, 31 years of age and the number 20 seed. 26 in the World Tour, but when you go 26 in the World Tour, you're 32 in the world rankings. You need a result. Well, the yellow glove, no, not Michael Jackson. His fin sliced his hand yesterday, so that was his first wave since surfing yesterday afternoon and getting 8 stitches at the hospital.
Damn, that's a cool little. He could start a trend with that.
I could have used that yellow glove in that last heat.
You've really been matched up. Some yellow gloves and
yellow board, yellow jersey, yellow trunks, the whole deal.
That is so funny. I haven't done a turn in years. There's one of our commercials here of you riding a macking wave. Yeah, there's the glove. I'm thinking he's ready to do some dishes.
With the duct tape, too. That thing's, well, he's going to keep it dry, that's for sure. I think it actually is a dish.
Yeah, a rubber glove there.
Yeah,
a rubber glove to clean the house with.
17 years of age, out of San Clemente, California, brother. They call him brother. He's got a couple of sisters, Kolohe and Dino, and 3 6-star wins in a row. Has him number 24 in the world. Looking for a result here. He needs a quarterfinal, I think, just to start replacing points. And it's not a done deal yet because people still need to step up to the plate. And, he's not guaranteed into the Pipe Masters. There's that, if you do well, you might get invited in. But
what's the story with him, Dave, as far as qualifying for next year? I know that Kolohe he's had one of the most incredible years ever for a rookie, winning tons of events. But I heard he's still in the bubble. Is that correct?
Well, he's number 24 in the One World Rankings. You want to be in the top 32, but we've got 3 events, and the one event he's not guaranteed to be in. It's Pipe Masters, huge points. But these next these 3 events are often a lot of points. Surfer and Blue up and riding wave number 4, trying to better a .73, and it's Heath Joski frustrated with all the pressure in the world on him. He needs to get in the final.
Well, I hope that Kalohe Andino can hold on to that top spot, because after winning 3 6-stars, I mean, I think the year that I qualified, I had a few quarterfinals, maybe a semis here and there, a couple of finals, you know. So after winning 3 6-stars, he definitely deserves to be graduated onto the big leagues.
Wave number 3. It looks like he got up to his feet pretty good. Mike Parsons on the beach here, helping him out. Mike's known for dropping in on waves, not making any turns, but scary stuff.
Yeah, Mike Parsons is a great big wave surfer, and he's an incredible coach. And you know, he's in Kalohe Andino's corner, and you know, I mean, you couldn't ask for a better guy to be in your corner. Mike was a incredible competitor in his own right. You know, being on tour for years, and you know, he breaks it down, very analytical, very sharp guy. So you know, if I had a coach, it would be Mike Parsons for sure.
Let's take a look at Surfer in Yellow. Now you open up with a 6.0. Jode Colazo from Zarauts, Basque Country of Spain, the 27-year-old, looking to get into the round of 64, which things are good.
It's funny, I remember Jode did really well in this contest last year too. So between Joski and Colazo, you know, they might just be feeling pretty comfy out here after a good result. You know, sometimes that breeds results every year after year. You get you know, if you get a win or get a final, you're like, okay, I've done this before at the surf spot. I know where to sit, and it just breeds confidence.
So Jode's in the round of 64. The one thing he does not want to get is a 4th place, because it won't help him. Anything better than that, he'll start chipping away and moving up the rankings. A couple of set waves out there. Now, where do you read it? You got 3 guys clustered so tight, and kind of like Josh Kerr was way off to the right. It was a good move for Josh, obviously, when he scored such a high wave, but he couldn't find that backup score.
Yeah, you know, Josh Kerr, that must be so frustrating, getting a 9.7 and still losing. Yeah, I think today it's definitely on the main peak, as we see Kalohe Andino here taking off on that left on the main peak. They're not guaranteed, you know, they're still tricky, but yesterday we saw surfers over at peaks. Today it's not the case. They're all over on the main bowl.
As you see your surfer in white, Kai Otten from Australia, just trying to get some moves together there. It's, you know, he's the only goofy foot in this heat, and I would say that the goofy foots would have a bit of an advantage with this win and these little running lefts today, wouldn't you say, Ross?
Yeah, I don't know. You could go 2 different ways with that. I mean, the goofy footers can get more speed easier on those lefts, like you're mentioning, Shane, but then the backsiders can kind of throw their board up vertical, and you can collect a lot of points easily that way. And, you know, there's a score dropping for Jode Colazo. It's not all the way in yet, Shane, but it looks like it's going to be a 7.5. So, you know, that's probably a give and take there. It's all about just getting those long open waves.
That's right. But the thing is, if you're backside, you need to have really great wave selection.
Right.
I mean, like the way that Jode got, he had a really long wave that enabled him to do 3 or 4 really strong turns where I think if you're a goofy foot, especially if you're a great aerialist, you don't even need more than 1 section.
That's a wild card right there.
Yeah. So, I mean, if you're a goofy foot, like, say, Evan Geiselman, for example, he literally doesn't even need a wave to stay open for longer than 5 seconds and he can get a 9.
They proved that.
Which is incredible because he doesn't even need good wave selection.
Right.
He just needs to select waves that suit his particular style.
Colazo's going to get a 3rd wave that's going to help him out. Andino's waiting for a score that could move him up into the 2nd spot. Still some scores to come through. Heath Joski has got a 4th wave score that might help him. Okay, here's Andino's run. When you go, okay, Kalohe Andino, we've heard about him, a 2-time U.S. champion. His dad, a former ASP rookie, and a U.S. Pro champion 2 times, is Dino Andino. But he started surfing the Vans Pier Classic at Huntington Beach. We'll get back to him right after this wave. Wave number 7 for Joski. Been busy and probably a little frustrated.
Here's a big set wave, but sometimes these waves are too big for the left, and it kind of just caps outside. As we see Kai Otten here, he's going to maybe fit one move in, just a little frustrated there.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good move, a late takeoff, but the wave didn't open up. Here is Andino. Is he going to have to give way? No, can't get on it, and the rolls right underneath him. Okay, so get this. At the Vans Pier Classic at Huntington Beach in March, he surfed back-to-back finals. He defeated Connor Coffin, Luke Davis, and Jake Halstead in the juniors, kept his jersey on, stayed in the water, and then defeated Adriano de Souza, Taylor Knox, and Damian Hobgood. That score, that 4-star, has been thrown away. He's done that well as he's been marching around the globe. In the Pro Junior at the U.S. Open, 2nd place, but he went down to Yaden Nickel, a 3rd place at that prime event in Huntington Beach. Great showing there. And you take a look, Coastal Edge, he won the East Coast Surfing Championships. He won in Ubatuba, Brazil. Another one in Brazil. He's taken down some big names, and more recently went down to Kangaroo Island, first event down there, and defeated Jay Quinn. And not only won 20 grand, but whoever was the bosses down there said, let's give him a bonus of another 10 grand, 30 grand there.
Wow.
This kid has been making some money, having fun.
And collecting some serious valuable points.
He's not going to be poor anytime soon. Do you know how the waves
You could buy
were
a lot
for
of
the,
rubber gloves with that.
Yeah. Do you know how the surf was, Dave, for the Kangaroo Island one? I missed that event.
I saw some of the waves, and when I talked to Chloe about yesterday looking at the surf, I go, well, is it kind of like Kangaroo? No, he said Kangaroo was better than what we saw yesterday. Nice little left running through, beautiful location. Hopefully they'll have that event. And
Where
one of those outside
on earth
sponsors,
is Kangaroo Island?
South Australia.
South Australia's Kangaroo Island.
Sounds like something on Sesame Street, but I was asking you, Dave, because he's been getting all these big wins in small beach breaks. So this is kind of a cool tester for Kalohe Andino here on the North Shore. To this is one little thing that he needs to prove himself on on some of the bigger surf, and obviously he's a crazy threat. Up in the air, he does airs like no problem, but and I have confidence in his surfing, but he's got a little bit left to prove there with the big hacks and power surfing here in Hawaii.
He does. You're right, Ross.
One thing that he said at the outset, even in Huntington Beach, he goes, look, I just want to learn and I want to qualify. I want to qualify for the Triple Crown. And all of a sudden, pieces fall into place. He goes, okay, I'm not only going to qualify, I might make the World Championship Tour. Big incentive was Gabriel Medina. Same age. Look, he's on tour. I want to be on tour.
That's right.
Guess we'll get back to that day. We're going to see a comparison here on screen.
Well, these are Chloe's two high waves, the 5.17 and his last one is 6.10, and it's taken him into the second spot.
Really similar attack there. I mean, these waves almost look identical, and his technique is just absolutely flawless. Main thing here, Shane, is just the wind is so tricky. You got to hit the lip not too high on the wave, or you get blown out the back.
Yeah, you're right, Ross. That was unbelievable how similar those waves were. It looked like the exact same wave. I mean, if I was a judge, I would have given them the exact same score because the turns were pretty much identical. It's incredible. I don't even know how they would decipher between the two. You know what's interesting about Kalohe Andino is, I mean, it's one thing for, like a California kid to win big events in California in front of a hometown crowd, but for him to go down to Brazil and win 2 primes and down to Australia and win another one, totally out of his element, away from his family, away from his friends. He's got his coach, his little entourage, and all that stuff. But the bottom line is he is, very far away from his own home and his comforts of home, and to go down there and just win back to back to back like that is incredible.
It's ironic. Ubatuba, Brazil, the Super Surf International 6-star event. Guess who was in the lineup in the final with him? A guy that lives down the street. It was Tanner Gudauskas. So for all the Brazilians on the beach and all the Brazilians surfing, they got 2 guys from San Clemente taking home the change. Now,
they must have been gritting their teeth because they're very patriotic and have 2 Americans up in the final. But
right.
yeah, those guys are, it's awesome to see a couple of young kids from California or from America, to kind of wave the flag because there's been a little bit of a void there on tour, and so I'm psyched to see brother Kalohe Andino make his way on the tour and give USA something to be proud of.
It's ironic. It really goes back to the amateur ranks, proving that you've got the competitive skills, and then you're dealing with people, you're getting your schoolwork done. But if you get that sponsorship, you guys tell me, is it entry fees being paid and help with travel? Once you start that, and the boat trips, your surfing increases tenfold over the guy that's kind of stuck in one location.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, and Kalohe Andino, like you mentioned, I mean, he's been on this crazy train since he was 10, maybe, and his dad is a veteran ASP surfer, so. I mean, talk about he had no choice but to be an absolute great surfer. And for him to not buckle under the pressure, not freak out, it just shows how stable he is. He must have had a really, happy upbringing there with his family. And, man, and we were talking about this yesterday, Dave, about some of the wonder kids, and some of them kind of fold and some of them rise up. And it looks like Kalohe Andino is going to have a promising, stable future. He doesn't look like he's going to wig out or anything. He looks like he's ready to accept all that fame.
A view from the beach right now. Yeah, put on your sunscreen. The index is probably pretty high over here. Beautiful size. We had some rain this morning, scattered showers. The wind that's coming up, the prevailing easterly blow here at Haleiwa is going from right to left, offering possibly some ramps, but putting a little bit of ripple on the wave.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to go left, you got to be ready to battle that wind. And but look at this wave here, Shano. It looks like it's lining up for aughts.
It does, yeah. We got Coyote on your screen in white, Australian surfer, and a nice little left. It's really flying down the line. Wow, he fell, but that wave had a lot of scoring potential, Ross. He didn't seem like he really had the timing down right on that thing, but he doesn't look too happy with himself right there. But that was definitely a score in the making if he would have put things together and made that wave cleanly.
Otten's had some good results here. A 7th in 2009. Looking back in 2006, his first event, pretty good. Flo Andino looking at the scoreboard. Yeah, scoreboard will tell you a lot. It tells him that he is in the second spot right now. He needs a 7.24 to take the lead. Hode Colazo out in front. And Hode is looking to replace his opening wave of a 6.0, the 27-year-old from Spain. Heath Josky needs a big result, and for Kai Otten, he's looking at, well, gosh, he's been busy. 18 events around the globe, and it's so expensive to fly nowadays.
Yeah.
Unless you got the Hawaiian Air Miles.
That's right. You can use those. As you can see on your screen, all these guys are paddling over to your right. This is where local knowledge really comes into effect, but these guys are actually almost 100 yards out of the lineup there a second ago. And as you see on your screen, there's Kai Otten again trying. He's got a great section here. The nice alley-oop and making it cleanly. Very nice.
There you go. Feel-good moment for Kai Otten. He's back into the game here. Andino on the right. It closes down. Kind of a crumbler on the toilet bowl.
Yeah,
you got some scores over on that little toilet bowl. You got some turns in over there, Shane.
I did, Dave, that little right, it looks rippable when someone like Josh Kerr or Heath Josky on your screen is on it. I mean, these guys are some of the world's best surfers in this little stuff, and that little wave that he's ripping is not easy to surf good on, man. I was digging some rails and having a little bit of hard time, so you got to give these guys some credit. I mean, it's really not easy on that little right, and some of these guys are just flaring up like crazy.
That last exchange, Colazo, Andino, Josky, and Kai Otten. Well, our surfer in blue, Heath Josky, needing a runner-up. Last year he was 4th place here, so he needs a big result in this event. Here's your leader from the outset, a 6.0 and a 7.33, Hode Colazo. Can he hold on to the lead? Our surfer in blue was looking for a 7.10 to overtake Andino, but the key was that alley-oop worth a 7.60. It doesn't look like it on the scoreboard. Is Andino going to sneak through? The Wonder Kid with a yellow glove. 8 stitches fresh from yesterday's fin cut here at Haleiwa. We'll be right back with the official results. Stay with us. The Reef Hawaiian Pro continues from Haleiwa.
Round 64.
Well, those in the Basque Country of Spain are going to toast right now. Nice evening glass of wine because Hode Colazo does post a 13.33, a 7.33, and a 6.0 gets him through. Chloe Andino edging out Kai Otten, and Heath Josky advanced through. In the lineup right now is Travis Logie. Kieran Perot, who is part of the decision to be made, say, hey, let's make 23-minute heats. He's the surfer's rep. He can talk to the contest director and the head judge and say, you know, we need more time. Let's have a longer day on Wednesday. Let's make things happen here. Here's Travis, nicknamed Trent, and he's had a couple of wild rides this year, especially in Tahiti.
He has. He's been one of the hot topics this year with some of that crazy stuff that went down in Chopu, and also he had a heat in France that I watched against Taj Burrow that was a bit of a controversy too. So you know he's a battler, and he's been making a name for himself. Just a tough competitor. If there were gunfighters and it was a quick draw, he is one of the quickest guys out there. Really lightning quick on his moves and his turns. Travis is crazy.
He is, and he's actually been around for quite a while. I mean, I remember he was on tour while I was on tour in the early 2000s, and he was a very young surfer at that time. Very super light on his feet, and he's pretty short in stature guy, but also, I mean, ultra light. He must weigh, 130 pounds or something. But I mean, over the years, Ross, wouldn't you say Travis has just become just more experienced, stronger, and just a much tougher surfer?
Yeah, definitely. That's what I like about him. He seems really steely because he doesn't have some of the flair that some of the young kids have that are so popular nowadays with airs and stuff like that, but he never falls. He's just a really sturdy competitor.
Well, here's one we're learning about Adrian Toyon, and his last name Somalian, I believe, out of Reunion Island, the 22-year-old goofy footer. A little bit of Machado look to him, very quick on his feet. Probably knows St. Lou very well in Reunion Island, knows the reefs.
He looks a lot like Rob Machado.
He does. He could be a stunt double.
Yeah, I was poking fun at Rob yesterday. I was like, wait, you're sitting next to me or are you in the water? But yeah, Rob knows a little bit about him, and he was giving him some accolades. He said he's a ripper. So yeah, not only does he have Rob's hair, but he's got some of his skills.
That's right. And growing up on that left at St. Lou would be very, very good for your your skills going left. And he's from one of the most beautiful islands in the whole world. One of my personal favorites. Actually reminds me a lot of Hawaii and the Big Island in particular.
Well, we know winning that last heat was Hode Kalaza. We've interviewed him a couple of times as we watch our surfer in white, Travis Logia. Look at that. He looks like he's going in fast forward. But Sean Moody is with Kalohe Andino as we watch this action here. Let's take a look at this wave. Surfer in red. Opening wave for Kieran Perot. He would love this place to be 15 feet, wouldn't he?
He would. But it was a nice little top turn he did on that wave there. With all that wind, that's not easy.
One more wave here, and then we'll go to our interview, and it's our surfer in blue. Opens up. Thomas Hermes out of Santa Catarina, Brazil, the 24-year-old, looking for a good result here.
Nice vertical snap there, and I remember his heat from yesterday. He did surf good, so sometimes it's an advantage to have a heat under your belt, and these guys, they have a little warm-up.
Sean Moody, let's find the inside scoop on Kalohe Andino and the beautiful white glove, or excuse me, yellow glove.
All right, we got Kalohe Andino here. He got second in his last heat. Kalohe, you've been on a tear at the end of the year this year. Tell us a little bit about your Brazil leg.
Yeah, well, basically I went down there just gained some points for my, hopefully so I could qualify next year at the halfway point, and yeah, I ended up winning both the events, and so it was cool just to be with all my friends and to celebrate it with my dad and stuff, so it was rad.
Yeah, that's definitely one of the harder places to do well, and it was pretty impressive that you ended up winning them both. Tell us a little bit about what happened to your hand.
Well, last night I haven't really surfed Haleiwa too much, not as much as you, and I was trying to get my swerve on out here, and I was having kind of a shocker. I tried to backside air, my board flipped over it into the wind, and I sliced my hand, got 7 stitches just below my pinky.
God, it seems like it's always the small waves when people get hurt the most. Anyway, I know you need another result. Are you looking forward to the rest of the Triple Crown?
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm pretty stoked with how many points I have right now, but I need to make the quarters and get third to better my points. So yeah, that's pretty hard to do in one of these events. But yeah, mainly one of the things that my goal is for the Triple Crown or the Double Crown for me is I really want to get that Rookie of the Year for the Triple Crown, because a lot of guys that got that have went on to succeed pretty well. And yeah, so that's what I'm going for, and hopefully I can get it.
All right, man with goals. Good luck in the rest of the events. Thank you.
Looks like something out of a James Bond movie. He could be the bad guy with a bionic hand. Now, we saw a guy in the Legends heat with a black ankle wrapped up. He was kind of scary.
He was kind of scary.
Yeah, that's you. Yeah. Your ankle's doing okay?
I cannot wait to get rid of that ankle brace, I'll tell you that much.
I can imagine.
It feels like surfing with a boot on my foot.
It didn't slow you down much.
Yeah, it's still, yeah, it was. I mean, that was probably as good as I could have surfed right then. So I was pretty happy that it didn't hold me back too bad, and really happy to be back in the water after 4 months on the couch.
Let's flash. Here's the quiz for you guys. What guy surfed with a cast on his arm and won Pipe Masters?
Michael. That's too easy.
Too easy. And it's amazing when you think about it. People think, oh well, you got your knees and your ankles, but like for Kalohe Andino, just getting up, grabbing the rail, and going to your feet cleanly, and then for you, getting to your feet and having the boot on it.
That was pretty incredible back in the, I think it was the early 80s. It must have been, or middle.
I think it was like 86, 84.
Yeah,
you're right. Mid-80s.
Mid-80s. Yeah. But Michael Ho, he was a very young surfer at that time, and it was very classic conditions at Pipeline. It was 6 to 8 feet and just perfect conditions. And Michael Ho was surfing. I think he broke his wrist, and he had a cast on his wrist and his hand. and he absolutely surfed incredible. And it would have been hard just to paddle and get up to your board, like you said, just doing that planting and getting up on your board, and he was grabbing rail the whole time too.
Yeah. Still, and even funky paddling. Just one
very uncomfortable,
one little irritating move there. Well, Andino sneaks through with that one, and he's happy. Now, his goals have changed, just like your heat changes. I want to get in the Triple Crown. Now he wants the rookie title.
Yeah, I think that's important for him, and he's such a good surfer that if he does set goals for himself, that he's right there to achieve it. It's possible for him. So, he doesn't want to just simply make a few heats here and there. He's too good, so he has to set those goals pretty high.
We talk about Kieran Perot always being the fearless warrior out here and in big surf, and kind of a guy like Shane Dorian there, where you look and go, oh, Shane's normal, except when he gets in the water and sees a big wave. Well, our surfer in white, Travis Logie, finishing things off, but have you noticed that Kieran Perot is making a lot of heats, and it's not the big, nasty, gnarly, frightening stuff? He has been progressing through the last year and making things happen, performance style a la Byron Bay.
That's right. I was actually watching a lot of his heats in San Francisco in the last WT event, and he was surfing very good and making all his heats, even though the waves weren't big and consequential. As you can see on that replay there, your surfer in yellow.
Cool, I thought.
Lobster dive.
He even kind of falls like Rob. Yeah, Kieran is a battler. I mean, he doesn't have all the weapons that some of the younger kids have, but he's still a great surfer, fast, strong. And obviously, when the waves like Chopes or Fiji or Hawaii, he's a standout. That guy will just swing it under the hood and get barreled. So, it's good to have different types of surfers on tour, and Kieran's one of those guys. It's, he's just not scared. Kind of like this guy sitting next to me, Shano. They're just they got that thing in their head where they will swing it and they will go. That's good to see.
Well, what's interesting, there are some surfers that have a world ranking, and their world championship tour ranking is good, but their world ranking is not too good at all, and they're going to be booted off the tour even if they're within that what you would think would be the cut. Our surfer in red, wave number 2, Kieran Perot, the 34-year-old out of Byron Bay, 16th year pro, 7 years on the World Championship Tour. Remember a couple of years ago, him not only breaking 1, 2, but 3 boards and macking Haleiwa and paddling in. And on the third time, he just had to borrow a board, but just and getting through the heat.
That was an insane year. The waves were huge, and this guy on your screen, Kieran Perot, he's doing a little swivel on this little left foot, man. When the waves get big, there's not a whole lot of people more fearless than this guy. He's got tons and tons of heart, but in the small stuff, he can get it done. And he's also a very intelligent guy. He knows what he has to do, where he needs to be, how to hassle, how to finish, how to close the heat. I mean, he's a vet, and it shows.
Remember in Fiji once, I got to go down there, got a bus ride over to get out to Tavarua, and he's the only one on the bus, which is a bumpy, hot, long ride to get to the location to take your shuttle out.
He's reading a
book. This guy's reading a book.
Yeah.
Everybody else is ready to vomit out the window. This guy is reading. A wonderful family. What he does have as well is that, have you seen the family's business? He's got a little family business. They make kids' clothes.
Huh.
Little people.
He would know about that.
Yeah, he's got some kids.
He's got a couple little squirts of his own.
And he has been traveling nonstop with the family with like 15 boards, something crazy, since New York. Has not been home since New York.
Wow. Well, it's good to see, because guys like Kieran Perot, they totally appreciate and are absolutely aware of how good their job is. He's not the kind of guy that's going to just be like kind of spoiled and give up. He knows how cool it is to be on tour, to be sponsored, to be paid to go around the world and surf. He's not going to squabble that, and he totally appreciates it.
And how bummed was he last year when he lost to the Pipe Masters, when you think, okay, you talk about all the Pipe champions, and Kelly maybe giving a wave to Jeremy making things happen, some incredible barrels. But Kieran Perot was right there, and you took a look at the disappointment on his face. He had a chance. Jeremy Flores, Kieran Perot in the finals of the Pipe Masters. A lot of drama that nobody would have expected. I think
was a heartbreaker that was an absolute heartbreaker for Kieran. He was in the lead for that whole final, and we thought he had it in the bag. And right at the last second, Jeremy Flores got that last right. Is that right? Yeah, he just, to win the Pipeline Masters is so prestigious, and for someone like Kieran Perrow, that's something that he would dream of his whole life.
You know he's too smart to think it was done, but that couldn't, because I remember he had a pretty commanding lead, and
he really did.
To get that trophy just snatched out of his hands in the last minute or whatever it was is yeah, that's tough.
Let's going to correct that. I know everybody's watching. The clothing business is called Tiny People. tinypeople.com.au. I think it's still going, making some great clothes for kids. Byron Bay, they probably get pretty earth tone clothes. And
well, like we said, Kieran Perrow is a smart man, and so he's branched out in a few different things, and he can also swing on those big waves, like we were saying earlier. So
it'll be interesting, actually, now that I think about it, for him to I mean, one of these days when he's not on tour, to see what he does. I mean, I know he's got some little kids to take care of, but he would be one of the most incredible big wave riders if he was on it full time. I mean, chasing swells around the world. At the moment he's doing all these prime events. He's also doing the WT. I mean, it really doesn't afford these guys much time to go chase really big swell at Mavericks or Jaws or whatever. And I mean, someone like Kieran, it would be such a pleasure to see out at Mavericks or Jaws or some of these big wave.
I know he's done ship sterns just to try to get his adrenaline flowing. There is Dane Reynolds, Van's team rider, obviously a quick team rider out of Ventura, California. Unbelievable, just what he does.
Every kid's favorite surfer in the whole world.
And we want to see more of him?
I think it's my favorite surfer, too. I'm a groupie for him. He's really likable. He's just, not only is he so crazy good in the water, but he's just always got like a loose demeanor on. Look at this hassling out the back.
Wow. That was an insane paddle battle, man. This guy earned this wave fair and square.
That's one way he definitely separates himself from Rob Machado. That was very aggressive.
No kidding.
But a couple of big turns there. That's going to be a score.
I remember some paddle battles going down. I think one a pipe with Dean Morrison. They said he pulled his leash. Well, Dean had priority and was paddling. And if you're that close, sometimes you might accidentally have your arm and yank a leash. Take a look at this. Well, it is a...
Look at that, arm over arm. They couldn't even finish the paddling to get into that. And your surfer in yellow, Toyon, wins that battle.
He got the best of the Brazilian, Hermes, and that's not easy. You could tell Hermes was trying to get his shoulder in there and make a story for the left. But Toyon just overpowered him.
And here's Kieran Perrow. He actually got the wave before Toyon, and this was a really good right, and he got a really clean, nice turn out the back, and then that big old blowtail on the inside to finish nicely.
This is another thing he's known for, Kieran, is his dial-a-bomb. He's just always on the best waves of the heat, and that was a big score.
Yeah, very good wave selection. That was one of the better waves we've seen, and as we see Travis Logie in white on a pretty nice looking left, it's going to close out quick. He's going to get it done. But
beautiful snap.
Yeah, no kidding, Ross. That was he was able to fit 2 turns in the space of only 1, and they were both pretty good too.
Travis, you mentioned that he's been around a long time. 2002 ISA World Surfing Games. He won that in South Africa. Won the QS. It was runner-up to the QS title 2009, but been around a long time. The 32-year-old out of Durban, South Africa.
I love how he stomped that last turn. The wave kind of bottomed out, and he could have easily just kind of purled, and he just stomped on his tail and ended up, pulling out probably a decent score on that left.
Yeah, it looks like we got a really big set here, Ross. It looks like someone's paddling for the left, but it might be a little bit big and kind of mushy. But it looks like our surfer Kieran Perrow's right back out there dialing another bomb. Great wave selection here from Kieran Perrow. Trying to back up that last score on that right, but
eaten up by the trade winds there.
Yeah, that's right. That wave really didn't have a whole lot to offer, but we see the surfer in blue.
That's some of that local knowledge, Shane, you were talking about. The Hermes, he's in the middle of nowhere. He's right between Peaks and Haleiwa, and it's just a deep spot.
Yeah, he's right in that deep spot. The waves really don't break. They break right where this little left's coming in at. And this one looks like it has a line on it.
Lobster.
Another lobster dive. He's done a couple of those in this heat.
Well, if you take a look at Thomas Hermes at 24 and Adrian Toyon at 22, you've got 32-year-old Travis Logie, 34-year-old Kieran Perrow. These guys have been at Haleiwa a lot. And just that subtle, I mean, how is Kieran Perrow finding these waves? A 4.5, a 4.5, now a 6.83, while these other guys,
and if you look at Kieran's waves, they just look better, and they are better. They're much higher quality, and we talk about local knowledge all the time, and that's a little bit of a misleading term, because a guy like Kieran Perrow has been here, since he was 15 years old, coming every single year, and now being 34 years old, he is a local in that way. He's spent a ton of time out here at Haleiwa free surfing, and not only free surfing, but in a ton of heats. And from all that experience, you just get good at knowing where the waves are going to break.
Well, a couple of heats back, we saw 4 guys in the lineup. Not a lot of experience out here at Haleiwa. In fact, the wind started blowing, and someone said, well, these guys are at least 50 yards off the lineup. When the set comes through, they're all going to blow it. They just are not used to the conditions in the lineup.
Yeah, it's funky. You can get out of position here and just look like a fool if you're right in that deep spot. But while we were talking about that, Thomas Hermes did get a nice score. I think there's a few scores to be dropped here, but Travis Logie was kind of just cruising in second, but he didn't have much scores to back it up. So with Toyon and Hermes catching up here, it's going to be this heat. They're going to see a lot of changes right here in the next minute when all these scores drop.
And it's getting down to the wire here, too, with only just over 5 minutes left. We got another set out the back, and looks like Kieran Perro.
Yeah, it looks like Kieran Perro is spotty in the lineup again.
This right looks amazing, you guys. Look at this thing. It's just tapered off. He's going to get like at least two big moves on this thing.
Well, a little double bump bottom turn. There's a big snap off the top, and unfortunately that doesn't work out. But on the other side of this wave, our surfer in white, Travis Logie, wave number 5.
That left is unsurfable right there, just really tough.
He surfed that wave as good as you could possibly surf it, as we see here. Toyon, another lobster dive.
God, that looked like a horrible wipeout. I'm not sure if he didn't fall on his board.
That right was not meant to be surfed. He just dumped and closed out all the way to the toilet bowl from the main bowl. But there are actually some more waves coming in here.
Yeah, this is a good sign, you guys. Hopefully this will continue to spike up, and we'll see some bigger waves tonight and tomorrow.
Surfline.com, check out the forecast, and there might be just maybe a pulse more for tomorrow as we run a long day tomorrow to wrap things up, our final day. Day number 3 of the Reef Hawaiian Pro. On his backhand, surfer in blue, wave number 3. Thomas Hermes has posted a 4.67 and a 3.83. He's in the hunt, doesn't need much.
I'm surprised about that 3.83. I saw that wave, and I really thought that score was going to be way higher than that. So either they haven't dropped yet, or they just didn't like it as much as I did. But
unfortunately, he only needed a 3.94.
Wow.
So
yeah,
very close.
I watched that wave. He did a bunch of turns, but Travis Logie, he got a 5.77, so he snuck in a good wave there. And there's only 3.5 minutes left here, so this is kind of a battle for second almost with Kieran Perro on another bomb.
And these lefts continue to march through, and Kieran Perro has got a section, deals with it up and around. It's a launching pad for this possibly surfer right here. Adriano Toyon has been known to throw some nice airs. Take a look at the surfer out of Reunion Island.
Yeah, this wave looks great, David. He actually has some open face to work with on his second turn there. It looks like maybe an air section coming up. He's got tons of speed. Nice little alley-oop there.
Wow.
No lobster dive.
Something really helps when you can get a couple of turns in out the back, actually make a statement, and then do your air reverse on the closeout. He timed it perfect, so he might be in the hunt. He dropped a 4th, not looking for much, a 2.94. A 5.66 could take him into the lead, but still waiting on some scores. One solid one for Travis Logie.
Here's the wave, Dave, I was telling you about that. It got scored a 3.83. You guys tell me what you think. I mean, it is a little mushy and small, but this is where it gets good. He starts throwing it up. Nice little tail slide there. Another snap, and then he's going to get one more turn out the back, and this thing reforms. I guess it wasn't all that great. It was just a small wave.
I think he just started really weak. That wave just was totally gutless at the start.
Right.
I think the judges really like to see you stand up and commit to a big turn right away, and that wave just didn't allow that.
Pretty small wave.
Yeah.
So starting off with a big move out the back, if you're going to always kind of hop and grovel to the inside. So it comes back to wave selection. A very talented surfer. He's still in the hunt. We're going to wait for that score for Adriano Toyon, our surfer in yellow from Reunion. He's got an 8th wave score to come through that might change things in this final 2 minutes. Who's going to match off? Kieran Perro, your leader. Travis Logie in second. Hermes in that 3rd spot, but we have 3 big scores to come through, we think.
Promising, you guys. There's been 22, 23 waves ridden in this heat so far, so lots of action, a lot of swell coming in. This is a good sign.
Yeah, let's take a look at the scoring system. I'm not sure if we're going to take a look. There is a scoreboard. Basically, what you're seeing on your screen right now, Kieran Perro has 2 waves in the scoreline, a 6.83 and a 5.03. That has 2-wave total, 11.86. So what he needs, he looks at that low score. He says, I've got to replace my 5.03. That's Kieran Perro's 2-wave total up there, upper right, 11.86. Now, for the other surfers in the second spot, well, you can see White is alongside that 5.87 and a 5.77. He's trying to replace his 5.77. A 6.0 would take him to lead. The other 2 surfers specifically need a score. That N means need. A 6.97 and a 5.97 to the right, lower right. Surfers in blue and yellow need those scores to transfer out of this heat. 4-man heats in this contest and at the next one at the World Cup at sunset. That's the way Hawaii does it.
Take a look, you guys. I think Toyon's going to get the score he needs, and he's going to drop Travis Logie down the third. Scores are still dropping, but at this point it looks like a mid-6.
This is the first time used this scoring. So
yeah, what an insane scoreboard that is. I mean, that would have been incredible when we were on tour, Ross. I mean, just to know what you need and, you know, I mean, have it there so you're not waving your hands and hoping that they say your score. And, you know, I mean, when it gets down to the wire like this, you want to know. And, you know, there's only 23 seconds left, and things are getting shaken up, Dave.
And I'm curious to see, I asked Mano Zhu, who's helping out with Morrison with that thing, what's going to happen when there's overlapping man-on-man heats. It's going to have to be a whole new system, but it's working out. We really appreciate Scoreboards International coming here from Currumbin, the Gold Coast of Australia, helping us out. Here we go. That's 6-5-0, puts him into the lead. Alley-oop for Adrian Toyon with a couple of moves.
Yeah, he surfed well on that wave, and like Shane said, some of those lefts that break deep on the toilet bowl and then peel all the way across, those are the heat winners. And you know, he managed through that wind well, a 6.5, and he went to first place, 4th to 1st in the last minute.
And for Travis Logie, he misses out by just a couple of tenths of a point. Our surfer in blue, unfortunately, Thomas Hermes, with some okay scores, really not finding the rhythm, a couple of 4s. This man does the buzzer beater, Adrian Toyon. It was Kieran Perot showing local knowledge, the 34-year-old out of Byron Bay, advancing through, holding on for a transfer spot. Paddle battle out the back. Yeah, surfing is a contact sport. Toyon wins it, Perot in second. We're down to Logie and Hermes, unfortunately, at 3rd and 4th. Final thoughts on this heat?
Yeah, I liked it. We were talking about how Kieran Perot is such a steely, smart competitor, and he proved that. And then with Rob Machado lookalike, Toyon coming through with that nice alley-oop, you know, that was awesome.
Round of 64, heat number 4 coming up. Hoggood, Whitaker, Vons, and Husino. Stay with us.
Reef McIntosh, come ride with us. Round 64.
Welcome back to the round of 64. I'm your host, Rob Machado, here with Ross Williams, Shane Dorian. Look at this heat in the water. Damian Hobgood, Tom Whitaker, Nat Young, Maxime Hussanot. As we see Nat Young blowing the tail out. Welcome, gentlemen.
There's that extra gear that we were talking about, Shane, with Nat Young. These kids don't need much. They just need a little hook, and they can throw that air for that 6 points, and really quick.
Well, right out of the gates, little paddle battle. Ooh, hey, look out, going left. Yep, got it.
Yeah, it's brutal out there, huh, Rob? I mean, it's such a tight little takeoff spot, but there's Tommy Witz on your screen in white, just getting his swivel on, getting some, looks kind of frustrated, that little paddle battle, as you see Nat Young in yellow, like Ross said. I mean, he's definitely one of those surfers who doesn't need a great wave to get a huge score.
Tough, though, Rob, with that wind. I mean, it's not like a guarantee to keep the board on your feet. It kind of pushes the board against your feet, but also a little bit away. So they're having to flare their tail out towards the beach a little bit. And also that ramp is like going out to sea. It's not exactly hitting you. So the fact that some of these kids are doing these errors, you know, that's just pure talent.
Yeah, it's not an easy one to stick these things. You know, like you said, sometimes if you get the right angle on that section coming at you, I think it's got a good launching pad, but sometimes a lot of times I think it goes out to sea, and then the wind kind of messes with you.
That's right.
But it's a couple crafty veterans in this heat. Would you call Damien Hobgood a veteran these days?
Yeah, no doubt. He's definitely a veteran. He was definitely already on tour for quite a while when we were all on tour.
Yeah.
In fact, I think the last heat I had, or like one of the last heats I ever had on tour when I was actively on tour, was with Damien Hobgood, and he beat me in trestles.
Damn it.
And he's a very good surfer. He's great on his backhand, forehand. He's good in the tubes. Insane in small waves, big waves, reef breaks, hollow, pipeline, chopo. He's kind of got it all, and that's why he's still out there today.
And let's see, Rob, Tommy Witts would be probably the other veteran.
Yeah.
And he did win that paddle battle. And a lot of times the veterans, they know how to buckle down and win those paddle battles. On a day like today, that's a little bit of an advantage.
It can be crucial with, we've seen heats have some long lulls and not a lot of waves coming in, and guys having to scrap for little bits and pieces at the end of heats. We saw Josh Kerr lose a heat, needing a very low score.
9.7.
Yeah, he had a 9.7. No, it was another heat earlier. A guy posted a really high score, and he only needed a 1.5.
Sean Cansdell. Sean Cansdell got an 8.5 with that really huge air.
Yeah.
And no one else really had any great scores in that heat, and he only needed a 1.5 and couldn't get it. As we see Damien Hobgood, the vet, up on your screen with this quick little left closeout. And looks like we got some more action out the back with these guys kind of scrambling.
Big set wave here, and some of these waves that are on the bigger side just kind of cap and close out on that left, and then they're not quite big enough for the right. So really tricky here, Rob, with this sort of medium swell.
Well, having a look, Nat Young, goopy footer, lining up this little left. He's got a little foam on the face, nice little check snap. Gets the fins out, nice and loose, but doesn't quite ride out of that one. Kind of a bummer, but
it's funny he made that decision to do one snap and then the final turn, and which is crucial out here on these lefts, because you can just mistime it all day long with that little hook that tends to bend out to sea. It's not really obvious. It's hard to line up your moves. You have to kind of make a decision and just go with it. And sometimes you look like a fool, and sometimes you nail it. So, he was able to squeeze 2 turns in there.
That's right. I mean, I can't speak for the goofy footers, but that left is difficult on your backhand. Just, you're not only reading the actual wave, you're actually taking into consideration the wind speed and the wind direction. And, it really sort of determines the possibilities and your options on that wave. And Nat Young, I know he'd probably be looking to the air, wouldn't he, Rob?
Oh, definitely. And Damien Hobgood right here, he's not scared to go to the air either, but that's a smaller inside wave. But right now, we're going to throw it down. We got Sean Moody with the winner of the last heat. Kieran Perro, was he the winner of the last heat?
He might have been the winner.
All right, Sean, what do you got?
Well, maybe it's Toyon. You're a stunt double.
Rob Machado.
Hello. All right. Yeah, we got KP. He actually got second in that last heat. KP, tell us a little bit about the conditions. They're obviously not ideal, but you're making it happen.
Yeah, it's tough out there. It's you just kind of get a little rhythm going on, catch a couple of waves. I had a few 4-point rides early in the heat, and there was no waves really at the start, so you know that there's going to be like one set, hopefully, in your heat. And you've just got to get lucky. I mean, I got that right, and it had 2 good sections, and really, at the end, it sort of got me through the heat.
Well done. Also, you're the surfers rep. Can you tell us a little bit about maybe some of the ideas or some of the direction that we're going next year?
Yeah, well, we've seen this, this year there's been a lot of talk about the structure of the tour and the surfers just kind of evaluating where it's at and what's happening with it. It's,
Moody, if you can hear me, ask him
really amazing the level of surfing that's happening right now on the World Tour. And I guess we're just trying to, make it a really fair system and make sure that there's good, clear kind of path for the kids coming through, and everyone's got that in the back of their minds, pretty aware of it, and there'll probably be some changes, I'd say, that'll tweak what's happening next year and hopefully make it a bit better for everyone.
Nice. And then, boys, do you have a question upstairs?
Yeah, Moody, I was just wanting to ask KP. He was just all over every single big set out there. I just want to know if his experience here at Haleiwa played into that at all.
Yeah, they were wondering, you were on all the best sets and kind of on all the best waves out there. Does your experience from Haleiwa kind of come into play?
No, really, I think it's kind of luck, actually. I was confident I was going to win the heat, and I think a lot of times just confidence going into a heat really helps the ocean kind of flow your way. You just got to believe you can do it. It's not ideal conditions for me. I don't love groveling, but I know I can do it, and you just got to get the waves. And I got lucky. That one right came, and I was on the outside of everyone. And it's just all about being in rhythm, and that's what happened.
All right, wise words from KP. Good luck in the next round.
Thanks.
Thanks, Moody. And Kieran Perro there, getting second in that last heat. The winner of that heat was Adrian Toyon. Got some hair flowing.
He definitely could be your stunt double, Robbie. And he's from Reunion Island.
He is. I've actually surfed with him a few times down there. Really good surfer. And so congrats there. So we see Maxime Hussinot. Where's he from?
He's pronounced Hussinot. I want to say he's from
very French.
Basque country.
Oh, yeah?
We'll have to double check that, though. I've been known to just totally blow it on a lot of facts.
It says France.
France. There we go.
Maxime sounds very French. It's really cool, for us being kind of old timers nowadays. We don't know every single one of these young guys, so it's it's kind of a treat to see some of these younger names that we're not very familiar with come out here, and these guys coming up to the ranks and just sort of like introducing themselves to the world. Maxime would be one of those guys for me. I've never really seen him surf. And Nat Young is also a very young surfer who I think we've all seen a bit of footage of. He's an incredible free surfer, great aerial surfer. I saw a really strong part in Taylor Steele's intersection of Nat. Very impressive stuff.
Yeah, he kind of burst on the scene a few years ago. I think he won that event, the Coldwater, up in Santa Cruz. Been doing really well in junior events and definitely making a name for himself.
Yeah, he's really young. He has one of the best grommet photos ever, as we see a replay here of Nat Young. I don't know if you guys saw that. He had like a full-page ad in one of the surf mags of just his mug with like a shaved head and a mullet out the back, and just the funniest looking picture ever. But I think he's got a good sense of humor, and I know a lot of his peers really like him. So I think he's like one of those surfers, and everyone's pulling for him to make a scene or jump on the tour as well.
Well, as we saw on the graphic, they're rated 63rd. This was a huge event for him. These Hawaiian events, last events of the year. I don't know if he has a chance to qualify, but definitely going into next year, getting him a good seed.
Look how good Damien's style is. He just always looks like that right there. The little knock knee, arms never flailing around, even though that weight wasn't all that great. He's just always such a smooth surfer.
Yeah, Damien Hobb, both the Hobgood brothers, just really good technique. Always had really good technique, and coming from the East Coast of the United States, definitely got the grovel abilities, but came over here to Hawaii and really, I think, have proven that they are a force to be reckoned with. We've seen CJ out at Sunset win that event, I believe, a couple years ago, right?
Yeah, that's right. CJ on his backhand, probably one of the only backhand guys to ever win Sunset. I think maybe Tom Carroll won it once, but yeah. I mean, both those guys very, very skilled in Hawaii, and just a testament of their effort. They, I remember both those kids. I think we all do. When we were growing up, and maybe 18, the Hobgoods were more like 14 and 15, and I remember their first winter on the North Shore. And they came over and, they were out surfing every day as little grommets. And, year after year, they would put in their time. And I remember them sort of coming up the ranks at Pipeline and starting to get really good waves out of Pipeline. And, I remember kind of telling the other kids at that time, like, look at the Hobgoods, if they can do it, if they can break into the lineup at Pipeline and get the sets, then anyone can do it. Pretty cool stuff.
Well, here's a little highlight reel from last year here at Haleiwa. Some ways, some clips of Damo.
There's that style and technique we were talking about earlier, just flawless, especially in Hawaii. Damien, for such a small guy, he surfs a little bit heavy-footed in a good way. He's really strong. He has really heavy turns, throws a lot of spray. Perfect, perfect kind of situation for the waves here in Hawaii, where it doesn't look like he's gonna fall. And we were mentioning CJ. I think that year he won Sunset was the year he won the world title. So that was a huge win for him that year, that winter at Sunset.
Yeah, great surfers. I mean, I think having such good technique, these both CJ and Damien, like sometimes can almost be a downfall because they make it look so easy. They're really connecting the dots and flowing so well. There's never that moment of like, the difficulty factor. They make the difficult moves look really easy and under control. So,
who's so good at that is Kelly Slater. He has that little dramatic flair where every time he does make a big move, it just looks like maybe he was almost going to fall, but he doesn't. And, you know, it's just that extra flair that makes the judges go, whoa, that was extremely difficult. He almost made it, but, I mean, he almost fell, but he made it. Whereas, like, you're right, someone like Joel Parkinson or Damien just looks so in control and smooth that it almost looks easy for him.
Yeah, well, here we are. We're up here in the booth with my friends Ross Williams,
everybody,
Shane Dorian.
Look at this little webcast setup here.
Yeah,
this is sweet.
A solid little picture there.
We have no idea what we're doing.
We're just winging it. Making it happen. We got some ukuleles in the background. They play really nice. But we just got out of our heat, Clash of Legends. And you see John on the screen there. But how was the heat for you guys?
Well, Dave Stanfield wanted to make sure I asked you what was the deal with your board and why'd you ride it and how does it work? All of the above.
It's this total experiment. Like I basically took like my 3 favorite surfboards and I just mashed them all together. One being like a little round pintail, a fish, and an Haleiwa. So it doesn't float that good. It's got like a round nose and a wide tail, but then it's got a pintail. It's kind of crazy. I figured I'd just paddle it out and it would make the waves pump because I can't really surf it when the waves are good. And it did pump. You guys were ripping. I was going straight. It's cool.
Yeah, I was getting my swerve on out there. I was just you know, I went all the way back to the WQS in 1998, maybe in that one. But it's funny how like your little competitive spirit comes back into play after all those years, kind of out of the scene. But you know, and out of the water now. We're all in the box, we're all in the booth, and we're all, you know, doing some commentating. I never would have thought to see us 3 up here and all alone, like, you know, weird stuff, but lots of fun.
We're in control right now.
We are.
Yeah, there's a lot of people out there listening, and we appreciate you tuning in to the webcast.
Don't tune out, because professionals will be back momentarily.
Yes. If you're totally bored out of your mind, stick with us, because, no, we're doing the best we can. We're holding
Maxime, the surfer in blue, Maxime, the French surfer, got a pretty good little wave right there. It didn't really allow much at the start, but he had a pretty cool little air reverse at the end. As we see Nat Young on a really tiny, windy little left, but he's trying to make the most of it. It looks like it has a nice line on it. It's going to be a long wave. I don't know if it'll allow him a big air or anything really cool, but he was really just trying to make things happen there with no sets on the horizon.
I actually like those types of waves that he had. That was just a really small one, but those chips that head back for the left at least, that head back on a toilet bowl and peel across the wave, those are the ones. But this one was just a real miniature version of the ones you want.
Yeah, Shane got one in our heat. The thing went all the way to the beach. I think he did like 14 turns on it.
Rob, you had saliva coming down.
Rob, I think you wanted that wave pretty bad. I remember when I paddled into it, Rob was like, "No, you sure you want that?"
Yeah, that's a good one.
But Nat right there, you know what? He was looking to replace. He had a low score of a 2.1, and he replaced it and shot straight to the lead because he's got the highest scoring wave of the heat so far, a 6.23. And smart move, you know?
Yeah, that is smart.
6 minutes to go. He wanted to really just kind of shake that low score, get himself in that advancing position. And who knows? Could have a lull. If another set comes, he's almost out the back already. And
that's right. You don't want to lose needing a 1.5 or something like we've seen some of the surfers earlier do. And, you know, Nat Young has a backup score now. He can go back out there and, you know, wait for a 5.5 or a 6.5 or an 8.5.
Yeah, he totally guarded against that. And that's not easy to commit to. A lot of times you think, oh, I'm just going to wait for at least a semi-normal wave. But he was thinking, and he said, no, I better even just get a 3, and at least I won't be stuck. But we saw the last 2 previous heats with tons of surf with Kieran Pirro on the other heat. And so this heat, suffering from that flurry of waves. There's been not too much stuff going on. When this camera pans back, you'll see how calm it gets in between sets. I mean, look at that. We're having a surf contest.
Yeah. And you can see Nat Young there in yellow. He actually paddled past everybody after that because now he is in command of this heat. He is in the driver's seat, so to speak, and he's sitting deeper than everyone, which might not help him because these guys are actually pretty far out of position. Ross?
Yeah, they are. Well, they're in that position for that chip that we like, that little chippy left. But yeah, if a set comes, they'll just be in no man's land. And I don't think Nat cares too much. Although, you know, the guys in 3rd and 4th only need medium 4s, so it just gets crucial with this little bit of time left. You know, you can get panicky.
Yeah, at this point in the stage, like basically everybody's sitting on pretty mediocre scores. One big score is going to catapult you right up in there in the second or first. So, as we see, beautiful scene here down at Haleiwa Beach, the Reef Hawaiian Pro. It's good times. We're enjoying it. We just need a couple more waves for the boys out here. We got Nat Young holding down first place, Tommy Whitaker in second, and Maxime, Damian Hobgood. They're looking for a score.
Yeah, it is a beautiful day. I mean, it's cool. It's easy to kind of complain about the surf, but I mean, just look at the weather. It's like this every day in Hawaii nearly, and up the coast, you know, Haleiwa is kind of tucked near a harbor, and it's a little tucked away, so not a giant window for swell to get in here, but tons of surfing going on up the coast, and so even though it gets pretty small over here at Haleiwa, you know, you could talk to someone else and be like, man, I got overhead sick waves today at Rocky Point or wherever, so it's just such a sweet spot to be at, you know, on a North Shore here.
As you can see on your screen there, the next heat coming up. Which heat is that, Rob? Do you know?
Yeah, it's heat 5. We got Rayoni Montero, Daniel Ross, Glenn Hall, and Stu Kennedy. That's nice. Coming up soon, just over 3 minutes.
Yeah, these guys just you can see those guys. You know, I mean, there's you know, Damian Hobgood only needs a 4.35 to make it, and your surfer in blue Maxime only needs a 4.28, and with 3 minutes left, under 3 minutes left now, and nothing on the horizon, this is time when guys get panicky, huh?
This is crucial too. We need Dave Stanfield here because he's the numbers guy, but I'm not sure where Damian is on the ratings. But I don't know if he needs to make a few heats or what, but he is sitting in 4th and needing a 4.3. He's in red. He's sitting right underneath there. You can see him and Nat talking. Tommy Witz is just looking at these guys like, oh, come on, give me a wave. Actually, Tommy's in 2nd place, so. Oh, there you go. Damian Hobgood is in. Look how on it our crew is. Yeah, he's in 12th place, so no sweat for Damian. He's just here representing, which I love to see, Rob. And it's cool. Some of the guys kind of take Sunset and Haleiwa off. I love it when the guys, you know, do all 3 events, and you know, it's just good for the sport.
Well, I'm going to go out on a limb and say if a set comes in, there's probably going to be a little tussle, maybe a hassle for. Because everyone is really, really in contention for this heat.
I see some lines coming in too.
That's right. Your surfer in blue, Maxime, and also surfer in red, Damian Hobgood. Those guys have nothing to lose. They are losing at this point, and they both need scores. So whatever wave comes in, they're going to try and get. Both these guys are paddling for this wave, and they're both up on this wave. Your surfer in blue, Maxime from France, doing a big air reverse. Insane and interesting because Damian Hobgood was actually right behind him on that wave, one section back. And Nat Young up on your screen, Ross.
Yeah, no doubt Nat's going to look to do one big move right here on Maxime Husino's face. And he makes it. That was a sick air that Husino did. So look at this bomb out the back. Wow. A little flurry of waves here in the last couple minutes, and these guys are just nowhere near it.
A little out of position. It looks like there's one more. Tommy Witz is out the back. He's got one solid score. Let's have a quick look at the replay. This is Damian Hobgood. He was on the same wave as Maxime. Blows the tail out, spins it around. One turn on that wave, but
yeah, that was pretty sweet. And he was right ahead of him on the same wave, like Shane said. And watch this, sweet little tail whip, and he kind of flared his board out to keep that, you know, on his feet with the wind. Look at that little double fist.
Yeah, he did like a little mini claim there.
Yeah.
That was yeah. That was like not a claim for anyone else but himself, which is kind of the coolest claims.
Yeah, I agree.
Live action right here. Damian Hobgood blowing the fins out, but coming unstuck. This is going to be interesting when scores start dropping.
You guys tell me what he scored those. I mean, because they're really similar. Damian's air wasn't quite as high. Husino's was a little more flared out, but really similar scores.
Well, Tommy Witz missed a couple of those bigger sets out the back. He caught the last one. It's a little foamy. We'll just have a look at this replay as he kind of weaves it onto the inside. Nice little snap into the closeout, little float. So Tommy had a low score of a 3.5. And as we see, one last ride here of Nat Young. Nat Young, I think, was in control of that heat, and they're gonna have to do some reviewing here and really get these scores right.
Lots of scores dropping, so after the commercial break you guys will know what happened. Right now we do have Nat Young sitting in first with Tommy Witz, but still some scores dropping for Husano too, so all kinds of stuff to happen here. And with the next heat in the water, they're going to have to wait for these scores to finish up.
Yeah, gosh. There we have it. There's Damien Hopgood psyching up for the heat. Nat Young. It was a cracker of a heat. Came down to the end. We saw Nat Young get out of the gates early. Really got fired up. Really looking fast and snappy. Blowing the fins out. And Tommy Witz, the veteran, putting it together. It's gonna come down to crunch time. We're gonna have to see how the scores fall. We had Maxime. He threw a few of those backside airs and nailed a few of them. And Damien Hopgood, always a factor. But we will be back to the Reef Hawaiian Pro after this. Thanks for watching.
To those of us who share these islands, flying is a way of life. Every day, Hawaii flies with us.
Round 64.
Welcome back to the Reef Hawaiian Pro here at Haleiwa Beach. I've lost my friends Rouse and Shane. They ditched me to go eat some lunch, but I'm filling in here is my boy Heath Nutty Walker and Shea Lopez. Welcome back.
Thanks, Robbie.
What heat are we in? What do we got?
We are on heat 5, mate, of the round of 64, and we're seeing definitely these first 4 heats. You've seen the level kind of just elevate a little bit. A lot of the surfers taking to the airways at the moment, and we're going to see a great heat. We've got Stuart Kennedy out of Australia. We've got Glenn Hall, Dan Ross, and Rayoni Montero. So.
Yeah, Rayoni Montero, we saw him win last year at Sunset and qualify for the tour. So he's comfortable in Hawaii, and he's going to look to push these guys in this heat.
Yeah, he's a solid competitor. You probably would have competed with Rayoni.
Rayoni, yeah. He's a great surfer. I like. He's real compact and low and really good, and good flowing style. But speaking of that, real quick, let's go back to that last heat.
Okay.
We had the results come in. Nat Young pulled out the win, and it was Maxime Husano,
yep,
right?
From Reunion.
From France. Is he from Reunion?
I think he's from Reunion, yeah.
Everyone got a wave there at the end, and the scores were dropped. They're looking at replays. And now, last heat's winner, Nat Young, is on the beach with Moody.
Hello. Yeah, we got Nat Young down here. Hi, Nat.
What's up, Moody? How are you?
How's everything going?
It's going good. I made that one, and it was a close one, so I'm stoked.
All right, you made it. What else do you want to talk about?
I don't know. I don't know what there is to talk about right now. You tell me. You're the interviewer.
All right. Yeah, Nat Young, another heat win. Tearing it up on those lefts. What are you thinking about the conditions, and what are you riding?
Yeah, the conditions are kind of harder today. The wind's like really good for airs, but it's so windy that it's hard to like find a good lip to do an air off of. But yeah, I'm just riding the same board I rode yesterday, and it's working good.
All right, things are looking good. Good luck in the next round.
Thank you.
All right.
Thanks for that, Moods, and thanks for that. That was Nat Young out of Santa Cruz there, and kind of caught Moody off guard there.
Moody should just hand him the mic next time. Just go, "How was your heat?" and just walk away. Go for it. Just talk. There we see the results of that last heat. Nat Young taking away 12.6. Second place, Maxime Husano from Reunion, I believe. And Tommy Witz and Damien Hopgood are going to be packing it up. heading to Sunset.
The young boys taking out the veterans.
Yeah, the crafty veterans.
And that's they're the two seated surfers too. Obviously, for those viewers at home, if you're in the red and the white color, you're the seated surfers in that round. But normally they're the highest ranked surfers. And unfortunately for Damien Hobgood and Tommy Whitaker, their bags have been packed and they're sent off to Sunset.
Well, that could be an advantage and a disadvantage. Like, obviously, yeah, you get to surf later in the event because you're seated farther into the event. But these guys have been surfing heats. They know what they want to ride out there. They've got some waves under their belt, and they come in kind of warm and loose.
Yeah, you kind of gain that momentum, don't you? You know, if you get through a couple of those early round heats and probably not as much stress or much pressure on you, and just to go out there and just kind of focus on what you're doing. And you kind of see guys elevate through events. And obviously, that's, you know, that's how you see guys win events, but you kind of see them, you know, kind of get a few heats under their belt and then they kind of just take off. And that can be hard for those seated surfers, you know, in the round of 64. They could be up against guys that have already come through 3 heats, kind of gain that momentum and gain that little bit of form, really, really understanding what kind of board they got under their feet. So it can work with and definitely against.
Little paddle battle here as Dan Rouse comes up with this opening wave, a nice looking left as he looks to get around this section, finish off with a closing re-entry on his backside.
Yep, he definitely had to fight for that wave. There hasn't been a wave in this heat so far. And they all were fired up. As we see Micro, he should be able to get through this wind pretty easy. Not a lot of body there to hold him back.
No, wind resistance, you know about that. So you cut sideways and you can see right through you.
Yeah, dude, that's it. It's just my hair is the problem. Flapping all around, getting my face and stuff.
How was it out there, Robbie, when you're on those lefts? They're definitely, it's a lot easier sitting here in the grandstands and commentating on them, but they're not the easiest ones to ride, are they?
They are really, really difficult to ride. Unless, you know, you really got to find the right ones. Shane, I think, found a gem. It was one of those ones that kind of swung deep off the reef and had not as much wall, and he really just got in the pocket, and I think he unleashed a bunch of turns on it. I seem to get the ones that would go out to sea, and, like, you feel like you're going into, like, a giant 30-mile-an-hour fan blowing against you, and it's just really hard. You're, like, getting up into the lip and trying to project off the bottom, and then you go up to hit the lip, and it's got, like, all these wind ripples all over it, and yeah, it's difficult.
Tricky. And tell me a little bit about what you're riding. Obviously, you kind of threw everyone off guard there with the little craft, sacred craft you took out.
Yeah. Well, those lefts I was talking about, this wave actually came in, and I was like, Shane, you don't want this one. I was right next to him, and he's like, nah, I'm going to go left. And, gosh, I was like, look at it. It glassed off for him, too. He's like, he's at Banyans, basically. He's like, woo! You know, just coming off an ankle injury, Shano was, but fired up. He was saying, we were up here earlier, and he's like, man, you know, it's like, once you put a jersey on and you still have that little competitive flair in you, and it's cool. We're up. That's it.
For you, Rob.
No shame. I was out the back. I was claiming it. I was like, yeah. And
but they had a funny little battle too at the end there, Ross and Shane, and actually Shane giving Ross that last wave.
Well, Ross paddled for a wave and missed it, and I caught it. And then Ross was like, still like, nah, it's still my turn, you know. Like,
and we all know how that works. That doesn't really fly.
That's kind of a tough one, you know. So my whole thing was like, I wanted to really go out and have a good time and have fun, and maybe that's why I rode my wacky little surfboard. It just keeps it really interesting for me, and it makes me surf just with a big smile on my face because it's challenging and different and fun, you know. It was just a good time, just sitting out there talking stories with the boys.
That's a nice change of pace after an entire career spent on specialized equipment for each spot, and here you can go out and just float out with some of your friends, and you can look at Ross as he actually snaked him for position, and it would have been an interference on Shane if he would have went.
I love it, man. He swung it right under him, and this one, this put him in the lead right here.
Look how Christo's turns are still for the big fella.
Ross is such a good surfer. I saw that last turn. I was like, dang, dude, what's up? Look, he's all, yeah. He kicked out right there. He's all, I totally burned Shane.
He's pointed to him, too.
And that was cool to see. And Ross kind of disappeared from the scene when he went off the tour for a few years. And now it's cool to see him back at these events and out in the water again.
Yeah, we talked about that the other day, you know, when he fell off tour. He didn't qualify one year, and he was going to go back on the QS, and he injured his foot really bad. He broke his foot. And he was literally out for a solid year, like just destroyed his foot, like broke a bunch of bones in his foot. And then when he went to do the QS the following year, he had absolutely no
seed points.
So he like couldn't get in events and couldn't do that. And then his wife got pregnant and a baby, and it's like, well,
rest
all
is
right.
history.
And then you went off the tour with the broken hand. I went off with the knee, and we all started families, and we kind of moved on with our lives.
Yeah, that's what you do, and it's great. That's just how life is. You kind of move on. It's chapters in life, and fortunately, we still get to go surfing and do great things and go out there and have fun. And here we are in Hawaii. We get to come to Hawaii and hang out and talk about surfing now.
A lot less pressure on these trips.
I think in all respect too, Rob. Obviously, you having a pretty amazing career. You're a runner-up for a world title one year. You won numerous events. How important though was it for you to evolve your career after the world tour? I mean, I think, and probably Shay would agree. I think you're equally as famous, if not more famous now, because of the whole world is getting to you. See, you're obviously still competing in the odd exhibitions. You're getting the wild card here and there, but you've been able to travel more and tell kind of your story a little bit more than just that niche of being on tour.
Yeah, and like Shay talked about earlier, when you're on tour, you have to be so specialized and focused on certain equipment. And for me, that was the hardest thing. These guys, their boards are so dialed. We see Taj. I mean, he's really dialed in with his equipment, and you have to be. You have to be on it day in, day out, trying new boards, getting dialed in, really focused. And the first thing I did when I got off tour, I didn't ride a thruster for like a year.
I did the same thing. I rode a 5.5 for a year and a half straight.
It was amazing, right? And I got like a single fin. I got a fish from Skip Fry. Al started making me single fins. I was just like, dude, this is it. Like, I just wanted to feel like such a different feeling of riding waves and gliding and just, I didn't care about like ripping, and it was all about just going out and having a good time. And I got to travel around the world, and then it just, I don't know, it really opened my eyes and changed my whole perspective on surfboards and surfing, and it helped my surfing, I think, a lot, just learning how to ride all these different boards.
You're more well-rounded.
Yeah. And then you got boards like Elias come into play, and I was even riding longboards. I mean, everything. Stand-up paddling came into the scene. It's just like there's so much going on. There's so many things, so many ways to enjoy being in the ocean and riding waves. It's like, why not?
Well, I remember not even wanting to surf if the waves weren't like the next event, and now, like waves like this here with Glenn Hall, this is what he travels around the world, and he's focused on making heats.
Yeah, look at the micro there, just really lashing out on this little wave. And as I said, he's not a big frame of a lad, but still packs a mean little punch. Dan Ross, on the other hand, he's about twice Glenn Hall put together.
They're the biggest surfer on tour and the smallest in this heat.
Is that fair? That's not even fair. There should be like weight classes.
Little David and Goliath.
We see Raoni just kind of like, yeah, is this wave going to break? No.
It's been unfortunate for people in this heat. 10 minutes remaining, and there's been not one set.
Yeah, it's going to get interesting because there will be a flurry at some point. And as we see downstairs, there's something going on. They're just giving away stuff left and right.
Yeah, look,
umbrellas.
Got the reef umbrellas there given out to all the crew.
I think they broke into your house, Nutty.
They did. They got the reef umbrellas. They got the beach mats, and some plenty good stuff there for all the kids and the people on the beach today. And we got surfboards given away. We got North Shore trivia on the Reef Facebook site. As we see Stu Kennedy right there, nice little backside air reverse, unfortunately coming unstuck. But plenty of stuff to be given away, as I said, for all you viewers out there watching through the Time Warner cable across the Hawaiian Islands and, of course, Southern California. Go on to the Reef Facebook site. There's plenty of stuff giving away. We've got North Shore trivia questions, and if you answer those questions correctly, there's some fantastic prizes, some great Reef Hawaiian Pro merchandise. We've got Coastal Cruises. Of course, we've got Rob Machado's signed surfboard to give away, and of course Taylor Knox as well, and some fantastic surfboards there from our good friends at Channel Islands.
Micro snuck right back underneath everybody and popped the wheelie into the wind and unable to come down with it.
That was pretty cool.
Yeah, they're definitely starting to scratch. We're seeing more waves now, but there hasn't really been a big set. These guys are kind of scratching for these little insiders, and
see the frustration on Stewart.
There's something coming though. Look out the back. There's
2 or 3 waves.
Yeah, there's a little set. So I think we're gonna see a flurry in the second half of this heat. And
when do you think, guys, it'll get to a stage, or do you think it'll ever get to a stage where, in situations like this, the athletes can possibly have a microphone or something there to talk to their coach on the beach? I mean, would that be classed as cheating, or be no different in the NFL when they're talking to their quarterback, right?
That's a good question. Didn't Lane Beachley have that going on at some point in her career?
Bells Beach with
Yeah.
Ken.
Yeah.
And, they made a rule right after that event.
They did.
It's not allowed, huh?
No.
Yeah, so there you go.
Alrighty.
It's not allowed now, but you should get on that. Maybe you can work that into
I'd actually put one of my athletes into a more of a fizzle than that they'd be in, I think. I think I would rather they stick to their own game plan than listening to me. You can see there the Oceanic Time Warner cable. Obviously, it's just a Time Warner cable on the mainland. You can look at it in Los Angeles, channel 101. In the desert cities, it's 111. And then, of course, San Diego there for all the viewers looking in. I know there's a lot of people at Reef today watching the event live. It's on Time Warner cable there, channel 411. There's Stewie Kennedy there just coming unstuck. Just getting
it's great you can watch it in the desert.
Isn't it?
Isn't that cool? They're just like out there, cactus and stuff. Just like, yeah.
Well, it's probably cold out there. Doesn't the desert do kind of a 180 a little bit?
It gets a little chilly in the winter, but no, the winter time's like the time to be out there. It's when it gets like that perfect temp.
Oh, and the day is really nice.
The summertime is when it's like 200 degrees. Yeah.
As we just waiting for surfers to get back out in the lineup. Still plenty of time left. We are at, well, let's check the time actually. I think I've had a freeze on my screen. We're at 7 minutes and 36 seconds. And the official time clock for the Triple Crown of Surfing, it is from Nixon. And 7.5 minutes remaining. Dan Ross out in front with 2 scores, which...
Second one yet to come in, but he's going to be pretty far out in the lead, even though he's got 2 4s in the scoreline.
It's been a tough heat to, I'm sure it's been tough for these guys to surf out in the water, and it's definitely been a little bit hard for us to commentate just due to the small scores. We want to see some of that consistency that we've seen in the last few heats, especially the first few heats of the round of 64. You know, Josh Kerr there, we're dropping I got a 10 from one judge from one maneuver, massive air reverse there.
Unable to even make that heat is Ezekiel Lau. Just put on a phenomenal performance, found 3 good scores, and then Evan Geiselman with a 9 in his score line as well.
See a great shot there of the spectators on the beach there checking out the draw at the Reef Hawaiian Pro. Some beautiful imagery there of the contest artwork. And here goes Stu Kennedy, a surfer in the blue out of Lennox Head. Let's see what he got. Floats over that little section there. He's got to get busy though. And,
yeah, he's got nothing going so far in this heat, and he looks to get something here. That's a snake. That's going to be a tough call on the judges because they have to see if Dan even hindered Micro's scoring potential. He's still in the whitewash after Glenn had already caught the wave.
I don't know what Dan was thinking there.
Yeah, that was a case of maybe getting ahead of himself a little there.
Just being in the moment, you know, Rob.
Here's the replay really quickly here.
Look at this.
So see Glenn in position for this wave.
So he swung around behind him.
And the wave's already breaking. There's whitewash as he stands up, and they don't like to see that, the judges.
Yeah, I definitely didn't hinder.
But then maybe just knowing that Ross is behind you, you might have messed up on that turn. You might have thrown him off.
True.
That first turn was not good. The second turn was nice. 2 good maneuvers on that wave. It would have been a nice score and the best score of the heat.
Yeah, and you know, we're getting close to that 5-minute mark. So scores, you're definitely going to be want to be having 2 scores.
Do you say something here, Rob?
Do you have a little talk?
You go, hey, what's up, dude?
Yeah, mate. They speak Australian, don't they?
I'm sure there'd be a bit of slang in there, a little bit of cussing if it was me back in the day.
Yeah.
Fiery little nut.
You're like, what's
mate.
Blew up.
Now that's left for the judges to decide what happened there. And in a position like that, in a slow heat, you're going to see people get... There's another paddle battle immediately.
Yeah.
Jeez, Rossi's just vicious out there today. He's really taking to these young Aussies. He's not giving them anything.
Well, Stu Kennedy, he's sitting down in 4th position. He only needs a 2.87. So he doesn't need much.
It's a good wave for Micro.
Micro, back
Big
out there.
snap off there. And look at Crowe. He's really confident now.
Yeah.
And he's feeling it. He's know it's been a tough heat. There's only down to just under 5 minutes, and I think Crowe would be feeling really good after that little one.
Yeah, that really opened up for him to get 3 nice maneuvers.
Well, what was weird about that very first paddle battle? There was Dan Ross and Glenn Hall. Dan Ross is winning the heat.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of weird.
He's winning the heat with a 3.67 and a 4.23.
Yeah, here's Micro. This is I think this is gonna launch him into the lead of this heat right here.
By far the best wave.
Nice snap right there. Gets around the section, wraps it back around, right over Stu Kennedy, and a little float to finish off. But
this wave can still be humbling, can't it? At 2 feet, like the little kinks and the nooks and the wind, they can definitely can bring out some flaws in the surfing, can't it?
Yeah. Glenn Hall, he's from Ireland.
He's actually Australian, but residing now in Ireland.
Right.
I don't know if he has the accent.
We were talking about where he's always had the passport. Where is that? Is it his family, his mom, his dad?
Yeah, well, there's a lot of Australians actually because, you know, obviously we're not as old as the United States, but a lot of our second generation Australian, a lot of parents and grandparents are obviously from Europe. Dan Ross there, I think he just wants to hassle with anyone he can.
He's got arms that hang to the floor, and if anyone's going to catch a wave before the other competitors that stand, and he's used to doing that to people and getting the best waves. That was a great combination of maneuvers on the smaller wave.
Look, he's one of the most focused guys on the tour, Rossi, and probably one of the fittest and strongest as well. And I think just in the heat of the moment, you can just tell by the way he's paddling back out there, he's pumped up. Dan Ross is so determined. He's got a lot of determination. You know, he's been at it for many years, so, you know, I guess you got to give respect to Rossi there in the heat of the moment. He knows what he's doing. We're just waiting for a couple of scores to drop in.
Oh, yeah. Looks like Glenn Hall, that right-hander that he got, is going to be, I'd say, the highest scoring wave of the heat so far. As it's dropping in, it's going to be somewhere in that high 6.
Yeah, mid-6s. Yeah. A good score. And then also Stu, on that wave, he fell in his third turn. He's still going to get a decent score around a mid-3, and it's going to put him in position to get one more wave with 2:30 remaining.
I think Rossi will definitely better that 3.67 as well. There we go, 4.5, 5.2. That's a little low, actually. I thought it might have been a bit higher than that.
That wave was very small, and his turns were on the inside.
Okay. Alrighty.
There you go.
Stand corrected, Shay.
I'm sorry to shut you down like that.
We can do that. We're friends.
Here you go, Stu. Let's see if Stu can get busy now. He really needs this. He needs to get a bit of flow, and I feel that he's getting that one crisp turn in, but the waves that he's been choosing haven't allowed him to maintain that flow that we know of Stu Kennedy.
Well, he's sitting on a low of a 187. He's kind of hasn't really found that wave. He did have that opportunity on that right-hander. He fell off, that's pretty costly because he's looking for a 5.36 to move into second.
Yeah, but that easily could have been up in the 5-point range. Could have stayed on his board. And in that last wave, he could have stayed on his boards as well. It could have been up in the 4-point range as he's going to come in around 3.
There you go, 2.73. So not enough for Stu Kennedy. He's still in the 3rd spot. Dan Ross locks in a 4.73. And we're just under a minute 30 seconds remaining. Robbie is pointing to the horizon.
It's going to get exciting. This is what always happens. A minute 20 left. Guys are definitely looking for scores.
In any sport, when it comes down to the 4th quarter, the final seconds, and you see this,
look at
Dan
excited. Ross. Dan Ross is paddling all over the place.
Yeah.
He doesn't know which way to go.
And Crowey's going to get this.
Crowey's
going to get this little
He's
left.
winning the heat.
Yep, he's all over it.
Look how quick he got to his feet.
Yep.
He said, move over, Rossi. I'm coming through, mate.
Yeah.
Boom.
Beautiful left.
Oh, and beautiful serving there from Glenn Hall. He's going to take it on through to the next round with that one. Dan Ross. And Rayoni.
Yep, he's just going. Yep. Radio.
Jesus.
This has just been a crazy heat. As we see Dan Ross.
Dan Ross takes no prisoners, I tell you what.
Took a nose to the midsection on that one.
Now, Randy has had a shocker of a heat.
It wasn't even out.
He's had a 2.4 and a 0.5 the entire heat, and finally a wave comes to him, and he's a little bit off onto the shoulder, and Dan Ross swings around, and Randy was going to go no matter what.
Yeah, he needed that wave. This is the only wave of the heat he even was in position for.
It's in last place, yeah.
And now here these waves shift around so much, and Dan Ross saw that happening, and Rayoni was stuck on the shoulder, and all of a sudden the wave shifted right back to where Ross was, and he was in a position to catch that.
That's it, guys. So we're winding this heat down. 5 seconds. Rayoni Montero, he was a standout here last year at the Reef Hawaiian Pro. Unfortunately, this year, things have not prevailed for Rayoni. We're going to see Dan Ross and Micro Hall move on through to the next round there. So we see a couple of highlights there.
We definitely had a slow start to this heat. The guys were fired up. Micro got started, and he didn't look back. Dan Ross was all over. He was on every single wave that came in, even if other guys were on it too.
Yeah, he wanted to be on there too. I think he saw more than one scoring potential.
That was the clincher right there, Micro.
He's a good little surfer, Glenn, isn't he?
Yep.
These 4-man heats is a stark difference from the man-on-man of the World Tours. It's anybody's game. We'll come right back in the next heat.
round 64.
Welcome back here to the Reef Hawaiian Pro. We are in the round of 64, Heat 5, and some great images there of the Hawaiian Islands. Some tourism stuff, the lava flow there going into the water there. I think that's on the Big Island, right, Rob?
I believe so.
The Big Island, as we see on the screen right now, we are Heat 6, Taylor Knox, Tiago Shrimp Camarao, big heat for Shrimpy. Davey Cathal's the current Billabong World Junior Champ, and Sebastian Zietz.
Seabass.
This is a tough, stacked heat. We talked about Tiago having one of the best winters of his life last year, and then just snowballed into a stellar year. Robbie got a couple of big third placings in these prime events. He's currently about, I think he's 38th on the QS, so he's about 6 spots out from making the cut.
Wow.
So these last 2 events are just crucial for Tiago.
Wow. Okay. So do we know what he needs to do to qualify? Do he need to make a quarter or semi?
I think, yeah, definitely a quarter. I know he's dropping a 1200.
Yeah.
So, and then obviously at the qualification of 32, you know, he really does need a big result, and meaning that probably another final or a semi-final with minimum at best.
Right.
Obviously a win would be fantastic.
Yeah.
But crucial points in these last 2 events of the year.
Yeah, definitely. As we see, paddling into it, the veteran Taylor Knox getting his wiggle on. Nice little check snap, gets around the section, and bangs that last section. Taylor coming off a couple great results. 3rd up in San Francisco, and I believe a 3rd in Portugal.
He goes Shrimpy. Let's see Shrimp right now. He's got the wind at his back. Big little carving snap there. And that wind is definitely playing a factor. And look at Seabass on the inside on a beautiful little left here.
So those are those ones that come deep off the reef that Rob was talking about.
Yeah, you see him winding it up. Little snap. He's got a little section coming at him. Goes to the air, spins it around. Can't. It's weird, man. You get a little cloud comes over, and the wind just seems to like flare up like 10 miles an hour more.
Well,
and
guys, I just I printed out the sheet that Chris Morrow from Grind TV was busy with the calculator in hand, and I have Shrimpy's results right here, and he has 18,000 points. He's sitting in 34th. He needs to improve on a 1200, his low score. And Taylor Knox, his low score of a 500, so he's already increasing his point total.
Yeah, Knoxy there, and just as you mentioned before, Shay, backing it up from 2/3. Here goes Taylor on this right. Probably could have waited for the next one. Well,
or the next one.
Yeah.
Or the next one, and nobody's in the lineup for this beautiful set.
Wow. Look at
right down last peeling off.
That's a crime, isn't it? Crime for the viewers at home also. We've got beautiful waves coming in here at the Reef Hawaiian Pro. We're on day 2 of competition. We had a really, really long waiting period, and it's great to see us get underway today, and some good surfing we'll see throughout the end of the day. Right now though, Sean Moody, I believe we've got Dan Ross down there.
Yeah, we got Dan Ross down here, 2nd place in that last heat. Dan, you're known as one of the more fit surfers. You really have a good work mentality. Tell us a little bit about how you get ready for the Triple Crown.
I guess, yeah, for the Triple Crown, it's just a matter of getting here as early as you can, and just getting in tune with the waves here and testing out the boards from the Hawaiian shapers. You know, Eric Awakara and Glenn Pang always do up some amazing boards, so it's just a matter of tuning into your equipment, and it's been pretty small lately, so I guess everyone's just been training and getting ready for when the swell does turn up.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to have a swell for that sunset event too, and it's kind of hard because people haven't been able to test out their big boards. Do you have some old gems from the past years?
Yeah, I definitely do. I've got some really good 7.4 Pangs and some good Arakawas as well, so I'll be looking forward to testing those out, because when it's like this, it's pretty horrible. I mean, I was in a heat with 2 good mates then, and you got to hassle and paddle over the top of them just to try and get waves, because I mean it's only a 23-minute heat, and you're fighting for every set that comes through. So it is, you know, it's horrible when it's like that, because you're kind of dogging for the waves, but that's just the way it is.
Well, you got to do what you got to do, right? Anyway, we'll see you in the next round. Great job.
All right, cheers, Moody.
Thanks for that, Moods, and thanks for that, Dan Ross. And as mentioned there, he was very humble, saying that's not something he enjoys doing.
Nah.
But 23 minutes, you know, it's pretty tough out there, Rossi. And you know what? He did what he had to do. He moved on through.
Yeah.
He's going to put that heat behind him now, Rob, go and kind of chill a little bit. Maybe grab a drink, a bite to eat. I know he's not surfing today, but tomorrow we're going to crown a champion here, and it could be Dan Ross.
Yes, we are. Yeah, we are going to crown champions. We see Sebastian Zietz flying down the line. He's been going to the air. The wind has just flared up for this heat, and it's making it difficult. But Taylor Knox, not one known to go to the air, but definitely known for his power surfing, as we see that right there.
Yeah, Knoxy, I think he still tries to go to the air.
Does he?
I think he gives it a go.
Yeah.
Like many of us random punters that try to give it a go. It's a matter of can we...
I think sometimes he just goes up into the lip so hard and so fast that he goes into the air on accident.
Yeah, he just blasts through it.
Yeah, he just powers through it. Those are actually funner to watch anyway.
Yeah, he's such an amazing surfer and gone through many eras in surfing, as you have too, Rob. But Taylor Knox, you know, still mixing it up. Thought maybe at the start of this year that this might be the year that Taylor might, you know, maybe walk away from the tour a little bit. Then just bam, backs up with 2/3 in a row.
Yeah. Nickname TK. I got his card. I stole Stansfield.
Okay.
Stansfield little box of goodies.
What do we got in there?
We got his card. He's been a pro for 22nd year. He's
22nd
he's
year.
been on the CT for 18 years. Skipped 1999. That's awesome. Nickname TK. Noxie. Lives in Carlsbad, right down there by my neck of the woods. He's 40. 40 years old. Yeah. 5'10", 178. You know. Again, surfing. This is cool. I like his little...
A lot of results in there. Well, that's a little encyclopedia there with his career.
Dave's got a whole bunch of stuff going on here.
He goes Knoxy again, guys, on a nice little inside. This one looks like it's got a good little wall on it.
Oh, catch on that first turn.
Never seen Taylor do that.
You haven't watched a lot of the seats then. With Taylor, I stuck my foot in my mouth big time in New York when I said it's been a great career. I thought he'd lost out at the mid-year rotation. He goes, but I'm still on. I'm going to come back stronger than ever. I'm like, oh, okay. Well, congratulations.
Yeah, Knox has been a idol for many of us surfers all around the world. I know a lot of the Australians have a really soft spot for Taylor Knox. Just that raw, you know, rash, just rail surfing, and he's just you know, he's one of those guys that everybody looks up to, and one of those surfings that never gets old. You know, it's gone through many eras. It's traditional surfing. It's rail to rail, a lot of brute power, and we all love watching Taylor Knox when we can.
Well, let's not forget too that in 1998 he caught a 52-foot wave at Toto Santos during a Reef big wave event.
He did,
and it was
that was a scary looking wave he caught at Toto's.
Really scary looking wave.
The Reef Totos event, it was only on for 1 year, and Knoxy got, what, a 56-footer?
He won about 50 grand for that, too.
Hey, Dave, thanks for letting me borrow your notepads right here. I'm Rob Machado here, joined by Heath Nutty Walker and Shay Lopez in Haleiwa, beautiful Hawaii, as we see sea bass, Sebastian Zietz. Whoa, what do you call that?
I think he was going for what they call a club sandwich.
Oh, yeah?
And that's a Josh Kerr terminology there, and
never done one of those.
Pretty cool. I imagine to be able to do new tricks, or new maneuvers.
It's really called a club sandwich? Yeah, we're just making that up?
No, it's a club
sandwich. They made it up, and that's what they call it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I thought Nutty just made it up.
No, I'm not that innovative, mate. That's a Josh Kerr term. But we mentioned, guys, we're about the 13-minute mark, and this is a big heat for Tiago Camarão, the young Brazilian. He's the Reef team rider from head to toe. And
he's winning the heat, Nutty.
He's winning the heat.
You got to feel good about that.
I do feel good, and I mean, it's not over yet. There's still plenty of time and an opportunity for the other guys to kind of muscle their way back in it. As we see Shrimpy here. Sorry, that was Davey Cathles, and we've got a beautiful set out the back.
Ooh, look at this.
Who we got in position here. It's a beautiful looking wave, and it looks like
it's a hassle.
It is a bit of a hassle.
Seabass is back out there. He just caught a wave. He's going to get this right. See if he gets around the section. Oh, layback. Right. Wow. Yep.
Amazing air there from Seabass. I can't wait to see that in slow-mo.
Hey, to be going downwind, too, that's really hard to hang on to that.
Well, he had to do the double grab to keep his board, and then when he landed, he flopped on his back, similar to what you see like Kelly Slater do, and he was able to slide the board back underneath him and keep going on that wave, and that's what the judges needed to see, is him get back up and ride out in front of the whitewash.
Yeah, so he's definitely going to replace that 3.93, and Seabass, I tell you, he's a tricky competitor. Now, he's only a young kid from Kauai, but, you know, I think I say it every year, we're going to see a lot more of this kid. He's so talented. You know, both front side and back side. He's one of those talents, rare talents that, you know, I think once he gets comfortable traveling around the world and probably living out of a suitcase, I think this guy could do anything.
Yeah, for years he couldn't travel because he didn't have a passport, he didn't have a birth certificate.
Oh,
and now
okay.
he's got that organized. He's traveling around, and he's had some of the biggest scores and great results on the tour. And this is going to be that replay, Rob.
Well, let's watch this. Like you said, Shay, has to go for the double grab. Let's watch. Bang, sticks it, keeps his board to his feet. Let's go. Lands kind of out pretty close to the flats. Full layback. Like, that's really hard to recover. You can see he's doing a wheelie and gets back up just in time to ride out of that.
That was amazing. He was full on, like, laying down in that slow-mo and managed to pull himself back up.
I found his card.
Oh, what do we got?
Interesting stuff on here.
You're getting in so much trouble over there.
I know.
It's so
This is so cool. He was born in a bathtub.
Look at Seabass, though. He's up again. He's
There
busy.
he goes. He's the bathtub guy. He's born in a bathtub in Florida, Shay.
Yeah, no, his family is originally from Florida, brother Billy, and great friends with Andy Irons and their family over there in Kauai.
Right.
The whole family loves to surf.
Yep. So, interesting stuff. He's only 23 years old, and we saw him just flare up on that left right there. He just went from, you know, having a couple just very average scores to I think he's going to be dropping 2 really solid scores.
Yeah, this is a sick air backside air reverse there. Full rotator and muscled his way all through that.
It didn't even look like he was going that fast.
No, he got a lot of height. He put it up into the wind, and the wind and being this strong can actually lift your board up higher than you started. And he looks like he's got some loose hips from all that dancing.
So we're going to wait to a couple of scores, 2 good scores. We're looking at Sebastian Zeech will take the lead here. 1 score coming in there at a 7.5, and that was the wave before, the big front side double grab. And I think I would probably say that the right probably is a little bit better than the left just because of the size of the wave. And as we see Tiago Camarao and Davey Cathles there, the guys that is sharing this wave. Tiago on the inside, nice big snap there as he comes around this section. 3 big turns there from the surfer in white. Out the back in the red, it's T Knox. What do we got, Noxie?
Almost running over a fellow competitor there, Seabass. Gets a little hung up, going to get down the line. Those lefts, man, they're really hard to stay in front of them.
That was a tricky wave. He had to fade back into the pocket, and then it ran out in front of him.
Yeah.
So very hard to read on your backside or front side.
Now, guys, have a look at this on screen right now. This is actually cool. I wanted to check it out. Back in the day, that was a big no-no.
Right.
But as far as today, I think the judges are really cool about if it doesn't interfere with anyone's scoring potential, then why not just let it be raw, let it run free.
Yeah.
And I think this is pretty cool. What do you guys think?
Dang, it was neat that he squeezed in that last turn there.
Good surfing from him, and it's cool to see the judges realizing that it's about the surfing and not to be so technical in details and disqualifying everyone for every little infraction.
Yeah, no, I think that's well said, Shay, because I mean these guys are traveling all around the world to get here, and you know the split-second decision of just could turn, you could throw it all out the window. So
we've come a long way from Damien Hardman going over the falls, taking off on the whitewash and Narrabeen to win world titles.
to take out
interferences.
Yeah. Oh, he took out Tommy Carroll that day, and they were furious.
Yes.
As we see,
Todd Holland going over the falls at Pipeline to keep Tom Carroll from another world title. Tom's been on the short end of those sticks.
I think if you did that today, people would be just like, bad luck.
Yeah, the beach probably.
2 guys scratching right now, and it's Sebastian again. He's a busy.
It's Davey Cathles.
Cathles.
Oh. Cathles just came from that World Junior event in Bali where he won. So great momentum coming off of that, and he will set himself up for a potential round of 96 seed in the following year.
Yeah. Davey Cathles, fantastic surfer, and so much talent comes out of North Narrabeen. It's pretty much the epicenter of surfing in Australia. There's more talented kids that come out of there for so many generations, and Davey is the new breed, the new young North Narrabeen local. Like this young kid here, John Florence, he's coming up next, and he is hot to trot right now.
Well, that's a good-looking heat. As we see Seabass, our heat leader, flying down the line and going to the air again, but not holding on to that one.
It's a nice little left here, Shrimpy. He's flying through this section. Nice big little punt there. Beautiful backside air there from Tiago. Taylor Knox on a beautiful wave out the back. Let's see if Knoxy can get in this.
He's in that little dead section between the 2 reefs.
Oh, man. A couple extra strokes to get in that one. A little foam climb. It's going to come around and just hit that closeout.
Such a tricky wave to line up here.
Yeah.
Oh, man, you saw Glenn Hall in that heat before get to his feet really quickly, and I think it goes to show the viewers at home. Look at Davey Cathles here. Nice.
Beautiful bottom turn.
Just getting a little caught there. You've got to be simultaneous in all your turns. It has to be rail to rail, doesn't it? If you get caught one little bit, the wave just will go beyond you.
Well, this heat is it's going to get interesting here for that second place. I think
so many scores are dropping on the board right now.
I think Seabass is going to drop a really high second score for himself. Tiago with that backside air, he's going to definitely better a score. So, we'll just have to wait and see. Davey Cathles has kind of been pretty quiet in this heat so far. He just had a little left just then, but up to this point, he only had a 177.
As we go to the replay, here's the Tiago Camaral's backside air reverse.
I like at the end of this where he gets back over his board and is able to stay centered. And that's so important. And the judges like when you come out of that smooth. They don't necessarily like when you go into that layback like we saw from the seats. They'd rather you come out of your maneuvers like this.
Tell us how important it is, Rob. Obviously, you competed with some heavy Brazilian contingent back in the day. The new kids of today, though, the new Miguel Poops, Gabriel Medina, who else we got there? Jadson Andre, I mean, Tiago's another one, Alejo Maniz. I mean, how awesome is the young talent coming out of Brazil?
Yeah, it's crazy. They have a really good little group of guys that are just fired up. And it seems like they're just feeding off each other. I think they've seen what Adriano's done. He's gone out on tour and just really kind of took it by storm, winning in events. And I mean, Gabriel Medina is just like, cool, yeah, I can do that too, And
well, it's cool to see them focus so hard on what it takes to win. And it's hard to keep your focus when you look in the stands at that.
Bunch of gorgeous ladies there, the Reef models there, and that's Bettsider and Natalia. Bettsider's from Panama, and Natalia's from Argentina.
And you're responsible for bringing them to the event?
No, I'm not.
No? Well, whoever is, good job, Reef.
Yeah. So there you go. The scores are all locked in now, and it's Sebastian Zietz moving way out in front there with a 7.23 and a 6.0. His total heat scores on 13.23. Tiago Camaral, though, dropping two really good scores there, a 6.23 and a 5.67, locks him into the second spot. In the third, T. Knox. Knox is requiring a 7.43, and the current Billabong World Junior Champion, Davey Cathles, out of Narrabeen there in the fourth. But look at that. Go Tiago, the girls. Tiago Camaral.
Everyone loves shrimpy.
He's got some support here on the beach. The Latin ladies loving shrimp. I don't know. Did you ever have that support, Rob? Did you have a bunch of girls down there with big signs? And I'm sure you probably did.
He didn't have that hair back in the day. As soon as the hair came, the girls followed.
Yes.
I had the hair. Kelly had hair back then.
Kelly did have hair. And, well, he doesn't now. But he's got 11 world titles.
Yep, that counts for a lot.
There we are.
Hey, guys.
We're on TV. Thanks for watching.
Thanks for everybody for watching on the Time Warner cable. As we mentioned before, we can't thank you guys enough for tuning in all around the Hawaiian Islands and, of course, on the mainland in Southern California and the desert cities, Los Angeles, San Diego, and wherever those desert cities lie. There's a decent-sized desert there that crosses from California over to Arizona, Nevada.
Yeah. You guys living down there would have your family at home watching?
Yeah, I think my wife's busy today. I asked her to turn on the TV, and she had other plans to do. So,
unless they're webcasting down in other parts of the world, like Fiji or mainland Mexico, my family's not watching.
How's your dad doing, Rob? Haven't seen him in a while.
He's good. He lives on a sailboat, mainland Mexico. So if he's got a satellite feed, can we make that happen?
That would be why I haven't seen him in a while.
Yeah, he's cruising around. He sails around. Just soaks it all up.
Yeah. So there you go, guys. We're just under 3 minutes remaining. Crunch time right now for Knox and Cathles. Cathles, though, drops in a 5.77 and a 5.5, so we did bridge the gap a little bit. Now we're only requiring a 6.14. And it definitely looks flat in the lineup right now, but I'm sure with 2 minutes and 30 seconds we are going to see another little flurry. So we see a good shot there of, that's the surfboard shavers at Peisel.
Yes, that is. And that's John Florence's pit crew there. We had Sean Ward from O'Neill, one of his coaches. Paizella's shaper, and Poncho Sullivan has been working with him and getting his carve better and more powerful to complement his aerial and tube riding.
You think Poncho's the right guy for that?
Nah, I've never seen him do a good turn.
Yeah, that's a bad choice there. I mean, geez.
There's Adam Robinson there. We talked about Robbo this morning on that. Well, his surfboard was even more fluorescent than that yellow watch he's got on. And Robbo, he's...
Looks like he's got a little tape on the knees. Kind of nursing a little injury.
Didn't look like it in his heat.
There's a few banged up competitors down there today. I saw Eric Geisman walking out of the spot with his foot inside a plastic bag.
Yeah.
Chloe and Dino had the funny yellow...
the Michael Jackson glove on?
The Michael Jackson glove, because he had 8 stitches under there. Yeah. Somebody else rocked up today. Alejo Manish was in crutches, so he blew his knee out.
His ankle.
Ankle, sorry. I mean, not cool. We don't want the last thing we want to see is all our top world tour surfers
But it
being
shows the risk involved in the surfing these kids are doing nowadays. They're pushing it, free surfing in the contest, and I like to call it Generation Free Surfer. And they're going out in these heats and they're just doing airs on every wave.
Yeah, some crazy stuff there. We're getting down to a minute 15. It's still out in front. Sebastian Zeitz kind of stole the show there, Rob, and Tiago Camarao in the second. But it's Davey Cathels, the young ripper from North Narrabeen, the current world junior champion. And then Knox, the 40, was it 41?
40.
40 years of age. Knoxy going through many eras, 20 years on tour, 18 years on the actual world tour, 18 years.
Nobody has a better carve in the business. If you saw his movie Arc, you'll know what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
well, this is crucial right here. Tiago is in second place. He's going to keep Davey Cathels off that wave. There's a flurry of waves out the back. We're down to 40 seconds. There's definitely going to be some hassle. We're looking for a 6-1-4.
Don't count Taylor out. This could be a good right set.
This could be good to the left. And you watch Tiago. He's the true Brazilian is going to come out in him right now.
He's Taylor Knox looking for a 7-3-7. And this wave's got a little bit of a wall. He's going to fly down line. Nice section coming up right here. A little foam climb.
Kind of missed that first section, unfortunately.
Not the open face that Taylor Knox likes for those big cars.
And look at Seabass. It's a beautiful little right. Sebastian Zeitz just floating over there, and it's actually good to see some rights. The last thing we want to see is all lefts here at Haleiwa. So
now Tiago couldn't ask for a better situation right there. You had the heat leader get a really good wave, and Taylor Knox getting a wave that didn't pan out to be a good wave. So keeping the guy in third, Davey Cathels, off a wave, you know, it all came together for Tiago. Looks like he's going to hold on to second.
And I don't know, how many points does he need to secure into a spot in 2032?
I don't know.
A couple more heat wins.
I don't want to
keep winning heats.
Just keep winning. I think if you keep winning, you focus on the win, not focus on the points. I think you'll be right. But we're going to get Sean Moody downstairs when he gets a sec. I'm hoping that he can grab Tiago Camarao. We love his English commentary. As we see Shrimpy there.
Our heat winner.
Nice little replay there, going vert there. And Tiago. And he was a giant killer here. Sebastian Zeitz, not afraid to compete here in Hawaii. And T. Knox there, we mentioned 40 years of age, 18 years on the world tour. And Taylor there. Big air there from Seabass. Big layback there and managing to get back up. So great stuff there. Tiago Camarao moving on through with Sebastian Zeitz. We'll see many more of these guys coming up. Stay tuned.
Round 64.
Welcome back to the Reef Hawaiian Pro. We're coming at you live here at the Haleiwa Beach Park. We are at the first event of the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing. And right now, straight into Heat 7 of the round of 64. John Florence in the red, Matt Wilkinson in the white, Nate Yeomans from San Clemente in the yellow, and Keikoa Bam Bakelso. And we noticed with Keikoa, he's dropped a few pounds from last year, and he's looking vicious, sharp, and he's just doing anything he can to get a win here at Haleiwa.
Well, I have to say, he's one of those guys, you look at him and he looks like a linebacker. You wouldn't really say, like, oh, that guy's going to go rip in small ways, and he just will blow your mind. He surfs so light, but yet
fast and powerful.
Really heavy, you know, at the same time. Really good combo. Like, he could float and skate over sections, but then just lay down some big power hacks. Really a fun surfer to watch.
Here's the opening ride of this heat. Sees John getting off to a quick start, trying to get a little reverse going. Get those nerves, those jitters. As a young surfer, sometimes you come to these heats against your more experienced competitors. You just want to get a couple waves in your belt real quick and feel the wax out.
Yeah, Nate Yeoman's there. He's a man with a lot of experience there. Obviously been on the World Tour there for 1 year, and obviously wanting to get back on the tour. You know, it's very tough. It's a tough job to get there, but once you get there, you've got to maintain your spot there. And Rob, you know all about that. The tour doesn't really allow for too much mistakes. I mean, you have 2 or 3 bad results in a row, and it can kind of snowball to, you know, your whole year, and then you could be looking at kind of trying to double qualify.
Oh yeah, and it was, I mean, now with the mid-year cut that they put into place, it makes it even sketchier. You know, it used to be that you qualified for the tour and you got a whole year. You know, you were guaranteed whatever, if it was 10 or 12 events, you got to go surf in every single event.
Look at Shrimpy.
Shrimpy.
He's loving life right there.
Soaking it all up. So, you know, it's a challenge no matter what. You know, to stay, you got to be on your game just constantly. We talked about that, just your equipment, everything. So we see John kind of taking off behind this little section.
Yeah, one of those lefts where you've got to be in front of it. You know, we've talked about the wind factor and how it can just kind of blow you off the back. And even with all that experience, John Florence just unfortunately getting blown out off the back of that one. But look, he might swing around here on the inside. No, he's elected to go back out. But a great shot there of Tiago before, just really showing the character of that young kid. You know, obviously a very focused surfer when he's out in the water, but he is just an absolute fun kid to hang out with. And right now we're going to go to fish. Who you got down there?
Mate, I got Sebastian Seabass. He just is the one and blasted that last heat, mate. How you feeling?
Feeling all right. Just got my gravel on. Caught about 10 waves, but conditions are tricky, so got to make do.
Mate, that air you just did, you pretty much flew yourself back to Kauai with that thing. Talk us through it. The section was there. What was in your mind? You just wanted to go big?
Yeah, I saw that it wasn't really much on the wave. I didn't want to try to do a snap and blow it, so I just decided to try to huck one and, you know, double grab. You know, a lot of guys hate on the double grab, but I don't know, Andy would do them. But yeah, lucky to pull it.
So just talk me through that heat. There was a bit of hassling in that heat. Taylor Knox, Tiago's on the boil of qualifying. Was it a bit of hassling out there?
Oh, Tiago's on the boil? I didn't know. Yeah, for some reason, me and Tiago always get in the nuts paddle battles, and I got one good right from him. I think it might have been the one I did the air on.
Nah, I've seen that, and then you backed it up straight away with that little left, so you just went mad. Well, Seabass, good to see you, mate. Good heat. See you next heat.
Thanks for that, Paul. And Sebastian Zeitz there taking out Tiago Camarao. And unfortunately for Taylor Knox and Davey Cathell's the current world junior champion, they'll be back to fight another day, I'm sure, next year. And even next week, we're going to see them up there at Sunset.
Yes, we will. And is this Nate Yeoman's?
Yes, it is.
Little left-hander. Trying to kick out. Maybe we'll go. Hopefully, we can get a replay. While we were at that interview, we saw John Florence take to the air and get pretty squirrely.
Here's John. Just a quick in and out there, yeah, but a huge air reverse there while Fish was doing an interview there with Sebastian Zeitz, and if Fish is down there, let's hope we can get Tiago Camarao. I want to get him on the mic. I'd love to see a little interview with Shrimpy.
Well, let's have a look. John's caught this wave kind of just midway through. A little check turn right here, sets it up. Eyeballing the section down the line. You can see him just going, yep, here it comes. Full rotation, like all the way around.
With ease.
And, yeah.
Too easy almost.
Yeah.
It didn't even look like he did that. And he got his board all the way around. You can see how he set it up and scooted it, got his feet in position where he can get the rotation. And he's very unique in his style. He keeps his arms at his side and he rotates so fast you don't even notice it.
Yeah, you know what, and he's one of the prodigies of the surf industry. I mean, the kid grew up on the beach at Pipeline. He was, you know, super famous family from the age of, what, 5 or 6. He's been in the surf movies. He's been a part of the industry for a long time. But how good is it to see him actually progress and even more live up to, you know, the expectations, and if not more. I mean, he's just a raw talent, isn't he?
Oh yeah, definitely. He is. He's just really come into. He's really just like he grew about a foot, and he's really come into his own just in the last couple of years.
You were competing when he was getting those first wild cards into the Pipe Masters. I remember seeing this little blonde-haired kid out there, and you're like, is he even gonna be able to catch a wave? And he would go out there and challenge us for waves, and now he's winning contests at Pipeline.
For sure.
So, all right, guys, we got some live action about to come right now. We'll call this wave, and then I think Fish has got down there with someone. So, John, a quick in and out. Fish, who we got down there, mate?
And only Tiago Shrimp Camarao. Shrimpy, you must be nervous right now. You're on the boil of qualifying. Talk us through the heat.
The heat was really good. Like, I got a Taylor for my first time. Sebastian always beat me here. And I got Dave Cattles. Me and Cattles, we surf a lot this year. It was like the wave is fun. Like, I try to not think about it, like my position in the rank now, but it's really hard. Like everything what I do, I think about it, you know, like so hard to not thinking.
So just talk me through, like the swell's been flat, you've had a week of waiting for the contest. What's been going through your mind? You just been sitting at home keeping yourself busy, or you just been thinking heaps about the points?
Yeah, I think about the point. I try to be like training, try to be relaxed. And I enjoy, you know, like I'm having a good time in here with like Reef giving me support. Like I stay in a nice place. I see like all my friends every day. Like I hang with you, Fish as well. So all the crew is here. So yeah, excited for the content, bro.
And just talk to me through this. You know, you got Gabriel Medina and your best mate Miguel Pupu is already on tour. I mean, what does this mean to you to get there?
I really want to qualify to like stay with the boys. You know, we grew up in the same hometown, so it's gonna be exciting if I qualify. You know, like all the guys where I live, they are there. So I really want to get there.
So mate, just for all the people at home, the reason we call him Shrimp, give him a little story about your finger. Show him.
This is my finger. Yeah, I broke my finger when I was young. I was playing soccer with my sister, and then she cracked my finger, and I didn't show it to my mom. I hid from my mom, so I didn't went to doctor. I didn't go to doctor, so that's why I stay like this.
Well, Shrimpy, mate, I hope you go crooked out there today and just rip it up, bro. You're doing good. Good luck. Don't get too nervous. Let's see it. Shrimpy.
Thanks a lot there, Fish and Tiago there. And his actually last name's Pickler. It's Tiago Pickler, and Camarão, as we all know in Portuguese, is shrimp, or the prawns. So
he's just such a personality. Everyone on tour likes him. So likable.
Yeah, he's a good lad.
We saw some waves go down while we were in that interview. John for that backside air got an 8.67. Keikoa Bacalso, actually, it was during the first interview, dropped a 6.67 on a right, and then he looks like he's going to back it up with another score right similar with that, and we saw John drop.
Yeah, we're going to get some replays here shortly. Yeah. John with a combination of crazy maneuvers on the right, as we saw Matt Wilkinson get a right, Nate Yeomans get a right, and that whole set had such good waves.
Well, this was John's nice set. I mean, this wave's head high. It's overhead. And he just goes, boom, blows the tail all the way around, spins it around, just, cool, straight out of it, into a little cutty, and then sets it up for this right here. Just, like not content with already doing one big turn. Let's just finish it off with a little.
It's just raw, isn't it? It's just raw. It's really brash. It's
just Keikoa on this nice looking right. In this second maneuver, he just throws it all into this glassy steep peak right here and kicks the tail out backwards almost. And the big guy's looking light and fast, like you said, Rob.
Yeah, when he wants to, he really can get fired up. As we see, Matt Wilkinson, been pretty quiet in this heat so far. Hasn't really got any solid scores, but another set out the back.
Yeah, Nate Yeomans on a beautiful little left there, and also John going right. Big air reverse. Did the splits there.
Wow.
That's dangerous.
Yeah, John went huge on that right and came down and just looked like a car wreck.
Look at this though, surfer in blue, Keikoa on a beautiful little right. If he can just lump over this, here we go, coming around the section. Bam, what has he got? A big tail slide there, unfortunately coming unstuck. And looks like yellow as well. We're going to get guys back out in the lineup. We might have a few more takers. We have one more set coming through. And John Florence, I mean, starting with an 8.67, he's about to back up that with a 7.93, and he's definitely made it hard for the guys. Let's check out the replay.
Yeah, we'll slow this down and see how he just put it all into this big maneuver on a nice head-high wider. He had a lot of sets in this, and he kicks it out into the flats with such a critical. You see his foot slip off, and
God, his back foot looked like it actually just went through the board.
That was commitment on that maneuver right there.
Yeah, I think right when he stood up, he knew it was a closeout basically, and he just kind of threw the Hail Mary, and he stuck it, like he landed on his board, but then the impact into the flats kind of rattled him.
And back when we did heats, you would let a guy go on a wave like that all day.
All day.
But nowadays, you see guys like Kelly Slater, what he's doing now, they take up on a closeout and they get 9s.
Yeah. Oh yeah, or 10s. Seriously.
Yeah. No, but guys, we talk about John and just what a phenomenon he's becoming. And, you know, it started with, you know, obviously he won the backdoor shootout, right? The Dahui shootout. Filled it up with taking a lot of big names down in the Pipe Masters. You know, qualifying for the tour this year. I remember Bolito seeing him in South Africa in that prime event. It was just phenomenal surf, solid 8-foot, top to bottom, throaty right barrels.
Like a contest at off the wall or something.
Yeah, and I really just think that's when the whole surf industry went, well, this kid is really legit. You know, like he's not just good in Hawaii, he's good everywhere.
And then when he had his spots in the World Tour at the second half of the season, he didn't get the best results, but he was losing some big heats where he was averaging 14, 16 points a heat. Every heat he went out, and he put in a good performance.
Yeah, and I think that's that reckless, Rob, wouldn't you say? Like, he doesn't care. And as you said, you know, he did that massive snap to reverse before, and then just throwing caution to the wind again with a big old layback. And maybe that's just his strategy, huh?
Yeah, just kind of like Shea was saying, it's like the free surf era. These guys like to go out and just go for it, go big. It's how they free surf. They go out and just throw big airs and big tail chucks. And
that's really cool to watch, because I remember back when I was surfing, me and my brother would surf one way when we were videoing and free surfing, and go in heat and have to surf a completely different way to the format.
Yeah, and now you can kind of mold those two together and really get rewarded for it. And I mean, speaking of John, like, he's also dropped a couple of video parts. I mean, I think his section, he had a few sections, I think in Lost Atlas and
Intersection. Oh, Lost Atlas was phenomenal on some Indo right-hander.
So he's really like kind of on all fronts just blossomed in this past year.
Did you see those waves he caught in Japan, the Typhoon Swell?
The Japan Swell, yeah. He was over there with Yaden and Dane, I think, and a crazy little crew. I mean,
and I actually, it'd be pretty safe bet to say too, guys, that he's not even close to his max potential yet.
No, he's a grom. He's just getting started.
Yeah, his two rides going to get better, his air's going to get better, and working with Poncho Sullivan, we're going to see some serious hacks out of this man-child.
I tell you what, if that comes into the repertoire and working with Poncho, I mean, you've got a world title contender right there.
Yeah, and it's funny because we seem to be talking about every kid coming up as a world title contender. We have a great crop of kids coming through the system right now.
And, here's another one from Oz, Matty Wilkinson. He's had a stellar year as well.
He's going fast.
He's going to the airways here. What's he got? Nice big front side. Kind of worked all the way down the line there, didn't he? He really maxed out his speed and just one maneuver at the end, but still one pretty solid turn.
He picked his spot, had the board speed up. We're going to see a replay as it seems like he just kept going down the line on this left and eyeing out a section. A little snap to start it, but the points are going to come from this air. And I really like how he pulled it off. I thought he was going to poke the tail. As you see, he comes around on this rotation and lands tail first to the beach and almost sinks it down right here. But his butt was actually on the board there.
It was. And kind of cool watching that replay. He kind of got the mojo on, didn't he, across all those couple of little sections there for that one big turn at the end. And
he was getting his groove on for sure. I didn't know he was that flexible. I'm impressed.
He's a big guy.
Yeah.
Matty Wilkinson.
Maybe he's been doing yoga, you know, maybe.
Yeah, I don't know if he's been yoga. He's been rollerblading.
And we're going to go to a couple of highlights actually from Wilco from last year when the conditions were just a little bit better than this year. Let's check out some action of Matty Wilkinson.
And that actually looks like he's on a fishy board on one of the smaller days. Really interesting how he's been able to mix up his equipment in competition more than most. Yeah. Really loosen the lip.
I think it's great, you know, why not? It's like, let's, like, if boards work, get out there, try them out, you know. Like, it's all about, like we were just talking about, bringing the free surfs to the heats. And if you go out in a free surf and ride these real fun boards, you see them do a shove it right there.
Yeah, he's a very exciting surfer to watch and mixes it up. He's excited on the beach to watch. He's really brought a breath of fresh air to the tour.
Yeah, and that's what the tour needs, you know. It needs all those personalities and all those new kind of raw talents. So it's great to see there's Nate Yeomans up and riding. Nate out of San Clemente. He's looking at really trying to grab a couple of points here at the Reef Hawaiian Pro to help out his seed for going into sunset.
Yeah, this has been a hard heat as John Florence and Keikoa have really put the pressure on these guys with 2 excellent scores in their score line. And Nate Yeomans and Wilkinson are needing a combination right now.
Yeah, Wilco's going to drop around a 6, maybe a flat 6 there for that 1-air reverse. And he'll definitely make his task somewhat easier. Just over 5 minutes remaining. Wilco's going to get back out there. We're waiting for one more score to drop in. We'll give you the situation. He will move into 3rd. And he'll be requiring probably another 6 as well.
It's a really important event for John Florence as well. He's kind of on that bubble and just needing a couple heats to get back into a qualification to see him get a full year on tour next year.
So we see Yeomans here, nice little repo, little air reverse off here, nothing super flashy, and just kind of as you see the double up in front of him there. If he had got over this little whitewash lump, he might have been able to get a little bit more scoring potential, but nevertheless, Nate, he will get back out there. He's going to probably drop around the mid-4. So there's the score coming in for Matty Wilkinson there, a 6.13. He's still in the 4th spot now, requiring a 7.04.
Well, as we see Keikoa on another nice little right, blasting through the lip. Nice power.
That's why they call him Bam.
He just banned that section right there. We saw John on the left, too. And maybe we'll get a replay of that. Didn't really see what happened.
Yeah, no, there's been a lot of ways as the swell's been filling in throughout the afternoon.
As we go to John there, nice big snap off the top.
Really tight in the pocket right there. Hard to get that first maneuver on that tricky opening section out there. Getting a couple little snaps. And if you can just get those opening turns and then complement it with a nice backside tail out. Couldn't come up with that move, though.
Yeah. We get a replay of Keikoa. Nice little float. He sees the section right here. He just goes, yep, a couple little hops, and then just bang. Blows the fins out, spins it around, nice and clean. Question is, does it better a 6.5?
I don't think so. It was
gonna be
great
close
to watch, though. He had perfect placement on that off the top.
Yeah, it was really nice. John Florence, I found his card. Yep, I got it.
Where was he born?
Dave Stansfield card. I don't know. Resident. He lives on the North Shore. I know that.
I think he's lived on the beach at Pipeline his entire life, but it seems like the way he rides it, he was born out in Pipeline.
Yeah. There's Nate Yeomans here on a nice little left. Actually, this one's going to wall up pretty good. You see Nate getting busy here. A little snap there. Comes around this section, gets a little caught there.
Yeah. Kind of threw him off there, but finished pretty solid. He just got a little bit behind on that last turn.
You can't get caught on them, as we've seen, Rob and Shay. You guys are goofy footers, myself being natural, but you just cannot get caught when you're doing those rail-to-rail transitions. Otherwise, that left will just run away from you, and the wind will just kind of
it's
throw
going
it
out to sea, and you're going against the wind, and with it blowing out of that channel of a harbor, there's actually about 6-inch waves coming at you.
Wow. I'm just reading through John's card here. This is good stuff.
Well, it's really thick for the 18-year-old.
Yeah, he's got a lot of stuff going on. He says rode his first surfboard at the age of 6 months, wearing a life vest on his dad's board. And by the age of 5, he was on his own board. So he's had a couple years under his belt already. He's only 19.
Taking the accelerated path.
Yeah, he 2011 he won the Volcom Pipeline Pro.
That's what it was.
Took down Jamie O'Brien, Chris Ward, and Amayan Goodwin. No slouches whatsoever out of the Bonsai.
That really started his run this year. That was a 5-star. Got some good points, got into the seating, and was able to get second to Polito, we talked about, in more solid barreling ways. And he won the backdoor shootout this year.
Yeah, I was just getting to that right before that, I believe. And he took down Kalani Chapman, Makua Kai Rothman, and Mark Healy.
Yeah, that's a damn tough field right there.
So he's definitely been put up against some serious competition out there.
Yeah, and it's amazing to see these 17, 18-year-old, 19-year-old kids. It's good for Kieran Jabor. He's an amazing talent. I've seen him out at Pipeline. I've seen him around the world surfing exceptionally well.
All right, guys, Wilco up and riding now. Live actions requiring a 7.4. This is a beautiful little wave. And you know what he's doing. He's going to the airways. What's he got? Matty Wilkinson. Nice slash there as he comes around. If he gets one more hit here, it might be really, really close.
You said it, you jinxed him, I think.
Not even close. You were stretching on your Aussie mate.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. Well,
that wasn't going to be the score.
Look at Bam.
No.
Let me finish.
Arm wrestle over this.
We'll fight you for that one.
It was a good little wave, though, wasn't it? You got to give me that. It was a good little wave, and Wilco gets the speed here. Probably.
If he would have done the layback, if he would have maybe just spun that all the way into a 360 and not kind of done the little recovery.
Well, I think what happened is he telegraphed it too far. He did 1 or 2 pumps too many, and the wave got too small at the end here. He needed to do it where the wave was bigger and steeper, and then he just lost the plot at the end.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm not a judge, but we'll soon find out. He was requiring a 7.04. My fellow colleagues Rod Machado and Shea Lopez are saying no. So we'll wait and see what the judges throw in. But Wilco ferociously paddling back out. He's only got 10 seconds.
I'd say he's going to get a 5.
5.
5-5? I think that's that heat, basically. John Flores taking the win by a mile.
Yeah,
and,
definitely.
Keiko Beck also laying down some serious tracks. And it was fun to watch. We'll see after the heat. Well, little highlights. We've seen Wilco.
You see the shot there, the wonder child, John Florence. Beautiful big air reverse there, Rob.
That was it right there, the 8.67. As we see Bam just doing what he does best, throwing buckets.
Yeah, he's done some nice little pangs there at the moment. Some town and countries there, and they look great. But this was the wave of the heat, John Florence.
That was a great first turn, and laid it down here with a second turn. That was, I felt like that wave was underscored actually, but pretty amazing surfing. I mean, great heat to watch, and we're gonna kick out. So thanks for watching. Stay tuned.
Stay tuned, guys.
I'm Roy Powers. Come ride with us.
This is the Reef Hawaiian Pro, round 64.
And welcome back to the North Shore of the island of Oahu, and we are into day number 2 of our first event, the first jewel in the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing presented by Rockstar Energy Drink, men's round of 64, heat number 8, and it is Taj Burrow, Connor Coffin, Leonardo Neves, and it would be M. Ho, not Michael but Mason on this wave right here.
Yeah, this is a big heat here. A lot of big names in this heat. And there we see Mason doing a nice air 360 on those crazy hard to surf lefts. Good start there for Mason, Shano.
Yeah, that was a great wave for Mason. He looks pumped right there. He looks very energized and paddling back out quick. Looks like we have a few more bumps, but that was one of the better lefts I've seen, especially backside. It's so tough. I was just talking to Taylor Knox, who was in a heat just a few minutes ago, and he was just saying how hard those lefts are on your backside. But Mason did real good there to do a big old air reverse.
Here we go, Taj Burrow. I'm excited for this heat. There's some big names as we see Taj go for a little lobster. But some big names here with Connor Coffin and Taj Burrow. And Leonardo Neves is no slouch either, along with Mason, so a local boy. So this is a fun heat, really dynamic.
Yeah, here's the California boy, Connor Coffin, on this little left-hander. The wave's going a little bit flat there, just doing a little lobster dive, but all these guys just getting to their feet, kind of brushing up the cobwebs. But Mason Ho definitely getting the best of that exchange. He surfed really, really well on that little wave. Once again, here he goes, yellow. Leonardo Neves, Ross.
Sorry. You know, I think of the South American deal, I just like to add flair. Good little tail stomp there. Like you said, these waves were a little on the smaller side, but you can't afford to let any waves go by with these lulls right now. They're 6 or 7 minutes. They can just go dead flat. And this is where we're going to see this nice air 360. Mason, the local boy, he knows the spot like the back of his hand. He knew to wait for it. And this is when he's going to get that nice lofty little tail whip spin. Boom. Wow, that was great how he flared the tail toward the beach. And one cool thing about Mason, you know he's a hoe. He has that cool, styly little kickouts. The hoes have that in their blood where they'll feel it and they'll ride out of a move really styly.
Yeah, he was feeling that. He actually wasted a lot of time in that whole first half of that wave. He really didn't do anything but set up. But I think he was eyeing that last section. He had a ton of speed, and we all knew that big air was coming, and he did a great job just to stomp that thing very cleanly.
Not easy to get into the waves. The wind picks up. Our surfer in white, Connor Coffin, comes in as a wild card from Montecito, Santa Barbara, California, part of the team, the Reef team. And he is a power pack young surfer that you saw his talent years and years ago, and he's living up to the hype. Let's go down to Fisher right now. I believe Paul Fisher out with an interview.
How you going, guys? I got the one and only John. Mate, what about those airs you're doing out there in the wind? Talk us through them.
Yeah, we have this wind like all year long, and there's good little sections, and yeah, it's fun.
That one air you didn't pull though on the right, I thought you nearly broke both your ankles. What's going on there? You're just going for it.
Yeah, I don't know, I was like into the flats and really landed in the flats and foot slid off, and yeah.
So, John, mate, coming into Hawaii, obviously you're always relaxed. You've been here all your life, but you've qualified for the tour. You're on there, you know that. So, what does it mean just like competing now in Haleiwa, knowing that you're in?
I'm in. I didn't realize that. I was sick. Yeah. Well, I'm just doing it for fun, or like to be able to make a couple heats out here. I'd be stoked. I haven't done too good at Haleiwa before, and to make it semis, quarters, finals, whatever, it'd just be sick.
So talk us through a year. Were you expecting to have a year like you've had?
Not really, actually. Because I hurt my back pretty bad in the beginning of the year. I broke it like my L3. And then I pretty much was like kind of counting off the QS for the rest of the year. And then I did good in Portugal, and then I ended up doing really good in Polaka right after, and everything kind of just came together.
So talk to me, how did you break your back?
That pipe, the whip kind of just landed on my back.
So you've had a pretty good year at Pipe. You won the backdoor shootout and the Vulcan Pipeline Pro. Talk us through that. Was that the best time of your life?
That was like the best month of my life. We had the pipe contest in the beginning, or we had the shootout in the beginning of the month, and then the pipe contest after, and just I went to P-Pass in between, got good waves. It was like the best thing ever.
So, mate, I mean, you've been famous since you pretty much came out of the womb, that young. But this last year, you've had, your career's really blossomed. You've become like one of the best surfers in the world. Talk us through the fame right now. Is it heavy?
I don't know. I try not to think about it too much, I don't get a big head or anything. But just having fun.
Well, mate, the girls seem to be loving you, so you got to keep that up. All right, John, mate, thanks for chatting to us, and back to you guys up at the booth.
And thank you so much. John Florence, just named after John Kennedy. Little John Kennedy. Mom loved the kid, the whole Kennedy family on the East Coast. Well, let's just call him John. Is he going to ever live to the name of just John Florence? Some people write that in, but like the locals, the older, the uncles, as he calls them, John will always be John.
I agree. Yeah, it's cool. He should run with it. It's a great name, and it's awesome to see John kind of come to fruition. And he's only 19 years old, and he's been famous since he was 10, 11, or 12 years old. So, but he's got a good head on his shoulders, and everyone here in Hawaii, especially on the North Shore where he's from, are proud of him. And it's easy to like John and be proud of him because he's not arrogant. He's really mellow, humble kid, and he's just absolutely ripping too. I didn't know he broke his back.
Yeah, I mean,
compression.
Only a 19-year-old kid could just come right back from a broken back and win tons and tons of heats and make it right back on the world tour, and that's absolutely incredible. Like to break your back and come back and totally qualify and have the year that John's had is just amazing.
A ninth in Portugal, that was his best run, but if you take a look at what was going on in Bolito, the barrel riding that was going on, massive swells down in South Africa, he was charging.
He was, and it was very similar to Backdoor, which is his home spot right in front of his house down there, right at Pipeline. And, Ross and I have spent a lot of time in South Africa surfing Bolito, and that wave does definitely remind us of back to Arnold Ross.
Oh yeah, no doubt. I mean, when John, if you think about, there's like maybe 5 or 10 surfers in the world that pop in your head when you see waves of that conditions, and he's right there at the top of the list. And for him to, in the last 5 years, kind of catapult himself into that list as far as tube rides, like with Jimmy O'Brien and guys like that, it's just unbelievable. He went from just kind of a cool Grom that rips to just unbelievable free surfer and tube rider. So just a real talent.
Listening to the wise words of veterans and standout surfers and legends. We were listening to Shane Dorian and Ross Williams. I'm David Stanfield. We're watching this heat. There is Taj Burrow. I asked Taj, what have you been doing for the last 11, 12 days? Staying along the North Shore here, not a lot of waves. He says tennis.
Yeah. He's on the tennis. It looks like it's been paying off here, Taj Burrow, on this little left. Very hard to negotiate this thing. He actually fell on 2 waves in a row on little lefts, just like this one. He almost just dug a rail right there, but he really put it together on this one. The wave just stayed open long enough, and he really cracked this last one and just blew the tail out real nice and tight.
I love that. I love how Taj gets so low under his board on those backside turns. It's kind of a signature of his.
Yeah, and you see there he's riding one of those Firewire boards. Looks great underneath his feet, and whenever I see Taj surfing, he's one of those guys that his equipment always looks perfect. He always looks like he's riding the right board, and yeah, I mean on that left you could see that he just surfed perfectly.
When we say tennis, we got to laugh. The inside joke is a standout surfer, Bobby Martinez, saying, well, this halfway rotation is kind of like a tennis tour. And, well, actually, Taj was playing tennis. A lot of great tennis players, a lot of great golfing going on, good athletes. I think if you're a surfer, you can do a bit of everything. You're a good athlete.
Yeah, Taj, too. He has his trainer here on the North Shore as well, I believe. And he is one of the few guys that travels with his trainer a lot. And I hear stories of him. He's just a mad dog. He's in top shape. Shane, I think maybe you can...
I've been training with Johnny Gannon, which is Taj's trainer, the last few days, actually. That during this little flat spell we had, I did some training sessions with Taj and his trainer, Johnny Gannon, who's incredibly experienced. And Taj may not look like the most ripped guy on earth, but I can tell you he is a fit bastard, that guy.
Well, there you go. Perfect terminology. He is one that is misleading, and he'll take you down in terms of being a frother, loving to surf, and being in the lineup. Let's get on to Paul Fisher right now. Paul has roped in a special guest or two. Fish?
Mate, I've never been happier at the Haleiwa Pro. Are you kidding? What I have got around me. I have the Miss Reefs. Ladies, how are we today?
Hello.
So, ladies, how's your trip been to Hawaii so far? You enjoyed it?
Very much. Hawaii is the best place ever. Beautiful. Happy to be here again.
So, ladies, talk me through it. Every year you girls get together and you think, how can we mess with boys' minds? And we think, let's do a calendar. Talk us through it. Is it fun?
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I mean, this year we went to Puerto Rico, and we went to some amazing places, and we're there with beautiful women, and it's a great time.
Now, tell me, is there any, bitchiness in the girls when you're hanging out together, or is it all friends, love, support?
Always. I hate them all. No, I'm kidding. We love each other, and the good thing is that at least Betsy, Michael, and me, that we have been working together for so long now. We are very, very close friends, and I love the girls.
So talk to me. Do you girls love traveling with the Reef boys? All the surfers on team. Do you like Rob Machado, Shane Dorian? Are they all nice to you, or they don't get along?
Well, we live in the same house, and in Hawaii, I think that maybe there are a lot of people that are very jealous from us because we wake up and they are there, like having breakfast with us and these kind of things. It's really crazy. At first, we didn't know who they were when we started with Reef, and now, of course, they are the god for us.
So talk to me, girls. The reason you are here, though, is you're in the pageants. You do the Miss Reef contest, like Miss America, Miss Argentina, Miss Panama. How does it feel getting in a thong with about 50,000 boys on the beach hooting for you? Is it a rush or what?
It's definitely a rush. The first time I remember I was a little nerve-wracked, but now doing it, it's nothing. I love the thong.
Yes! Betsy, you won here last year. You won the World Miss Reef. Talk us through it when they called your number out. Were you just loving it?
Yes, it's a hard work, but
it's fun at the same time.
And how much money did you take away from that little win, throwing your buns around there?
Too much, yeah.
Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen, the Miss Reefs. Look how beautiful they are. I don't even need the lights. They are the light. I love them. Yes. Back to you, boys.
Wow, Fisher, that was the most compelling interview ever. We were on the edge of our seats right there, just waiting for you to say something.
Yeah, I don't know. We were provocative. He held it together.
Provocative. And you know what? When the girls say they wake up in the morning and see strange guys in the house, first they see it would be Fisher right there cooking breakfast.
And me, that would be me. I'm actually staying with the Miss Reefs right now, believe it or not. So
and when you get up in the morning,
that's what I get to look at every single day when I go to get my coffee.
That is tough. Here we go on the backhand. Surfer that's been very busy, Taj Burrow, wave number 6.
Nice tricky left here, but he's going to have one more section. Boom, big move there from Taj Burrow. Kind of took control of this heat. He's got a couple nice scores, as you see over on the right. We'll show you that replay, but Mason Ho had a good right. And a big flurry of waves here, Shayna. Looks like a few more lines still at the back.
Yeah, I think during the Miss Reef interview with Fish, which was awesome, we had a lot of guys riding waves, and we have a lot of scores still to drop. But Taj is definitely surfing very, very well. At this point, he has a 5.27 and a 7.33, and I think he has a couple scores to drop. That last one was really good. He's definitely looking really sharp as well as Mason Ho.
Well, Paul Fisher, the ambassador of fun and frolic and just entertainment for the Reef family. We've seen him around the globe. He does a lot of fun things, and he'll say it like it is. And
Paul Fisher, too. No matter where Paul Fisher is, those Reef girls are not far away. He always stays in close proximity to those girls.
Big rotation attempt for Connor Coffin. His opening wave of 4.83 so far is best. We're taking a look at now Leonardo Neves, a real powerhouse. A 5.93 is his best score so far. This could top that.
Yeah, the strong Brazilian. He's got that powerful backhand attack, and that, look at it, his body language. He knows that's a big score. That was one of those waves, Shano, that kind of build up over by the toilet bowl that we were talking about, that just provide that long wall. You know, a lot of them run ahead of you, and they're just kind of tricky. That one actually laid out for him, and he was able to throw it up like 4 or 5 times.
Shane, I think that was a no-claim claim.
That was a no-claim claim. He's inventing new claims in the second, and that was incredible wave selection on the part of Leonardo Neves. That left was as good as the lefts get out here, and he needs a big score.
Mason Ho did a rotation down there looking for a third wave score from Mason as well. Our surfer in blue, a 6.50, a 4.43 is in the second spot at this point. Take a look at Ho. Splitting that peak there was Taj Burrow, but back to Mason Ho.
Yeah, this is a little left he had. He had a right as well that hopefully we'll cue up for you, but you can see him eyeballing that section to lift off.
Yeah, he's one of the best aerial surfers in Hawaii. He's incredible above the lip, and there you see Mason Ho just doing that little really cool after. It's almost like a no-claim claim as well. And there's Taj on this other left, just kind of setting it up. A little bit of a slow start to this wave, just a little setup turn. They're a nice little slash top, and then a little float, and you almost thought the wave was over there, but that little board got so much speed and came around with a big old blowtail in the end.
Not for Taj, yeah. He's so good at getting an extra maneuver out of the wave.
That's right.
Well, what's going to be the score on this one? This is a third wave for the powerhouse Leonardo Neves, the 32-year-old who spent 2 years on the World Championship Tour and knows how to score points.
You can just see that wave, you guys. It just opened up for him. I mean, like the wave Taj had is your typical wave today where it kind of, you have to squeeze maneuvers in, but this thing just ropes down the reef, and look at him. That's going to be a big score for him. You got to love that Brazilian passion. This is that right I wanted you guys to look at. Watch this big 360 turn here. Huge tail slide. That's going to be probably a big score there, even though it was only the one move. And there's that hand jive again, Shane. Look at that. It's awesome.
Yeah. That is style king to the best right there.
I love it.
Love Mason at...
his dad, Michael Ho, and his uncle Derek Ho also had some epic style, so he's got the genetics for that.
That's in his DNA.
He is a trickster, though, and there's no doubt about it. Above the lip, he's up there with the best of them.
Leonardo looking for a fourth wave, not figuring it out. One of the best barrels on the planet, Derek Ho, in his heyday. The 4 or 5 second barrel where he came out with the spit. Yeah. You got to remember that. Just absolutely epic. And the Ho brothers and the Ho family, everybody is, I don't know, they've got that same kind of style.
Yeah, that was, I believe in that movie, Surfers, the movie, too. They had that awesome footage of Derek's wave that you're talking about with that spit. And, me and Shane growing up in Hawaii looked up to those guys throughout the 80s, and they were just, kings of our sport. And I remember Derek was just, I mean, how many good quotes do we use to this day from Derek? I mean, not many people know, but he's just got an awesome sense of humor, and he was just a machine when it came to quotes. He was so good with those.
Yeah, he really was.
So much so that when I was just a rookie reporter here like 2 decades ago, I'm over at his house and he's telling me where Freddie Land is, and I'm going, this guy's pulling my leg. There's no spot on the North Shore called Freddie Land. And sure enough, Freddie surfs out there. Nobody wanted to be at V-Land. But I think he was so funny. It just, okay, is he pulling my leg or is he telling the truth? Just classic characters. Well, he and his dad still surfing very well. Michael and Mason, and obviously a phenomenal sister, Coco, in the lineup, and Derek's still on the list as well. But Mason's got that style, and he's been able to pull in some great barrels. Whether he's at the O'Neill Coldwater Classic or at Sunset Beach, he always finds a good wave.
Yeah, that's in their DNA. I mean, between that little styly kickouts they do with the hand jives, you know, Mason, it's in his blood. And as we were talking about all that, he's huge scores dropping. You know, Mason's in 3rd place, and he's got a 7.5 and a 6.5. So that left that we were watching from Leonardo was a big score. It was an 8.43, guys.
Yeah, the no-claim claim seemed to work. He had about 6 huge turns, and then right in back of that was your surfer in red from Western Australia, Taj Burrow, scoring an 8.93, the highest score of the heat so far, and I'd say that it was well-deserved.
What we're seeing here is guys having to generate some speed, not finding the power that we'd want at Haleiwa, and it's a whole different makeup. It might change at Vans, but I kind of like what's going on here. This has been a very entertaining day, hasn't it? Kind of shook things out, and we're seeing who can find the little tap the power and then throw some airs.
Yeah, it looks like the swell's building too a little bit, and so as soon as you kind of get down on the waves, like, man, it's just so flat out there. A 3, 4, 5 wave set comes in, and everyone's boosting airs, like you said, Dave. So there's plenty of action.
Taj is sitting very deep over to the toilet bowl. I'm thinking Mason, well, is he kind of luring them with the wind so he can paddle and be in the lineup for a possible right where he is sitting? A lot of these guys are looking back. There is somebody on the beach sometime giving the indications, whether it's a white T-shirt or a hat. Somebody at some location might be helping them out spotting. Did you guys ever have help at Sunset or Pipeline specifically? Like,
remember Derek always did.
Up on a house?
Yeah, Derek always had someone up at Jerry's house with a white towel or a red towel or something to give him some signals whether a big set was coming or whether to go or not. And as you see on your screen, Connor Coffin, who really needs a score, and he's had a pretty tough heat. He definitely, you know, he's just had a slow start. He seems like he couldn't find the waves, whereas like Taj and Leonardo and Mason have been real busy.
That was a sweet little air, though. I don't know what kind of points he's going to get for it, but he has one keeper. He's got the 6.5, so this, even though Connor is in 4th place, he's not out of it.
Yeah. Connor Coffin, 4-time member of the USA team representing USA in ISA events, but surfing the NSSA, they have a thing about scholarships and how well you do in school. So smart. In 2009, a 5.0 GPA. Now, I thought the highest you could get was a straight A, a 4.0. This guy took accelerated classes.
Wow.
And graduated early at 16. Probably he could get his degree in college.
Talk
and
about the next level.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. I think I was pretty proud of my like 2.4, a solid C average.
2.4. Yeah.
Yeah. I graduated with a 4.0, if you can believe that.
Shano, very smart man.
Stepping up my game right at the end.
Connor got you the 5.
No kidding. What did he do, man? Wow. I needed the info. I never got the 5.0 memo.
Well, he had parents that gave him a lot of incentive. You want to surf, let's get some good grades. And his little brother as well, sharp as a whip, youngwisetails.com. Check them out. Classic stuff. Connor Coffin in the lineup, 18 years of age, getting some things done there. Last wave, a 5.70. Now he needs a 7.87.
There is the local boy, Mason, getting the better of that little paddle battle. He's going to have one big section here. And he does a little spin, but I don't know. He's looking for nearly a 7. So out the back, Shano, we got Taj.
Yeah, we got Taj. Just really just I think he just kept those guys off, knowing he's in 1st place. All he needed to do is make sure those other guys didn't catch another wave and falling on that air, but definitely making sure that he's into the next round.
Taj Burrow, maybe one of the original competitive air show guys. It was videos from his dad that helped him out for years and years. Concentrated. Well, he's gone from the tennis court to the playing field out in the lineup, our surfer in blue. Just trying to spin and make things happen. Mason Ho, and it looks like he's going to end up in third place. For Taj Burrow, a couple of solid scores. He advances through. He's our #1 seed for this event. Also, Leonardo Neves, the former two-time member of the World Championship Tour, moves through. Unfortunately, lose Mason Ho and Connor Coffin, the wild card for Reef. We'll be right back with more action. When we do, it's going to be De Souza, Moody, Davis, and Robertson in the lineup. Stay with us.
Round 64.
Round of 64, De Souza in red, Moody in white, Davis in yellow, and Robertson wearing the blue singlet. When you think of one of the top shoe designers in the world, sandal designers, do you think of Mick Fanning?
Yeah, well, the bottle opener, yeah, that was the key for the Aussies.
Yeah, and it's withstood the test of time, too. I think he came up with that maybe 8 or 10 years ago, and it's still, you know, I mean, I think one of the best sellers that Reef has in their sandal line is just pretty amazing.
Very, I mean, and it's put the right arch. Just a wonderful shoe. Mick Fanning designing a classic sandal for Reef, and it is still one of the most popular in the world. Opening way for De Souza, a 4.17. How good is De Souza? Well, the #2 wild card, #4 on the World Championship Tour, #8 in the One World ranking. He's out to replace 1,750 points here in Hawaii. We'll see what happens. Here's Adam Robertson. Love that color of that board.
Yeah, very bright board, and not going to miss that. A couple of nice vertical backhand snaps. We had one quick in and out of Sean Moody, Reef's wild card too. And I'm excited to see Moody in this heat because you know, he's a local boy from Haleiwa. He surfs out here almost more than anyone. So we'll see if that extra little inside knowledge pays off for him.
Did you see Moody in the lineup? He had a mic on and was watching the Clash of the Legends.
We saw him out there. He was talking some trash. I think he was trying to get in our heads.
Yeah.
he was like, yeah, that was a good little left, Shane. Now you got to go out there and sit on those guys and just start, he wanted to see definitely wanted to see some hassling.
Yeah, he wanted to see you guys yank each other's leash or chain, one of the two.
Well, Moody's got a lethal backhand. I mean, he's got an extremely good vertical attack. So
Adriano de Souza opened up with a 4.17. Here's the look.
Yeah, quick little lip climb there, and this is very typical for these lefts. You gotta just kind of throw up your board when you can, and that was vertical right there. But more or less just feeling his wax there.
And here we go out the back. Our surfer from white, Sean Moody. Would this be his opening wave, left or right, and on his backhand?
Yeah, it looks like a little lost. He's stuck in the middle between the left and the right, and hopefully we'll see Moody get in the right spot.
Adriano Luke Davis looking at this wave. Surfers in yellow and blue have made through a couple of rounds starting off. This is the round of 64, 23-minute heats. There are 5 judges, international panel of judges, 1 head judge overseeing, but the 5 judges give anything from a 0.1 to a 10-point score. We have seen a 10 by 1 judge, and that 10 was thrown out, but love the big air reverse by
Josh Kerr.
Josh Kerr threw out a great score. Some high scores there. Unfortunately, Josh has been eliminated. Couldn't get a backup score, but a spectacular wave.
Yeah, how's that? The guy gets nearly a 10 and he's out. You definitely got to back up your scores out here.
Well, looking at the lineup right now, that first wave for Robertson is 6.0, a solid one, and 2 waves now for De Souza, 4.17 and a 2.5. Let's go down to Heath and Eddie Walker, I believe, with Taj Burrow.
Yeah, thanks for that, Dave. I'm just stepping in here for my good friend Paul Fisher, but also next to one of my really good friends, Taj Barrow. Taj, you got your first heat out of the way, mate?
Yeah, it always feels good enough, as you say. Quite a hustle out there, as you'd assume. You know, small lefts at Haleiwa and 4 guys, but still fun when they come. So I enjoyed it.
Now, mate, we're nearly breaking records here for all the wrong reasons. We had the longest lay days in Triple Crown history. Tell me, what did you do on those down days waiting for the contest to get started?
Oh, I'm going to have to watch my replay, aren't I? No. I've been playing tennis tonight. That's why I've been looking for you, a little bit of court time. But yeah, just keeping busy. Been training a lot, and yeah, tennis, and just still having little surfs out the front. But as you know, nothing special yet. So.
Now, looking at the replay there, sorry about that. The Firewire, maybe tell us a little about the model you're riding out there.
It's just my standard 511. I kind of travel with all year. You know, I travel with about six of them or so, and yeah, I mean, a lot of guys kind of drop it down to a groveler for these kind of conditions, but I just tend to like my normal shortboard. It's just kind of what I'm used to, and I've ridden it all year, so I know what it's going to do, and yeah, it goes fine in little waves. So just standard 511, 18, 3/16, 2 and 3/16, and it's got fixed fins, which I really like, and yeah, it goes good.
Now, tomorrow, mate, we're going to crown the Reef Hawaiian Pro champion for 2011. Are you working on a win?
Oh, 100%. That's why I'm here. You know, come to Hawaii for 6 weeks or so, and it's a really enjoyable time. But I really want to, you know, buckle down and get some results, and I really want to win an event this year because I've had 2 seconds. So, as you can see, I'm pretty hungry, so I want to do it here.
There you go, mate. You're a former finalist here, and you talked about 2 seconds this year. Tell us a little bit about the year. It's been so long. I mean, so many new events added and kind of different break periods. And how does it all kind of panned out for you?
Yeah, you're right. It's been a long year. Like that's one thing I talk about with all the boys. It's actually really good to get to Hawaii and just settle for 6 weeks. You know, unpack your bag and just know that you don't have to get on a plane every freaking weekend because that's just it's draining. You know, it's awesome traveling around all year, but after, you know, we've had about 5 months on the road, and after that long, you just let me sit still for a while. So it's awesome to get to Hawaii, and you just get in a better routine too. You know, with training and eating good food, and yeah, it's just as I said, just sitting put for, you know, a longer period of time. So it just feels really good.
There you go, guys. Now, I'm not a betting man, but I tell you, tomorrow we're going to crown the Reef Hawaiian Pro champion. And I tell you what, I would have my money on Taj Barrow. So stay tuned, guys, and look out. Taj is coming up tomorrow too.
You know what? I think Taj Barrow basically would love it, and when he looks at over all aspect, he would love to win a Triple Crown.
Oh, no doubt.
He's here. He's seen other guys do it, and it's like, okay, I see the lineup. I'm here. 16.26 for Taj Barrow, a surfer that has 2 American parents that met in San Diego surfing, and they moved to Western Australia. Taj born to that family. Father musician, decided to name him after Taj Mahal. Great musician. Taj Barrow, what a class act. So stoked from day one. This guy, he's a great ambassador to the sport.
He really is, Dave, and it's great to see him win his heat there. I mean, he's had a great year in terms of just surfing performance. He's been one of the standouts on tour all year. I think he's had a couple of very close losses, both to Kelly Slater, I believe, that have been just insanely heartbreaking to watch, just because he's been so on fire, and you know, he's got a couple seconds, and he's got a third and a fifth and a third, and he's had an incredible year, but he's been a little bit hot and cold, you know. So you know, he's definitely one of those guys that I think a lot of people would love to see win a world title.
Well, one of the commentators said, and I think it was Ronnie Blakey, Kelly Slater has burst Taj's bubble many times, but he did win the Pipe Masters over Kelly that one year where conditions changed.
To me, he should almost get a world title just by default. I mean, the guy's been in the top 3 or 5 for the last like 10, 12 years. I mean, other than Kelly Slater, there's been no one more consistent. And it's just amazing. We're really lucky that he stuck to his guns and didn't just, you know, get really angry and bail, because it's got to be frustrating to not get a title. He totally deserves it. So, you know, I'm glad that he's training hard. It looks like he's staying focused, because he could easily win a world title next year.
Speaking of world titles, this guy has been in the race recently. This is Adriano de Souza on a wave that he got a 6 on, lighting up that backside, but I think he kind of just slipped off right there at the end. It might have even been a bigger score, but at the moment he is in first with a 6 and a 4.17, and that left was actually, I think, his best wave.
You could see him grimace right when he fell off there.
Yeah, you could.
He's like, no.
It was like even before he fell, he knew he was going to fall, and I think he was not
Opportunity for Moody.
Here we go, Moods, local boy. He's got one more section. Really tough conditions out there. I mean, and Moody, I was telling you guys earlier, his backhand is lethal. He's so strong and throws tons of spray. So hopefully he can hook up with one of those nice set wave rights and throw some buckets for us.
Real quick to wrap up Taj's story, he was one of the few surfers in high school that qualified for the World Championship Tour and turned it down.
Yeah, first and only, right? I mean, that's just crazy. And I think that's how confident he was. He knew that he wanted to, you know, chill out and relax a little bit before he committed to a lifelong, you know, career on tour. So just unbelievable career.
Looks like we got a point break here, and the waves are still filtering in. Everybody taking a million lefts, one after another. Now comes Robertson looking to replace a 5.40. Here's your heat leader.
Yeah, here we go. Adam Robertson in blue. Finding a left, but having a little bit of trouble. He actually surfs very reminiscent of, I would say, Tom Curran. Wouldn't you say, Ross? He's got this you know, very stylish approach, sort of sticking to the face, very, you know, kind of fundamental surfing, but definitely not having much luck on that left. But would you say he kind of look like Tom Curran, Ross?
Yeah, I'll have to watch the next wave. That's a huge compliment. I'm sure he'd be stoked to hear that. But yeah, he's got a good style. So
that's how the Miss Reef stay tan right there, ladies and gentlemen, sitting in the Hawaiian sun, basking and keeping it brown.
Buttons in the sun.
And where is Fisher? Because, you know, Fisher ditched the whole interview scene, and Nutty had to run down there and fill in for him. When the Reef Girls went, so did Fisher.
Yeah, maybe it's personal security for the Reef Girls at the moment.
Yeah, well, how scary is that for the girls?
I know, they like Fish. Fish is a ladies' man. He's smooth, and he's definitely not shy.
Yeah, oh, that's for sure. Old Fish, we love Fish.
Oceanic Surf Channel, yeah, airing some great shows. Getting Classic, that's the Vans Getting Classic movie, the Reef movie, Cancer to Capricorn, Path of Modern Gypsy, and Salty Summers. Also coming up will be the Hawaiian Islands Vintage Surf Auction, the Duke's Ocean Fest, Dohu Backdoor Shootout, Oceanic Surf Channel 250 and an HD 1250. If you're in the Hawaiian Islands, check out Oceanic Surf Channel. And on Twitter, Oceanic Surf. Thank you, Dean and staff, making it happen here in the North Shore. There's something to be said about watching on the big screen.
Oh, it's huge. I mean, how fun is it to be able to turn on your TV and watch surfing live? It's just nothing better.
Yeah, it's the coolest thing, just sitting down on the couch in your living room, cracking a cold one, and just watching the boys rip.
And muting the commentators?
Yeah, every now and then, that's definitely what you want to do.
Well, you can do your own commentating at home, turn the volume down, and just start ripping on people.
There was the biggest wave I've seen in the last 7 days over at Avalanche. What does that mean? Are we going to see maybe something filter in? The forecast shows maybe a slight pulse, but we're seeing waves at Avalanche now starting to show. I don't know if it's the right direction for here, but signs look good. That La Nina is not going to kill off anything in the future, and we might get some big surf for sunset on Sunday and Monday and maybe Wednesday.
Yeah,
there's Avalanche.
Surfline did predict the waves to get a little bigger tomorrow. The only thing is the Haleiwa likes a west swell, so tomorrow the swell direction is supposed to be a little bit more from the north, but still with some west in it. So, you know, I think it actually could be better tomorrow. But so far, on this in this contest, I've just been jinxing the hell out of it, so I'm going to just be quiet.
Well, take a look at this round of 64. Heat number 9, Sean Moody right now has got a 3.0 and a 4.13 in the score line, and maybe he saw something out at Avalanche. That might be an indicator, or it just might be smoke off on the horizon, mirage. Will it come this way? Let's take a look at Sean Moody last year surfing. Great talent, representing Reef as a wild card, the 28-year-old, and handling power in his backyard.
Dude, there's that snap I was telling you guys about. He's so strong, and he's not afraid to throw it up vertical in a big old gnarly section. I mean, he's done some of the best snaps I've ever seen out here for a backhander.
Yeah, you know, Haleiwa is a very, very tough wave to surf on your backhand. It's not every day you see someone really tear the place apart on their backhand. And Sean Moody, being a local here, he definitely has a lot of experience. He has that low center of gravity, that low power base, and just an incredible Haleiwa surfer.
And quickly, back to live action. They're kind of chasing it down now. So that Avalanche may be vindicated. We've got a couple of set waves out the back. Surfer in red, Adriano de Souza on a corner. Watch this.
Yeah, this is that tricky right where, yeah, he just got out of that. With a little more size, there is enough west in it where those rights will be good. But right for now, they're pretty much shutting down. So everyone's kind of forced to go on those lefts.
Probably watching closely, Angelo de Souza. He is Adriano's older brother. He's a hero. He is a policeman in Guarujá, Brazil, and very influential on Adriano. It was 10 years ago, a decade, he picked up his main sponsor, Oakley, moved to California, and at 14 years of age, signing a deal that would last well, right now a decade, maybe a lifetime, and he's won 2 CTs this year, and they weren't easy. He had to really battle it.
No kidding. I mean, just being from, being from Brazil, these guys, surfing is such a huge sport in Brazil. And, it's a way out. It's a way for them to go and see the world. It's a ticket to see the world. And, Adriano has been very influential to all the younger Brazilians I know that are on tour. They really look up to Adriano. I mean, he's made a lot, out of what he has. And you got to respect that,
Well, these Brazilians are making it. Obviously, Jason Andre came on very strong, and now we've got Medina and Pupo and Alejo Muniz, who's injured on crutches today. But there is a big push by the Brazilians. Here's wave number 4 for Luke Davis in 4th. He needs a 7.90. Look for the launch.
Oh, just getting unstuck there. Yeah, just touching on the Brazilian subject. It's crazy. I love the way the new kind of crop of kids, that are guys like Gabriel Medina, and there's a handful of them.
Alejo Muniz is unbelievable.
On a 5.4. Robertson, Lord Adam Robertson, winning that title when he won Scotland back in 2008. They gave him a plot of land, they gave him a sword, and he actually has a deed that says, "I'm a lord." It's a great event that goes on there, and it is chilly waters up there. You learn to put on your booties and your gloves and your hood, and you go out and surf some cold conditions.
No kidding. Ross, I think have you surfed there before?
Where was it? Sorry.
Where was it?
Scotland.
Scotland.
No, I've never been to Scotland.
Iceland.
I've been to Iceland, yes.
That sounds even colder.
No kidding. With a name like Iceland, it has to be cold.
It was cold. The coldest wave we surfed was actually at the river mouth of a glacier, and that was no joke. Very cold.
What's the thickness of the rubber, and what did you wear?
I used a 5.4 hood, gloves, booties, and the worst part was, we parked in just a field with crazy wind. So when you get in and out of the water, you're just... There's no protection.
I've seen that video. Did you put Vaseline on your face so your face wouldn't frost up and freeze?
No, I didn't do that, but man, it's cold. But the waves are actually unbelievable. That country is holding some good surf. You just need to have a really good wetsuit.
When are we going to go to Norway? When is there going to be an event in Norway?
Yeah, Norway's got really good waves too. I've actually been there before, and lots of point breaks, lots of reefs. Again, just really cold, and they're subjected to some pretty crazy storms too. So, yeah, the northern hemisphere though, there's good waves there. We're talking about the boys up in Canada. They took a couple of pro surfers from up there. So, nowadays with the wetsuits, you can pull it off.
Well, we saw a couple of Hawaiians go up to Alaska and surf a glacier. Actually, they caught the waves on a river. The glacier was chunking off and causing waves. And McNamara?
Yeah, that was crazy. They were actually surfing waves that were produced by a falling glacier. There was like this giant hunk of ice that through global warming, every certain amount of, an hour and 25 minutes, I don't know what it is, but I mean, just like almost like you can set your watch to it. A big chunk of ice will fall into the water and creates, instead of a little ripple, it creates a pretty good sized wave. And those guys were actually towing into it with a jet ski assist, and very dangerous. I actually spoke to Garrett about that, and he actually said he was afraid for his life. Probably not the first or last time, but he was actually afraid for his life because, when they sat there and they had to wait for the wave, they were sitting really close to where those big chunks of ice were falling, and they were literally like, a chunk of ice that was like 5 tons or 10 tons would fall in the water.
A building collapsing on you in a bad situation. Real quick, did you see Garrett's wave from Portugal? Do we have a new world record possibly? Was it a 50, 60, 70-foot wave from what you saw in the videos?
Yeah. Oh, I would definitely say it was an enormous wave.
Enormous.
I was blown away at, I had heard about it. I actually got a text message from Kelly Slater. He said, you got to check out this photograph. Garrett McNamara caught this massive wave in Portugal, and I saw it and I was just blown away. It looks like a huge wave of Jaws or something. Whether it's a new world record or what, I think I'll let the judges kind of decide that. But either way, it's definitely one of the largest waves ever ridden.
Here is not the largest wave ever ridden, but an important wave for Sean Moody, needing a 604, the Reef wildcard standout. And part of our staff here working out the back in blue, it's Robertson.
Yeah, this is a good little left here, and this time actually stayed open. He's got one more big section to hit. And it's that bright board we've been talking about. It's so easy to see, but it looks like it's working for him, and he threw a lot of spray on that last turn.
Shane, I got to ask you, when you're riding the big waves, you kind of have a feel of it, whether you're being towed in or paddling. but you're really never looking back and saying, oh, then this is the biggest wave I ever caught. Crazy move right there for our surfer, Luke Davis. And I believe wave number 5 for him, and that might help his cause needing a 790. But you really don't know how big the wave is until after you see the photograph, maybe, or people come up and give you a high five.
Yeah, you know, that's definitely the case with tow surfing. You know, like when you're on the rope and you're getting towed in, as we see, I can come back to that, but this is Adam Robertson getting some really good turns here. Very critical there on his backside. You know, he's very smart, Ross. He's obviously knows to stay away from the lip. You know, I mean, being backside out there in those windy little lefts, if you even touch the lip or do a floater, you just get hung up. And he's doing really good to turn really hard, really critical right next to that power pocket and kind of accelerating out of his turns.
Here is De Souza in second spot, needs a 5.40, and there's the launch. Now he's going to make it around this one section into the toilet bowl area.
This is a big set, too. Kind of a funky wave, that first one, but look at this one out the back. Hopefully the camera will go out to it. Look at this thing. And this is one of the bigger waves of the afternoon. Unfortunately, that's Luke Davis. That's going to close out right there in the toilet bowl. One more wave out the back. It looks like Sean Moody, local boy.
Huge opportunity.
If this wave stays open for him, just watch this backhand. Watch how much spray he throws.
Yeah, just building a lot of speed right there in his backhand. Sean Moody looks like he has a nice little toilet bowl section to work with. Throwing it up and coming unstuck, unfortunately.
I hate to see that.
Sean Moody and Luke Davis actually have a really hard time in the heat finding an open face. And there's Luke Davis up and riding, the California kid.
Look at all that air under his board. You can tell he just weighs about $130. And yeah, I'm bummed to see Moody do that. You know, that was a great wave, and he messed up. He fell off, and that could have been a big score. So he's going to be hating himself if he ends up not making this heat.
So assessing the biggest wave on the planet and trying to catch it, if you're towing in, you're just looking for a large set wave, but in reality, is there any myth to the rumor the 7th wave is the biggest of a set? You know how people talk.
Yeah,
right?
that is an actual scientific fact. No, I don't know. You might have to ask Garrett on that. He always seems like he's on the biggest waves around, but yeah, I mean, like I said, when you're tow surfing, a lot of times you're just chasing a lump, and you know, you're just hoping it's a big one. And you know, when you're out there tow surfing, a lot of times it's a little bit of a game of chicken with the jet skis. And I think everybody out there always wants the biggest wave when you're tow surfing, whether it's Portugal or Jaws or wherever it is. When you're tow surfing, almost every jet ski out there and every tow surfer out there wants the very biggest wave of the day. You know, which makes it really difficult, you know, to actually get that wave. It's like a chicken fight. As we see Adriano de Souza closing up a very strong heat with a really good left.
Well, like we saw last heat, it was Leonardo Neves coming in second to Taj Burrow, but Neves doing the nuts and bolts surfing, putting it on a rail. And today, well, in this heat, Adam Robertson making things happen. Looks like Robertson's got another score that's going to come through and improve his two-wave total. The question is, did anybody overtake Adriano de Souza? There's Adam Robertson, yellow watch, yellow board, and here to do business, the surfer out of Portland, Victoria, Australia. The 29-year-old would love to be on the World Championship Tour. And here's the guy that's won 2 WCT events this year, Adriano de Souza.
Yeah,
De Souza does it, I believe.
That was a long wave.
And unfortunately, we lost Reef Rider Moody. We'll be right back with more action. The round of 64, heat number 10, coming up next.
You're watching the Reef Hawaiian Pro right here in Haleiwa, Hawaii.
round 64.
Well, they're still doing business here. We're trying to figure out who is going to advance out of the round of 64 heat number 9 in the water. Dusty Payne, Richard Christie, Dion Atkinson, and Sean Jobert. Another firecracker of a heat, and I believe they've started this thing right off the bat. And
yeah, we had a little wave
it looked
there.
like Dion Atkinson, I think, getting a pretty strong little start right there. That left was pretty open. He got a bunch of good turns in. Looks like the scores are still dropping from the last heat, though. Adriano de Souza.
So they haven't not started the heat. We just got word.
Okay.
So
they must be on break because the scores are still dropping. And Adriano de Souza getting a 7.60, very strong score in his last wave.
Adriano de Souza does win. He edges out Robertson by 0.93, but Robertson moves on. Davis a third, Moody a fourth. And onto this heat. Dusty Payne in red, Richard Christie in white, Dion Atkinson in yellow, and Sean Jobert out of Africa in blue. And if you got to say something about Dusty Payne, what an incredible talent. But there's been some heartbreaks in what's going on with Dusty Payne's career as he progresses along. We know there's just untold opportunity for Dusty Payne. And he's had some. I thought he was going to win the Triple Crown that one year. What did Parkinson do? Post 210s in a heat?
Right.
It's like take him out of the Triple Crown and boot him out of that possible title there at Pipe.
Although we were talking about Dusty earlier today too, and how he had one of those amazing heats to stay on tour. He was in quarterfinals last year, I believe, at Pipe, and or round before the quarters, and same thing. In like 3 or 4 minutes, he got like a 9 and a 10 to take down the heat and qualify for the tour. So, you know, Dusty Payne definitely, I know what you're saying, he has not reached his potential. I mean, in my eyes, he's a top 10 surfer, no doubt. And so hopefully he'll find his feet and get to where he belongs on the World Tour stage.
Well, he's backed up against the wall. He's number 32 in the World Tour for the World Championship, but number 26 on the One World ranking. The problem is he had a 9th place and a 13th last year, a 9th place at Sunset and a 13th here, so he needs 2 big results. The bonus is that he can go to Pipe and score some more points, but he needs to step it up for these 2 events. Dusty Payne out there, your top seed, number 15 seed in red, looking for his first wave. Opening wave for Atkinson in yellow, a 7.0.
Yeah, big score there, and yeah, so this is cool. We'll get to keep our eyes on Dusty, and you know he knows what he needs. So whether he deals with the pressure or not, we'll see.
Yeah, it's not fun being the guy in the water under pressure, needing a result in these last couple events. That is not fun. It's a lot of pressure. I've been there. I know what it's like, and you know, I mean, if anyone can do it, Dusty can. You know, I mean. He's very good out here at Haleiwa. He's incredible at Sunset, and he's one of the very best at Pipeline. So, you know, I know everyone in Hawaii is very proud of what Dusty's done so far, but we're expecting more. We're expecting him to be a top 10, top 5 surfer for the you know, the next 10 years.
That looked like a horrible wipeout, you guys. We'll get a replay after this one. It'll show Dusty. He just ate it really hard on his board, so he looked like a little slow to get back up out there. So we'll see.
Yeah, here's Dion Atkinson with that first little wave, that long left I was talking about. You know, just really putting it together there with a lot of combinations, having about 4 or 5 little hits there. Nothing real major, but here's that wipeout of Dusty Payne, just slightly off balance, and ow.
Oh, he looked like he tweaked his front ankle, too.
I would be surprised if he didn't pull
that ankle?
Something in his knee or his ankle right there. That looked absolutely horrible. Hopefully it's just one of those ones that looks really bad and doesn't end up being terrible at all.
I was watching him too after the wave, and he kind of slowly got back on his board, and so hopefully Dusty's okay.
Well, one more wave to come through. Let's see if anybody's going to jump on this. And our surfer in white, it is Richard Christie. He's got a 1.83. To the inside, is he coming in? Well, the way he's kicking and scratching, looks like he's looking for a wave for a score. Let's go down to Heath Nutty Walker, I believe, with Adriano de Souza. Nutty?
Yeah, thanks, Dave. Thanks, Ross and Shane. And yeah, a bit of a nasty wipeout there from Dusty Payne, but I'm sitting here with Adriano de Souza. Adriano, welcome to the Reef Hawaiian Pro, mate. First heat out of the way, how do you feel?
Yeah, I'm feeling great, and like almost 3 years ago, and I competed the Triple Crown. And I want to say thank you so much to the whole Hawaiian crew, you know, open the door for me again, like Kai and Dustin and Rico for the Oakley house, and then I'm really happy to come back, you know, just try to do my moves, and then yeah, just try to do my best, and then Such a great like heat I got there. The wave's not that great, not that real Haleiwa, but you have to do your things to get a move. So yeah, I'm really happy to make my heat.
Yeah, still really contestable out there. We saw your last wave was probably one of your best scoring rides, that kind of running off left. Maybe tell us a little bit about what you're riding on those out there.
Actually, like in my first 2 waves, you know, I just fell because I just pushed too hard and the wind's so strong, and then I just ride a normal board 510 from the direct handling, and then like yeah, it feels great with my board, but I'm little kind of like a little uncomfortable, but during the heat I got the momentum, so I just put everything on my last wave, so I'm not that fresh anymore, so I just turned the heat on that wave. So yeah, I'm proud of myself to make this heat and just keep going. That's my really good chance to do really well on the Triple Crown this year, so yeah, see what I can do.
Now, Adriano, it's been an amazing year for you, probably one that you'll never ever forget. You know, two huge victories this year on the World Tour, going for the world title. Obviously, Kelly's taken that now, the pressure's off. What does it mean just coming into Hawaii and really focusing on the Triple Crown?
Yeah, that's true. I'm staying with Judson. We are really good friends, you know, and I just try to push him as well, and then he's going to be in heat 15, I think, and yeah, just this year I come to Hawaii very early. When I lost in San Francisco, I just come straight here to Hawaii. So I spent almost like 2 weeks already here before the contest. So I'm really focused, and my really goal this year it is to win the Triple Crown ever like any Brazilian win this event. So it'll be so good, you know, to see Brazil one time ever, you know, and on that list. So I know it's gonna be hard, but yeah, I will try my best.
Now, just finally, let's talk about some of the other younger Brazilians. You've been such an inspiration for them. You know, we talk about Miguel Pupo and obviously Gabriel Medina and, you know, even young Thiago Camarão, our young reef rider there, nearly qualifying this year. He's got 2 events. What does it mean, obviously, with Jadson as well, to have that support and knowing that you are the ringleader to those guys and they do look up to you so much?
Yeah, for me, I'm so proud. You know, if you beside the surfing, you know, I'm a professional surfer. I'm really good fans of all these new young guys like Thiago did really well this year, and then the QS, and then hopefully he qualifying this year. So he's gonna join us in the next year. So we'll be so proud of him. And then he's a young as well. You know, he's 22. So it's still really long road, you know, for all these guys. But Gabriel did really well this year, and for sure I'm gonna see him doing the full year next year. Is gonna be really good for us. And then all these guys support all Brazil. You know, I'm really there for such a many years, but yeah, I'm really proud, you know, for all these young guys doing really well and then show up the performance to the whole world. So make me proud and then make me excited as well, you know, to go surf every day.
There you go, a true professional there. He is the man hailing from Brazil. That's Adriano de Souza. And Adriano, we're going to see you coming up more, mate. Congratulations on today. We'll see you tomorrow. Possibly crown the champion, and it could be a young Brazilian.
Yeah, for sure. That's the dream, you know, for me. It's specifically for my whole country, you know. Look for another guys in the final. You know, we got a lot of many surfers made it the final before here. Fabio, Neko, all these guys. And I just tried to fall in the road of these guys. So I hope I make the final.
There you go, guys. Back up to you guys. Adriano de Souza there. He was in firing form there in his first heat today. And we will see him compete later on tomorrow, where we will crown the Reef Hawaiian Pro champion. Back to you guys.
I still think of him as a Grom. He's 24 years of age now. He's given up all his family and friends in Brazil and has been living now in Dana Point just to make a commitment to the sport. And he comes over here, and I think helping the fire is these young guys because he is the ringleader. Adriano de Souza does win with a 13.60. There's one thing I can say about them, and I guess 2 good words about the Brazilians. We saw it easily a decade ago, but they're relentless, and they're not going to give up. They're so competitive, and they're going to make things happen. And, you know, they might have a mystique as they're only good in beach breaks. Well, things are changing.
Yeah, things are changing. That is exactly right, Dave. You know, like Adriano said, no Brazilian has ever won the Triple Crown, which is pretty interesting. And Adriano definitely has a good chance at that. He surfs great in Hawaii, great in big waves. He's got a ton of energy and a lot of, you know, he knows what he needs to do to get it done. And just as Nutty said, he's been such a huge inspiration to some of the younger Brazilians. And I mean, I'm a major fan of some of these guys, you know, Miguel Pupo, Gabriel Medina. Alejo Muniz is unbelievable surfer, just really powerful, a lot of style. And this young crew of Brazilians is really going to be putting up a huge fight in the next 10, 15 years in surfing. And, I know Brazil has a deep talent pool, so it's going to be pretty exciting to watch.
Adriano has not surfed Haleiwa since 2007. He's here for a purpose.
Yeah, I was surprised to hear him say that. He said it's been a few years. So, and this wave suits Adriano. He's got a really good low center of gravity, which is key for Haleiwa because it's easy to get bumped off your board. As we see another crazy wipeout. I don't know what's going on out there.
Look at this, Dusty Payne. All of a sudden, he looks like he was going to get hurt and he's going to be out of it. And now he is charging. He's got one good score that's still to be posted. Look at the wall of water.
That's what Dusty's known for right there. He's just huge power hacks and throwing tons of spray on that wave. He's already got maybe a 6.5 about to drop. So, man, he could probably come in after that wave. That's going to be a giant score.
Well, take a look. He's in fourth right now. We're waiting for some scores. He needs a 14.77. So did he get a couple of sevens out there? Possibly. Take a look. Dusty Payne.
Well, he definitely knows he needs a big score, and this opening turn is the money turn. He had a ton of speed, and he knows he needed to go big there, and he completely committed. That wave was actually very difficult to ride after that first turn where he had a ton of speed, Ross.
Yeah, that first turn, we love it. It was so much spray. And you're right, he fitted in 2 more turns on that tricky toilet bowl where there's just no water on the reef. And he threw his board up. He's looking back in for something. Oh, I guess he's looking for a score. But, yeah, that's going to be a huge score. So Dusty Payne looking good for staying alive on tour.
That opening turn was what you call throwing buckets.
Yeah, he threw some chunks.
And he needs a combination of scores, and he actually does have a combination of scores coming in here. He has a pretty high scoring wave that's still about to drop, and then he got that one still coming into the score line. As you see let's see, South African kid, Sean Jobert, tearing apart a little right-hander.
That was one of the better rights I've seen all day. I mean, that thing broke way deep and stayed open. So score there. I mean, to find a wave like that peel across the reef, that's pretty rare.
On his backhand, it is Dusty Payne now. He's got 1, 2, 3. This would be the 4th score that needs to be posted. Payne still in the 4th spot. That could change. Now, for Sean Jobert, when you talk about guys doing a lot of events in your day, chasing down a top spot or a world title, how many events did you guys ever surf in one calendar year?
I don't remember, but I remember there was a ton of WQS events, and back in the day, you needed to do both, the WCT and the WQS, and I think there was a couple years where I did like 30 events or something. Ross, do you remember?
Yeah, for some reason the 20s popped in my head, like around 22, 23 was a lot of events. But again, there's a replay of Sean Jobert. I just love saying that name.
He surfed that wave really well.
Jobert has done more than anybody I can see right now. 23 events. He is a contest machine, and he's done everything from Bell Beach to Narrabeen, Burley, down to Brazil. I mean, a world traveler, great support from his parents, and he's out of Mossel Bay, South Africa, where he wants me to remind the world there are no waves and big sharks at Mossel Bay.
So out of all those events, what's his rating right now?
He is rated number 58. There is the carrot on the stick for him. 58 in the world rankings.
Willing to do the work, though, Sean Jobert, being from South Africa, it is not easy to travel when you're based in South Africa. I mean, just like geographically, it's so hard to get, to each event. And then, like with the South African currency is so weak that every other destination is so expensive to get to. Everything's from, your flights, your hotel, to your rent-a-car, food, everything is just extremely expensive. No matter where you're from, especially from South Africa.
I just look at where he's been, Brazil, California, obviously South Africa, Portugal, Spain, Kangaroo Island, you name it, the Coldwater Classic, Thurso, Scotland, Margaret River, New Zealand. Oh, my gosh. Well, at one point, at least, that he's got some frequent flyer miles, and he's probably sitting in at least business class and can sleep.
Yeah. I'm sure the Hawaiian Airlines bonus mileage plus thing sounds pretty good to him, because with all those miles combined, he could fly first class everywhere.
Dusty Payne has a 1.0. I'm not sure if there's a lot of waves to look at, but he does have a second wave that's going to come in at the least the 6.0 range, and he's got 3 more after that. So Dusty Payne still showing him in 4th, but we're waiting for some scores.
There's a lot of replays going on or something, because Dusty's big right with that huge chunks he threw still hasn't even dropped. So he's going to have probably, you know, a 6.5 and an 8.5 or something like that. But right now the judges are taking a long look at all the waves. I think they had several waves come in back to back to back. So they're taking their time and they're making sure they get the scores right.
For Richard Christie, he went down to Kangaroo Island, fantastic noodles event down there, the 6-star that Chloe Andino won. Jay Quinn, I believe, got second. Jay ended up beating him in the semifinals. How many times did you guys meet, or you know, you're traveling with somebody and you accidentally have to meet him in a heat, and all of a sudden the friendship now has to go to the competitive game plan. It's all or nothing in the lineup.
Yeah, I think you just leave it on the beach, Dave. You just get real competitive, and you know what you need to do, and you leave whatever kind of drama on the beach, and you just get down to business when you're in the water, and that's what these guys do best.
A little more respect, at least in terms of hassling for waves, since you're going to be traveling with a guy. I think all is fair in love and war, and especially in heats when points and money are on the line. And these guys, that's what they do for a living. We're all surfers. We love to have a good time and love to take it easy. But, these guys are dead serious about winning. They're dead serious about qualifying for the tour. There's a lot at stake, and these guys are, sacrificing a lot to, make it on the tour. And, when it comes to heats, it's no more Mr. Nice Guy.
You see what I had to deal with there, Dave?
That's right.
Okay, so
strictly business. If I would have followed my own advice, I probably would have won that heat.
Man.
If, in fact, you make more money than the guys you're traveling with, are they expect you to take them out to dinner?
Possibly. I think that's probably the case. And it was always the case when any of us won an event, or, definitely if any of us won an event. Ross and I didn't win a whole lot of events, but when we did, it was mandatory. You got to take out every single one of your friends for a huge dinner, all you can drink, all you can eat, the whole deal.
How many dinners has Kelly Slater paid for?
Not nearly as many as he should have, but he should have paid for a whole lot of dinners. But he's definitely paid for quite a few. He has won 48 WT events now. Yeah, crazy stuff, the old Kelly. He's definitely won a whole lot more events than anyone else in the world. As we see, round of 64, heat 11, Adrian Buchan getting ready there. Is that Adrian?
I believe that
Ace?
might have been, is that Tanner?
Well, I'm not sure.
Possibly Tanner Hendrickson?
So anyways, Kelly, if you're listening, I'm thinking
you owe us a few dinners,
Joe's or Lele's or somewhere, and we're going to order a lot of food and champagne, and let's do this.
I'm thinking a nice bottle of champagne, maybe a Veuve Clicquot, or maybe a Perrier Jouet, maybe a vintage 1969.
A Jean Gilbert.
As we see some big sets rolling in from the outside.
Ooh,
looks like the boys are lined up for a right that might be running off real quick. We see the surfer in white just getting caught behind and getting down to the business end of this heat with 4 minutes left, and finally some scores dropping. Dusty Payne had that original 6.5 and then dropping an 8.4 on that big right where we said he threw a huge first turn, and still some scores to drop, Ross.
Yeah, there was that, there it is, the Jean Gilbert, that right that peeled across the reef. He got a 7.0. So right now he is sitting in third, but yeah, I think the judges got caught behind just a little bit watching all those replays, and so as we're looking at the screen, I see like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 scores still yet to be posted. They're all just kind of trickling in, but it looks like Jean Gilbert is going to back that 7-0 up, but with Dion Atkinson and Dusty Payne, they have a little bit of a stranglehold on this heat. Dion did all his work in his first 2 waves with that 7 and 7.77. So I'm glad to see, though, I wanted to tell you guys that that really looked horrible with Dusty Payne, that wipeout, and he looks fine. So that's sketchy. You hate seeing a friend or a fellow competitor tweak an ankle or something like that, because that could just mean 8 months of sitting out. So good thing for Dusty. He's a tough boy, and he pulled out that crazy little wipeout.
I believe we're going through what heat 13 was the initial plan for these 23-minute heats. We're into heat number 10 right now, taking a look. 2 minutes and 42 seconds remaining. Important way for Gilbert, needing a 7.77, and Jean Gilbert looks right and decides to go left. You know he's going to have to punt, and not the ramp there. Out the back, a paddle battle and a collision.
Oh, wow. Well, they got tangled and then they got released. And Richard Christie is a big kid. He's the Kiwi, and he stayed on that left. But, you know, some of these bigger waves, when you get stuck in the middle where they were, it's just no man's land. You can almost end up kind of going straight in. So that was tricky. But Richard Christie, he has nothing to lose. He's sitting in 4th place.
Dion Atkinson playing a little hardball right there with a 7.77 and a 7.0, and had to make a point. They were each trying to sell their direction, and they were trying to sell it actually with a little bit of acting involved that they have right away, and the judges maybe give the other person an interference. For Jobert, well, he's still looking for that 7.77. We're down to 1 minute and 44 seconds.
Yeah, it always looks a lot different from the water than it does from the land. Like a lot of times when you're in one of those paddle battles, I'm sure Ross can testify to this, but, you know, I mean, a lot of times it looks like you got the right of way and you're in the perfect spot, and then, you know, and then you end up getting an interference, and you come in and everyone's like, what were you thinking? You know, when really in your mind in that moment you thought that you stood up first, you had the right of way, the whole deal. So you just never know. You know, you really have to think about what it looks like from shore when you're out in the water.
You get caught up in the moment, and as the wave morphs on the reef, you find yourself, I thought I was in position, but no, I was 10 feet too far to the left, and all of a sudden...
Yeah, and these conditions are so all-time perfect for hassling. I mean, it's just, it's not the surfer's fault. You know, everyone would love to just stay clear of each other, but with these weird little left-right situations and the inconsistency, it's just set up prime for interferences.
Yeah, here we go. Dusty Payne just getting a little bit more practice in. I think he knows he has a stranglehold on his heat with only 45 seconds left, and he's in 1st place with a couple big scores and not a whole lot on the horizon, but very great heat there for Dusty Payne. As Ross said, really happy that he did not get hurt, as that just looked ridiculous. I mean, if that was my knee, it would be in 3 or 4 pieces by now.
A 1.0, his opening wave looked like it could have been an injury that would pull him out of this event and maybe the Triple Crown, but he comes back with a 6.5, wave number 4, an 8.40. So Dusty Payne in a solid position right now. And Dion Atkinson trying to hold on to that 2nd spot. They're putting in an interference right now. Let's see who's going to get it.
Yeah, I believe it was Richard Christie and Dion that got tangled. So this is big news here. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, it was white on yellow, which is Richard Christie. He was in 4th place with nothing to lose. He was the one who got the interference. Getting a little too aggressive there.
Well, he was backed up against the wall. He was in 4th place. So usually when you're sitting in 3rd or 4th, you just get panic mode.
Interference call, well, he just needed that. Dusty Payne does win with a 14.9028 total, an 8.40. Beautiful wave. Dion Atkinson holds on to that 2nd spot. Jobert looking for a good result. Unfortunately, a 3rd place spot. He was hunting down a 7.77. Our surfer in yellow making things happen. Just like a lot of the other power surfers. There's Dusty's 1-point fall right there, but he came back. Nothing injured, it looks like, and he rotates to win. Dusty Payne wins this, followed by Dion Atkinson. Richard Christie out of New Zealand with an interference call, a 4th place result. When we come back, it'll be Adrian de Souza, Tanner Gudauskas, Tanner Hendrickson, and Romain Clotaire as round of 64, heat number 12, coming up next. Stay with us as the Reef Hawaiian Pro continues live from the North Shore of Oahu.
Round 64.
The waves are pumping compared to 3 days ago. Things are happening. Day number 2 are coming to a close. A couple more heats. Round of 64, heat number 11. Bucking in the lineup wearing red. Gadauskas in white on this backhand right here. There is Hendrickson in yellow. Clotre in the blue singlet. And God, these rights are just reeling off right now. Here is our surfer, Romain Clotre from Reunion Island. Spent a lot of time in France.
Yeah, good surfer. Great surfer. I actually hang out with him a lot when I'm down in Reunion Island. Surf with him quite a bit.
Ross Williams, your voice has changed.
Isn't that weird?
Robin Shadow back in the booth. Shane Dorian. Hey, let's get this over here. You know what? In between commercials.
What do you got? Oh, little ukulele.
Now, as we listen to the music, Shane, we're gonna take a look at this wave.
Who is that?
That's Tanner Gadauskas, and
nice.
Blowing the tail, throwing some buckets, and getting those fins loose on his backhand on that little right-hander. Tons of speed, very low center of gravity, and surf that wave really well. That little right is hard to surf on your backhand, as we see the surfer in blue, Romain from Reunion Island, setting up this turn right here, going pretty much vertical right there, and very nice open right. We haven't seen a whole lot of those today. Most of them look like they're going to be open, and they just end up shutting down, but that one actually kind of stayed open enough for him to get some turns in, and I think the swell seems to be pulsing, and some of those rights are staying a little bit more open.
Very much, yeah. That swell, as we see Ace Bucket, just, gosh, that backhand is lethal. When he really lays into it, he gets the fins free right there. Look at these sets, Shano, it's pumping.
Yeah, the waves are pumping, man. In yellow, we got Tanner Hendrickson, who's had some very good heat so far in this event, but digging a rail in that one, not what he wanted, but the surfer in white, Tanner Gadauskas, again on his backhand.
Wow.
Throwing it straight up, tons of...
Pushing, like that was overconfident right there.
That was a missed opportunity. He had a very strong first turn and wanted to back it up with a huge one.
Well,
and ended up cartwheeling at the end.
Okay.
Come on, Robbie. Let's hear it, dude.
We want you to serenade us as Shane, you're going to tell us about that beautiful island shot. Hawaiian Tourism Authority showing us a beautiful falls. Akaka? How do you pronounce that?
I was worried you were going to ask me to sing to Rob's strumming there. I'm very grateful that you didn't. But yeah, that's a beautiful state park on the Big Island, Akaka Falls. Seeing that picture, as beautiful as the North Shore is, made me a little homesick. That's one of the most beautiful places in the world. Incredible, gigantic waterfall, wildlife, birds, Jurassic Park, the whole deal.
How close to your house? Can you drive to it and just totally mellow out?
I can drive to it. It's a pretty far drive from my house. It's the east side. I got a call for permission to go over there. I'm a west side guy, but no, beautiful place, and you know the whole coast there is beautiful. It's the east side of the island, which gets a ton of rain, so it's just lush, dreamy, you know, green, gorgeous, rainforest everywhere. Tons of waterfalls. It's definitely a destination once again. Akaka Falls on the Big Island.
Beautiful stuff. Hawaiian Tourism Authority. Check it out. GoHawaii.com. And if you would like to share, well, the people of Hawaii really want to share your islands. Basically, it's the #1 industry is being a guest and sharing the beautiful islands.
That's right. And the value of that ukulele up for grabs just went up with Rob playing it right there, I think. Rob is strumming it, and the stock of that ukulele is going up as we speak, as we see Adrian Bucket up on his backside with a very hard to ride right, and more sets on the way, Dave.
Oh, look at that. We got two goofy fitters out there that love to go vertical. On the forehand, though, it's our surfer, the 23-year-old, ranked number 68 in the world, Romain Clotre. All of a sudden, the reef's getting real shallow. The toilet bowl's starting to show its face.
It is. Some water moving around. There's been a couple sets as we see Tanner Gadauskas on another good-looking right-hander, Shane.
You know, I would think that Tanner, his whole game plan was probably to go out there and go left. And here we see him just electrifying these rights and surfing very, very well. I've seen a lot of footage of this guy. He has a very strong backhand and forehand as well, and I'm blown away. That was his third really amazing right in a row.
He dropped a 717 on his first wave. That second wave, we saw him blow up on the first turn and fall off on the second turn, and it looks like it's going to be a mid-4. And then just right there, another one, straight into another bomb.
The scale is changing. We saw a little bit last heat, but this heat right here is totally different what we saw a couple hours ago. What is on offer right now, and the judges got to be, you know, looking at replays quite a bit. The ukulele here, when did you pick it up?
I just
Not only seconds ago, but when did you start playing the...
I don't really play. I just pretend. You don't have to do much on these things, and they sound amazing. As we see Tanner Hendrickson, nice little snap. Just going to try and get around this section, get to the end of this thing, maybe get a couple more.
Just non-stop waves coming through.
Oh, great turn out the back. A little tube ride. Have we seen a tube ride this
That
event
might be
yet?
the first tube ride we've seen on the right, as at least the heats that I've been up here in the box for. If we're starting to see tube rides, that is a good sign, because that means we definitely have a lot of swell picking up, and this heat has been nonstop sets.
Well, I know Dusty Payne's a busy guy. Dusty's got places to go, people to see, things to do. He's down with Heath Nutty Walker, but we're going to get a word with him right now. The first man ever to qualify for the World Championship Tour from the island of Maui, Dusty Payne with Nutty.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I'm here with Dusty Payne. Dusty, you're in the hot seat. Welcome to the Reef Hawaiian Pro, mate. You got the first heat out of the way. How's it feel?
Yeah, it feels good. You always got like those first heat jitters. I was pretty nervous. I don't know why. Just to be back at home, but feels good. And this seat's kind of cold.
Sorry about that, mate. Yeah, I know you've been sitting there for a while. We're listening to Rob Machado strumming out there and Shane Dorian going on about the lovely Kaka Island waterfalls there. But tell us a little bit about your injury. We saw nearly a kind of a horrific wipeout there. It looks like you were nursing kind of your left ankle there.
Yeah, I strained a tendon in Santa Cruz, and it's just been pretty sore. But there's 3 more events to go, and I just had to push on. And you know, the guys in the NFL can do it, so can I.
There you go. And tell us a little bit about that. I mean, obviously last year having a big finish at Pipeline, and you know, this year the tour, it's a lot, isn't it? When you put all that in the calendar year, living out of a suitcase, doing all the events, and then doing the prime events, it adds up to being a very busy schedule.
Yeah, it's kind of gotten out of control these days. You know, there's no time at home. You know, you're on the road going to these QS events all year long and doing the CTs, and just trying to stay in that top 32 is pretty tough.
Now, obviously, 3 events remaining for the year. Obviously, you can put some closure on it. What's the plan and what's the focus for the Triple Crown?
I want to win a Triple Crown. That's why I'm doing these events, and it's been my goal since I was a kid. So if I can accomplish that this year, I'd be pretty stoked.
Now, I said this to Taj. Tomorrow, we're going to crown the Reef Hawaiian Pro champion. Dusty Payne, are you going to be working on a win?
Try to get a head start on the Triple Crown.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Dusty Payne from Maui joining us. He easily moves on through to the round of 32. We'll see Dusty on tomorrow. Thanks for joining us, bud.
Thank you.
Nutty, the waves are really going off. We've seen some solid turns. Lightning quick, amazing wave for Gadauskas and 810. The judges cannot just start throwing things out. This is crazy what's going on. These waves are pulsing in. This is that new direction coming in, and we're seeing the right start to work.
Definitely from down here too, you know, we had a bit of a flurry, as you see, surfer in yellow, and ooh, that could be a little bit controversy right there, and it looks like Ace Bucking. But yeah, Dave and Rob and Shane, we saw a great little flurry of swell there, and actually Dusty Payne managing to get that big right and executing a couple of big snaps. So some promising surf on the way. We've still got one more day of competition. It'd be great if we could move on into the last day and see some really good solid right-handers come through.
And thank you, Nutty. Take a look at the lineup and the scores that we have. Opening waves for Buck and a 5.67 and a 6.17 for Ace Buck and a 7.17 and an 8.10 for Gadauskas, and that's Tanner. And then a 3.83, a 1.50 for Hendrickson. That's far from what he's going to be able to pull off out here. And Romain Clotre looking for the barrel. A 5.33 and his third wave score hasn't come in. So now what do? You've been watching waves maybe for an hour or two. You've been eating lunch. You've been watching and think, oh, it's these lefts, these lefts. Is it the rights now that are happening out here?
Yeah, well, you know, we're not even halfway through this heat, and that was maybe the 5th or 6th set of waves, you know, that came through. So we've had a ton of waves ridden, a lot of opportunity, and don't look now, Haleiwa is turning into Haleiwa.
Wow.
Yeah, it's
We've
exciting.
waited so long.
It's like all of a sudden it's not that left anymore. It's the real Haleiwa that we all kind of hope to see, and it makes it so much more exciting.
The indication of waves coming through at Avalanche. Obviously some waves out here. We're seeing a little bit of current, and we're seeing a little bit of rip over near the toilet bowl. Signs of life maybe for today and tomorrow. I just remember like classic Sonny Garcia using the current to his advantage. Guys using the lineup now. And if you had to drain the water from the pool, we've got kind of a pinnacle, kind of a pyramid-shaped reef out there, right? You've got that left out there, but that right is unbelievable. And now they might be paddling themselves too deep in the lineup.
This is another good set, Shano. It's like it's pulsing this heat, definitely.
Yeah, you can see these guys are setting up a lot deeper now, over to your right of the screen. You know, with a lot more swell and a lot just bigger waves coming through. A lot of the waves are moving over to the right, and these guys are adjusting for that. Looked like Ace Buckin was going right that whole time, and now he's going left, shifting gears and blowing the tail out of the inside. That was interesting.
Yeah, that was one way to
yeah, it's not every day you go both ways on one wave.
Yeah, Haleiwa has that weird zone, you know, in between sides, and I think you could elaborate on, Shane. When it's small, you have that weird little channel where it creates that left. But once it moves out beyond that, then it starts breaking out and it kind of gets the rip bowl kind of happening. But when it's that in between, as we see here, like Ace caught it out far enough, but then it hits the deep spot right there, and he actually has the left coming at him, where he banks off the left, and then actually has time to totally recover and then go back left and just bang off the whitewash, blows the fins out and into a layback.
Yeah, that was an interesting wave. He really negotiated that wave really well. I mean, to go right, to that big old hit on the right, and regroup and come back and blow the tail out on the left. And I don't know, interesting stuff, man. Ace Buckin is one of my favorite surfers, and the last few days, Rob, you and I are staying at Laniakea, and with this little north swell, the surf has been really good over there. And the last few sessions I've had out there, Ace Buckin has been out there, and he's definitely been one of the standouts. He's an incredible backhand surfer. Definitely suiting these rights here at Haleiwa and brushing up out at Laniakea with some radical vertical backhand surfing.
Yeah, no doubt. His backhand surfing here in Hawaii is always so spot on. He's just attacks it. So fun to watch. Ace Buckin.
He is fun to watch, isn't he, guys? And he's kind of one of those guys that's bloomed a little bit later in his career.
Dave Stanfield, you have an Aussie accent.
I do. Sorry, guys. It's Nutty Walker here, back up in the booth with my good friends Rob Machado, Shane Dorian. And we are at the second last heat of the day, guys, at the Reef Hawaiian Pro, day 2 of competition. The first event of the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing presented by Rockstar Energy Drink. And as we mentioned before, boys, it was good to see that little set come through, a little flurry of waves, and hopefully tomorrow we'll see you two battle it out again.
That's right. We're going to see me and Rob Machado and Kalani Rob and Ross Williams in the clash, and we're going to have our game faces on. Rob, hopefully, will be riding that trippy board again. Hopefully, he'll take the fins out this time.
It was a little stiff.
What about you, Shane, though? Tell me you're not going to give Ross the heat-winning wave.
No, that's the last time. I'm going to have my energy drink before going out there. That's the last time you're going to see me give Ross a wave ever with a jersey on. I guarantee you that. As we see, there the Reef girls there on the stage, looking great, all bronzed up from a little sunbake.
How cool is the scoreboard, too? I mean, it's so good to evolve. You know, the little fine details in surfing. You know, surfers out in the water can look in and just straight away see their score and see where they're placed in where they're positioned in the heat. And every little benefit we can do to the surfers definitely makes for a better event. So awesome stuff. And then to the viewers at home looking in on Time Warner Cable, as you can see up on the screen there, that shows the heat situation of who's in first and who's in fourth. And Tanner Gazauskas with an 8.10 and a 7.17. He's out in front. Adrian Buckin in the second, and Ramon Cloitre. How do you pronounce his last name?
Yes, we were saying Cloitre.
Romaine. Just call him Romaine.
Romaine,
like the lettuce.
That's right. Caesar salad.
Tanner Hendrickson. Tanner Hendrickson, he started hot this morning. He's not as hot as he is in this heat as he was this morning. He's definitely got some work to do, but still plenty of time. 7 minutes and 20 seconds remaining on the official Nixon time clock. The official time clock of the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing. And as mentioned, we're on the second last heat of the day, boys. We have to wrap it up.
That's right. And 2 Tanners out there. Tanner Hendrickson, your surfer in yellow, and the other Tanner, Gazauskas, has been absolutely on fire in this heat, scoring a, what has he got up there? He's got an 8.1 and a 7.17. And I'm going to go out on a limb and say those are some big scores he's going to be happy with right now. And we saw a major flurry of sets at the start of this heat, Rob. And now I would say we're actually due for a little flat spell, but you never know what's going to happen.
These guys have definitely pushed themselves they moved out to that outer zone where you would pick off the rights, and it almost is kind of dangerous because there is a big hole there. You know, they're out of position for the lefts. If they were to get the lefts, we see Ace breaking away right there. He's going to paddle back over and in and over to. But if a big set comes, which it looks like there's some lines out the back, Shane. This heat has just like been blessed with waves. So
yeah, well, maybe it's the start of something beautiful here. As the swell is filling in, and it looks like a straight northwest swell. Just a very, very typical swell with beautiful trade winds here at Haleiwa. As we see the surfers jockeying for position, might have a little paddle battle here on the inside between red and blue.
Having a look.
No takers.
Yeah, definitely a little shifty, isn't it? Now that the swell is kind of starting to peek its head through, and all surfers kind of moving around in positions. As we see blue, this is Romain on the inside. This is a nice little left, boys.
Throws it up, gets a nice little foam climb, little snap. Gonna work this down the line, set up for this closeout right here. Bang.
Ooh.
Oh, that was
hot.
Good looking turn. Unfortunately, it comes unglued. As we see Gudang, Tanner Gudauskis.
Tanner Gudang setting up here, getting a ton of speed, not doing anything really yet, and going for a huge error. As we see out the back, Tanner Hendrickson playing catch up on a nice little right.
How's that wrap?
Nice wrap. He's got some space to work with and not much doing.
Gosh, look at these sets
as we
pouring
see
in.
More sets pouring throughout the back. Those rights seem to be shutting down on this particular set.
Why is that, Shane? Why are the rights kind of doing that? Is it the swell direction here, or is it just...
You know, Haleiwa is an interesting wave. You know, the way the reef is set up, it's kind of an optical illusion. It just, I don't know, I've never been able to figure out why, but you'd think that a north swell direction, Rob, you'd probably agree with this, but, you know, like a north swell direction coming in from the sunset side would make the right stay open, give you more wall down the line and make it much more open and user-friendly. But a north swell actually closes it out. So when you see a good-sized set like that totally shut down on the rights, that means it has a lot of north in it.
Yeah, it's really strange. You totally imagine, you think it would be like any other place it would push down the line, but I think it has something to do with really deep channels on both sides of this wave. We've got the channel, the harbor over here on the right side, and then the big channel between the wave Haleiwa and Avalanche on the other side. Really deep channels just funnel the swell in differently, and that north, it almost bends it all the way back around and pushes it straight in back against the reef almost.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, west swell is what you want here at Haleiwa. This place can hold anything from a 1 foot day all the way to you know, even bigger than 15 foot. I've surfed out here on some massive days. 15 foot, you'd think it'd be too big, but if it's the right swell direction, it's absolutely perfect. But very fun to hot dog it when it's this size.
I bet you have, Shane.
Yeah, I've taken my fair share of beatings out here as well. I'm nearly drowned out here multiple times as a kid.
This wave is heavy. Like I've caught myself out here by mistake a few times when it was over 10 feet. And
there's no running, is there, Rob? When a real big one comes, there's no running away.
No. I was ready to just paddle into the harbor.
Yeah.
Just call it good.
Go home with the tail between the legs.
Yep. No shame.
I know that one.
As we see Ace Buchan there, really good finish of the wave. Previously that was Tanner Gudauskis. And good little flurry of waves here, guys. Plenty of action in this heat. Still just under 3 minutes remaining, and it's Tanner Hendrickson and Romain chasing a score.
Yeah, it's been a battle of the backsiders on the rights here with Ace Buchan and Tanner Gudauskis. Very impressive backside surfing from both surfers. Very strong, powerful surfing from them. Vertical attack, lots of spray, fins free, lots of speed.
Yeah,
that's what we want to see, right?
Very precise, and they've been getting rewarded for it. You know, Tanner Gudauskis caught 3 incredible waves probably in the first 6 minutes of the heat. Came unstuck on one, but posted an 810 and a 717. Just really precise surfing, as we see right here. This is his 8.1 ride. We see a nice first snap and sets up for this second big turn, and just bang, just so vertical up, powerful, fast, and finishes it off.
Good surfers, aren't they? All three of the brothers actually in their own way. You know, they're pretty technical. They're very new school, but then they, very on rail as well. And must be a proud family there.
Yeah, I love the way he just harnessed his speed on that. He got that first turn in, and then just got tons and tons of speed and didn't rush it. Came around the section and just blew the lip out like crazy.
Yeah, really picked his spot well. As we see here, Tanner Hendrickson.
This could be a good little wave, guys. He's needing an 8-point ride and just got kind of blown off there. It's only going to allow him for Oh, that was kind of cool.
That was cool. Yeah, there really wasn't a lot going on. That left was definitely difficult to surf. There wasn't much lip at the start. It just kind of foamed out and doubled up, and he had to just kind of make the most of that inside section, which he did with that little reverse. As we see in the dying minute here, we got about 1 minute and 8 seconds. We got a very big bomb set coming in with Ace Bucket whipping around.
Wow, these guys definitely can't complain about not having their opportunities as we see Ace lining up this beautiful little toilet bowl section, gets right, hooks it under the lip, and there's more stacking out the back. Romain is in the non-advancing spot looking for a 6.5. This is a big opportunity for him right here. See if he can finish it off.
Ooh. What was he needing, Rob? 6.5.
6.51. I don't know.
Here we see Tanner Gadauskas, Gudang, setting it up with a nice little float to start off with, and a big old turn and a whitewatery section, kind of a.
That was a difficult section, wasn't it?
Very difficult section. This right, like I said before, I mean, I already said it, but that right is difficult to surf on your backhand. Rob, you could probably elaborate more on that, but man, these guys are doing a great job on their backhands out there.
Yeah, especially today, it's like really tight as we see Ace. I like this first turn. He gets up there nice and early. Bang. Just already eyeballing the next section. Waits for it and comes up, hooks it right under the lip. That's his favorite turn. Gets really critical. Tight snap in the pocket, so he might better score there as well.
And here's the Chris turn. Difficult section, all frothy and floundery right there. But look at Gudang. Boom. That was all board right there. Just throwing it up. Plenty of fan.
Yeah, he's got to be feeling that. That feels good, man. With the dying seconds of that heat, knowing he's through and just kind of mixing it up with the boys out there. That's a good feeling.
Well, that's it for Heat 11 of the round of 64, the second last heat of the day. We're going to go straight into Heat 12. And it was Tanner Gadauskas over Adrian Buchan. And we'll see those boys moving on through as we just see a kind of bit of a breakdown of the heat there as they see the guys jumping in the lineup. Tanner, look at him. He's on a nice little wide stick there and looks very responsive.
Very energetic. He was surfing with a ton of speed and power and just setting up those turns, just blistering speed and power.
Yeah, that was a beautiful surf wave right there. We saw some great surfing.
Ooh, great wave there. So stay tuned. Heat 12 coming up.
Round 64.
Welcome back to the last heat of the day. We are in Heat 12, guys. It's been a long day, but what a great day. My name's Heath Nutty Walker. I am here with Rob Machado, Pipeline Master, Shane Dorian, Sunset Master. Guys, last heat, boys. Are we going to round it out?
We are. We're going to round it out. The last heat, the waves have been incredible. That last heat saw so many sets. It was nuts. I mean, those guys were ripping. They had tons of opportunities. Great surfing went down, and hopefully it'll continue here for this last heat to round it out.
Yeah, hopefully it will be a sign of good things to come. Tomorrow, as mentioned, we will be crowning the Reef Hawaiian Pro champion for 2011. Also, the Clash of the Legends Momentum Generation presented by our good friends at Bud Light Lime. We've got one more heat where Shane is just, he gave away the lead today. Silly mistake, if you ask me. Gave it to his good friend Ross Woons, and Ross took it. He took it. And I don't think Shane's going to do that tomorrow, Rob.
He took it and ran with it, and yeah, that's the last you'll see of that. I'm all business tomorrow.
I love it. I love it.
Rob is going to witness it. I'm going to have my game face on.
Yeah, I was right next to him when he kicked out of that wave too, and he's like, "Oh, I just burned Shane on that one."
Yeah, he did too. He was like, you know what's funny is the wave right before it. I was like, "Hey, which way do you want to go?" And he's like, "I don't know." I was like, "Well, just go then." and he missed the wave and then weaseled me on the next one. So he double comboed me with a pump fake, that is.
Oh, I love it.
As you see, my boy from the big island there, Tori Meister, who's had some really good surfing so far in this event. I think he had a clutch left in his last heat. He was in the third position going into the final seconds and stepped his game up and got the score right at the final seconds.
Yeah, Brett Simpson up there right now, just unfortunately catching rail. But you're right. Tori Meister there, he took out Dane Reynolds this morning.
Ooh, hi.
That's ugly.
You go right, I'll go left.
That's going to be me and Ross tomorrow. You guys want to see some action, don't miss the clash. Because it is going down.
That was Vincent Duvak against Adam Melling there. And
Let's
we'll
have a
watch
look.
this. So,
I mean, there was a total right on that wave. There was a total left on that wave. It's
maybe there was no communication. Maybe
I think if you're Brett Simpson and Tori Meister and you're paddling out, you're like, yeah, give him a double.
Yeah, no kidding. That is exactly right, man. I think we got Paul Fisher down on the beach with our heat winner from the last heat.
Yeah, guys, I'm here with Tanner Gudauskis, the Gudang from San Clemente. Yeah, brother. How was that heat then, mate? You went mad.
It was pretty fun. I don't know. We got lucky. It was rights all heat. And I've been looking. I thought I was going to get a whole bunch of lefts, and then that was my strategy. I'm like, I'm going to go left for sure all the time, and then I went right the whole time.
Well, that heat was definitely the best heat of the day. The waves just started pulsing in that heat. That was proper Haleiwa, eh?
It did, huh? That's what I was thinking. I was like, is this happening right now, or is this...
Talk us through it.
It's like a high line to a low line, push turn to a push and shove right there.
And then just, here's the money maker right here. Ah, sorry. Is that San Clemente 12 o'clock? That's San Clemente 12 o'clock right there. And then finishing off, boom.
Fish shot right there.
Oh, that was yeah. Little fish turn right there. Yeah, right on. Just cruising.
Oh, no. Yeah, fishy.
So just talk us through that board you were riding then.
Okay, it's I don't know, it's kind of like a combo thing. It's like a cheese stick with a K-whip. So it works good in the grovelly stuff, but it holds in when there's pockets. So it's like this and that, and like the club sandwich.
A cheese stick with a whiz dip and a bit of choc nose on that thing. Are you kidding me? Who makes these names from our America? Do they just sit there all day with their millions just going, we're going to call this thing choc nose, drop your wallet? So tell me the dimensions on that thing.
I think it's 6.0, and that's all I really know.
It's good to see you know your equipment, eh?
Keep me in the dark.
Tanner, good surfer, mate. Talk to you next heat, hopefully. Have a good day.
Thanks, Fish. Thanks, Tanner, and Fish always digging into the personalities of the athletes out there. Tanner Gudauskis didn't really give him much, though, did he?
Yeah, he's got quite the stash going.
Yeah, that definitely feeling the Movember vibe there, but nothing like a creepy stash to make a normal, cool kid look real creepy. Even a Gudang looks creepy with a mustache.
And the lack of knowledge about a surfboard is even better. Just I think it's a 6.0. That's all I know.
What was it? Right. A cheese whiz / K-whip? I mean, it sounded like
Was there a fish stick in there? Did I hear fish stick?
Sound like a dairy product. But here we go. Adam Melling up and riding. Nice float over the section there. We're yet to see whether he's incurred an interference. But Mello out of Lennox Head. Look at this wave. Just straight up again. Nice big off the top. And there we go. It is an interference, unfortunately, for Adam Melling. It is white on yellow. So more of a dominant left. The judges thinking there. Probably argument from us here in the pit. Here we thought it was probably a peak situation. But there is Vincent Duvak. And
looked like it was a bit of confusion amongst the judges. It looked like a couple of them called a double interference, but the majority called it only on Adam Melling, which, as we saw in that replay, had a very amazing wave with that ultra long floater, tons of speed and style. But shame about Adam on that one. He's probably not happy with that bad decision to start.
He's going to get rewarded that wave we were just talking about, Shane. He's going to drop a high 6. It looks like high scoring wave of the heat so far. We still have a score for Brett Simpson coming in. Maybe we can get a replay on that wave that we missed during the interview. Did a nice big layback through some buckets.
Yeah, he threw some buckets. The old Brett Simpson, had a ton of speed and power, and it was incredible. the one funny thing is, what was I going to say? I lost my train of thought there for a second. But silver lining to getting an interference, Rob. Once you have an interference, people stay away from you.
Yeah.
Because they do not want to mess with you because they know you pretty much have nothing to lose at that point, and you're going to stand up on any wave that you paddle for. At least that's the way I am when I get an interference.
You basically are like totally contagious.
Yeah.
Everyone's just like, whoa, run the other way.
Tori on a really good little wave here. And just unfortunately coming unstuck. But you're right, we saw Ian Chantel get an interference this morning and he moved on through. So it doesn't mean that it's all over and that's all she wrote. If you get an interference now, you can still easily get through the heat if you have two really good scores. And Ian Chantel will prove that this morning against Roy Powers and I believe Carissa Moore.
Wow. Well, let's have a look. Tori Meister is having some issues. Maybe he's having board issues. Didn't look like he got hurt himself, but he's coming in. We'll kind of keep an eye on him, see what happens. But
yeah, I didn't see much going on. But with these boards being glass so light to make sure they're very high performance surfboards, these boards are very, very weak. And even in a situation where it doesn't look like maybe there was even a potential to break your board, you can get a pretty bad buckle and it'll affect the way you surf. But here we go with Brett Simpson as the wave that Rob and I were talking about. Very incredible speed floater right there. Harnessing that speed and Rob hacking the world apart right there.
Look at the water.
Seriously.
It just landed.
Yeah, that was good surfing. That is exact. Brett, if you're listening, that's what we want to see.
Yeah, a lot of speed and power and rewarded 6.33, and he'll be stoked with that.
Now, you guys, along with myself, you know when you see surfers surfing really well and you can put it towards, whether it's their fitness or whether they're really in tune with their equipment. I saw a couple of heats of Brett Simpson in San Francisco this year, and it looked like he was on the most amazing board. As we see Tori Meister there just changing out. Obviously, he might have creased the board there and we're not feeling that board, so he's still got plenty of time to get in and get back out there. But I just wanted to go back to Simpo. Just noticing it, I don't know if you saw Rob of him in San Francisco. The board he was riding looked phenomenal. It was full-on glued to his feet or extension to his legs. And as you saw on that turn then, it looks like he's really in tune with his equipment at the moment.
It does. And like you said, San Francisco, it's amazing the difference it makes when somebody's really in tune with their gear, and it just makes such a huge difference. And he's looking spot on right now. His gear is really dialed in. He's surfing really strong and powerful, and he's really been benefiting from being on the world tour and surfing with the best surfers in the world.
Okay, here we go. Adam Melling here, Shane. Big float around this section. Nice big arc there.
Oh, yeah, surfing really, really well, Adam. Battling back from that interference call on his first wave. Lighting that little right up. A lot of scoring opportunity. Giving him, more than one hit. Just doing like 3 or 4 really nice turns. As we see Brett Simpson up on this little left trying to put it together. I think he's been riding Mayhems. Is that correct? I think a lot of the guys have been riding Mayhems lately. I don't know what he was riding in San Francisco, but he was surfing really, really well. Very, very on his game, and his boards suited surfing. And Brett's one of the younger surfers that great above the lip and incredible power surfer. And besides all that, I was very impressed with him in Tahiti. I was watching the webcast, and the waves were huge and gnarly, and Brett Simpson was charging.
Yeah, that was his coming out. He really shined in that event, as we see Melling and replay here. Great layback right there. He's no stranger to the long lined up right, so you put him on a walled up right, and he really lights it up. And maybe he's using that interference to his advantage. He probably just paddled right around everyone and said, "Yeah, I'm going."
No kidding. I think he's getting angry and getting even.
Yeah,
and stepping his game up and really opening up on that turn, Rob. I mean, I think the judges really appreciate when you see someone commit to a turn, a real turn, not just connecting the dots, but he went up, he leaned right into that turn, threw tons of spray, and just total commitment there.
I think I'm going to go out and say that's probably going to be the highest score of the heat so far.
Yeah,
and he's going to have to cut his lowest score in half. So he's
looks like the judges are thinking exactly the way that you're thinking there, Robbie.
It's coming in. It's going to be somewhere in the high 7s, I'm guessing. We got a couple 7.5s and an 8, so we'll have to wait and see.
And really no one else has much. Brett Simpson has a 6.3 so far. And it looks like Adam Melling, your surfer with the interference call, has the best 2 waves of the heat.
Yeah.
It's a great shot of the spectators here at the Reef Hawaiian Pro. And day 2 of competition, we are rounding out the last heat of the day. You can see a great shot of the Nixon time clock there at the main on the main bleachers there. We're down to about 10 minutes remaining in the last heat. And guys, I'm gonna be a little bit biased here, but Adam Melling, from obviously in my opinion, I think the guy should be in the top 10 in the world. He's one of the most exhilarating, fast, electrifying surfers, but just hasn't found his comfort zone on the tour yet. Showed with a big result at J-Bay there, I think last year, placed the second. But he's kind of been fighting those close heats, and I think, you see when guys get comfortable on the tour there, and fifths and plus, you come to them at every event. And I just don't think Adam's got to there yet, but I really do believe he should be one of the top 10 surfers in the world. Big call.
Well, it's a big call. It's a big call, Nutty. But if he keeps surfing like this, he will be in the top 10. I mean, that was he didn't surf that green, and that was right there. That was extremely bad timing on my part. But he does have 2 big scores. He's battling interference, but he's surfing really well, Nutty. And I watch the webcasts all the time, and I've seen Adam surfing better and better every year. And every now and then, it looks like his equipment choices may be a little bit off to me. Sometimes when the waves are little, his boards look a little long.
Yeah.
And also, I think that one of the things that he could benefit from is, sort of going back and trying to figure out his weaknesses. Like all surfers have their weaknesses. Even Kelly Slater would be the first to admit that he has weaknesses in his surfing. He has little holes in his surfing. And the great thing about a surfer like Kelly Slater is he actually addresses those weaknesses. He really breaks down his surfing, analyzes it, sees what he could surf better on, and not only plays to his strengths, but lifts up his weaknesses. And I think Adam Melling, I think he's a better forehand surfer, and maybe his backhand's not as good. I think that's one of the things that he could work on. But as you said, he's a very, very talented surfer, and I think we're going to see great things to him. And great things of him in years to come.
Yeah, as we see, this is Tori Meister. He just got back out to the lineup after swapping boards on something happened to his other board. He's on some new equipment now. Kind of a mushier little right, trying to milk it back in the inside. But a nice finishing turn there, getting the fins free.
Yeah, that was a very difficult wave to ride that Tori had. He was waiting outside, waiting for a bomb, and that wave shifted over towards peaks, over to the sunset side. And as he stood up, that wave just went right into the big deep spot, that big old section where the waves don't like to break. And it's just, there's just no lip there. There's nothing to do. And, he did his best, but there really wasn't a whole lot to make of that wave. But he's going to be playing catch up, as he actually had to go all the way to the beach for a square board.
Boys, I told a little white lie.
Oh, you did?
I did. Sorry, Shane. Sorry, Rob. But we got one more heat.
One more heat. It's a good one.
It's a good one.
I saw the lineup there.
Jack Freestone.
Yep.
I'm a fan. Jack Freestone.
Michelle Bourez.
Oh, stacked.
Ian Gentile.
Wow.
Look, Dawes, I think your board fell off the racks there.
Oh, that might have been Ross. Did anybody see Ross go and throw my board on the ground? He's seriously, man. You gotta watch that guy. He's sly, man. Hey,
man.
The old days, you guys would have been surprised with that guy's tactics, man. Hey,
I love it.
I could tell stories, but
we'll just take it to the water tomorrow, Shane. Just bottle it up.
We will leave it on the beach and take it in the water.
Bottle it up. Put that jersey on tomorrow and just unbottle it.
Yeah. You guys get your scores added. So even though, Rob, you're not out of it at all, we saw Sonny Garcia last year, get an interference and still win the whole clash. Tomorrow, your scores will be added. So these boys are about 4 points ahead of you.
Sweet.
And Vincent.
He's just giving us a little bit of a head start there, Nutty, as we see your man in yellow, Brother Vincent, doing some work on this little right. The other guys are a little deep, and he, ouch.
Out the back, Brett Simpson deep behind us. He's going to get around it. Nice looking wave, float. Oh, man. Let's get a slow-mo on that one. We want to see if we got any contact.
Action-packed. That was the section that tried to kill Dusty earlier in the other heat.
He popped right back up and paddled right back out, so...
as we see the swell filling in like this, Rob, we're definitely going to see some horrible wipeouts, and it's just the way that right is. It's very difficult to surf. It looks like this wave is going to open up for him and give him tons of opportunity. Here he comes around, eyeing the section for a big float, and look what happens here, Rob.
Caught in the breeze, board goes sideways. Ooh, just missed it, it looks like. But, I mean, from the beach, it looked like just a train wreck.
Nothing but ugly going on there.
Yeah.
How good is those replays? Because actually the
Love a
replay
good
didn't
replay.
look that bad, but when it was
Yeah.
live, it looked like it kind of speared him in the throat.
Yeah, yeah. That one at Dusty Payne, though, man. If you went just from the replay, it looked like, man.
I think
I'm just really happy that he's not injured, because that could have been one of those kind of situations where he could be out for a whole year with a giant cast on his leg all the way up to his femur.
Yeah, I think the slow-mo on Dusty Payne's wave made it look worse.
Wow,
Like when you
look
slowed
at
it
that.
down.
Heat 13, the next heat coming up. The boys paddling out now, getting fired up. Michelle Bourez, Jesse Mendez, Jack Freestone, and Ian Gentile, and I would say that that's one of the most stacked heats we've seen all day.
Yeah, that's a tough one. That is a tough one. And Jesse Mendez is a really, really good young surfer out of Brazil. He's one of those young renegade Brazilians that are following under Adriano de Souza. And don't count him out there. And of course, Ian Gentile, Jack Freestone, and of course, Michelle Bourez there from Tahiti. From Tahiti?
He's from Tahiti, and no doubt about it, if you see that guy surf at Chopo when the waves are maxing out 8 to 10 feet on the ledge in Tahiti, man, that guy comes alive.
Yeah.
I mean, you do not want any part of the waves that guy wants a part of.
I'm sure you do, Shane.
No, not me, man. He sees this radical brick wall coming in and just zero hesitation whips it just right underneath, and has this incredible just approach, kind of like, reminiscent of Bruce Irons. Just, like, no matter how late he is, he always doesn't even seem like a late drop. He just slides down the face, perfect poise, perfect symmetry, just everything's perfect, and lots of power, lots of aggression, and not afraid to whip it and go on a huge one.
Yeah, and he's definitely, obviously a lot of surfers from Tahiti there are perfect in those big backside left barrels, but we've seen him on the open face at Trestles as well on a small, 2 to 3 foot wave, and he absolutely destroys it as well. This year at the Quicksilver Pro, watched a couple of Michelle's heats at the start of the year, and I don't know what he was, I think a little firewire maybe he was riding, but he just looks so in tune. And
yeah. Well, I'm going to go out on a limb. I want to talk about that more maybe after this wave right here, as we see Vincent on a little left-hander, a little snap.
This wave looks like it's going to double up, Rob.
Yeah.
It didn't look like much to begin with, but it has a little line on the inside here. He's a little bit caught behind, and that left you do not want to be caught behind.
He's looking for a 5.34. And,
yeah, with time winding down, that was maybe a critical mistake there. That little left was running and really fast. If he could have stayed in front of it, he could have just really got a few more turns in there and maybe got the score he needed.
Well, we're going to have a look at, we got our 2 favorite wipeouts from the past, it was probably in the past hour. Dusty Payne and Brett Simpson, both on right-handers and both doing floaters.
Oh, gosh, that's not good. Keep your eye on Dusty Payne. Look at that knee. Oh.
Just folded.
Oh. It looked like it just went the way your knee's not supposed to go. It looked like it bent the opposite way.
Well, the gnarliest thing too, Dusty, he already has that horrific injury.
Yeah.
And he said, it hurts like hell. His foot's taped up, and he knew that he was in a critical situation, so he kind of took all the pressure off. It might have looked really bad, he said, but he just kind of like took all his weight off it and just took a beating.
And as he said, he said that the boys in the NFL can do it. He can do it. So maybe he had a cortisone shot and went straight out there and just went, let's do this.
Let's get it done. They don't take drugs in the NFL. They don't.
That's right. That's right. But back to Michelle Bourez, Rob. I think I might know that guy's secret sauce.
Who's that?
Michelle Bourez.
What is it?
Well, my boy Chewy at Firewire sent me one of Michelle Bourez's little boards, and I'll tell you what, the thing is electric. It's very lively and fast, and when you watch Michelle surf, it's just written all over it. I mean, his boards look perfect in little waves, especially his above the lip surfing. Really, he's one of the most powerful surfers on the tour, and definitely liking those Firewires. They definitely look very stable and perfect under his feet.
What I wanted to ask too about like that whole, we were talking about Chopu, and like I think it seems to me that it's an advantage to be backside at Chopu nowadays. The way that guys are sliding into these waves and just barely you don't even have to let go of your rail. You're just straight into the zone. As we see Simpo ripping into a little lefty, not looking like Chopu right there, but wow, that was rad.
Didn't quite right had that. He did all the hard yards. We're down to 30 seconds remaining, guys. We'll definitely rip into the Chopu a little bit more in the next heat with Michelle Bourez, but let's wind this down to 30 seconds. Vincent Dervignac, nice little air reverse there, unfortunately. Ooh, I think he ran over Brett Simpson right there.
Yeah. And Vincent Dervignac only needed a 5.3 on that wave, and almost making that air as we see Adam Melling.
Still winning.
Out the back, still winning with an interference.
Ripping.
Surfing so good, Nutty. You know, this is probably one of the best I've ever seen him surf in these type of conditions. And as we see, Tori Meister needing a score in the 4th position on this right, and it looks to be pretty open, going for the big move and getting pounded.
He was looking for a 6.01, and unfortunately...
Bummer for Tori Meister. That's my boy from Kona. Putting on a good performance here, but not getting the waves, as you see your man in white, Adam Melling from Australia, taking out that heat.
With the interference, by the way.
No kidding. That's unbelievable.
Dropping a 6.57 and a 7.40. Here's the interference right here. And he was at fault, the judges believe.
But just muscled him off that, didn't he?
He just
came right back. Set him off. I just think it's just lit his fire, and he just started opening up a can of whoop ass, and so did Brett Simpson on that wave. I think that was my favorite turn of the whole heat. As we see Adam Melling putting it all together, totally committing to that turn, and we'll catch you in the next heat. Round 64.
Yeah, welcome back to the veterans in surfing, but the rookies in webcasting, they've called us there behind the scenes there, guys. We are at the last heat, heat 13 of the round of 64 of the first event, the Reef Hawaiian Pro of the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing. Up on your screen right now. In the red, Michelle Bourez from Tahiti, Jesse Menendez in the white from Brazil, Jack Freestone, the current Billabong World Junior Champion, Jack Freestone, and Ian Gentile, the young sensation out of Maui. Maui?
He is from Maui, right?
He's only 15 years old, and he's about 6 feet tall, Nutty.
He's 15?
He's 15 years old.
Wow.
Great kid from Maui. Very, very talented. Actually had a chance to surf with him quite a bit over on the Big Island last winter. He came over for a swell, and we surfed quite a bit. And, man, that kid's got game. He's very well-rounded. Charges big waves. He's already towed into Jaws, I believe. He was charging some radical slabs on the Big Island and doing some incredible air surfing. So we're expecting big things of him in this heat. And also a lot of hype, very young Australian surfer Jack Freestone, one of my personal favorites.
Yeah, he's definitely been my favourite for the event thus far. Shano, a quick question for you, and I'm sure Rob and I would love to know the breakdown. You talk about copping some heavy beatings. Copying some heavy beatings from in Hawaii. You talked about out here at Haleiwa around 12 feet. How do you go from 12 feet to 60 feet? I mean, if you're talking about a beating in 12-foot waves that'll nearly drown, I'd hate to think what happens when it's 60 feet.
Yeah, it's just magnified, Nutty. I try and forget about the beatings and move on. You know, I take my lumps, put my tail between my legs, and kind of move on for the next one. But, yeah, I mean, I think you just get used to it. You just, I don't know, it's kind of mind over matter. You just kind of, you know, just hope for the best. But if you want those incredible rides, you got to be willing to pay the price, and that price comes in beatings. That's just the way it is.
That's right. Shane Dorian there, a man of very experience, a lot of experience in the big oversized surf. Right now, though, I think Paul Fisher's down there. We'll just see. We'll just call this wave. It's Ian Gentile right now. Ian just coming unstuck and actually got blown off that wave. But Fish, you are down there. Who you got, my friend?
Mate, I got one of my best mates out of Melling. Melling, let's just talk about this for a minute. You paddle out, first 5 minutes, you get an interference, your body was telling the story, you're already out of the contest, and then you end up winning the heat. What was going on, mate?
Mate, I don't know what happened then. You know, I probably can't say what I was thinking in my mind over the telly, but yeah, I thought I blew it through this comp away, but yeah, I just thought I'd try and get the bombs and, you know, get bigger scores, and it went my way.
Mate, that board looks good. Tell us the dimensions of that thing. Have you been riding it all year? Is it one of your favourites? Is it new?
Yeah, I've had the same boards. I've been on the road for a bit, so I've had that since June or something, and it's a little 510, a little bit thicker. Sort of, I don't know, it's just fun waves, so it's doing the trick.
So you've been here for like, what, 2 weeks now, and the waves have been dead flat. What have you guys been doing on the North Shore?
Mate, we've been golf geeking pretty hard out. It's been pretty fun though. Never played so much in my life, and I thought I was getting better, and then I went worse. But yeah, I don't know. It's something to do while the waves are flat.
So with your year this year, you've had kind of an up and down year. They've been calling you like 2 minutes before you heat every contest lately. Tell me about that. What's the feeling of that? You know, you're on the cusp, but then you're not.
Mate, I've been so close in so many events, and it's kind of annoying. You know, I really want to break through here in Hawaii and get, you know, to some finals or something like that. It'd make it a pretty good year.
Well, mate, if you keep surfing like that and stay away from the interferences, you're on, my brother. You're on. Adam Melling, people. Back to you guys.
Quick question down there. You grew up with Melling, an amazing surfer out of Lennox Head. Would you say you guys have taken a different career path?
Pretty much. I always thought I was better than Melling, but not really. He kind of qualified, and then I just went on this party routine, and here I am sitting in the booth looking at these guys rip. But nah, me and Melling, the first person I ever really met in Australia when I went back was Adam. I met him down at Lennox Head, and I was too scared to jump off the rocks at Lennox, so I started crying, and he started laughing at me, and he got me out there, and ever since then we've been pretty much friends, right?
Yeah. You've only got cutties though, that's all you've ever had.
Well, you ain't got much either, mate. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks for that, Fish. And true insight, those guys were travelling partners like you guys were back in the day. And Melling, I remember doing the junior series and the QS in the early days with Fish. And actually, Fish got a couple of good results. He had a couple of seconds in the big pro juniors at Bells, and went on the QS. And then I think that's when he really took his different career path to Adam.
Fish is a good surfer, man. I mean, he's so funny that you forget how good he surfs, but you get out in the water and fins fly.
Yeah, he likes to get loose.
Yeah, but Adam Melling there, just to wrap it up with Adam Melling, I mean, it sounds like he had some tough breaks and some really close heats this last year, but I mean, like Fish said, if he keeps surfing that way, we're going to see huge things from him this coming year.
And I think he even said too, he's just kind of fed up with being on the bubble. Since he's made the tour, it's such an accomplishment to make it. And I think he just wants to get in that comfort zone where he's not constantly trying to get through one heat. He wants to focus on winning. And I think when he gets to that stage, I think you're really going to see a lot more of, Adam Melling in the spotlight.
Yeah, definitely take the pressure off and just be able to relax a little bit more. I think that feeling that he's talking about is just always just being kind of on edge and always questioning, like how can I break through? Like how can I better my equipment? Do I need to train harder? Do I need to do this, do that? And you think you're doing all the right things, and then you lose a heat, and you're like, gosh. Then you question everything, and you're like, go back to the drawing board. You got to just keep grinding and sticking to it, because he is an incredible surfer. It's just a matter of time, really.
That he's going to sort it out. As we see all four guys back in the lineup there and waiting for a little set to come through, and it's Ian Gentile only out in front with a 1 point, and Jack Freestone with a throwaway there. So still anybody's game. We're about 15 minutes remaining. Shane, maybe we can just go back to a little bit talking about the magnitude of Tahiti and the ferociousness of it. Obviously, you've surfed big Pipeline, you've surfed big Chopu. I'm not sure as a viewer if there's a lot of difference other than when you get worked, you really, really get worked. But maybe elaborate a little bit on those waves and how they're different.
What do you mean, Pipeline and Chopes?
Yeah.
Well, the waves are very similar. Like Pipeline and Chope are both horrific reef breaks that are very scary, very beautiful, very hollow, very technical, and very scary. But I think Pipeline, as Rob would probably agree with me, is usually a little less perfect. A lot of times at Pipeline you're dealing with sand, and the shifting sands, a lot of times it creates a little sandbar on the end to pinch, or it creates a little bit of a backwash, where with Tahiti, if the swell's right and the wind's right, you got this ruler edge wave coming in with nothing to mess it up, and the wave hits the reef, which is like designed perfectly for just sheer perfection. And one of the very best guys in the game out there is Michel Bourez, who's out in this heat, and has impressed me numerous times out there in Tahiti, and it just blows your mind. And, you know, speaking of Tahiti, I'll come back to that after this wave, but Jesse Mendez in white with this little left, Robbie.
Yeah, he's going to get some speed. Nice little snap. He's getting a little, man, catches up to that section, blows the fins out, you know, get his campaign going.
I think he has a sponsorship change there too. I want to add, he was a Rip Curl team rider there. And obviously Gabriel Medina might have stolen the spotlight there, and he looks like he's moved over to Quicksilver. You see on the nosebleed board. But,
yeah, that left didn't offer a whole lot, but he sure did good. He had 2 really big turns in there and finishing strong. But what I was saying about Tahiti is, you know, a lot of the times, like during this year's World Tour event there was that big toe swell. And it's so dramatic and so scary. You see these guys letting go of the rope and getting a 15 or 20 foot towing wave out there, and it's just so scary. And I'll come to that. I'll come back to that because we have so many waves happening. And Jack Freestone, the kid from Australia on your screen, trying to fit in some turns, and
he's rad.
He's a rad kid, man. All he needs is a little bit of open face and some speed, and you're going to see big things. But you know, with Tahiti, with those towing waves, like I said, those are the ones you remember, like the wave Nathan Fletcher got, like the wave Bruce Irons got and fell. They're so big and so gnarly. But speaking from my own experience, and it might be different with the other guys, but when you're towing out there and you're on the rope and you got a 20-footer and you're coming into it and things sucking off the reef and drawing, it's so scary and it's so terrifying, and you're nervous and all that stuff. But in comparison to sitting out there when it's 10 foot and a 10-footer comes in and it's your turn, there's nothing scarier than that to me. I totally would rather tow into a 40-footer out there than paddle into a 10-footer.
Yeah.
I've tried both, and I'll tell you what, I usually make the real big ones and don't get as hammered, but the 10-footers, I just cartwheel.
There you go, guys, at home. If you're tuning in on Time Water Cable, and Michelle Bourez are up and riding, but Shane Dorian really breaking it down. And I think that put some really good perspective on it.
No, that's really interesting, you know, because
I just want to make sure, like the viewers out there who don't get to go to Chopo, don't get to tow into it, or don't get to paddle it, you know, Rob's done it a million times, paddled 10-foot chokes, but and there's nothing scarier in my opinion, but it's so like when you see someone paddle into a 10-foot wave out there, it's all or nothing. I mean, it's all on the line. It's the scariest thing in the world.
Yeah, I mean, I've paddled into waves out there. I've never grabbed the rope out there and been towed into a wave. You see Ian Gentile, nice little backside snap, and just purling up to his neck. But like I said, I've paddled into a few waves out there, and I've been out there in heats where like crazy, you know, closeouts come out of the west, and you've got 200 people in the channel screaming for you to go, and it's like the gnarliest situation to be in. You're just like, oh my gosh, I can't not go. Like, I gotta at least try, you know. I mean, and it's, your heart is just like pumping, like pounding out of your chest, like feels like it, you know, this big like knot. And
I remember one of the heats you had, Rob. Actually, it was classic 8 to 10 foot, terrifying Chopo, and it was an afternoon heat.
Timmy
and
Curran.
It was super low tide. It was you and Timmy Curran, and you were feeling it in that heat.
It was scary, man. Well, there was one set that came in that was completely unrideable. It was straight west, and like it came, the angle it hit the reef, it was just like a straight, like the thing drew so much water off the reef and just totally inverted. Like me and Timmy were just paddling for our lives. I was like, Timmy, paddle! Like, I was like scared for his life because he was farther in than me, you know. And we got over these things, and the sound and the energy of the wave landing on the reef and the regurgitation like totally destroyed the lineup for like good 10 minutes. And then we had to paddle back into the lineup and then catch waves.
Yeah, I remember that heat, man. It was scary to watch, and I'm sure it was even scarier to be a part of.
And you really, when it's really west like that at Chopo, you have to backdoor the peaks. Like, they're really peaky. You don't get it like from the south rolling in as we see. Jesse. Oh, textbook.
Crisp surfing there from Jesse Menendez.
Very nice. You don't get those roll-ins when they're south. Oh, Ross.
Oh, someone is psyching for tomorrow, Shane.
Look at Ross.
We can let you go early, Shane. If you want to go down.
Kidding. I got to get down there. I got to get down there and break his fins out.
Somebody is psyching up for the win of the Clash tomorrow. Look, he's got the kids down there. He's bought his own fan club. Jen's down there with the kids.
Yep.
And Dad's going to go out there and practice.
That's right. We got Sebi and Lucy down there. One of them's in a full suit, and They are Haleiwa locals. Ross is second generation of Williams down there at Haleiwa, and there's a picture of my board that Ross just threw on the ground trying to outdo me for tomorrow. As we see on your screen, Michel Bourez, the man from Tahiti we were just talking about, the guy who manhandles really scary Chopo.
Wow.
Getting really aggressive there, Robbie.
He had a wave a minute ago. He dropped a 617, a very similar wave, a left, and he unleashed some of those backside hacks that he just threw down right there. Very impressive. His surfboard looks really good under his feet right now.
So a quick little update, guys. We're at the 8.5-minute mark of the last heat of the day. That's heat 13 of the round of 64 at the Reef Hawaiian Pro. We are on day 2 of competition here. And as we mentioned, the first event of the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing, Jesse Menendez up and riding. He currently is in the second position. Let's see what he can do there. Just a quick in and out. So waiting for a couple of scores to come in. Michel Bourez, before that last wave, scored a 617. He's out in the front. Jesse Menendez in the second place. Jack Freestone in the third with the 483 and a .2. And Ian Gentile. So a couple of scores waiting to come in. We'll just, as soon as they all lock in, we'll give you an update. But once again, wanted to appreciate everybody tuning in from around the Hawaiian Islands and, of course, Southern California there on Time Warner Cable. It's so great to get surfing out there where we can and show just such an amazing lifestyle that we get to live. Everything that comes with surfing is just a blessing. It is just, you know, I got to pinch my skin some days just to feel how lucky I am to work in this industry and to be in the great outdoors and seeing all these amazing young athletes. And hopefully we can get a little bit more swell into the last day of competition, guys, tomorrow, because we will crown a champion tomorrow.
Exciting stuff. I'll pinch your skin for you.
Ow. Yeah. Look
go.
at this afternoon in Hawaii we got going. We got beautiful trade winds. We got a nice, clean little swell. Plenty of waves. And you know what, Nutty and Rob, I got to tell you, this swell has panned out to be a whole lot better than I was hoping it was going to be. I was very disappointed in the starting of the waiting period where we had waves all over the North Shore except for Haleiwa, and now we got great contestable conditions out here, and the boys are flaring up.
Yeah, totally. I mean, all throughout the day today, we've just seen the waves increase and just get more and more consistent. And guys have had plenty of opportunities. I was down in the surfers area. I don't think anyone was complaining. You know, I mean, guys are getting their fair share of waves and chances to go out there and do their thing. And it's been exciting to watch, for sure.
So there you go, guys. The scores are locking in right now, and it's Bourez out in the first place with a 617 and a 717. He's in the first place. Jesse Menendez locking in a 6.37 and a 5.5. He's taking out second. Jack Freestone, the young Australian, he's in the third place. And, of course, Ian Gentile in the fourth. But here is the current heat leader, the Spartan, they call him, from Tahiti, Michel Bourez. And former champion as well, I want to add here to guys. He's the Reef Hawaiian Pro champion here about 3 years back. And Jack Freestone there, not knowing which way to go. And he just kind of quick in and out there. See if he can get around this section, float over the top. The wave's starting to wall up now. A little bit windy, but one big hit.
Oh, beautiful off the top. That was unfortunate.
That would have been a sweet turn if he made it right there. Jack has been actually having a pretty tough time getting some open face out there. And that was a big opportunity right there at the end. Unfortunately, purling on that one, but
it was a really strange beginning of that wave. Like, he took off, it looked like he wanted to go right. He kind of had the inside on the right, but as soon as he stood up, the right closed out. He had to turn and go left. He was stuck behind a section, worked all the way to the end to get that, you know, little foam climb, and then back to that last maneuver, and just couldn't finish it.
So I'm going to say, too, I think Jack has those classic lines in surfing. You know, that classic technique, that rail surfing, you know, kind of flawless style. So even though he's got all the new school tricks, I think just looking at that backside snap there, that's just traditional surfing rail to rail. And that's a good quality to have.
It is. He has solid fundamentals. You know, something that I think a lot of the kids out there, some of the kids are lacking today. That's why I think Jack is such a standout, you know, when it comes to all the hype. I mean, you better believe it, because the kid's got, like Nutty said, he's got the whole bag of tricks, but he does it all with style.
Yeah, really fun to watch. He's been surfing amazing this whole event so far.
But he needs to find more waves, huh, Robbie?
Yeah, right now he's hasn't really found a score. He's got a high score of a 483 and a low of a 233, and he's looking for a 7.04 right now, as we see out the back. Ian Gentile, a little left-hander.
Yeah, your Maui surfer with a very difficult wave to ride. Right there, he's just that flat spot, and there was absolutely no lip for him to work with. That was a very tough wave to ride. Looks like Ian Gentile and Jack Freestone both are just sort of been the victims of some hassling going on out there. I know that Michel Bourez has probably gotten the best wave so far in this heat, and he has been very aggressive in the lineup.
Yeah, Michel has really been picking off the good ones. We saw Jesse Mendez pick off kind of some smaller left-handers. He had that really clean frontside rotation, frontside air reverse, dropped a 6.37, and he's sitting in second place pretty solid right now. Both Ian and Jack Freestone still really haven't found a good wave that they can really kind of unleash some turns on.
Yeah, I think these guys have been watching these last couple heats where there was tons and tons of sets. The guys are getting those big set rights, and I think they were kind of banking on that happening. And Michel Bourez is kind of, I think he's just adjusted really well, and he's got out there and going, I'm not going to get the scores unless I get the waves. And he's been really aggressive, making sure he's on the waves. And, his scores are showing that. And Jack Freestone looks like he's found a little left here that's going to reform nicely. Has tons of speed, setting up this last section for a big air and a nice rotation. A little bit sticky at the end, but very good surfing right there from Jack Freestone.
Yeah, you got the tail out there, didn't he?
Yeah, and right behind him, Ian Gentile. But he'll kick out of that one. Yeah, like you said, that was very well executed backside air. We see Michel Bourez speeding down the line right into the toilet bowl. This could be dangerous. He likes just coming unstuck.
The thing I like about Michel Bourez's surfing is he doesn't hold back.
No.
He surfs with total commitment, a lot of power, a lot of speed, and when he goes into a section, he harnesses his speed and really tries to kill the wave.
Yeah.
He doesn't hold back. He doesn't try and connect the dots or baby it. He goes in with just pure force.
If anything, he's probably a little bit like Taylor Knox and overdoes it.
Sometimes he does.
For sure.
If
He
that's
either
a
turns
minor
out
flaw,
real
minor
nice
flaw.
and it all works out, or he just goes, whoa.
Whoa.
See that? There's my surfboard. That's my
wow.
second place surfboard. Should have been first. In the sand, I wouldn't be surprised if you turn that board over and there's Vaseline all over it, because Ross Williams, he's no joke when it comes to competition, man. He will do whatever it takes to win.
As soon as this heat's over, I bet you maybe Sebi's going to be on that thing. Catching a couple insiders right there.
Oh, yeah. As we see your surfer in white, Jesse Mendez, getting a nice little inside oops and coming in stuck. Hopefully we can get a replay. We never saw a replay of that full rotation, that nice air reverse that we saw Jesse Mendez had earlier. It would be nice to get a replay of that if we can get it, boys. But as we see up and riding, Ian Gentile needing a score, needing an 8.83 and having a hard time putting it together, Rob.
Yeah, definitely. He's hasn't really put together a wave, and we're under a minute to go here, and Jack Freestone is dropping. As we see it right here, this is the one you're asking for, Shano.
There we go.
Jesse Mendez.
As you see, his tail gets real high there. It's what the kids are calling a tail high air reverse, and finishes it really cleanly. That way of not offering a whole lot more, but he harnesses speed and got it done.
Yeah, very, very well executed. Jack Freestone just dropped a 5.3. Now only needs a 6.57, but 30 seconds to go.
So it's the two seated surfers in the last heat of the day here. Michel Bourez, former Reef Hawaiian Pro champion here back in 2008. And he's currently out in the first place. Jesse Menendez, the seated surfer from Brazil, he's in the second place. And Jack Freestone dying 15 seconds there, requiring a 6.57. And Ian Gentile, he's requiring a 6.97. So 5 seconds. I think that might be all she wrote, guys.
All she wrote. That's all she wrote for today. What a great end of the day, though. What a stacked heat, and seeing Michel Bourez and Jesse Mendez lighting stuff up.
So, boys, we're going to round this heat out. We're going to talk about the last heat. Then we're going to come back with a couple of highlights, and then we'll wrap it up for either an afternoon surf or a cold beverage.
That sounds great to me, Nutty. As we see the boys flaring up here, we got Jesse Mendez lighting it up, throwing the tail, wafting it out. He had a couple really strong rides, as we see Michel Bourez on your screen there, getting really aggressive with Jesse Mendez with his tail high rotation. Looking good, and be back with a wrap-up.
I'm Roy Powers. Come ride with us.
Welcome back here, guys, to the Reef Hawaiian Pro, the first event of the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing presented by Rockstar Energy Drink. My name's Heath Nutty Walker. I'm here with my good mate Fish. Day 2, mate. There's been a lot of action today.
Heath, I've seen some serious action today, and the surfing was unbelievable. Everyone that I wanted to see was out there, and the main dogs were pretty good today, Nat.
Yeah, they were, and obviously we struggled through the whole waiting period, really analysing the swell charts, and day 2 here today we got to see some 4 foot range, some 3 to 4 foot range, and we're going to go through them right now. The top 5 airs of the day. Let's have a look at the top 5 airs of the day, and Fish and I and Shay's down on the beach, and we'll be able to break them down.
Yeah, guys. Let's get the next clip coming up here soon.
Sorry, guys, we a little bit of a glitch in the system, but Shay's down there. Shay's down there, and he's going to watch this. And right now, we're going to go to the top 5 airs of the day. Let's check them out.
Okay, here we go. This is the Hawaiian Airlines Air Show, and we've got the top 5 clips coming up. As I'm down here in Fish's position, and I saw this heat earlier as we were watching Evan Geiselman on these waves. This was his best wave of the heat, one of the highest scores of the competition, a 9.0 for that tail-high air reverse that he comboed very easily. So smooth on those, and he landed about 4 good airs in this heat. The next one was Josh Kerr. This is from that same heat. He unfortunately didn't make this heat, but this was the top score of the event and the highest air, 9.7 for that above the lip, full grab reverse air. That was really hard to do on your backside out there. And then Fish, you saw this one of Sebastian here.
Ligaments, and somehow leant back, and the phone just picked him up and took him straight back in. It was amazing.
Yeah, great surfing there from Sebastian Zeitz, but here's a man who needs no introduction, John Florence. And as he comes down the section here, Shay, maybe you can talk about just how the rotation was.
Yeah, he shifted his feet, spread his stance out, got his arms to the side, and just rotated like a pin here as he rotates all the way around, and that's what you call full rotation, is the forward lands with the nose to the beach. And Mason Ho, always one fun guy to watch at Rocky Point, and these lefts were really similar to Rocky Point out there, and he was frothy to get out there and do some airs.
Yeah, some good surfing there from all the guys. I think my favourite, Josh Kerr, unfortunately, Josh Kerr there, he got a 9.7, and that's all he had. And he didn't get through that heat with a 9.7. He only needed a 1.5, and unfortunately for Josh, I'm sure he'll be thinking about that all through the evening. But we'll see Josh coming up at Sunset Fish. And what about Evan Geiselman's one?
Evan Geiselman was on fire today. That wind was just perfect for those guys. They were licking their lips all morning. So it was amazing to see.
Yeah, so some good airs all round there. Currently up for the 250,000 frequent fly points there from Hawaiian Airlines. I think if I'm the betting man, I'll have my money on Josh Kerr, but we still got another day of competition tomorrow. And when we round out competition tomorrow, we'll have a look at the airs as well. But right now, we're going to go into the top 5 moments of the day, and I believe we're going to start with Tori Meister on his last wave, coming through and taking out this man, Dane Reynolds. Let's watch.
Yeah, we saw Tori with a couple of smaller waves on the beginning of this heat, and then at the end of the heat, he just barely scraped this wave underneath Dane's priority. This is a beautiful card from Dane. This heat would have been a lot different if he could have completed that ride. And this is one of Tori's scoring waves. 3 nice vertical maneuvers on that smaller short board that's able to claim it, and that was it. And Dane, he was pumped up to surf that heat, and you could see him. He was aggressively paddling and challenging for every wave in that heat.
As we see Carissa Moore right now, the 2011 Women's World Champion representing Hawaii. Shay, there's your brother there, Corey. He surfed a great heat, actually. It was unfortunate that there wasn't a lot of ways for Carissa to compete on, but you could see there with the ferociousness of her surfing, she'll be back here next year, and we'll see her actually next week up in Sunset competing as well.
Yeah, young Ian Gentile with an interference was able to make it out of that heat, and we saw a couple of interferences go down with these challenging conditions.
To see a shot there of Carissa's father watching ever so nervously, but she put on a good show. I think, for people watching, she is the real deal. As we see, Roy Powers just kind of went away with the heat. He's the former Reef Hawaiian Pro champion. He's got very memorable moments here at Haleiwa, and Roy surfing amazing. Ian Gentile, who was in the last heat of the day, unfortunately not getting through, but this heat was where he got the interference this morning, and he moved on through. So great young surfer there from Maui, but Carissa Moore, and it was just such an amazing honour to have her competing. First time ever in the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing, we had the Women's World Champion competing in the men's side of the event. Clash of the Legends right now. We got Shane Dorian, Rob Machado, Kalani Rob, and Ross Williams. We got to see the boys out there giving it all. And Fish, how good was it to have Taylor Steele here as well? Obviously reminiscing on the old times.
Oh mate, it's unbelievable. Taylor's a living legend, and to hear his voice online and just talking about the boys back in the day, and then the 2-minute reel that he put together of all the boys ripping back in the heyday was amazing. And then just seeing Dorian and Ross go at it today was unbelievable. 1 for 1, and Ross hassled him out on that last one to take the heat. So tomorrow should be good to see what happens.
Yeah, Shane really looked like he's fired up from that next round as he just kept talking about how Ross was so competitive all day on the webcast.
I wonder if Shane borrowed those shorts off hockey. They're that short.
Yeah, no, Dorian there. And look at this fierce palling around Ross. I love it. But here's the wave that got Ross the victory, and it was the last wave that actually Shane gave to him at a mistake. Big rooster snap there from Ross Williams, as we know, and just finishing with a big vert straight up.
And that was the wave that put him into the lead by 0.06 hundredths of a point. And he claims it to Shane out the back.
The point. And these guys have been competing ferociously over the years. We saw them at the in the Sons of Fun movie there. What a great shot. Kalani Rob as well. Unfortunately for Kalani, wasn't really able to get going, but we will see Kalani tomorrow. And here's another great shot. We've got, who we got here? Evans Air.
This was the heat of the event so far with Zeke Lau and Kai Barger. And here's Zeke, and he was able to overcome Josh's 9.7 air with 2 solid 7s in the score line and squeak in second place.
Oh, look at that air once again, unfortunately. Josh Kerr.
Yeah, that was textbook there.
He'll be pretty disappointed because he surfed so well, but just unfortunately not getting another wave. And once again, we see the replay there of Evan Geiserman. But Ezekiel Lau, and he's in top form, the young Hawaiian. And this was one of the ways that saw him take out Josh Kerr.
Yeah, that was a very, very hard-fought win there for Evan Geiserman and Zeke Lau, the 2 youngsters. And this is later in the day. Some of the bigger sets were coming in.
Yeah, that was Dusty Payne there coming unstuck, but it still didn't affect him. See some radical surfing there from Dusty. I think we might see one of the big rights. Dion Atkinson right there is just a nice little replay of Dion slashing through that section.
Yeah,
and here's
Dusty
one
on a beautiful right, and he finds himself needing a result in Hawaii similar to last year.
Yeah, and just a beautiful little wave there, finishing off on the toilet bowl. Dusty Payne and Sean Jobert from South Africa there, driving around this section, big straight up there. Nice little flow there, Fish. Do you know much about Sean?
Yeah, Sean is from Durban, where I was brought up. I don't know too much about him, but he surfs really well, and I know all his mates from around there. So yeah, they got a good little posse going on, the old South Africans. It's amazing.
There's a good shot there of Dusty Payne walking up the beach. Freddie Simpson from Huntington Beach walking out there. Tori Meister. And straight away, Adam Melling into the interference with Vincent Duvak from France. And Melling, the body language says it all. Big float, though, from Melling there, Fish, and just a sensational surfer. We really want to see Melling kind of get on tour and get in his comfort zone because he's such a sensational surfer.
You guys had to love that frontside hack from Simpson.
Yeah, Simpo, great surfer. Melling there, driving around the section. As we said, he did get an interference, but still was enough for him to get through the heat. So we're just going to wrap it up now. I think this is the last shot of the day, and that was Adam Melling there. And as we mentioned, a good friend of Paul Fisher's there, grew up with Melling. Good to see him moving on through. Guys, it's day 2. We've finished competition here today at Alihi Beach Park at Haleiwa for the Reef Hawaiian Pro. Shay, maybe you can elaborate a little bit on tomorrow. We will crown the Reef Hawaiian Pro champion. Maybe tell us a little bit about what conditions we can expect for tomorrow.
Well, we ended on a very positive note. Some of the largest sets of the event with those good rights. We saw Brett Simpson going down hard on an overhead right. We saw Dusty Payne with a number of big maneuvers, and Adam Melling. I don't know if you guys have ever been in a heat before. You get an interference, and sometimes that can work to your advantage. Is you just get those nerves out, and you just know that you got to go for eights or lates. And tomorrow, hopefully the swell continues to fill in, and we'll see more of those big rights.
Yeah, thanks for that, Shay. So there you go, guys. Tomorrow we will crown a champion here at the Reef Hawaiian Pro. Day 3, you will see Wednesday a winner at the Reef Hawaiian Pro and a winner of the Clash of the Legends Momentum Generation presented by Bud Light Lime. My name's Heath Nutty Walker. Fish, we are out. Stay tuned. Time Water Cable. Let's catch you guys again here tomorrow. And thanks for having us.
Triple Crown of Surfing presented by Rockstar Energy Drink. The Reef Hawaiian Pro from Haleiwa's Alihi Beach Park is brought to you by Nixon. Sponsors of the Nixon WTA. Watches and accessories. On the web, visit nixonnow.com. GoPro. Check out the new HD Hero 2 cameras from GoPro, the world's most versatile HD camera. Cliff Bar, performance nutrition for sustained energy. Surfline.com, the official forecaster for the 2011 Vans Triple Crown of Surfing. Know before you go. Flow Water, reusable water bottle refill stations. Check out flowwaterstation.com. State Farm Insurance, get to a better state with State Farm. Find a local Hawaii agent at sttraffic.net. Roadrunner, Hawaii's fastest internet service. rr.com, make it your homepage. JN Automotive Group, featuring Chevrolet, Mazda, Audi, and the exotics. Come ride with us. Surfing Magazine, print and digital editions. What's now and what's next in surfing? Hawaiian Airlines, Hawaii flies with us. HawaiianAirlines.com. Turtle Bay Resort, official accommodations for the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing. Discover true Hawaii. Climb On Products, chemical-free, intensive skin repair and protection. Coral Reef Safe. WaveJet Propulsion, a revolutionary water propulsion system. Visit wavejet.com. Hawaii Tourism Authority. Visit www.gohawaii.com. The people of Hawaii would love to share their islands with you. Skull Candy, the official sound of the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing. Oceanic Time Warner Cable, serving the state of Hawaii with cable TV, high-speed internet, home phone service, and mobile internet. And this event is sanctioned by ASP Hawaii.